Yo, listen up. The whole world is freaking out right now because some hardcore real-life horror game called Hell just glitched right into our reality. This rigged game keeps dragging poor souls into spooky realms to run through insane deathmatch quests just to make it out alive. Winners score sweet loot and get super buffed, but if you take an L, boom, your life points get zeroed out and you're literally ghosted for good. And guess what? Today's another batch of fresh meat getting dragged into the arena. The Eternal Night Camp platform secured the exclusive livestream rights, obviously. This run's map is called the Elephant Hospital, a creepy ghost town with a newbie mortality rate that's straight up off the charts. Our main character today is Zhao Yi, just another rookie thrown into the grinder. He used to be a shrink back in the real world, but right when he stepped into this madhouse, his character data hit an unknown error code. Even though the game's system tried patching the glitch over and over again, it kept spitting out a big fat error message. Zhao Yi wakes up on a crusty, rat-infested hospital bed, gripping a scalpel tight in his hand. His trusty soulbound weapon he managed to smuggle in. Everything in front of him looks washed out, freezing cold and totally dead. Floating right in his face are a bunch of glowing red text boxes acting like a tutorial overlay. Yep, no doubt about it. He's trapped inside a video game. After catching his breath, Zhao Yi rolls out of bed and decides to scope the joint out. This place is definitely a hospital, but it's been abandoned for ages. Run down, crawling with nasty bugs, and straight up giving away major haunted vibes. He notices a patient room down the hall with the door cracked open, so he peeks inside out of pure curiosity. "Hey kid, please, help a bro out!" A weak, sickly voice drifts out from the shadows. Zhao Yi walks in and spots a super skinny old dude hooked up to an oxygen tank. The old guy claims he needs to hit the bathroom and begs Zhao Yi to help him up, but right on cue, a flashing red warning box pops up in Zhao Yi's field of view. Old Man Lu extreme hazard level. Movement, immobile. Attack speed, sluggish. Zhao Yi looks at this dude and smells a trap from a mile away. Maxed out combat stats, but he can't even move and his attack range is totally trash? Yeah, right. Just to mess with him, Zhao Yi takes a couple of steps closer. Meanwhile, the livestream chat is going completely wild. Bro, is this rookie actually brain dead? Feckin' idiot, next victim please? What a total dumbass. At least 50 to 100 rookies have died to this old fart already. How is this newbie falling for it so easily? Zhao Yi reaches his hand out, his fingers inches away from Old Man Lu's skin. A nasty, smug grin spreads across the old man's face. The second that rookie touches him, it's lights out forever. While Old Man Lu is thinking he's the smartest guy in the room, Zhao Yi abruptly jerks his hand back, slides around to the head of the bed, and slaps his scalpel right against Old Man Lu's forehead. "Here's the deal, old man. Answer my question right, and I'll walk your ass to the bathroom. Get it wrong, and I'm slicing that dog head of yours clean off." Old Man Lu's eyes go wide as saucers, staring cross-eyed at the razor-sharp scalpel, terrified it's going to plunge straight into his skull. Fine, just ask away. How many leg hairs do I even have?" Zhao Yi fires off his question. Not only is Old Man Lu completely baffled, but the livestream chat is also blowing up with a million question marks. That's straight up an impossible trick question. Without missing a beat, Zhao Yi presses the blade down, slicing right through the scalp as fresh blood starts gushing down Old Man Lu's face. The old man immediately starts shrieking and begging for mercy. "Don't do it, man. Please, don't. Just give me one more question. Ask me something else. I swear I'll get it right this time." "Fine. Where's the exit keycard?" Right after waking up, Zhao Yi had spotted a system hint saying they needed a keycard to unlock the front doors, so he's using this leverage right now. Cornered with a knife at his throat, the old man doesn't dare lie. There's 3 keycards in total. One's with the hospital director, another's down in logistics, and the last one... Before Old Man Lu can even finish his sentence, Zhao Yi's scalpel slits his throat wide open. Bro never stood a chance, because Zhao Yi wasn't planning on letting this monster walk away from the jump. Even the pro players watching the stream from the outside are completely stunned by how fast that plot twist hit. They thought Zhao Yi was just another clueless newbie, but nah, his moves are ice cold and vicious as hell. His soul weapon, that plain old scalpel, just soaked up a ton of vicious ghost grudge. Unlock successful. The weapon can now deal raw physical damage to evil spirits in the Hell Realm. Because he just wasted Old Man Lu, that scalpel got a nice little stat boost. As he's about to bounce from the room, Zhao Yi spots a file folder sitting on the desk with 4 clear words stamped on it. The Elephant Hospital. The stream host loses his mind, freaking out over what just happened. Turns out Zhao Yi is actually a high-tier rookie packing a cool 101 soul power points. But the best part? Whatever's sitting in his hand right now is a secret hidden quest. The hidden quest in Zhao Yi's grip is called Old Man Lu's Final Wish. This quest is way harder than the main objective, but once it triggers, players can choose to ignore it without messing up their main game progress at all. The second he picks up that file folder, the scattered pieces of the old man's soul start swirling back together. After getting wrecked by Zhao Yi in his ghost form, the last shreds of Old Man Lu's human consciousness finally click back into place. He mutters that the papers in Zhao Yi's hand are his official land deeds, literally his life savings. Old Man Lu's daughter, Lu She, wanted those real estate assets so bad that she started secretly hooking up with the hospital director just to fast-track her old man straight to the afterlife. But karma hit hard, and she ended up dying herself in a freak elevator accident. At that point, tears start streaming down Old Man Lu's face. His consciousness starts fading away into nothingness, but he still spits out one last desperate request before he's gone. He begs Zhao Yi to avenge him by taking the director down, promising that the property deeds in that folder will officially belong to him in return. Unlocking a hidden quest right out of the gate has the entire livestream chat losing their minds. Even if it's a bit of a detour, everyone watching agrees that this dude's gameplay is low-key legendary. His mindset, his reads, and his execution are top tier. Among the audience is Yang Dao, the vice president of the famous Awakened Union Guild, who just dropped by to check out the fresh batch of newbies. And right now, Yang Dao's attention is locked 100% onto Zhao Yi. Old Man Lu dropped a massive hint earlier about his daughter dying in an elevator accident, which basically means the elevators in this hospital are death traps and completely out of commission. The smartest move right now would be for Zhao Yi to skip the hidden quest and take the stairs to hunt down that exit keycard. But instead, he pulls a move that leaves Yang Dao completely speechless. He walks straight up to the elevator doors and hits the call button. Right at that moment, another warning window flashes across Zhao Yi's vision. The system warns him that there's a pissed-off, vengeful spirit lurking inside the elevator shaft. Its powers might be nerfed, but its physical stats are still 5 times stronger than a normal human. There's no way he can scrap with that thing barehanded, right? However, this is just a low-level threat, nothing he can't handle. Zhao Yi loves a good challenge, and he's guessing that 9 out of 10 spirits in this elevator is Lu Shui, Old Man Lu's daughter, so he just steps right in. Then Zhao Yi hits the button for the first floor. He figures most hospitals have floor plans on the ground level, and he's got to know the layout before he can find the director. As the elevator starts moving, the viewers are holding their breath watching the whole thing go down. They already heard Yang Dao's analysis, so now they're all thinking Zhao Yi taking the elevator is straight up brain dead. Mid-ride, the elevator lights suddenly kill out. A second later, they flicker back on. Zhao Yi reflexively looks up, only to feel a drop of water hit his forehead. Immediately after, a freezing hand lands on his shoulder. Zhao Yi tilts his head and a wicked-looking spirit appears right behind him, wailing, "My death, it was so tragic." The sheer intensity of Lu Shui's spirit has the viewers on the other side of the screen jumping out of their skin. Yet, Zhao Yi is ice cold. People are even starting to feel like his expression is a bit off. He looks weirdly pumped. "You're Lu Shui, Old Man Lu's daughter, right?" Zhao Yi asks while wiping the blood off his face. The spirit stops her wailing and fires back. "I am Lu Shui, you here to avenge me?" "Not really, but your old man has a special gift for you." With that, Zhao Yi pulls out a folder of property deeds. "He set this aside just for you. Looks like property certificates. Told me I had to hand deliver them myself." Liu Xue grabs the papers, trembling like a leaf. She never thought Old Man Lu would leave her something like this. And in that moment, Liu Xue probably started regretting that she'd been such a piece of work, being so greedy for the inheritance that she wanted to kick her dad to the curb. Seeing the female ghost's emotions spiraling, Zhao Yi starts digging for info. He asks why she wanted revenge. As expected, Liu Xue spills the whole tea. Everyone said her elevator accident was a fluke, but she knew better. It was the director. He pushed Liu Xue off the roof and staged it like an accident. "Help me get revenge." Liu Xue suddenly grabs Zhao Yi. "If you bring me his head, I'll give you a massive reward." Even though she says that, the system doesn't ping Zhao Yi with any new notifications. That means she's lying. There's no reward coming from her. But that's fine. Zhao Yi can still use her. He asks Liu Xue about the director's weakness. He's the strongest demon here, but they say he's also the weakest. Liu Xue says because unlike the other ghosts, he doesn't even know he's dead. If you can make him realize he's passed on, his obsession will vanish and his power will fade right along with it. Zhao Yi got exactly what he needed, and he's feeling pretty good about it. He hands the papers to Liu Xue, then whistles his way out of the elevator. Liu Xue feels something bulky in the folder, but she never expected to feel a live grenade with the pin pulled. Besides his rusty scalpel, Zhao Yi had 3 grenades stashed on him. And just like that, even as a ghost, Liu Xue gets killed all over again, paying the price for her unfilial ways. Zhao Yi's mood couldn't be better. He's literally whistling while he walks, leaving the livestream audience in total shock. Holy crap, isn't he supposed to be a therapist? Why is he bringing grenades into a dungeon as a weapon? Is he some kind of therapist from a war zone or something? He looks way too chill. The audience is going wild. Yang Tao, sitting at his computer, can't help but crack a satisfied grin. Zhao Yi's performance is top tier. Those property deeds were Lu Xue's obsession, and he actually used that to get the ghost to let her guard down. I mean, most players just want to run when they see monsters. Who else has the guts to go on the offensive like he does? Plus, it's clear Zhao Yi knows how to exploit the system's logic. Usually, in this kind of situation, physical attacks don't do much to spirits. But Zhao Yi is a rookie, and this is a hell-level dungeon. To keep players safe, the system had to nerf the monster's physical resistance significantly. That's exactly why one of his grenades could deal that much damage. Yang Dao is super impressed with how Zhao Yi handled the situation. Even though his guild isn't hurting for talent, he's already thinking about breaking the rules to recruit him. Zhao Yi leaves the elevator, but before he gets far, he hears groaning under his feet. It's Liu Xue. Her body was shredded by the blast, but her head rolled right up to his shoes. Her eyes are popping out, and her face is scorched black. It's straight-up nightmare fuel. But Zhao Yi doesn't flinch. He actually reaches down, grabs the skull, and tosses it with enough force to pull off a perfect slam dunk. Your head bounces pretty well, just a bit sticky. Geez, with that, Zhao Yi pulls out his scalpel, gives it a practice spin, and walks over to Liu Xue's head. The ghost is finally feeling real fear, but no matter how much Liu Xue begs, Zhao Yi's blade comes down with cold precision. The rusty scalpel tastes the blood of another demon, starting its own evolution, and its owner just got a nice stat boost for taking out 2 ghosts in a row. Zhao Yi seems to be really vibing with this whole ghost hunting thing. His energy is so intense that the other ghosts in the hospital are actually running away from him. Even the viewers are starting to think Zhao Yi is scarier than the ghosts. The stream barely had any viewers at the start, but now, because of his performance, it's shot up to 63,524 people. This newbie is insane. He's actually scaring the dungeon monsters away. Am I seeing this right? Did he just use a female ghost head like a basketball? Is he definitely a therapist or is he a patient? Tons of guilds are watching the stream scouting for recruits. Zhao Yi has definitely caught their eye now. After finishing off Liu Xue, Zhao Yi gets back to the main mission. Finding the hospital floor plan on the first level, he finds the security office and takes out all 3 male ghost guards inside. Looking at the 3 bloody corpses on the floor, Zhao Yi gets a bright idea. He chops off their skulls, sets them on the table, grabs a nearby vase, and uses fresh flowers to decorate around the heads. Watching Zhao Yi pull off that smooth-as-butter move in person, Yang Dao was totally at a loss for words. The viewers were all convinced by now that the dude was straight-up psycho. After chewing on it for a second, Yang Dao finally managed to scrape together the most logical explanation. In the rookie dungeon, the ghost powers were heavily nerfed, so they loved playing dead just to ambush players when they least expected it. Zhao Yi decapitating them was basically making sure that trick wouldn't fly, but stringing fresh flowers all around them, that was some wild out-of-pocket nonsense. Even though Yang Tao's theory sounded totally plausible, the audience still felt like this wasn't something a total newbie playing a hell-diff Cacultity map for the first time should be pulling off. To top it off, once he was done wrecking shop, Zhao Yi calmly stood there and washed his hands. Done with that, he casually strolled over and parked himself at a nearby desk. He was typing up and printing out a death certificate for the headmaster, just to break the cold, hard truth that the old man had been dead for ages. After grabbing the printout and walking past that desk again, Zhao Yi suddenly froze up, looking like his brain was turning. Neither the chat nor Yang Tao could keep up with his train of thought, because the next second Zhao Yi whipped out a scalpel, jammed it straight into the skulls of the 3 guard ghosts, carved out massive holes, and stuck fresh flowers right in them. That bloody, cursed imagery was definitely not for the weak-hearted. Only then did Zhao Yi let out a sigh and flash a deeply satisfied grin. Yeah, no way those guys are making a comeback now, huh? The chat feed instantly blew up with a wall of question marks from the viewers. Bro is way too kind, turning those ghost skulls into literal flower vases. What the hell is that smug-ass look on his face? This guy is genuinely unhinged. Damn, I feel like every ghost in this entire dungeon combined isn't even half as terrifying as him. Once he was done, Zhao Yi shoved the death certificate into his pocket and stepped out of the security room. According to the map, getting to the headmaster's office meant running a long-ass hallway. The kicker was that this hallway was choked with pitch-black fog designed to drain a player's sanity stat. And tucked away in every single room deep inside that fog was a weeping ghost, which supposedly tied into a side quest. Plus, mixed among the doors hidden in the black mist were instant-kill death doors. Open the wrong one and you're cashed out for sure. Newbies always tend to bite the dust right here in this fog zone, so the audience was holding their breath to see how Zhao Yi was going to handle it. But this whole psychological fear gimmick didn't do jack to him. Zhao Yi just marched right into it without missing a beat. Since visibility was absolute zero, he straight up slammed his eyes shut. Cutting off his sight made his hearing go into hyperdrive. His ears were flooded with tons of freaky voices, mostly talking trash, saying his life meant zero, that he didn't deserve to breathe, and begging him to just do the world a favor and self-delete. Normally, these kinds of whispers could easily mess with a player's head, but they didn't rattle Zhao Yi even a tiny bit. Because long before all this, he'd already had to listen to millions of horrifying whispers like that every single day. Whether it was the exact second he woke up, right before dozing off, sitting on the toilet, or scrolling through his phone in bed, Zhao Yi never had a single quiet moment. In fact, the stuff he used to hear was way more toxic than the noise in here. Every single word was dripping with pure malice. So for Zhao Yi, this place wasn't scary at all. It actually felt weirdly nostalgic, like crashing back at home. Instead of freaking out, he low-key looked like he was enjoying it. Is this guy even human? The viewers were getting more and more shook by Zhao Yi's absolute tank-like mental fortitude. Right after that, he caught the sound of someone crying echoing from afar, instantly triggering a side quest. Zhao Yi had to help the crybaby ghost locked in that room fulfill its final wish. He scanned the distance, trying to pinpoint the exact door the sobbing was coming from. Staying on high alert with his scalpel locked in hand, Zhao Yi finally halted in front of room 107. His hand went straight for the knob, gave it a twist, and realized it wasn't dead-bolted. The audience was sweating bullets way harder than he was, barely daring to breathe in case Zhao Yi just threw it open and got himself deleted. But the next second, Zhao Yi just let go of the handle and backed off. Oh! Not bad for a rookie, actually keeping his guard up. The chat started spamming praise for Zhao Yi. Truth be told, though, he wasn't being cautious. The system had just popped a notification on him, warning that this door was mega dangerous and could be smashed through instead. The data was a bit sus, but Zhao Yi trusted the system wouldn't try to gank him, so he raised his scalpel and drove it straight into the wooden door. It was just a regular-ass door, but when the blade pierced it, blood started gushing out. The wicked grin plastered across Zhao Yi's face gave the livestream viewers instant goosebumps. Holy crap, this newbie is way too unhinged. I'm actually starting to feel bad for the headmaster. That is wild. If I ever run into this guy, I gotta steer clear. Dude is a certified lunatic. Over on the system side, it pinged that Zhao Yi had smoked the door guard, and his soul weapon was getting an upgrade. But the scalpel barely changed at all, showing the stat boost was super weak, which left him kinda disappointed. Now that the door wasn't packing any lethal traps, Zhao Yi casually pushed it open. Inside was a tiny crybaby ghost rated as a medium threat entity. When Zhao Yi waltzed into the room, it was still bawling its eyes out, because this little brat had just watched Zhao Yi brutally body the door guard without breaking a sweat. The crybaby ghost was crying so hard that its tear ducts were bleeding instead of dropping normal tears. Please don't kill me. The little ghost looked up, sobbing and begging for its life. But right as it spoke, a wave of kinetic energy blasted straight toward Zhao Yi. The chat stopped breathing because they knew this was the crybaby ghost's signature ultimate attack. Any player caught in that mental shockwave would automatically panic and lose all their juice. Yet Zhao Yi just stood there like a statue. His sanity meter stayed locked at 101, totally unfazed. In fact, Zhao Yi just walked straight up to the screaming little ghost. The viewers figured he was about to shank the kid with his scalpel, so they started sweating again. Since the crybaby ghost still had a few tricks up its sleeve, nobody expected Zhao Yi to drop down on one knee and gently pet the kid's head. The audience was getting whiplash. They'd watched Zhao Yi pull off one unhinged, violent stunt after another since the game started, cementing him as a ruthless ghost-slaying maniac. And yet, here was Zhao Yi rocking a super soft expression. Honestly though, his actual play right here was 100% the right move. To deal with a crybaby brat, you gotta calm him down first, soothe him, and build some trust. That's the only way to clear this side quest. That's the take from Hong An, a total vet and basically the goddess of this scene. As soon as Hong An popped up, all the dudes watching the stream went wild, but she's always been super icy and arrogant. She just coldly tells him to get lost. And yet those guys aren't even offended. They'd probably record her roasting them just to use as a morning alarm. Like Duangdao, Hong An seems pretty hooked on Zhao Yi. He's working on the side quest right now, and she's dying to see what his next move is going to be. Down in hell, Zhao Yi is still gently petting the crybaby brat. It's still sobbing, but it's calmed down a bit and isn't throwing attacks like before. The brat looks up, eyes full of bloody tears, looking pathetic as hell. You're not here to kill me, right? I've been here for so long. Finally, someone's here to help me. Feeling safe around Zhao Yi, the brat lets its guard down. Little does it know, Zhao Yi's got a scalpel gripped tight in one hand, and the guy petting its head, he's acting more like a wolf in sheep's clothing. The kid starts spilling its life story. At first, its mom was super sick. The hospital said they could save her, but the medical bills were insane. Zhao Yi looks like he's hanging on every word, but in reality, he's just finding the perfect angle to strike with maximum force. The brat has no clue what he's planning. It's just lost in its own misery. Their family had always been broke, so there was zero cash to cover the hospital bills. It just kept yapping, and by the time Zhao Yi raised the blade, it was way too late to dodge. Zhao Yi moved fast. In the blink of an eye, he'd sliced the brat's throat. To make sure the thing stayed dead, he kept stabbing it over and over until it was a bloody mess, splattering blood all over his crisp suit. The viewer's jaws hit the floor. Honestly, you should never trust a word Zhao Yi says. A second ago, they were praising how gentle he looked, and now he's out here using brute force to skip the dialogue with the ghost entirely. But doing it like this means he's going to miss out on vital info. The audience is starting to wonder, is Zhao Yi even trying to finish the side quest? Unlike the viewers trying to solve the puzzle, Zhao Yi isn't overthinking it. He just knows the system tagged this kid as a mid-tier threat, which means it's still hiding some lethal tricks. So to keep himself safe, Zhao Yi's logic is simple. Kill it first, ask questions later. Thanks to that kill, his soul weapon, the scalpel leveled up. Zhao Yi slowly stands up and checks the room. There's a diary belonging to the crybaby brat sitting on the table. He starts flipping through it. November 12th, weather's cool, mom's sickness got worse. Still typing to make some cash. Used to sleep while typing because I was busy taking care of mom. Didn't make enough this month. Begged the editor to let it slide, but they said there was nothing they could do. So had to go out and find work on the weekend, eating one less meal a day, hoping to save enough for mom's surgery. The next entry says the brat found a food delivery gig, but it was a total grind. By the end of the month, because it had been raining hard for ages and the town was flooded, it took a spill during a delivery and lost all the wages. And that storm just kept raging from mid-December all the way to early February. The kid lost the delivery job because of it, and its mom's condition took a nosedive. Things were looking dire. Zhao Yi flips through the pages to the 18th, a stormy day with just a few scribbled lines. What the hell happened to the town? Why did it suddenly turn into this? Why is there nobody on the streets? Where did everyone go? Zhao Yi sighs and closes the diary. Truth is, there's no useful info in here for him. But after thinking it over, Zhao Yi suddenly zeroes in on two keywords, mom and surgery. With that, he turns on his heel and heads out. But the direction he's going isn't toward the director's office, which has the viewers totally confused. On the way, Zhao Yi keeps scanning everything, which just makes the audience even more lost. Only Duangdao realizes he's systematically ruling out the wrong options. The crybaby brat kept mentioning its sick mom, so the side quest is definitely tied to her. Even though the brat is dead, as long as Zhao Yi finds the mom, he can keep going with the quest. After walking down the hall, Zhao Yi stops in front of a teal-colored door. Finally, found you. Turns out he'd been checking every room to see which ones had a woman inside, narrowing down his search to save time and stay safe. That's Duong Dao's explanation, and while it makes sense, if that's actually what happened, then a total rookie like Zhao Yi is way too smart for his own good. He kicks open the door to the ward. Inside, there's just a sickly-looking ghost woman lying in the bed. Likely the mom of that crybaby brat. Hey there, are you a Hugh's mom? The sick ghost in the bed weakly confirms she's the mom, but Zhao Yi isn't letting his guard down just because she looks frail. The system already warned him she's a mid-tier threat, just like her kid. Zhao Yi puts on a happy face, trying to squeeze some info out of her. That's great, finally found you. Mind if I ask, is your husband or anyone else in the hospital? No. The ghost shakes as she answers, why are you looking for me? Her voice is shaky and weak, but with every word, her hair starts growing, snaking toward Zhao Yi. He'd already guessed this long-haired ghost had a nasty attack, but he'd also gotten the info he needed. In this hospital, besides the mom and kid, there wasn't anyone left to ambush him. With that, Zhao Yi pulls the pin on his second grenade and tosses it right into the ghost's lap. Before she could even react, the grenade blew. Zhao Yi casually walked out of the room, leaving nothing but debris behind. The audience went blank, even the host was speechless. Duong Dao, who was sipping tea, even had to put a saucer under her cup because she'd guessed Zhao Yi would pull something so shocking she'd spill everything. After the ward went quiet again, Zhao Yi walked back in. The audience was totally tripped out by his moves. Shouldn't a normal person be digging for intel from that ghost chick and finishing up the side quest? Instead, Zhao Yi just asked if she had any other family in the hospital and straight up iced the whole lot of them. Yang Dao stopped sipping his tea and locked his eyes on Zhao Yi. He was starting to think this rookie was straight up terrifying. To stop the crybaby ghost family from coming for revenge, he took out the mom and kid first. His profile clearly said he was a psychiatrist. But right now, Yang Dao was convinced he was the one who needed a psych ward. As for Zhao Yi, he was acting like a total savage because he didn't give two craps about the side quest rewards. Once he finished off the ghost duo, Zhao Yi got back to his main mission, finding the director's office. On the way, not a single ghost dared to make a sound. They all sensed this human was way more dangerous than any of them. Zhao Yi hit the second floor and passed a room. Through a shattered glass pane, he spotted a figure floating, and his system started screaming warnings. That was the director of the Giant Elephant Hospital. Extreme danger level, do not engage. Zhao Yi pretended to think for a few seconds. If he couldn't fight head-on, there was only one way to go. He pulled out a death notice he'd prepped from his pocket, slapped it on the wall, and started scribbling some stuff. The viewers were used to his wild, unpredictable stunts by now, so they just held their breath and watched. Turns out, Zhao Yi used a red pen to circle the important bits on the paper, then taped it to his own face. Preparation complete, he kicked the door wide open. He was planning to have the info hit the boss square in the eyes the second they locked gazes. He didn't count on the thing being so damn fast. As soon as he stepped inside, the boss grabbed him by the throat and slammed him against the wall. He had zero chance to fight back. Once he had Zhao Yi pinned, the director opened his blood-red maw, ready to snack on his brain. But to do that, he had to look right at Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi raised a shaking hand and pointed at the photo printed on the paper taped to his face. The corpse in the picture looked familiar. The ghost director stopped dead in his tracks and started to loosen his grip. That was the moment Zhao Yi took to catch his breath. Am I already dead? The ghost director's power level dropped fast, and he asked in a confused haze. He didn't seem to want to accept the truth and went to grab Zhao Yi's throat again. But this time, Zhao Yi was ready, and the director was already a lot weaker. Zhao Yi drove his scalpel right into the top of the ghost's head. The force and the angle were absolutely perfect. It was a one-hit kill, sending the dungeon boss packing. Taking down the boss gave his soul weapon a decent buff. Zhao Yi also gained 3 more strength points, bringing his total to 8. As for that rusty scalpel, it had soaked up enough hate from the grudge ghost to officially wake up, gaining a bit of Chao's damage. Zhao Yi wasn't sure what Chao's damage meant, but he guessed it had to be some high-tier stat. Weapon stowed, Zhao Yi started hunting for clues in the director's office. When he read the crybaby ghost diary, he saw the hospital had been swallowed by some mysterious dark force, though he didn't know what it was. And since this director was a major boss in the dungeon, there had to be more info in his office. After a quick search, Zhao Yi found a blood-stained letter from an unknown sender. It read, "Old Chen, I've already reached out to the authorities and paid off the guards in town to help you out. Gushuan town isn't safe anymore. Pack your gear and get out within 2 to 3 hours. There's a black car waiting at the Southgate bus station. If you're late, all hell is going to break loose." Zhao Yi read the letter a few times, frowning instinctively. This document had been sent from the outside. The writer knew exactly what was going to happen in Gushan town, but things had already spiraled out of control. He called the director Old Chen, but in the end, the old man still kicked the bucket in the hospital. This mystery was getting deep. Zhao Yi couldn't find any more info-heavy items, so after grabbing the access card, he turned around and headed out of the hospital. The sky outside was pitch black, thick as blood. Zhao Yi walked along the path to the nearby parking lot, feeling the heavy, suffocating grudge. He stopped in front of a parking spot. A ghost standing nearby caught his eye. It was some kind of genderless entity. looking just like any other stray spirit, but the system was blaring red alerts that it was insanely dangerous. If Zhao Yi let it out of his sight, something truly horrific was going to happen. Zhao Yi's mood tightened up again. This thing looked even more dangerous than Director Chen. Could this be the real boss of the dungeon? He followed the system's instructions to a T, not daring to let the thing leave his vision. Staring at it the whole time, Zhao Yi backed up cautiously until his back hit the metal gate. Still not daring to turn around, he pulled the hospital access card from his pocket and pressed it to the lock. The gate slid open and Zhao Yi kept backing away. The ghost just stood there, unmoving, and the system didn't trigger any new mission alerts. Looks like it wasn't the hidden boss after all. Zhao Yi didn't get a chance to trigger a hidden quest before the clear success notification pinged. He let out a sigh of relief as a teleport portal appeared at his feet. Zhao Yi vanished right in front of the weird ghost, leaving it howling in pure rage. Zhao Yi had successfully cleared the giant elephant hospital dungeon and finished both the hidden request for Old Liu and the side quest for the crybaby ghost. His performance got an S+ rank, netting him 25 experience points in the item, the unsealed property deed for Old Liu's place. Zhao Yi also snagged a one-of-a-kind title, Ghost Fear Legend. The whole run had been pretty easy for him. That sent the livestream chat into an absolute meltdown. Then again, looking back, from the jump, the host of the Eternal Night stream had hyped this dungeon as hell-tier difficulty with a massive rookie death rate, yet Zhao Yi cleared it like a god, giving everyone goosebumps. Once he left the giant elephant hospital, the teleport array dumped him into a safe zone. Technically, it was still inside the hell game though. This safe zone ain't like your usual chill spot, it's straight up a virtual hub. Players can trade gear, swap tips on dungeons, or flex their survival strats with others. But right now, Asher's got zero interest in chatting. He was just trying to bounce out of here when he noticed his inbox blowing up with 99+ notifications. Out of sheer curiosity, Asher tapped it open. Turns out he's drowning in guild invites, and get this, even Ocean Wave hit him up. Guess after that little stunt he just pulled, a bunch of guilds want a piece of him. While Asher was skimming through the requests, some random noob happened to glance over and totally lost his mind. Holy shit, what kind of overpowered god walked in here? Why are all the top-tier guilds begging you to join? Oh, are they actually a big deal? Asher's totally out of the loop and hasn't looked into these guilds at all, so he just shrugged and asked. That made the kid freak out even more. Are you kidding me? They're huge. These massive guilds barely ever take in newbies, so sliding into your DMs is a total flex. The kid looked like he was about drool all over the screen. Can you blame him? Joining a major guild is every player's wet dream. You get stacked with resource perks, boost your world quests, and your odds of surviving this hellhole actually shoot up. That kid was simping hard over the guilds, while Asher couldn't give two shits. He seriously got zero interest in joining any of those giant core. After brushing off the chatty noob with some lame excuse, Asher pulled up the equipment shop. He still needs to cop some decent gear, but he's lacking points right now. Probably gotta grind a few more dungeons first. Asher checked the rookie leaderboard next, and surprise, surprise, his name was sitting dead at number 1. Though honestly, he doesn't give a damn about clout right now. Since he's still clueless about how this hell game actually works, he clicked on the info tab. Asher picked the guild deep dive to figure out what the hell these factions even do. The brief summary popped up below. Once players drop into this hellish game world, there's no going back to reality. You're dumped straight into some chaotic wasteland. It's basically a total nightmare zone, barren, bleak, and pitch black. Players got to adapt to all sorts of lethal threats, build a base, expand their territory to hoard supplies, and push toward the center of the world. The only way to boost your survival odds is to squad up and join a guild. Asher felt a tiny drop of disappointment realizing he could never head back to the real world. But as for joining a guild, Met didn't mean much to him anyway. Asher brushed it off and pulled up the world map. The first place that caught his eye was Whisper Valley, way out there from his current safe zone. Hey, isn't this the exact same spooky little town from the letter old director Chen got before he went bungee jumping? And lucky for him, Whisper Valley happens to be sitting right in the backyard of a certain chaotic guild. So instead of accepting any invites from the big-name squads, Asher straight up requested to join that exact same chaotic guild. Right after sending the request, he got a ping back. We're just a bunch of trash, zero resources here. Whether they were being deadass or just trying to scare him off, Asher stayed completely chill and replied, I'm actually down for Whisper Valley. The second that message dropped, the head honcho of the bunch of assholes guild broke into a smug-ass grin. Well, look at that. You're sitting at number 1 on the rookie board, and yet you're dying to crawl into our dumpster fire of a guild. Yo, Pops, holy crap, did this dude seriously not get any offers from the elite guilds? Or is this rookie batch so trash that even the number 1 spot couldn't turn any heads? Looks like the bunch of assholes guild only has a squad of 4 people total. Aside from this hot baddie vibes chick, there's an old dude looking like some creepy Taoist priest, a fortune teller, and another gorgeous girl who barely ever shows her face. That salty remark about the rookies came straight from the priest. He's the newbie who pulled an S+ rating in the giant hospital dungeon, old man. You really think he's trash? The old fortune teller was just cackling and talking trash, but the second the chick called him out, his face dropped and he looked totally confused. If the kid's that cracked, the giant guilds would usually be stalking him. Why the hell would he pick a broke-ass guild like theirs? He said he's into Whisper Valley. Come on, Uncle Quan, stop ghosting and give us your take. The chick spoke up again. The guy they called Uncle Quan was the other fortune teller. Hearing his name called, he casually closed the book he was reading halfway. Whisper Valley is tied directly to their current world quest, but the members of the Bunch of Assholes Guild are only down for mindless violence and totally ignore the world quests. That's why the guild's been tanking hard. All the rookies bounced, and nobody dares to join anymore. So Asher pulling up with a join request was like hitting the lottery for these guys. Uncle Quan had zero reasons to pass up a deal like this and told them to let the kid in. The broadcast announcing Asher's entry into the Bunch of Assholes Guild went live across the world channel instantly. The comment section exploded with a massive wave of question marks. Everyone was totally baffled by his weird-ass move. Everybody knows Bunch of Assholes is a total meme guild. They've been around for 2 years and still haven't even cleared the basic Ruin City dungeon. Meanwhile, Ocean Wave caught wind of the news too. Even though he already knew Asher wasn't your average rookie and played by his own rules, he still couldn't help feeling let down. Earlier, Ocean Wave had his underling dig up Asher's background from the real world. His secretary just rolled back in with the files. The dossier showed Asher was an absolute legend in his field. Over his entire career as a shrink, he cured nearly 1,000 patients with severe mental breakdowns. And get this, he cured every single one completely with 0 relapses. No matter how deep into depression they were or how violently psycho they got, no matter how twisted their mind was, the second they walked into his clinic, they walked out fixed. Only catch was, everyone who went through Asher's sessions completely blanked out on the actual treatment process. Sure, they were totally cured, but they couldn't remember shit about how he did it. All records and details of Asher's therapeutic methods had vanished into thin air. Because of that weird vibe, people in the industry stopped calling him by his real name and started throwing around a different title, the Oblivion Angel. The more Ocean Wave heard, the more obsessed he got with Asher. He snapped his fingers and told his secretary to summon the Shadow Guy Bancan right now. But that psycho creature called the demonic Bancan is an absolute menace. It literally wiped out all the players in the last instance. Because its damage output is so busted, the system locked it up tight, and it won't be let loose until 3 days from now. Duong Dao lets out a massive sigh and glances back at the calendar on the desk. Whatever, I've still got time to burn. I can wait a bit longer. As for Zhao Yi, he's rolled up to his brand new guild headquarters. That total smoke show with the killer body is the one out here welcoming him. The chick introduces herself as Lu Roqing, in charge of vetting new blood for the guild. The turf this guild operates on is a bunch of pretty sketchy, run-down shacks. Zhao Yi makes it super obvious he thinks the place is trash, but he's still down to let Lu Roqing lead him to meet the other members. Inside the guild pad, there are only 3 other living souls. First up is the sketchy fortune teller rocking dark shades 247, known as Uncle Quan, the big boss of the guild. Next is the Ice Queen babe who's almost never seen around, Meng Jiao, serving as the vice president. Last but not least is an old Taoist geezer named Jiang Chao. According to Lu Roqing's intro, his main specialty is scamming and fleecing people. The second Jiang Chao hears that, he flips the freak out. Lu Roqing, I'll have you know this Taoist master is wise to the heavens and grounded in the earth. I've never charged a single extra buck for my fortunes. What kind of nonsense are you spitting? Right as he finishes, Jiang Chao shoves Lu Roqing out of the way and crawls all over Zhao Yi trying to play besties. He insists on showing Zhao Yi to his room himself. He gets hooked up with room 404 in the building, while all the OGs are chilling up on the 7th floor. But Jiang Chao's master planned to butter up the newbie totally bombs because Lu Roqing drop kicks him out of nowhere mid-walk. She takes full responsibility for walking the new guy to his dorm herself. The two of them finally grind to a halt right outside the door of room 404. Once the dorm is locked in, this spot becomes his personal safe zone. Unless he gives the green light, nobody else can step foot inside. The smart lock on the wall starts scanning Zhao Yi's soul signature, forging a padlock that only he has the juice to open. The two step inside to check it out. From the outside, the joint looks ancient and busted, but inside it's surprisingly spacious, complete with a private bathroom and endless hot water. As for water and chow though, you gotta raid the train station 2 clicks out. My bad, I mean go pick it up. You gotta be at least level 3 to even step foot in there. Since your current level is straight up trash, Big Sis here can spot you in advance, yeah? Thanks, Big Sis Lu. Seeing how hyped and helpful Lu Roqing is, Zhao Yi suddenly thinks this sketchy-ass guild isn't half bad after all. Once his room is all squared away, Lu Roqing drops a reminder that tomorrow night, they're hitting the lounge for the rundown on the Hell Game protocol. Plus, she slaps him with a warning not to wander outside the guild zone for now because it's a total death trap. The next night, Zhao Yi rolls down to the lounge right on schedule to catch the briefing on Hell Game rules. To his surprise, besides him, a few other fresh noobs have joined the guild this cycle. Once Uncle Quan sees everyone's actually repped up, he introduces the 4 core members before diving into the lowdown on the Hell World. After jumping into the game and successfully clearing their first instance, they all get zapped into a world where the laws of reality are totally fried, basically a free-for-all wasteland. This realm is crazy dangerous. Within the local radius, the only place that's 100% safe is this high-rise guild tower. So if these noobs want to keep breathing, they better not go wandering around like headless chickens. Everyone here is now officially a player in the Hell Game, and they've got 2 main types of quests to grind. First up are instance quests, and the other kind are world quests. For the instance ones, you gotta clear at least one a month, max 2. That means the players chilling here are super likely to get thrown into the exact same instance with other randoms. Because of that, backstabbing and looting each other is just Tuesday. Even though it's a game world, when you flatline, you're dead for real, so you gotta stay paranoid and trust absolutely no one. On top of that, once you load into an instance, the Eternal Night Camp platform streams the whole thing exclusively. If you put on a good show, you'll pull in a massive simp army of fans. Once the live stream wraps up, the fans' donations get cashed out into sweet stat points for the player. Even if it's not a crazy amount, catching the eye of some major guilds makes rolling out in the real world way smoother. The second Uncle Quan drops that info, the other noobs start side-eyeing each other and whispering. Dude just handed us the cheat code on how to get noticed by mega guilds just like that. Looks like they genuinely don't give a crap whether the new guys stick around the guild or bounce. Uncle Quan hears all the chatter but totally plays blind and deaf. He rolls right into explaining how to tackle world quests. These are way more chill than instance quests. Every player system comes with a built-in step-by-step guide. If you're feeling spicy, you can follow along, but if you're lazy or terrified of biting the dust, you can just ghost it. The guild won't force a thing. Y'all got any other questions? Uncle Quan rattles that off in one breath and asks. He figures nobody's got any stupid questions left, but the second he finishes, the noobs below start swarming him with hands up, everyone dying to ask something. Uncle Quan lets out a heavy-ass sigh, pushes up his frames, and goes right back to mastering his signature art of playing totally blind and deaf. If nobody else has a burning question, get lost. Meeting adjourned. Dropping that mic, Uncle Quan and Meng Zhao's crew spin around and walk right out, leaving the noobs standing there completely ghosted and clueless. It takes them a minute to process what just happened. The OGs in this guild act like they couldn't care less about the rookies. They literally throw these noobs to the wolves. What the actual hell? I seriously feel like I just hopped on a pirate ship by mistake. You're the one who begged to join this dumpster fire, so don't go crying to anyone else. Total polar opposite to the flipping out noobs, Zhao Yi is looking mad chill, casually kicking back and sipping his cola, acting like he's on a luxury vacation. He knows a bunch of these clowns signed up for this degenerate guild just to ride his coattails, which makes the whole scene low-key hilarious. Honestly, all the Hellgame lore can just be looked up through the system anyway, so Uncle Quan teaching them or not teaching them amounts to the exact same thing. But man, the vibes from these guild members are brutally blunt. They won't even fake giving a damn. More importantly, these lazy bums haven't even touched a world quest themselves. The guild's been standing for 2 years, and they're still stuck on the tutorial phase, never once stepping foot into a real-world quest. Still, for Zhao Yi, this might actually be a massive W because he gets to experience the storyline completely raw from scratch, letting him piece together exactly what went down in Guishuan Town back in the day. He taps open the guild's world quest menu. Since it's still locked in tutorial mode, the quest details are pretty basic. Zhao Yi's mission is to head over to the train station to scavenge for grub and water. The payout for quest participants is 2 free attribute points. The guild house was only like 2 kilometers away from that abandoned train station. The walk wasn't super long, but inside the station, 80% of it was crawling with nasty ghouls. The worst part was that along the way, he could easily run into other hazards way too brutal for a level 2 player like him to fight back against. So Zhao Yi had no choice but to bite the bullet and temporarily close his quest log. Anyway, the guild warehouse was still stacked with food, so he didn't have to stress about starving anytime soon. Next up, the most important grind was leveling up and stacking points so he could hit the shop and grab some essential gear. So Zhao Yi decided to run a dungeon first. Not long after, the system matched him with a suitable dungeon, grouping him up with 3 other players, Yang Linlin at level 4, Zhen Dao at level 2, and Lu Bai at level 3. The dungeon was called Ghostly Screams at School, set to Hell difficulty. The main objective was to survive for 7 days at Shishan High School, with a reward of 75 XP. The side quest was to lift the school curse, which dropped a death-defying puppet as a reward. Out of the 4 players in this run, Yang Linlin was an absolute bombshell and low-key internet famous. She'd only cleared 4 dungeons so far, but she'd already pulled in a decent-sized fanbase. As soon as she loaded into the dungeon and opened her eyes, she realized she'd rolled Hell difficulty. Her vibe instantly tanked. Her last run was only normal mode, and it had almost unalived her right then and there. Now that they were dealing with Hell mode, how the hell were they supposed to make it out alive? Yang Linlin was level 4, with 10 health points and 95 sanity points. She originally had 25 max health, but after getting totally wrecked 3 times in her last run, she lost 15 points. If she kicked the bucket even once this time, she'd only have 5 HP left. And if she somehow threw the game twice and her HP hit absolute 0, she'd genuinely be pushing up daisies. Yang Linlin buried her face in her hands, shaking like a leaf as she stressed over her grim fate. Then a thought suddenly hit her. Weren't there 3 other people running this with her? If worst came to worst, she could just leech off her teammates and coast to survival. Hyped at the thought, Yang Linlin snapped her head around to spot her squad in the classroom, but 3 status floating above their heads made her heart drop straight into her stomach, because out of the 3 left, 2 were level 2 and 1 was level 3. All of them lower level than her. Total dead weight, 0 help whatsoever. Yang Linlin was also low-key annoyed by Zhao Yi's chill attitude, especially since she was freaking out while he was just casually looking all over the place. After a quick moment of total despair, Yang Linlin decided she had to rely on herself and glanced at the clock hanging above the blackboard. It was 1:20 p.m. on May 14th, 2032. Looked like it was during the lunch break. If she guessed right, they still had 10 minutes before first period started. Yang Linlin decided to use this window to pull the other three aside and compare notes. Since she was the highest level player here, she naturally crowned herself squad leader. Listen up, y'all. We're facing some unprecedented danger right now. Over the next 7 days, we gotta stick together and cooperate if we even want a shot at making it out alive. Yang Linlin then asked what everyone thought about this dungeon. Even though she was a cutie, this dude Gentao completely ignored her and clapped back with zero chill. We literally just spawned in with zero info. What kind of brainless questions are you asking? Lu Bai had a much more chill personality, but he hadn't noticed anything sus about the classroom yet either. Only Zhao Yi had picked up on the creepy vibes early on. Every single desk made for 2 people only had 1 student sitting at it. Assuming a classroom had 46 seats total, that meant each room had 23 students max. Each desk made for 2 people only had 1 student sitting at it. Assuming a classroom had 46 seats total, that meant each room had 23 students max. This was straight up weird. But Zhao Yi hadn't figured out what those extra empty seats were actually reserved for yet. Seeing that Zhao Yi was the only one who hadn't said a word, Yang Linlin marched right up to him. Zhao Yi, you got any ideas? We gotta share intel if we're gonna survive this. Before Zhao Yi could even reply, Gentao suddenly recognized his name and did a double take. About 2 seconds later, he remembered where he'd heard that tag and blurted out, "Wait, are you that rank 1 rookie who pulled an S+ rating in the Elephant Hospital Hell Dungeon?" The second Gentao dropped that bomb. Not only did the other two freak out, but the livestream chat blew up with total shock. Most of the viewers hadn't even processed Zhao Yi's face after his first run, and now the guy was already grinding his second dungeon. The person with the most chaotic thoughts right now was probably Yang Linlin. Moments ago, Zhao Yi was the exact teammate she looked down on the most, and now she finds out he was the legendary rank 1 newbie who snagged an S+ rating in a hell tier dungeon? A powerhouse like that? She was definitely riding his coattails no matter what, and Yang Linlin wasn't the only one plotting to hitch a ride on the carry train. Proof was in the pudding when Zhen Dao and Lu Bai immediately piped up right after, begging, "Big boss, please carry us through this dungeon." Zhao Yi didn't mind dragging 3 extra dead weights along. He had to clear the level anyway, so he might as well squat up with them for a bit. Fine. But before that, let me ask you guys something. Do you all remember your exact seat assignments? Of course I do, Yang Linlin chimed in eagerly. Why do you ask? Once she found out who Zhao Yi was, her survival path basically widened right up, putting her in a surprisingly great mood. Zhao Yi ignored her, staring off into the classroom with a distant look, before telling them to head back inside. If he guessed right, quite a few people in their class were going to bite the dust today, and if they didn't want to be first on the chopping block, they better sit their asses in their exact assigned seats. Under no circumstances should they sit in the wrong spot. Zhao Yi's voice was super quiet, but all 3 of them could feel the heavy-ass pressure behind it. Zhen Dao's face turned pale as sweat started dripping down his forehead. Seeing him looking like a total mess, Yang Linlin stepped up to check on him. Zhen Dao stammered for a second before finally admitting that he totally blanked on where he was supposed to sit. Zhao, big bro? Is this actually a big deal? I can't say if other spots are trapped, but right now, the exact seats we spawned in during the intro are guaranteed to be safe for the time being. If you genuinely don't remember, try backtracking using whatever landmark was closest to you when we dropped in. The chat went wild, dropping massive poggers in the stream chat seeing how insanely sharp his logic was. The reputation of the #1 player was no joke. A bunch of viewers who were simping for his big brain started calling him Big Bro Zhao. Other haters were salty as hell, claiming he just hid like a coward during the beginner phase to cheese his way to the top spot. Now that this was an official high-tier run, the monsters had 0 nerfs. They were sitting back with popcorn, dying to watch him get utterly wrecked. Facing all these mixed reactions, Zhao Yi stayed completely oblivious. All I care about right now is getting through this trial in one piece. The clock's ticking and afternoon snow class time has already kicked in. Like it or not, everyone's got to head back to class. Once he settled into his seat, Zhao Yi used his system to realize every single one of his classmates was a mid-level danger grade ghost. Luckily, they're just mid-level. Even with so many of them, he figured he could manage barely. The whole class stood up as the homeroom teacher walked in. And yeah, she was a female ghost too. She was lugging a stack of exams, announcing that they were having a pop quiz today. What caught Zhao Yi's attention was that her danger level was listed as starting from mid-level, meaning that under normal conditions, she'd always be sitting at that mid-level grade. But once her kill mode gets triggered, that threat level skyrockets, and she only drops back to mid-level once her target is deleted. Now, she's the one Zhao Yi really has to watch out for, but he hasn't figured out what triggers her hunting mode yet. Is it that stack of exams in her hands, or does it have something to do with the seating chart? Knowing his luck, it's probably both. Back in class, the teacher started passing out the exams with a gloomy look on her face. 50 minutes to finish, and no noise allowed during the test. Zhao Yi, bored out of his mind, rested his chin on his hand and watched the chubby kid in front of him shivering. He didn't get why the kid was acting like that. He glanced at the teacher handing out the papers, wondering what the hell he was so scared of. There was an empty seat, but the teacher still handed a paper to it, which made Zhao Yi curious. Then again, the test paper didn't have a single word on it anyway. He figured it was just a formality. The teacher quickly reached Zhao Yi's desk. As she got closer, the kid in front started shaking even harder. Zhao Yi chewed on his pen, lazily reading through the questions, then gave a cheerful snap of his fingers and muttered to himself, "Sweet, I have absolutely no clue what's going on here." Even though he thought that, he still put the pen to the paper and scribbled his name down. As for the rest of the test, Zhao Yi frowned, then grabbed his eraser. Everything was riding on this. With that thought, he tossed the eraser up into the air. A buzzing sound started to fill the room as students whispered, trying to trade answers. A kid in front sneakily turned his head back. "What's the answer to question 3? Are you sharing with me?" Everyone else was hunched over, focused on their own stuff. Nobody noticed the teacher acting all kinds of weird up at the front. Her head tilted at a freakish angle, veins popping on her neck and face. Li Yuanyi, seat 7, row 1, or seat 2, row 3. Zhao Yi couldn't figure it out. The room was total chaos, yet the teacher didn't give a damn. Could it be that the trigger condition has nothing to do with the exam room? He looked at the student in front of him. The kid was shaking worse than before. Lin Lin, sitting in front, looked back at Zhao Yi. She knew he was the Theopi on the rookie list. Someone who could climb to the top of that list wasn't just relying on dumb luck. She was dying to see what he was doing. Zhao Yi, meanwhile, was still busy playing fetch with his eraser. But what shocked her was that the test questions were actually super simple. So why was he still tossing an eraser to pick the answers? The teacher finally snapped. She slammed her hand down on the desk and roared, "Quit the noise!" The room went dead silent. Only Zhao Yi was still sitting there, casually talking to himself. The multiple choice section was almost done, and for the fill-in-the-blank questions, he just spread out his fingers and counted something off the exam paper. The teacher pulled a blood-stained axe out from under her desk, her pretty face quickly rotting into a mess. She gripped the axe and stumbled toward him like a zombie. Let's see which student gets to be punished. By now, all the skin on her face was gone, leaving nothing but a terrifying white skull. Her red heels click-clack-clack in the deadly silence. She lifted the axe and rested it on the shoulder of a red-headed kid. The guy was vibrating, so scared he was holding his breath. The reflection of the raised axe danced on the desk. He panicked, wondering if he'd sat in the wrong seat. Sweat was already pouring off him. No, that can't be it. I'm sure this is my desk. The kid's mental fortitude was already dropping to 68. At this rate, he wasn't going to survive day 1. Most rookies are like this. Jen Tao kept trembling, silently begging, "Please don't kill me." Lin Lin's mental fortitude was dropping to 83 too. I'm so worried about my goddess. Zhao Yi's mental strength? Still at a solid 100. Are there really people in the comments saying this kid's a monster? I admired Zhao Yi's nerves, but his math, haha. I just came from his channel, I checked his test, not a single answer is right. The bone-white teacher was still hovering over Zhen Dao. His mental strength was plummeting, down to 43 now. Zhen Dao's hands were shaking so hard he couldn't even hold his pen. He looked up, totally shattered. Finally, he couldn't handle the terror anymore and just collapsed onto the desk. The teacher kept walking with her axe, heading straight for Zhao Yi. Seeing him still sitting there like nothing was happening, she pulled her old trick, shoving that nasty, rotting face right in his grill, trying to scare the life out of him. Unlike the others, Zhao Yi looked back at her and flashed a bright, sunny smile. System alert. Teacher's neutrality condition triggered. Even after causing this much of a mess, she's still staying neutral? Looks like breaking the exam room rules isn't enough to make her kill. So even if this female ghost wants to go on a spree, if the trigger condition isn't met, she can't do a thing. From one perspective, she's actually the safest ghost in the whole class. But just because she's safe now doesn't mean she will be later. Zhao Yi thought about this while reaching for something. Zhao Yi looked at the hideous woman in front of him and couldn't help but frown. "What are you looking at me for? Get back to grading, will you?" The system started flashing, fear level rising, danger intensity escalating. He tucked his weapon back under the desk. Forget it. No point risking it. I'm not sure I can take her down yet. She leaned her face even closer, her tongue lolling out. "Why are you staring at me? Is there something on my face?" Zhao Yi kept his cool, smiling. "No, I just think you're beautiful. I just saw a ghost rot to death earlier, and it really did a number on my fragile little heart." Weirdly enough, her ghostly face snapped back into her pretty form. She touched her face gently. "Really? You really think I'm pretty? Wait, this ghost is way too moody." She flipped back into her hideous form again. "It's testing time. Quit playing games with me and get back to work." Zhao Yi put on a pathetic act. "Teacher, your hand is a bit cold." Suddenly, the kid at the desk in front couldn't take it anymore and let out a scream. "No, please don't kill me." That plea from the kid caught the ghost teacher's attention. Her head just shot out, stretching right up to the face of the student, who was shaking and babbling like a total mess. She raised her axe, ready to swing down, and the chubby guy was losing his mind. He dropped to his knees right at her feet. "Ma'am, please, give me another chance. I'm begging you. I didn't think you'd pull a stunt like that. I swear, I promise, I won't do it again." Before he could even finish, a clean slice cut through the air. Fresh, crimson blood sprayed across the classroom wall. It was a total horror show. The chubby guy's head rolled across the floor and landed right at Zhao Yi's feet. Zhao Yi just stared at the head on the floor, frowning calm as ever. Suddenly, he just wound up and kicked it away like a soccer ball. Somehow, it flew perfectly onto Chen Dao's desk. The guy let out a blood-curdling scream, tears streaming down his face. Chen Dao couldn't handle the sight, puked his guts out, and then passed out cold. Man, I'm dying of laughter. Both the human and the ghost are being way too extra, but Chen Dao's the one catching all the heat. Is this your idea of polite behavior, Chen Dao? It's a good thing Chen Dao passed out. If he stayed awake, his sanity would have tanked so hard he might turn into a dungeon monster instead of just dying. Suddenly, Chen Dao walked right up to the ghost teacher. He held up his exam, grinning ear to ear. Ma'am, I'm finished. She took the paper and gave it a quick look. For someone like you, Zhao Yi, keeping you around is just a headache. Get out. If you disturb the peace in this exam hall again, I'm stripping your right to participate. Yes, ma'am. Linden watched his straight, retreating back. Is he really just walking away like that? Zhao Yi kept that fake, cheerful smile on his face like nothing happened. But the second he stepped out of the classroom, his face dropped, becoming serious and sharp as a blade. I think I'm starting to get the picture. 40 minutes after the exam ended, Lin had something to say. Can we chill a bit while playing on hell mode? Seriously, boss. Yeah, what you did back there was way too reckless. You almost scared Chen Dao to death. He just smirked. I was just testing the teacher. Truth is, as long as you don't hit the death trigger, these NPCs are actually pretty lenient. All three of them looked shocked and confused. Death trigger? They asked in unison. Live Bai was so excited he was practically drooling. Boss, spill the details. Zhao Yi carefully turned to scan the area. Everything was dead silent. No teachers were walking around. Didn't you guys notice? That ghost teacher kills according to a specific pattern. Live Bai jumped in, impatient. A pattern? What kind of pattern? You think it's just some random person getting picked to be beheaded? Words couldn't explain it all. Zhao Yi signaled for everyone to follow him to the schoolyard, where they could get a better view. During lunch break today, I hung out on the lawn and counted a total of 8 classrooms. If you look closely, you'll see the number of people in each room doesn't exceed the number of seats. It's actually less than half. And the further back the classroom, the fewer people inside. For example, this class has 18 people, but the next one only has 15. I handed my paper in early and checked the second floor. It's the exact same as the first, and our class is the furthest one away on the 3rd floor. A lot of seats were empty, and there weren't many people in the back classrooms either. Lin held her chin, still not catching his drift. Suppose, and this is just a theory, the students' deaths are caused by a curse. This curse is spreading from the 1st floor like a virus, infecting one class after another. By now, it's finally reached our class. Zhao Yi stared gloomily at the classrooms. This curse has created a set of rules, and only those who break them get killed. Hearing that, the whole group felt a chill down their spines and shuddered in unison. Chen Dao and Live Bai hugged each other in terror. So these rules have to do with exam discipline? Zhao Yi kept his eyes on the classrooms. Nope. Think about it. I was making a huge scene in there and even kicked a guy's head around. That's definitely disturbing the peace, but she didn't touch me. Yet, that weirdo fat guy got his head chopped off for no apparent reason. The fat guy must have done something to hit that death trigger. The other students who died probably did the same thing. If you guys pay attention, you'll see the exams and scratch paper on the empty desks are all blank. Lin trembled. That's right. I stayed in the room earlier and saw some students holding blank sheets of paper. In the end, all of them got killed. Recalling that scene, Lin couldn't help but panic. Does that mean the exam paper itself is what triggers the death? Zhao Yi shook his head. You're still too naive. That blank exam paper isn't the trigger. Based on my experience finishing the last dungeon, even on hell mode, the main quest isn't that hard to complete. The real difficulty is discovering the side quests, hidden tasks, and the lore. So, the main quest for this dungeon won't be the hard part. If it's not the blank paper, then are the players just doomed? Lin looked at him. Exactly. Chen Dao was whining. You've been talking for so long, can't you just tell us what the trigger is? I don't know what the trigger is yet. But even if it's not the exam paper, it's definitely related to it. Also, there's one thing I need to warn you about first. Zhao Yi covered his mouth and glanced over. I'm not kidding. This school, there's a good chance that the 4 of us are the only living people left. The air grew heavy after his words. Chen Dao looked like he'd been hit by a truck. Sweat poured down his forehead, and he just stood there motionless, foaming at the mouth. Live Bai panicked and rushed over to steady him. In the chat box, people were typing like crazy. Poor little Chen Dao, stop scaring him. Some were debating if Zhao Yi was telling the truth. Meanwhile, Live Bai was still busy trying to shake his cowardly friend back to reality. So, what are we supposed to do now? The timeline in this dungeon is unstable, and the pacing feels really loose. I honestly don't know where to start. Answering Lilin's question, Zhao Yi just said, wait until it gets dark. Live Bai didn't get it. Wait for dark? Why wait for dark? You think we have enough time as students during the day to go look for the info we need? Live Bai stammered. Lin couldn't help but admire him. No wonder he's ranked number 1. He's definitely got the skills. She asked everyone to go out and check tonight. Zhao Yi agreed. They'd meet at midnight behind the gazebo. Chen Dao raised a shaky hand, interrupting timidly. Can I not go? I'm scared of ghosts. Zhao Yi smiled brightly. Sure you can. But I'm warning you. Tonight, if you hear or see anything, don't scream. Nobody is coming to help you, and we won't be there. Zhao Yi successfully spooked Chen Dao, and even Liu Bei caught the jitters. He whimpered. Big brother, quit messing with me. I'm leaving. All right? As study hall wrapped up, Zhao Yi walked through the crowd, but everyone looked like they had the life sucked out of them. Just drifting around like zombies. The system pinged, warning, Tardiness or early departures will trigger a strike. 3 strikes and you're out. Zhao Yi coolly swung open the dorm door to scope the place out. The second it opened, his eyes lit up. He looked pretty stoked about this new setup. The room was clean, bunks lined up on both sides, bedding all neat and tidy. Can't expect any less from a top-tier school. The dorms weren't half bad. The system chirped that after a rough day, he was finally back in the dorm and could catch a breather. You started drifting off and had one hell of a nightmare. Zhao Yi thought to himself, guess the system wants me sleeping, and couldn't help but pass out, totally out of control. Late night, and the moon was hanging high, glowing a deep, eerie red. Zhao Yi was still crashed out on his bed, sleeping like a log. Seemed like it had been ages since he got some real shut-eye. Suddenly, he cracked his eyes open. The room was empty, just Zhao Yi. The night was dead silent, but then he heard something. He jolted upright, startled. Something was definitely up. He grabbed his phone to check the time. Only 3 minutes left before the meetup. Zhao Yi scrambled out the door, sprinting toward the meeting spot. By the gazebo, a girl was just standing there like a statue. It was Lin Lin. She was scanning the area, terrified. Everything was dead silent. She looked relieved to see Zhao Yi, but where were the others? They were gone, vanished. Honestly, I thought you'd kick the bucket too. Lin Lin cowered behind Zhao Yi. She said she didn't know what that thing was, but it definitely wasn't human. He took it one step at a time, creeping forward to figure out what the hell was going on. Lin Lin grabbed his arm, trying to hold him back. She hissed, "You know it ain't human, why you heading over there, trying to get yourself killed? If it's a mid-level unit, it might have the intel we need, Lin." Lin was still trembling, stuttering. "And if it ain't?" He pulled a utility knife from his pocket, gripping the sharp blade tight. Zhao Yi looked dark. "Then I'll just make it a mid-level unit myself." Lin Lin was freaked out. How could that happen? Could it be them? Zhao Yi comforted her. "Don't overthink it. Looks like none of us have triggered a death flag yet. They're probably still alive. Judging by the 4 corners of this scene, we've stepped into some kind of parallel space. Think of it like a mirror world. One reality, one virtual. Actually, this is good. Makes it easier to dig into the school's secrets." Zhao Yi took the lead. "Come on, let's see what the school's like right now." Lin Lin followed obediently. They moved together, him in front, her trailing behind, timid as ever. From a corner, some twisted black energy started leaking out, pure evil. That shadow slowly revealed a pair of blood-red eyes. Lin Lin whimpered, "What the hell is that?" She turned pale, looking at Zhao Yi, thinking, this guy's wild, he's somehow creepier than the ghost. The comments section was blowing up, mostly everyone tripping over how gutsy he was. Zhao Yi marched toward the shadow, utility knife in hand. The shadow was locked onto him, but the second it spotted the blade, it flinched. It snapped out of it, eyes wide with shock, and bolted into thin air. Zhao Yi stared after it, stunned. He let out a weary sigh. "Yo, you haven't triggered the clear sight skill yet? Hey, don't run, let's talk." Zhao Yi took off after it. Lin Lin watched him run off, wondering what the hell he was planning. Zhao Yi stayed on its tail, relentless. He sprinted up the stairs, the whole place getting that weird, cursed vibe. Lin Lin asked, "You always this reckless?" "Not reckless, just careful." She gasped for air, thinking, "Careful. You just trashed the exam room in front of the ghost proctor earlier today." He kept his pace but explained, patient-like, that he was 100% sure the ghost proctor wouldn't lay a finger on him. "Did you not pay attention during the exam this afternoon?" Lin Lin asked, surprised. "What do you mean?" "Some students were straight-up cheating right in front of the proctor, but she only gave him a warning. That means breaking the exam rules doesn't trigger a death sentence." Lin Lin hadn't caught that at all. While they were charging ahead, he slammed on the brakes. Lin Lin couldn't stop in time and smashed her head right into Zhao Yi's back. She clutched her forehead. "Why'd you stop without saying a word?" Zhao Yi had spotted something. He put a finger to his lips, signaling for her to shut it. Even though she didn't know what was happening, she didn't hesitate, clapping her hands over her mouth. Lin Lin looked where Zhao Yi was pointing. His face went dark, and whatever he saw made Lin Lin's eyes go wide, the veins in her eyes turning blood red. Peeking through the little glass pane on the classroom door, they watched for a long time. The room was packed with shadow figures, shaped like people, sitting straight-backed at their desks. Lin Lin whispered, trembling, "What are those shadows?" Zhao Yi was stone cold. "Let's check our own classroom." They slipped through the gloomy hallway and were at their door in seconds. Zhao Yi peeked inside, scouting their room. Just like before, there were shadow figures here too. The teacher was up front, and the students, he realized those shadows were sitting exactly where the kids who got iced this morning had been. While he was lost in thought, Lin Lin went sheet white. She pointed at the door. He looked, a blood-red eye was staring right at them. No clue how long he'd been watching. The eye flickered, looking straight up cursed. Being spotted like that, they both froze, no idea what to do. They stood still as stone. Finally, it spotted them and the shadow bolted for the door. Lin Lin panicked. How are we supposed to get past that? Her mental energy was already tanking. "Just run through it." Zhao Yi sounded like it was no big deal, leaving Lin Lin stunned. He grabbed her hand and hauled her forward. The two of them took off, sprinting for their lives. The shadow fully manifested now, straight-up nightmare fuel, standing there with its long tongue lolling out, trying to scare the hell out of them. Zhao Yi spun the knife in his hand, cracking a sinister smile. He flicked his wrist and the knife flew straight, burying itself right in the center of the shadow's head. It didn't even know what hit it. Blood started pouring from the blade wound, and the monster went down hard. The system pinged. Since he took the ghost out, his spirit weapon leveled up. Job done, Zhao Yi stepped forward and yanked his knife out of the ghost's skull. Lam Lam followed him like a lost puppy and they bolted from that spot. Once they hit the ground floor, Zhao Yi urged her to move it, saying he couldn't get trapped in the classroom block. Lam Lam was shocked. Stuck in the classroom block? Oh, hell no. We can definitely make a run for it. But before she could finish, a hand snaked around her throat from behind. It was another one of those ghosts. It squeezed her, brutal. Lam Lam could only let out a choked cry. Just like that, it started dragging her back into the classroom block. Zhao Yi spun around and saw Lam Lam wasn't behind him anymore. Catching the scene, he hurled his knife at the ghost instantly. Because they were so close, the blade grazed her ear, slicing it clean off. She froze, totally stunned. The knife kept going and buried itself in the ghost's shoulder. The ghost freaked out, let her go, and backed off. But its screech snapped her back to reality. Lam Lam screamed her lungs out and scrambled toward Zhao Yi as fast as she could. She grabbed his arm, shaking like a leaf. Lam Lam's face had gone ghostly pale, and she was trembling so hard it was actually pathetic. Between the trauma and the sheer terror, her legs gave out. She collapsed to the floor and a warm puddle started spreading beneath her. She'd completely lost control. Seeing her like that, he softened up and tried to calm her down. All right, it's gone, it's gone. She reached up to touch her ear while talking, her hand coming away covered in blood. My ear. Zhao Yi sighed. Don't trip, it'll grow back once the dungeon clears. He quickly bandaged her up. The viewers in the chat were already blowing up, hyping him for being such a badass. Lam Lam whimpered a thank you. Once she was patched up, he suddenly stood up and told her to wait there while he headed back into the classroom block. The chat went wild. Nobody had a clue what he was trying to do. Lam Lam panicked and tried to stop him. Are you insane? What if you get ambushed in there? You're just walking straight into a trap. Zhao Yi was dead set that he'd be fine. The ghosts in this school don't just roam around. They're stuck to certain spots by rules. Take that monitor teacher from earlier. I'd bet my life it couldn't follow us out of the classroom building. If it did, it'd break its own rules and get hit with a punishment way worse than anything we can imagine. So if we're going back, it's because there's some crucial info in there, right? Zhao Yi said he needed a class list. The one the monitor ghost had was too risky to swipe, so he figured the office might have a backup. Lam Lam asked if she could tag along. Zhao Yi asked if she was sure. She hesitated for a second, then said, I'm sure. I want to go. You know, if I just sit here and survive, my rating and points are going to be trash. Don't worry, I won't be a drag. If things go south, just bolt. Don't worry about me. Maybe if I'm there, I can actually help you out with something. Zhao Yi didn't seem thrilled about her tagging along, but he couldn't leave her alone in this death trap either. Finally, he gave in and let her come. By the way, Zhao Yi, why did you go to the 3rd floor to check our classroom earlier? He said he was just verifying a theory. What theory? Zhao Yi kept his eyes peeled on the surroundings. Those black shadows in our classroom, they're the students who died during the day. They stopped in front of a nameplate. It's this office. Zhao Yi pushed the door open with Lam Lam trailing behind. As soon as he saw the inside, his face twisted in disgust. The place was trashed, junk everywhere. It didn't look like anyone lived here. Zhao Yi scanned for any shadows, saw none, and told Lam Lam to come in. Once they were inside, he locked the door tight and told her to help him hunt for the files. She was down for it. 3 days ago, Class 1-8 had 472 seats. 121 students were scattered unevenly across those seats. I made sure to memorize their spots. And just now, the spots where those shadows were sitting in the 1st floor classroom, they were the exact same seats that were empty during the day. If it were just one class, maybe it's a fluke. But if it's like that for all 8 classes, I think it's a rule. I went to the 3rd floor just to be sure. While I was up there, I saw that fat guy who sat in front of me. He got off by a teacher during the day, and sure enough, a shadow showed up in his seat. So, we've got the baseline. The black shadows are the students who died during the day. Lam Lam was stunned. Wait, you're saying you memorized all 472 seats and the positions of 121 students across 8 rooms? But you only took one look. She'd been watching him closely. Zhao Yi looked at her, confused. Is that not enough? Lam Lam was still baffled. What good is knowing all that? What good? Following these rules lets us piece together an inference about how this place works. The people during the day are alive, and the shadows at night are dead. The living and the dead can't sit in the same spot, or that's breaking the rules, and you're toast. Lam Lam didn't get it. Weren't those shadows already dead? Can you die twice? Her question had him thinking. He reached out and grabbed a paper off the desk. There was a document folded up on top of the pile. He unfolded it. It was the class list for 11A8, dated the 14th. The date matched the clock from the day. Look, no name here. Zhao Yi pointed to the empty slots and started explaining. This means nobody was supposed to be sitting here during the test, but that fat guy was sitting in front of me. Truth is, he knew he was in the wrong seat, but he didn't know where he was supposed to sit. That's why he was terrified. He knew sitting in the wrong spot meant death. Lam Lam's eyes lit up. So if we just grab this list, we'll know exactly where to sit for the next few days. We can actually clear this. But Zhao Yi didn't think it was going to be that easy. We got dropped into this dungeon on the 14th, and we've got to survive 7 days. So, theoretically, if time moves normally, the dungeon ends on the 20th of September. But on this list, the seats for the 20th are all blank. Things were looking sketchy. Lam Lam started getting scared, stuttering. Wait, what does that mean? Zhao Yi stayed calm, his voice flat as he dropped the bomb. It means everyone, on the 20th, is going to die. All the blood drained from Lam Lam's face. Hearing that, her mental state took a nosedive. She looked like she'd been turned to stone from sheer terror. Zhao Yi reached for another envelope on the desk. It was sealed tight. He slowly tore it open. Inside was a massive stack of cash. Zhao Yi let out a surprised whistle. But there was another piece of paper in that stack of cash. He was curious and pulled it out. It was a note addressed to the principal, and the money looked like a bribe. I've gone through the letter. It was sent to the principal, but it's been edited and rewritten a crazy number of times. A ton of important info has been crossed out. It's clearly way too late to send it now. Just then, the system returned your weapon. Perfect timing. Let's head to the principal's office. Lam Lam just stood there, confused and nodding like a zombie. As he turned to go, an idea clicked. Zhao Yi grabbed the stack of cash off the table. Lam Lam watched him, completely speechless. She asked, "Why are you taking that?" Zhao Yi looked at the cash in his hand and grinned. "Just in case, you never know." Lam Lam was still lost. "Can you be more clear? I still don't get why you'd need that money." "Listen, whether this school is run by people or demons, they all follow their own rules. Teachers can't just leave their posts unless there's an emergency. But the principal is different. He's got way less to do than the teachers, so if he's in his office, we gotta find a way to lure him out." Lam Lam finally seemed to get it. But what does the cash have to do with luring him out? Before long, they were standing right outside the office. Zhao Yi signaled for her to stay quiet. Lam Lam jumped, immediately covering her mouth. They both peered into the office through a crack in the glass door. The system warned that this target was extremely dangerous. A rookie shouldn't even get close, but his movement was severely restricted. Even though he wasn't human anymore, the principal was still obsessed with money. He was inside, counting his cash. It clicked for Lam Lam. The guy was a greedy freak, so Zhao Yi was going to use the money as bait. She finally admitted he wasn't half bad at thinking on his feet. "Stay here and keep an eye on him. I'm going to lay out the trail." Lam Lam did exactly as she was told. Starting from the office door, Zhao Yi laid the bills out one by one, forming a neat path leading away. In no time, he'd spread the money pretty far from where they were hiding. He dusted off his hands. "Done. After I knock, follow me up the stairs to the rooftop so we can hide." Lam Lam nodded. Zhao Yi reached out and rapped on the door. The principal heard the noise and whipped his head around to check it out. Meanwhile, Zhao Yi and Lam Lam bolted for the rooftop stairs. The demon principal wheezed, heaving as he opened the door. He sniffed the air, swinging his head around, but didn't see a soul. But then he caught a scent, the smell of urine in the air. He rushed out of the office to investigate, only to step right onto the money. He looked down to see what he'd stepped on, and his eyes lit up. Money, so much money. He let out a twisted, demonic laugh. As the principal was busy scrambling to pick up the bills, Zhao Yi told her, "Wait until he moves to that corner, then we sneak into the office and find the file." Lam Lam asked, "A file? What kind of file?" Based on that letter, a student's mom had beef with the school, and the school caused her serious harm. They might have even killed her. They stayed hunkered down, watching the principal. He was too obsessed with the money to notice them. "The moment is here," Zhao Yi whispered. "He's far enough. Let's move." They crept forward. Zhao Yi explained, "That's why we need to find that student's file and see what really went down. But if your theory is right and this would ruin the school's reputation, do you really think they'd keep it in the records?" Zhao Yi replied while opening a cabinet. "Expulsion records are always kept. There aren't many reasons for a massive conflict between the school and parents. Usually, it's all about student safety, health, or their grades. San Academy is a closed-off military school. The rules are strict, and they monitor everything. Fighting is forbidden. Threats to health or safety are rare. So the only reason parents in the school would be at each other's throats is if a student got kicked out. Right? Why didn't I think of that?" The mood shifted. Everyone was impressed by his deduction skills. Suddenly, looking like he'd found something shocking, Zhao Yi stopped at one of the documents. A top student with stellar grades had been expelled just for dating. Lam Lam asked, "Does the school really have a rule to expel people for dating?" "I've checked other disciplinary records. The standard punishment for dating is a suspension for both parties and a meeting with the parents. But this girl, Tranquin, was the only one who got expelled. Normally, a top-tier student would get a lighter sentence than the others. Unless while dating, she provoked someone she shouldn't have." Lam Lam asked if the person she was dating had connections, or if her rival did. Zhao Yi was leaning toward the latter. A student with those grades has a lot of pride. If she was rejected while dating, she wouldn't keep chasing after him. "We need to dig into Tranquin's story. There might be some clues." But Lam Lam asked where they could look. The school-issued phones couldn't access the internet. They were basically just alarm clocks. "The computer room. It's got a network connection." But just then, Lam Lam spotted a shadow behind him. She screamed in panic, pointing toward it. Zhao Yi looked behind him, but unlike Lam Lam, he didn't freak out. Instead, he turned around calmly. "Crap, don't tell me the principal is back already?" He frowned, weighing his options. It wasn't the principal. This shadow was thinner. It crept into the office, hunched over. Roaches were crawling all over the walls, and the sound coming from this thing was chilling. It was mumbling, "You all deserve to die," over and over again. Zhao Yi felt the demon's voice sounded really young. He guessed, could it be? Like he'd remembered something, Zhao Yi froze for a second before stepping forward, already pulling out an item, Lu Laohan's property deed. He stepped in front of Lam Lam. "Are you Tranquin? We're here to get to the bottom of what happened to you and your mom all those years ago." The shadow let out a mocking laugh. It asked suspiciously, "The truth?" Suddenly, it grabbed its head with both hands and let out a blood-curdling scream. The sound was unbearable, and Lam Lam covered her ears. Her mental stability was dropping fast. She tried to step up, pulling out her weapon, ready to risk it all. But the shadow, the one they thought was Tranquin, seemed to be under someone else's control. It just kept clutching its head, screaming and rambling. Suddenly, its head started deforming, and blood began to pour out violently. In a flash, a bunch of long, octopus-like tentacles sprouted from his brain. They just kept growing and thickening, wrapping around his whole body. Zhao Yi and Lin Lin stood there, watching in total shock. He'd calmed down a bit, but he kept muttering, "Damn it, all of you are damn it." Lin Lin's hands were shaking as she gripped her weapon. "What the hell is this thing?" The guy's body twitched as he struggled to shuffle toward them. In no time, the gap between man and monster closed. He roared, "Damn it!" Lin Lin just stood there, frozen, unable to react. Zhao Yi quickly scrambled back, bracing himself. Lin Lin screamed, "Run, I'll hold it off!" She raised her gun, aiming straight for him, but his tentacles lashed out toward her face. Seeing things go south, Zhao Yi shouted, "Get out of the way!" and shoved Lin Lin aside. The floor where Lin Lin had been standing shattered from the impact. She tumbled to the ground, still clutching her gun tight, letting out a cry of pain from the brutal collision. Now the monster had its sights set on Zhao Yi. He dodged its attacks with everything he had. Still stumped on how to handle this, Zhao Yi bit his lip in frustration while the tentacles on the monster's head swarmed around, hunting for prey. The comment section was blowing up, everyone panicking for him. If this kept up, one solid hit and he was toast. The monster was a distance away. Then it whipped around and launched those tentacles straight at him. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out. A bullet tore right through the monster's gut. The tentacles veered off, giving Zhao Yi a chance to bail. It was Lin Lin still holding the gun, screaming, "Zhao Yi, run! I've got your back!" The chat was flooding with praise for how badass Lin Lin was. The monster, stung by the attack, shifted its focus to her and stood up fast. Even though the bullets weren't killing the freak, the impact was enough to stop it from taking Zhao Yi out. Lin Lin panicked, squeezed her eyes shut, and just unloaded on the thing. It just stood there, unfazed. The bullets went straight through like it was nothing, but the hits definitely pissed it off. It stood there snarling, but Zhao Yi stepped up right in its face. He glared back, eyes sharp as glass, and charged straight at it. The audience didn't get it. He had a chance to run, so why the hell was he rushing in? Was he just handing his life over on a silver platter? He crouched right in front of it. The monster, enraged, lunged to impale Zhao Yi's head with its tentacles. Suddenly, he shoved a property deed in its face. The paper made the thing freeze in its tracks. It was the real estate deed from Boss Liu. The monster stared hard at the paper in his hand. The tentacles on its head began to retract, and it stopped acting like it wanted to kill them. He quickly yelled at Lin Lin to run. She snapped out of it, and they both bolted, eyes shut tight, sprinting out of there and leaving the monster behind. She gritted her teeth, firing at the door where bugs were crawling all over. They fell in a heap. Lin Lin took the lead, and Zhao Yi covered her from behind. Right before they cleared it, he snuck a peek back. Bad move. The seal was wearing off, and the monster was already starting to twitch. It shrieked in fury. The chat was sweating, wondering if they'd actually make it out. Even though she'd had a head start, Lin Lin was losing steam and starting to lag behind. The monster had completely broken free now, screaming as it charged toward them. Zhao Yi whipped around, knife in hand, and hurled it. It stuck right in the thing's chest, slowing it down just enough. The viewers were getting hyped now. They bolted out of there, finally putting some distance between them and the beast. Good thing the monster's body wasn't cooperating, or they would have been screwed. Lin Lin was struggling for air, couldn't take another step. Zhao Yi told her to take a breather. They'd made it out of the danger zone for now. The air around the school still felt creepy as hell. Lin Lin asked, "What's the move now?" to the computer lab. "We've still got 3 hours till dawn. Let's try our luck there. Maybe we can dig up dirt on Chen Qiang." Lin Lin suddenly remembered and pulled out a handgun. "Here, take this. The domain system's gonna go live later. Start practicing with a handgun now. It'll level up your shooting skills." Zhao Yi took the gun, flashed a gentle smile, and thanked her. The chat started buzzing with theories and commentary again. 10 minutes later, they reached the lab. The door was locked from the outside. Zhao Yi pulled out the gun Lin Lin had given him to test it out. In a heartbeat, the lock was shot off. Smoke poured out. Nobody was inside. "Keep watch for me outside." Lin Lin nodded, gun up, scanning the perimeter. Zhao Yi paced the room, checking every corner, then hit the power button on a machine. Outside, Lin Lin stayed on high alert. Zhao Yi sat down at the screen, fingers flying as he searched for info. Lin Lin, impatient, asked how it was going. "The guy's background is ghost clean, scrubbed off the net entirely. But no problem, I can hit the dark sea to dig it up." Lin Lin tilted her head. "The dark sea? What's that?" "The internet's junkyard. Nothing ever really gets deleted, just swept away. But you need a key to get in. It's a huge pain. And it takes 1,000,000 steps to log in. Were you a hacker or something? How do you know all this?" Zhao Yi said casually, "Nah, I'm a shrink. But my mind can talk to data." His 10 fingers were still dancing across the keys. Finally, he slammed the enter key with authority. Lin Lin and the entire chat were totally lost. Zhao Yi glanced at Lin Lin while still typing. "Good thing it's just day 1. We've still got plenty of time." Lin Lin took a deep breath, steadying her nerves. "Yeah, we've still got a shot. I've got to pull myself together." Who knows how much time had passed, but mist started rolling in from the hallway. Lin Lin warned Zhao Yi fast. "The fog is starting to creep in." He jumped at her words, his typing speed doubling. Finally, he clicked the mouse once. Every trace of his search was wiped clean. Done. He sprinted back toward Lin Lin. He grabbed her wrist tight and hauled her away. Run, there's something wrong with this fog. As he dragged her away, he'd already managed to pull up Chen Chong's file in the lab. Thinking back to a second ago, he'd already scrolled through and soaked up all the intel on that demon. The one they're saying is Tran Quinn. Lam Lam couldn't see the text on the screen, but she caught the vibe that he'd pulled it off. So, Tran Quinn's mom had some beef with the 10A8 homeroom teacher at Thaxan High, and that's when everything went south. She fell from the third-floor balcony and kicked the bucket on May 13, 302, despite all the desperate attempts to save her. The cause of death? Serious brain trauma. A week later, Tran Quinn tore the school apart. He grabbed a kitchen knife, sliced the homeroom teacher in two, and then ghosted the school. After that day, the kid vanished, and teachers and students started disappearing without a trace, too. The cops tried to get involved, but they came up empty-handed. Lam Lam crunched the numbers. May 13, 2032. 1 week later would be the 20th, and a month after that is May 20th, 3032. Isn't that the deadline for us to finish the main mission? Dead on. The digital calendar in the classroom shows it's 3032, meaning we've been warped back to 7 days before the curse hit. No wonder the names on that list only went up to the 19th. Lam Lam gritted her teeth. Zhao Yi's theory was spot on. On the 20th, everyone's toast. When I first got the list, I thought I was just one step away from clearing this instance. I'm such an idiot, Lam Lam muttered. He once had a patient, this paranoid hacker guy. The guy would come in every day claiming he could plug his brain straight into the network, surfing the infinite ocean of data. Lam Lam watched him with a bored expression. You actually bought what a mental patient was saying? At first, he was just wandering the virtual world solo, but after some therapy, we were finally able to play together. Lam Lam nearly fainted hearing that. The chat room was losing it, laughing at his story. Lam Lam asked, and then what happened? After that, I was the only one left in there. She asked why. Zhao Yi kept typing, still talking. Because I cured his paranoia. Lam Lam was speechless. I can't believe you're actually a comedian. You almost had me buying that for a second. Suddenly, Zhao Yi locked onto something on the screen. Both of them bolted to escape the oncoming fog. Lam Lam's sanity meter was dropping fast. It was clearly eating away at her mental state. Lam Lam felt her consciousness slipping, her eyelids getting heavy. She bit her tongue hard enough to bleed, forcing herself to stay sharp. The chat went wild. Zhao Yi saw she was about to crash. Biting her tongue wasn't cutting it anymore. Her sanity plummeted to 50. He scanned the area for somewhere to hide from this fog. There was a water tower ahead. They wouldn't make it back to the dorms, so they had to hole up there. But the door was locked tight with 2 heavy chains. Zhao Yi pulled his gun. Lam Lam was already fading fast. He blasted the locks off and dragged her inside. Zhao Yi gently set her down against the wall, then carefully sealed the water tower door to be safe. He even shoved some stuff against it to block the gap. Lam Lam sat there wiped out. Typical big boss move. If he seals it up like that, the fog won't leak in. Someone in the chat commented in awe of Zhao Yi. He peeked through a small hole in the wall. Outside, the fog was still thick as soup. The system pinged a high danger warning. The fog was full of weird stuff, and if they didn't want to get smoked, they needed to stay hidden. Zhao Yi checked on Lam Lam. She looked like she was pulling through. Lam Lam let out a breath. Her sanity was climbing back up. Thanks, you saved my life again. Suddenly his face hardened, his eyes turning fierce. Zhao Yi leveled his gun at Lam Lam, his face dark as a reaper from hell. Lam Lam panicked, stumbling backward and throwing her hands up. Zhao Yi, why are you? There was a rustling noise behind her. He was aiming at that. A figure crawled out and Lam Lam screamed in terror. It was that scruffy bearded guy from before. Lam Lam jumped out of her skin and scrambled behind Zhao Yi for cover. The guy put his hands up, rising slowly. Zhao Yi kept his gun trained on him, eyes wide with surprise. The system chimed. Congratulations on finding another survivor in the school. The guy stammered. Don't kill me. I'm one of the good guys. Zhao Yi slowly lowered his weapon, but being a stranger, he wasn't about to trust him yet. Who are you? When he asked that, the guy just gave a vague answer. It's a long story. It's not safe here. Some terrifying monsters are going to roll through any second. I'll take you two to the basement. Even though the guy was playing it helpful, Zhao Yi stayed on guard, though he agreed to tag along. Let me introduce myself. I'm Lai Tong, a former investigator for the City A Police Department. Seeing they weren't buying it, he flashed his ID. Zhao Yi carefully vetted his credentials. Lam Lam chimed in, I'm Duong Lam Lam. Zhao Yi, he asked, you're on your own? At the same time, he wiped his finger across the table. He checked it, not a speck of dust. He sat down. About 3 months ago, the cops set their sights on Thaxan High. Teachers and students were vanishing left and right. The police sent waves of teams in, but 0 leads. Finally, the mayor had no choice but to push us in under public pressure. After some prep, I hit the school with a tactical unit. Never expected things to get so twisted that very night. We split into 3 squads of 9. While we were in the middle of a sweep, this wall of fog just rolled in. A teammate named Tiu Vuong got swallowed by the fog in a heartbeat. By the time we turned back, he was gone without a trace. Seeing that, Li Tang just stood there, frozen. We were surrounded, scrambling to find Tiu Vuong. Then another teammate let out a scream. He got dragged off too. Li Tang panicked, realizing the fog was bad news and shouted, "Everybody move!" He hauled butt backward to dodge the mist. I didn't know what the hell it was, just that there was something demonic in that fog. I barely made it to the dorms with the 6 other survivors. But once the sun went down, we realized we couldn't get out of the school gates. The fog outside was thick enough to choke on. So the 7 of us have been stuck in this nightmare ever since. Li Tang buried his face in his hands and started sobbing. Zhao Yi stood there the whole time, listening to him ramble while keeping a close eye on Li Xie's expressions. He picked up his pen and started digging deeper into this guy. Let me ask you something bold. What about your other 6 teammates? Li Xie stopped crying, looking totally zoned out. Then his face went dark, he hung his head and muttered, "They're dead." Based on what you've said, you've been at this school for at least 3 months. What have you been eating? Zhao Yi's questions were really starting to freak him out. Can we not talk about that? Zhao Yi's suspicion of this guy only grew. He eyed Li Xie with a skeptical gaze. Suddenly, the light in the basement flickered back and forth, and all 3 of them looked in the same direction. The ground started shaking harder, and the light bulb swung even more violently. A massive foot stepped out from the mist, and everywhere it landed, the ground shuddered. Down below, things were still swaying, the wire for the light bulb creaking with every motion. Zhao Yi turned and signaled for everyone to stay quiet. The support pillar in the basement looked like it couldn't take much more. He quickly grabbed it, bracing it with all his strength to keep it from collapsing. Upstairs, that foot seemed to have sent something. It started stomping harder to probe. Lin was too terrified to even blink. She held her breath and watched the situation. The light above was shaking so hard it looked like it could drop at any second. That foot stomped down hard right over the basement entrance. Li Xie looked up to track what was happening, too scared to breathe, struggling to swallow his own spit. Upstairs, the sounds of pacing and probing continued. A moment later, the massive black foot faded back into the color of normal human skin. Cutting back to a few minutes earlier, Li Xie slumped into a chair with a heavy sigh. Back then, I hid in the water tower and accidentally found this basement, so I stayed safe. Lin looked like she'd had a breakthrough, excitedly shouting, "I get it! The water tower must be a hidden safe zone. If we just stay here and don't wander off, we can survive the 7 days." Li Xie quickly cut her off. "Things are way more messed up than you think." Lin looked bummed out and asked, "What do you mean?" Li Xie gritted his teeth. "The power of this school is spreading non-stop. The water tower used to be a safe spot, even the demons didn't bother with it. But then they started lurking right outside." Zhao Yi and Lin looked tense as they heard this. Not just that, they started knocking on the door to see if anyone was inside. After that, they started using force to break in and search the place. On the 7th day of my last cycle, I almost got caught hiding down in this basement. If we keep hiding here, I'm afraid. Before he could even finish, there was a loud, rapid fire thumping from above. There were footsteps. It was clear there wasn't just one demon up there. Once they were found, they'd be like turtles in a jar, guaranteed toast. Honestly, Zhao Yi hadn't figured out a way out yet. The pounding footsteps were getting louder, making everyone even more scared and unraveled. There was no latch on the underside of the floor tile. The pounding created a hollow sound. Zhao Yi bolted over to the trapdoor and held it down, desperate to keep the floor tile flush with the rest of the floor. Zhao Yi used his back as a brace, his hands gripping the cover tight. That demon upstairs was a real fatty, still stomping around hard to test the ground. Lin and Li Xie rushed over to help. They held the trapdoor steady so Zhao Yi wouldn't fall. Since kicking didn't work, the demon quickly started slamming its hand down to probe further. Zhao Yi was struggling to hold up against those heavy hits. He let out a pained groan. Everyone was fighting to stay steady, trembling and gritting their teeth so they wouldn't slip. Finally, it gave up and stood up. There were seriously tons of demons up there checking every corner. That fat one kept pounding the ground in other spots. Everyone slumped back, breathing a sigh of relief. They'd escaped by the skin of their teeth. "See, I told you the water tower isn't safe anymore. If we want to survive this curse, we have to find the next shelter or break the curse for good." Zhao Yi climbed down, asking Li Xie, "You have a way to break the curse?" Li Xie replied, "I know how to break it, but it's incredibly difficult. I can't do it alone. I need your help." Young Lin spoke up, "We can help you." Meanwhile, Zhao Yi stood in the corner, keeping a close eye on him. Li Xie hesitated for a second, his face super tense. Then he relaxed, resting his hands on the floor, deciding to take a leap of faith. "Fine, I'll trust you guys once. At the end of the day, if we keep going like this, we're dead anyway. Might as well roll the dice." He stood up slowly and continued, "Based on all the research and digging we've done, I can finally confirm." Li Xie believed the school's reincarnation curse centered on one specific student. Young Lin blurted out the name Chen Xiang, which caught Li Xie completely off guard. He stepped back, looking totally stunned. "You guys know." Zhao Yi remained standing, hands in his pockets, watching the whole thing with a calm expression. Zhao Yi finally spoke up, answering Li Xie. "We don't know much, but it seems Chen Xiang's mother had something happen to her at Shishan High." Li Xie sat down on a chair, looking exhausted. "You're damn right. It's a long story. Chen Xiang was a poor kid from the city. Things were okay at first, but later his dad worked in a coal mine back home. And there was a collapse. His dad got trapped inside." As Li Xie spoke, he recalled the scene, looking visibly rattled. He squeezed his hands together in front of him, looking sad. He kept going. "The mine boss was afraid of the liability and took off abroad. Not a single cent in compensation. All he had left was his frail, sick mother to keep him going. Their situation was pathetic. His mom, missing a leg, had to work herself to the bone sewing clothes to make ends meet. They didn't have anything. Chen Xiang's family life just kept getting worse. By then, Chen Xiang's mom was old. He'd hug her, and luckily he was a kind-hearted kid from the jump. His grades were always top tier. Not only did he get into Shishan High, but he also snagged a massive scholarship based on his track record. Li Xie recounted this with a sad look in his eyes. This place should have been where his dreams took off, but unfortunately, things went sideways. Yang Linlin and Zhao Yi listened intently to Li Xie's story. Hearing this, Yang Linlin clenched her fists, watching Li Xie with nervous anticipation. He continued, Shishan High wanted to push the students to compete, so they held tests twice a month, and your seating was based on your grades. Chen Cheng always got the best scores, so he always sat in the front. All the other students had to sit in the back. Besides him, there was this girl with purple hair. She was a top student, and gorgeous too. Her name was Zhang Ya. She'd been holding down that second-place spot for the longest time, always sitting right next to Tran Quinn. High schoolers, man. Hormones are just raging, you know? Plus, spending all that time side by side, Tran Quinn started catching major feelings for Truong Na. They'd shoot glances at each other, faces turning redder than a fire alarm. Then up at the front, the homeroom teacher, some bald guy with thick glasses, announces the new transfer student. It was supposed to be a classic star-crossed lovers vibe, but then this kid Bong Tiu shows up. Bong Tiu had this bleached blonde hair and an attitude that screamed, my dad owns this place. He was the mayor's kid, obviously. Even though he couldn't snag the top spot in class, he decided he wanted Truong Na for himself. He straight up told the teacher to swap his seat with Tran Quinn's. The homeroom teacher, Long Min, didn't have the guts to say no. Just like that, the class genius gets kicked to the back of the room, and the worst student takes the prime spot. Tran Quinn couldn't fight back against a guy like Bong Tiu, so he just had to bite his tongue and take the L. But one day, Tran Quinn walks into class and sees Bong Tiu, that sleazy grin on his face, sticking his hands inside Truong Na's clothes, and she's too scared to even move. Tran Quinn's eyes turned blood red, pure demonic rage. He didn't even blink, he just snapped his pencil in half with one hand. Finally, the kid just hit his breaking point. Outside the building, Tran Quinn was looking for payback. He took his own scholarship money and used it to bribe some other kids who were just as fed up as he was. He handed a stack of cash to a group of 3 students. One night, those kids he paid off, masks pulled up, faces hidden, started trailing Bong Tiu in the shadows. They dragged him into the bushes and absolutely wrecked him. 2 of them took turns beating him down while the third one kept watch. But get this. The school had security cameras everywhere. They caught the whole beatdown on tape, and they even heard Bong Tiu begging them to stop. The head of the grade called those 3 kids in for an interrogation. After a brutal grilling, one of them cracked under the pressure and sold Tran Quinn out. Boom, expelled, just like that. When the teacher handed him the expulsion notice, Tran Quinn grabbed it with both hands, his expression gone completely dark. After that, his mom went down to Thatch Sun High to beg Long Min, the homeroom teacher, to reconsider. The guy was acting like a total jerk, just turning his back on her. She reached out and grabbed his sleeve, but Long Min couldn't care less about her misery. Things got physical. Long Min, looking totally disgusted, gritted his teeth and barked, "Get off me!" before shoving Tran Quinn's mom hard. She lost her footing, eyes welling up with tears. Long Min didn't stop, though. He accidentally shoved her right down the stairs. She tumbled all the way to the bottom, hit her head, and blood was everywhere. Everyone around started freaking out. Duong Lam Lam was shaking just listening to this, hiding behind Zhao Yi, but he stayed ice cold, not showing a single emotion. Li Tong kept talking, and honestly, you guys probably know what happens next. The school and the mayor teamed up to sweep the mom's death under the rug. Li Tang gritted his teeth, looking stressed, hand on his forehead. Days later, Tran Quinn snuck back into the school. He grabbed a kitchen knife, tracked down Long Min, and ended him. He managed to dodge the security guards and vanish, never heard from again. The room went dead silent. Everyone was staring at Li Tang, who was slumped in his chair, head in his hands. A second later, he looked up and said, "Truth is, that's just the official story." Li Tang dropped the bomb. Tran Quinn didn't escape. He died right there in the school. Duong Lam Lam gasped, "What?" But Zhao Yi didn't even flinch. He'd already figured as much. Li Tong kept going, explaining that Tran Quinn died in the Zone B storage room, and his grudge was so heavy it basically cursed the entire campus. After that, Li Tang laced his fingers together and laid it out. The only way to break the curse is to destroy his corpse. Just get rid of the remains, and it's over. Duong Lam Lam, desperate to break this curse, asked, "So how exactly are we supposed to do that?" Li Tong stood up, saying he'd brought some heavy-duty weaponry to school when he first arrived. But when he got close to Tran Quinn's body, the spirit attacked, and he lost the gear. It fell into a well marked with the character O Crow in the West District garage. Li Tang stepped toward Duong Lam Lam, which totally freaked her out. Suddenly, he grabbed her hand. Both of them looked at him, totally confused. Li Tang looked her dead in the eye and said, "That weapon is biometric. It needs authorization, but it won't take long. You guys just need to distract the spirit while I fire it up and blast Tran Quinn's corpse to dust." Duong Lam Lam was still shaky, asking, "How long are we talking?" Li Tong's eyes sharpened, a cocky grin spreading across his face. "Give me 3 minutes tops." Duong Lam Lam turned to Zhao Yi. "What do you think? Should we help him?" Li Tong looked at Zhao Yi too. Zhao Yi didn't answer right away, just held his hand out toward him. Li Tong was left sweating, wondering what the move was. Zhao Yi just shoved one hand in his pocket, looking totally unimpressed, and asked, "When are we doing this?" Li Tong looked like he'd just won the lottery. He grabbed Zhao Yi's hand with both of his, grinning. "Tonight's a no-go, but come back tomorrow night. I'll lead you to the West District garage." He couldn't hide his excitement. The next day, Zhao Yi and Duong Lam Lam were sitting in the cafeteria eating lunch. Duong Lam Lam was feeling lucky they were still breathing. Man, it's a good thing we followed the seating chart, or we would have been decapitated just like the others. Zhao Yi stayed calm, eating his food. You got any fishing line or maybe some wire? Thin, long, and strong. Duong Lam Lam blinked, confused as hell. What? Why on earth do you need that? Zhao Yi didn't even look up. To kill someone. She looked at him like he'd lost his mind. Kill who? He gave her a look that could kill. Li Tong, she screamed. What? He put his chopsticks down. Duong Lam Lam stared at him, frustrated. Are you crazy? If you kill Li Tang, who's going to help us break the curse? He grabbed his soda and said, if you're still banking on that guy to save us, you might as well start digging your own grave. He chugged his drink. She still wasn't getting it. He glanced at the table next to them, totally empty. Duong Lam Lam leaned in close, whispering, what do you mean? You think he's lying? He set the soda can down and started breaking it down for her. First off, he's just an investigator. He wasn't even in class 10-8. Doesn't it seem weird that he knows every single detail about Tran Quinn? He rested his chin on his hand, spinning the soda can with the other. The guy even knows that Tran Quinn saw the mayor's kid, Bang Tu, sticking his hands into the school sweetheart shirt during class. How would he know that? When Yang Linlin heard Zhao Yi, she realized he was spot on. Second, none of us three are on that list. If everything Li Xie said is legit, I don't think someone who can curse the whole school like Chen Chong would let Pang Xiao and Zhang Ya off the hook. He pressed an empty soda can onto the table. He definitely wasn't about to let Pang Xiao slide. Yang Linlin thought he made a solid point and rested her chin on her hand. Makes sense. After all, Pang Xiao is the root of all his misery. He analyzed it seriously. Third, he didn't just stumble upon that water tower basement. I'm even suspicious that he built the damn thing himself, Yang Linlin asked, skeptical. What? That seems pretty unlikely. She voiced her thoughts. The school's curse is seeped into every crack and crevice. How would he have the time to build a basement that huge with those monsters running wild? Zhao Yi mentioned there wasn't any dust. The random comment left her confused. No, what? What are you talking about? I said there was no dust in the basement. He spoke with total confidence. He stood up and ran his hand over the table. Last night I purposely checked every corner, lamp bases, the sofa, even the junk lying around. Barely a speck of dust. It was spotless. He insisted that basements don't just stay clean on their own. Since it was that clean, someone must be living there. Like you said, it's basically impossible to build a basement right under the monster's noses once the curse hit. So, it had to have been built before everything went to hell. The basement entrance was hidden in pitch black. Do you think it's more likely Li Xie just happened to stumble upon it while being chased by monsters? Or is it more likely he knew it was there all along? Yang Linlin thought to herself, this guy Zhao Yi's observational skills are straight up terrifying. She leaned her face against the table and mumbled, but if he's lying to us, what's the play here? Yang Linlin had no clue who was really behind Li Xie's fake face. Zhao Yi rested his chin on his hand, thinking hard. Psychologically speaking, lies with an agenda are usually half truth, half BS. To make a lie sound legit and believable, you usually have to toss in a few actual facts. He held up a finger in front of Yang Linlin to give an example. Even if Chen Chong's body wasn't in the West Underground parking lot, there'd definitely be some dangers there way beyond our imagination. She listened to his breakdown, looking totally lost, while Li Xie seemed genuinely eager to get into what he called the fire zone. Then he crossed his arms and continued, it's just that once you go in, you ain't coming back out. That's why he's lying to get us to risk our necks and draw the monsters away. The chat box popped up after his analysis. Commenters were amazed at his deduction skills, though some wondered why he didn't just take Li Xie out right then and there. After hearing that, Yang Linlin couldn't hide her fear. He's truly devious. He kept sitting there while Yang Linlin opened her inventory to scavenge for supplies. There was plenty of gear like ammo, duct tape, and canned food. She clicked on a fishing line, a spool appeared, and she handed it over to Zhao Yi. She asked him, it's a fishing line. What do I need to do tonight? He took the spool she handed him and told her she didn't need to do a damn thing tonight. Looking super intrigued, he wrapped the line around his finger and tugged it to test its strength. Whether this works or not depends on tonight, he told Yang Linlin. If we're lucky, we might just break this curse by tonight. The two walked outside. The sky was a blood-red color. Zhao Yi shoved his hands in his pockets, walking with swagger while she still didn't quite get the bigger picture. She huddled close to Zhao Yi, stealing a glance, and asked suspiciously, are you trying to strangle Li Xie to death with a fishing line? He held up a hand, shushing her with a shh. We're near the water tower. No more blabbing from here on out. She looked at Zhao Yi confused as he was scanning the area with his guard up. She clamped both hands over her mouth, thinking, he's definitely got some secret scheme. I can't be a liability. Her goofy actions left Zhao Yi not even knowing what to say. The two walked on in silence. He thought to himself, better keep an eye on her. Don't want her playing dirty or accidentally blowing my cover. The sky remained a dark, blood-red hue. Meanwhile, Li Xie was pacing back and forth, wondering why those two hadn't shown up yet. Finally, they arrived, and Li Xie was thrilled to see them. Looking at them approaching, he said, what took you guys so long? Li Xie sounded annoyed as he added, get to the spot ASAP, we're running out of time. After midnight, that smog is going to fill every corner of this campus again. Stepping forward, he looked at Li Xie and urged him, all right, let's head to that spot now. He walked in front, turning his head to say, follow me to the West Underground parking lot. He pointed the way. The two followed him, with Zhao Yi in the middle and her in the back. Li Xie led the way. There were 3 entrances to the west underground lot. They walked forward 100 meters and turned right into the west lot. Li Xie turned around to warn them. That monster is roaming around the entrance. He stopped in front of the vehicle entrance with the plan in mind for the two of them. Here's the plan. The two walked into the entrance and purposely made noise to bait the monsters, then split up to escape through exits A and B, drawing the monsters out of the parking lot. He sat behind the door and said, "I'll hide and wait for you two to lure the monsters away, then I'll run in and trigger the weapon immediately." Zhao Yi looked at where he was sitting pondering, then gave him a convincing happy nod. Hearing that, Li Xie happily hid behind the door without saying another word, while Zhao Yi started heading inside. He kept his hands in his pockets as he walked in, and Yang Linlin followed right beside him. Hidden in his hand was the fishing line already hooked up. He kept it deep in his pocket so Li Xie wouldn't notice. He had already attached the line to the pull pin of a grenade beforehand. The line was wrapped around a utility pole a few times. He kept his hands in his pockets and walked casually, not showing a hint of suspicion. Zhao Yi was already inside, with the grenade waiting behind him. All it would take was a tug of the line, and it would blow. Zhao Yi was already quite a ways in. Yang Linlin hurried to keep up, while Li Xie was tensely hiding behind the door, watching them. He gritted his teeth, watching them intently from afar, thinking, this time, it's gotta work. He started sweating, gulping down a lump in his throat. On the stove, a pot of water was bubbling away, the liquid inside blood red, emitting thick red clouds of steam. He clenched his jaw, face strained, eyes vicious. Ever since that accident happened, I've been barely hanging on in this hellhole for months. Supplies are getting low, and there's barely anything left to eat. This is the final chance. By then, Zhao Yi and Yang Linlin had arrived at the spot. The two of them pressed against the wall. Inside, the silhouettes of demons emerged, their dark forms glowing with a sinister red light, accompanied by loud, raspy noises. Zhao Yi crouched down to stay hidden. Behind him, Duong Lam Lam was on edge, her heart pounding in her chest as she kept her hand over it, watching him intently. Zhao Yi knelt down, then cautiously moved to take cover beside a white car. She watched his back until he reached the side of the car safely. He crouched, his eyes flickering with a red light as he prepared to scan for info. A red triangle appeared in his vision. Error. Player Zhao Yi's source code is corrupted and currently undergoing repairs. The system reported repair failure multiple times. In the distance, black demons were everywhere, most notably one labeled number 12. Looking closer, it had a muscular build and razor-sharp claws. The system warned of a chaotic quantum state extremely dangerous. It has insane movement speed, dodging most obstacles with ease, and high attack power that's hard to deal with. It kills every living thing it spots. It prioritizes noisy targets, and it only has 2 weaknesses: Jordinger's cat and the semi-corporeal leaves. After the scan, the red light in his eyes faded away. His gaze lost its focus as the red glow vanished. Now completely back to his senses, he told Duong Lam Lam, "Follow me to the left." She gave a quick okay and bolted after him. Zhao Yi also sprinted to the left, steering clear of where the number 12 demon was standing. The two of them found a spot to hide. Duong Lam Lam nervously ducked behind a car, keeping a wary eye on their surroundings, while Zhao Yi calmly sat down and pulled out his phone. He sent a text to Li Tong. Turns out he'd saved his contact as bitch. Li Tong wasn't about to lose this petty game. He'd saved Zhao Yi's name as Dead Man Walking. He replied with okay, and the message went through. At that moment, Li Tang's true colors surfaced. His face twisted into a devious grin, his eyes wide and malicious as he stared at his phone. Die, just die. Once you're dead, I can keep on living. If you want to blame someone, blame your own bad luck. How could you be so naive as to trust a stranger so easily? Meanwhile, Zhao Yi smirked. He had a nasty surprise waiting for him. He pulled on a wire that had been stretched out and looped around the back of a car. The wire ran from where Zhao Yi was sitting all the way to the door. Li Tong, sitting by that door, finally noticed something. He turned his head looking confused, wondering what that noise was. The pin of a grenade was yanked out by the wire, and the device began to spark, ready to blow. A massive explosion rocked the area, followed by a burst of fire and debris flying everywhere. Li Tang finally realized what was happening. He screamed in a panic, shielding his face with both hands, and scrambled to run away. Inside, the demon had also caught the sound. It was pacing around, trying to track down the source of the noise. Li Tang was blown away by the force of the blast. He couldn't escape in time, spitting blood as he let out a painful cry. He slammed against a wall and then face-planted onto the floor, lying motionless. He groaned as he propped himself up, his strength drained by the massive explosion, and looked around, cursing, "What the hell?" Then he saw something. His eyes went wide with pure, bewildered terror. That demon was charging straight at him at breakneck speed, surrounded by a red aura, and its long tongue looked like it was ready to feast on him. He finally snapped back to reality and let out a horrified, "Oh, screw this!" His hair stood on end, his jaw dropping open in shock. He scrambled to get away, screaming in a blind panic. With adrenaline spiking, he ran toward the exit, tripping over himself in a pathetic, clumsy display. Looking toward the entrance, a blood-red light emanated from it, while everything else was pitch black. Seeing that the demon shadow had left, Zhao Yi called out to Duong Lam Lam, "We're heading to the Wuhuo Well shaft." They both hurried toward the exit. Duong Lam Lam looked at Zhao Yi, completely confused. "Wait, hold on, where did you even get a grenade? Doesn't the beginner dungeon have no point system?" Zhao Yi explained. "I had a patient who dealt in arms. I promised to cure his bloodlust, so he gave me some ammo and weapons as a thank you. He toyed with a grenade in his palm. In my free time, I usually carry a few grenades around. When I'm bored, I just take them out to play with. She was so shocked her eyes rolled back and she looked like she was about to faint. Even the chat room was commenting that Zhao Yi was definitely a certified psychopath. Once they reached the spot, he used an iron bar to pry open the manhole cover, tossed the bar aside, and the way was open. Duong Lam Lam grabbed a flashlight from her gear and handed it to him while she gripped her gun. It was pitch black down there. Here, take this. Both of them climbed down. He descended slowly, scanning with the flashlight. The walls were spotless, not a speck of dust, just like the bunker where Li Tong was staying. Once he reached the bottom, the floor was just as clean. He took the lead with Duong Lam Lam following behind with her gun ready. He approached the wall and turned on the light, and they both made a discovery. On the large wall in front of them, right in the center, was a single red button. The area around it was completely bare. Duong Lam Lam pointed at the button, asking Zhao Yi curiously, "What's that button for?" "If I had to guess, it's an elevator." He hit the button without a second thought, which made her break into a cold sweat. "An elevator?" The door slowly slid open. Duong Lam Lam held her gun up, on high alert. Inside, just like he said, was an elevator. She looked around, confused. This place is supposed to be all sewers. How can there be an elevator? Zhao Yi quickly pressed the button to go down. "Let's go down and see, then we'll talk. No time to waste. We don't know when that shadow thing is coming back." The gears began to grind as the elevator started its descent. The sound of the gears grew louder and louder. They were almost there. The doors slowly slid open, and the two of them peered out, curious about what they might find. Outside was a long, gloomy hallway with that red aura pulsing everywhere. Duong Lam Lam stammered, Where are we?" "Probably some twisted lab," he replied. The hallway stretched on endlessly. Both stayed inside the elevator to observe. The far end was pitch black, hiding whatever secrets lay at the end of the corridor. "A research base?" she asked. They stepped out of the elevator. He said, "Ever since I met the principal, I felt something was off." He stared straight ahead, speaking as he walked. "Usually the stronger the demon, the more their attacks target your mental state, using tricks that are hard to counter." He thought back to the demon he had taken down earlier. The principal in the dungeon was incredibly strong, but his attack methods were entirely logical. This proves the principal isn't a demon, but some other kind of monster. He closed his eyes to visualize it, then smiled, coming to a conclusion. Obviously, the panic chamber isn't just some freakish level. The world building here is way deeper than we thought. Suddenly, Yang Linlin calls out to him, sounding totally rattled. "Zhao Yi, look ahead." He glances over at where she's staring. Face down on the floor is a corpse, with blood pooling all over the place. Another one is slumped against the wall in a sitting position. They're wearing safety gear, but the faceplate is smashed to bits. These bodies are absolutely mangled. Like, what the hell even happened here? Decapitated bodies and severed limbs are scattered all over the hallway. There's this creepy rustling noise echoing around. Yang Linlin is shaking, pointing at the bodies. She's clearly losing it seeing all this gore. Zhao Yi shines his light on the corpses and walks straight toward them without a hint of fear. The sound of his footsteps echoes through the hall. Even if we don't know what went down here, it's obvious this place is a death trap, so she scrambles to follow him. They hit a turn and Zhao Yi tells her, "Stay close." They spot another door. The control panel is glowing, catching their attention. He tries to unlock it, but no luck. The door needs Face ID. Yang Linlin is deep in thought, worriedly asking, "So what now? If we head back, we're probably going to run into that black shadow." Suddenly, Zhao Yi whips out his scalpel. He grips it, flashes a cocky grin, and walks off without saying a word. Yang Linlin is stunned, just standing there, clueless about what he's planning. She stares at Zhao Yi, beads of sweat rolling down her face. She asks what he's doing, but he ignores her, just clutching that scalpel. He heads back out toward the original turn, and she trails behind, watching him. He walks right back to where the bodies are strewn about, then squats down in the middle of the mess. Yang Linlin watches, shocked by his move. The scalpel in his hand gleams with a razor-sharp edge. He's about to do something twisted. Yang Linlin covers her mouth with both hands, eyes wide, her skin crawling. Turns out Zhao Yi just used the scalpel to slice the head right off one of the corpses. He grabs the head and walks back toward the door. The chat feed is going wild. People are typing, "No way, why is the head blurred out? Zhao Ge is a beast, he didn't even blink while doing that." He marches toward the entrance, brushing past Yang Linlin, which makes her jump. She presses against the wall, staring at Zhao Yi like her eyes are about to pop out of her skull. She watches him grab the head and jam it onto the scanner without a second thought. Yang Linlin can't believe he'd actually think of this, let alone do it. Her jaw is literally on the floor. The system beeps. Scan successful. The door slides open. The control panel turns red, the head is digitized and saved to the system. Item acquired, he's head white quality. Head he definitely never expected that even after dying, he'd run into a psychopath who wouldn't even let his head rest in peace. Talk about a handy way to open a door. He quickly steps inside, not forgetting to call for Yang Linlin to follow. Inside, it's more dark, endless corridors with limbs scattered everywhere and blood splattered even on the ceiling. They keep moving. He's totally chill, while Yang Linlin stays on high alert, her hand already on her gun. They step over more remains, heads, legs, arms, and torsos everywhere. There's a scrap of paper on the floor, held down by someone's severed finger. The poor guy must have been holding it before he kicked the bucket. Curious, he picks it up to take a look. It's a letter from a dad to his daughter, Lena. It says once he's done with work, he'll come home to play with her. Just another half-month and he'll be back. Yang Linlin is touched. What a loving dad. Even right before he died, he was thinking about his kid. He agrees, saying the guy was a good father, then just tosses the paper behind him. But then again, he adds, he might have been a homicidal maniac. The thousands of people who died outside the school are probably all on him. Hearing that, she makes a face, looks at Zhao Yi, and sticks her tongue out at him. Good riddance, you scumbag! A noise comes from behind a corner, and that red gas gets even thicker. They both go silent, watching the area with caution. Even Zhao Yi is on guard this time. They hug the wall, the sound still echoing everywhere. Yang Linlin and Zhao Yi peek around the corner. Yang Linlin spots something, her eyes widening, mouth hanging open in sheer terror. Inside is this twisted, freakish monster. It's got a super long body covered in countless little heads sprouting out, eyes glowing red and looking everywhere. Yang Linlin covers her face, hiding behind Zhao Yi. What is that thing? It's so gross. In contrast, Zhao Yi just looks amused. A beautiful creation. She stumbles back, unable to believe he'd think like that. The chat room is just as confused. How is that thing beautiful? But some people get it. They remember how he got all hyped up over that female ghost in the last level. Yang Linlin asks, so what are we going to do about this thing? He laughs, saying obviously we play it safe and steady. Zhao Yi reminds Yang Linlin to be careful, then pulls out his signature scalpel from his pocket. He's ready, scalpel in hand, while Yang Linlin carefully raises her gun. Right, so before she can finish, Zhao Yi just charges in, no warning or signal, leaving her completely blindsided. She's still hiding behind the wall, screaming, I thought you said steady and safe. Zhao Ji, you freak! She watches as he lunges at the monster, looking way too excited. He's right in its face. The system alert stated monster chaos mode, intermediate danger, warning only a half-baked product. Compared to its quantum state outside, it's still missing a star. Weak point, hemorrhoids. Its rear is covered by a chrysanthemum patch. Apparently, while those lunatics were running crazy experiments, the monster got a case of hemorrhoids from sitting still too long. It charges at Zhao Yi, and he charges right back. He wears a confident smirk, staring down the demon rushing at him. Zhao Yi pulls a piece of paper from his back pocket. As the monster gets closer, its real form becomes clear. It's got a human lower half, a mouth on its waist, and legs sprouting endless tiny heads like maggots. Zhao Yi holds up the paper. Old man lose red deed. Effect. Seals a monster within 5 meters for 10 seconds. The freeze duration is 1 day. The monster freezes solid. Zhao Yi slides underneath it. He skids behind the monster, looking for something, then swings his scalpel to create a razor-sharp slash. His movements are ridiculously fast, clean, and decisive. He glides past it one more time. That sealed beast was sitting duck, couldn't even throw a punch. Zhao Yi looked hyped as hell, winding up for one final upward slash. The beast was locked down, those tiny heads popping out to catch a glimpse of Zhao Yi. He sliced off its tail. Wait, let's just say he cut its ass off. It dissolved into thin air, petals scattering like confetti in the wind. A system window popped up. Units damaged by your soul weapon will keep spawning gluttons until the original host is wiped out. The resilience of these gluttons scales with your own level. Zhao Yi gripped his scalpel, the blade glowing with a fierce red heat. He still had no clue what the evil god spreading consciousness was all about. Zhao's stats leveled up. HP 1515, Strength 16, Spirit 101. Luck? He was confused too. He'd only restored 1/10,000th of his power, and it only bumped his stats by 8 points. On top of that, he snagged a unique skill. From a distance, Yang Linlin watched Zhao Yi shred that monster, absolutely losing her mind in awe. Is it dead? She peeked out from behind a pillar. Zhao Yi turned around. Yeah, it's done. He crouched down to get a better look at the carcass. It could have been a perfect specimen, but whoever built it was a total hack. He'd carved its rear end off, and the thing lay there twitching, blood dripping rhythmically from his scalpel. The system chimed. Congrats on killing a riot variant. Your soul weapon has absorbed the remnants of the evil god within the mutant. Blood flooded the floor, the puddle growing so fast it was making this gross, sickening sloshing sound. 0.01% power isn't enough, can't continue building. Spreading consciousness construction paused. The system notified him that his soul weapon had gained a new ability. He kept on dissecting the creature. He swung the blade hard, spraying blood everywhere. Yang Linlin, curious as hell, asked what he was doing and stepped closer to get a look. Just performing an autopsy, seeing if there's any intel. He stared into the guts through the incision, shocked. Man, this thing's got 18 kidneys. Talk about a gold mine. Just by looking at it, you could tell it had some seriously twisted, high-level functionality. Clearly, even a freak like Zhao Yi didn't expect that many kidneys. Yang Linlin was totally grossed out, covering her mouth and shielding her eyes, refusing to get anywhere near it. He stood up. Dead end on clues, let's bounce. The two kept pushing forward, their footsteps echoing through the hallway. Yang Linlin was still shaking, clutching her chest as she followed behind. They stopped in front of a room, looking through the glass at vats of blue liquid, housing something. She hadn't even recovered from the nightmare back there, and now she was staring at something even more messed up. It was a lab packed with containment tanks, and inside were kids. In the middle of the room sat a surgical table with a kid on it. Mid-operation, blood dripping from the table down to the floor. Zhao Yi just kept walking, not even flinching. Looks like we lucked out, he muttered. He started rummaging through the desk and found a lab journal. Hey Linlin, check it. I found the logbook. He kept digging, finding scraps of paper with numbers all over them, status reports on the test subjects. project timelines, drug dosages. It even mentioned the market and the dirty profits they were raking in from this sick operation. The subjects were getting out of control, and it mentioned someone named Alex. Alex just ignored the reports. His ignorance was about to cost everyone their lives. Yang Linlin pieced it together. Looks like a riot went down in this lab. Their creations broke loose and slaughtered everyone. The realization hit her, and her expression turned sad and terrified at the thought of what went down. After scanning the journal, Zhao Yi said, "Whether it's the quantum riot outside or the monster we just fought, they just pop into existence." Blood was everywhere, on the table, the floor, the walls. He told Linlin, "They definitely have a base state." Linlin gave him a blank stare, totally lost. "A base state? What's that?" "It's what the subject looked like before they messed it up." She still looked clueless. He pointed at the console. "Can you read this?" She looked at the screen. She had no clue, and honestly, neither did he. The screen showed the beast he just iced and its stat sheet. He just needed to revert the data to see how they ticked. Find the original base state, and we're good. He started hammering away at the console, trying to recover the file. The screen flickered. Data downloading, optimizing booting program, done, download successful. A render of an arm and leg appeared, looked way more human. They both leaned in, waiting for the reveal. She gasped, "Oh my god, that disgusting monster was actually a girl?" The screen showed the original subject, a totally normal-looking girl before the mutation. "Her cells have insane growth and adaptation rates," Zhao Yi noted, "which means this girl was super young." He made a deduction as the screen flashed more stats. If you think about it, this girl was probably just some student from the school. He was holding a blood-stained folder. Linlin's hands started shaking. "Wait, you mean?" she stammered, looking at Zhao Yi to confirm her worst fear. "This school built a massive underground base just to turn students into monsters?" She was so pissed she crumpled the papers in her hands. Are these people criminals or just straight-up psychos? He kept thinking. The monster had 18 kidneys, and every single one was in peak condition. This lab was probably an organ trafficking ring. If the experiment worked, they could use this girl's cells to keep growing new monsters. They'd have an endless supply of kidneys to flip. They basically built a living bank account. He glanced over at the nutrient vats holding the kids, and this base wasn't just doing one project. The journal mentioned they were trying to link a monster to quantum states. Entry 826. Those lunatics actually pulled it off, stabilized a quantum state. He guessed that black shadow we saw outside? That's probably the quantum riot beast mentioned in the logs. She went pale as a sheet, looking absolutely terrified. Then, Yang Linlin gritted her teeth and balled up her fists, furious. To think those creeps set up a secret lab right under the school and started turning kids into monsters. That's just straight up twisted. Zhao Yi just let out a heavy sigh and shook his head. Nah, it's not that they built a lab under the school. They built the school on top of the lab. His face stayed hidden in the shadows. What he said caught Yang Linlin completely off guard. "Say what now?" He started breaking it down for her, analyzing the situation. "The layout of this facility is insanely complex. If they had tried to sneak this thing in after the school was already built, it would have been impossible. It's obvious the lab was here first." Zhao Yi's logic was solid, and it just made the lab and the sickos running it seem even more dangerous. Yang Linlin looked shook, like she was barely holding it together. "So this whole school on the mountain, it's all part of their setup. Who the hell is behind this master plan? They've been sending staff to scout the school, running tests on every single student. They're looking for young, healthy subjects to use for their twisted experiments." He turned to look at her. "Besides official medical screenings, tell me, what better cover is there than a prestigious school where they can legally keep tabs on every kid's health?" She had to admit he was right. "Let's move. We need physical proof to back up this theory if we're going to finish this mission." He walked over to the monster's carcass, his scalpel moving like a blur as he made a few quick cuts. On the way back, Zhao Yi had peeled off 18 pieces of hide from the monster. When Yang Linlin saw him carving that thing up, she grabbed her stomach and immediately started gagging. He picked up a piece of the hide to get a closer look. There were tiny, distorted human faces constantly forming on the skin. Everyone watching the chat was losing their minds, calling it straight-up nightmare fuel. He opened his inventory and stashed the skin away. One viewer commented, "I swear, I'm just not deranged enough to be on the same level as the boss." The two of them walked down the hallway. The eerie red haze was gone, but the silence was still heavy enough to suffocate you. At the end of the hall, they stumbled upon a massive, stark white cafeteria. Zhao Yi stepped forward to investigate while Yang Linlin hung back, eyes darting everywhere. Zhao Yi held a finger to his lips, signaling for her to stay quiet. She looked around nervously. He grabbed the door handle and pulled. A faint, sickly blue glow spilled out from inside. She leaned in for a peek, then quickly clamped a hand over her mouth, terrified of making a sound. There were 5 monsters in there, all different, all equally grotesque. Even Zhao Yi looked genuinely shocked by what he was seeing. A few were just pacing around, while 2 of them were sitting there, snacking on what looked like human arms and legs. She whispered, "There are so many of them? How many students have actually gone missing? Why hasn't the police stepped in to investigate?" Zhao Yi figured the person pulling the strings had to be someone untouchable, maybe the mayor of City A. It had his fingerprints all over it, but there was no way he was doing all this alone. There was probably a whole squad of goons and puppets acting on his orders. Yang Linlin looked at him, trembling. "What do we do now?" "We're leaving," he said, then told her to wait a sec. He pulled up his menu and grabbed the monster skin he'd saved earlier. Yang Linlin looked like she was going to lose her lunch, covering her mouth and backing away. Zhao Yi held the hide up and ripped it in two. Here, he tossed a piece at Yang Linlin. She scrambled back. "What is this? You're not actually." Before she could bolt, he grabbed her. "Get over here." She tried to wiggle out of his grip, practically crying. "No way, you couldn't pay me to touch that thing." He just slapped the monster skin onto her anyway. The look of pure, defeated resignation on her face was comedy gold. The chat room was popping off, grabbing screenshots of her reaction. "I'm dying." Linlin's face is priceless. Both of them were now wearing the monster skin as a disguise. Zhao Yi muttered that the disguise wasn't half bad, while Yang Linlin looked like her soul had officially left her body. "I think I see the Grim Reaper waving at me," she groaned. Zhao Yi grabbed her arm and started walking. "All right, let's go. Get in there." He shoved the door open with a loud thud. The two monsters stopped eating and whipped their heads toward the door, still holding half-chewed limbs in their hands. They stared at Zhao Yi and Yang Linlin, confused. They gave them a long, creepy once-over before slowly creeping closer. Yang Linlin was breaking out in a cold sweat, clinging to Zhao Yi's arm. He just shot her a confident, reassuring smirk. He grabbed her hand, leaving her confused as to what his plan was. Hand in hand, he walked right up to the monsters. He stared them down, and they stared right back, making these weird guttural clicking noises, total gibberish. Zhao Yi, being the absolute madman he is, started mimicking them perfectly. The female monster looked genuinely caught off guard, like, "Wait, why is this guy talking like me?" She gestured, trying to communicate with body language. Zhao Yi mirrored her every move. Whatever she did, whatever noise she made, he repeated it exactly. She was totally stumped, not knowing what to make of it. The monster next to her looked equally annoyed. It pointed at Zhao Yi, basically telling its buddy, "Just another mindless parrot, ignore him." They lost interest, lowered their guard, and just wandered off. Watching from the side, Yang Linlin was mind-blown. She was busy taking notes on their weird sounds, thinking, "Okay, Zhao Yi is officially the king of monster speak now." Once he'd fooled them, he grabbed Yang Linlin's hand again. "Come on, let's head deeper inside." He stopped in front of a strange-looking door. There were 16 doors in the cafeteria, but this was the only one none of the monsters would go near. They actually swerved around it whenever they passed. Zhao Yi was already plotting. Yang Linlin asked if he wanted to peek inside, saying it seemed safe since no one was watching. Zhao Yi decided to wait. They had no clue what was behind that door. They kept searching the cafeteria for any other leads. Suddenly, Zhao Yi noticed a corner of the room covered in blood and random junk. Two more monsters were busy feasting on something. They looked up and saw the pair standing there. One monster held up a bloody arm, gesturing like, "You want a bite too?" That freak invited them to chow down, leaving Zhao Yi and Yang Linlin completely speechless. The thing was looking at Zhao Yi with so much enthusiasm, eyes practically begging him to dig in. He stared at the maggots wriggling in its hand. Zhao Yi thought to himself that he didn't do meat, but the vibe was just too damn intense to ignore. He sat down, grabbed the bloody, maggot-infested arm, and played along with the monster Wuqi's hospitality. Zhao Yi picked out a live white maggot and popped it into his mouth like a snack. Beside him, Yang Linlin's jaw dropped. She thought it was absolutely mental watching him eat that thing, but Zhao Yi was actually feeling it. It tasted like chicken, crunchy and all. The monster grinned, thinking Zhao Yi really knew how to eat, bragging that it was the best part. Yang Linlin was still shivering next to him. After that little stunt, Zhao Yi figured they were done being suspicious of him. He started scouting out the corpses they were chewing on, while Yang Linlin just stayed low, terrified. Zhao Yi spotted a letter and snatched it up. When he cracked it open, Yang Linlin leaned in, curious as hell. The letter talked about a failed merger and how the gateway had been busted. The Shishan experimental base was following in the footsteps of the town from years ago, and the writer's deep, bitter regret practically dripped off the page. Zhao Yi read through the lines and guessed this all tied back to Gaiyuan Town, but there was barely any intel on that place. Suddenly, the system popped up a notification, congratulating player Zhao Yi and Yang Linlin, dropping a secret mission on both of them. The mission? Investigate the truth behind the high school on Shishan Mountain. The rewards would be dropped once they wrapped it up. Zhao Yi read the note and smirked. Just as he thought, these drafts confirmed their theories. The school was only built because of this experimental base. All the top students from City A who came here were basically just lab rats for this operation. Back in the hospital instance, he'd already caught a glimpse of a nasty black shadow. Based on these fragmented notes, that shadow was probably 11. It looked like this experimental base wasn't just limited to the hospital on Tuishan Mountain and the high school on Shishan Mountain. Zhao Yi turned to look at Yang Linlin, figuring he should fill her in on what he found. His eyes suddenly widened. He realized Yang Linlin was sobbing quietly beside him. The monster seemed to notice, too. It jerked its head up, trying to track the noise. Zhao Yi grabbed Yang Linlin and bolted, leaving the monster totally confused, just standing there wondering why those two had suddenly bailed. They ducked into a nearby doorway where there weren't any monsters. She was panting hard from the sprint. Zhao Yi asked, "What are you crying for?" Yang Linlin wiped her face and said, "I know the secret mission is done, and even if we dropped dead on the way back to base, we'd still be walking away with a huge haul. But seeing all these students still in the cafeteria, I just can't feel good about it." She pointed inside to where the monsters were bunched up. Zhao Yi was at a total loss for words. Yang Linlin pictured the students busting their asses to get there and continued. They all had dreams for the future, pouring out their sweat, blood, and tears, doing everything they could just to get into this high school, never imagining they were walking into a living hell, being twisted into these kinds of monsters. She watched a monster tearing something apart, drooling hungrily. It's hard to imagine the kind of despair they felt when they were lying on those lab tables. Yang Linlin was still spiraling. Zhao Yi grabbed her shoulders. Listen, feeling sorry for them now isn't going to fix a damn thing. He told her to use this time to find the real clues. Maybe they could even figure out who was pulling the strings behind this base. Yang Linlin realized he was right. She wiped her eyes, looked him dead in the eye, and asked, "So, what's the move?" Seeing her pull it together, Zhao Yi laid out his plan. First, we gotta figure out how to get the black shadow at the parking garage to head to one spot. Yang Linlin looked at him like he was insane. Are you out of your mind? You want to get that thing to congregate with them? Zhao Yi rubbed his chin. From the way it hunted down Li Zong, I'm pretty sure it's the final creation, 12 from this lab, a quantum riot state. Totally unstable but damn powerful. Yang Linlin was freaking out. He wanted to deal with that? She asked. If it's that strong and it's been rioting in the base the whole time, don't you think that's weird? Yang Linlin guessed it probably had nowhere else to go, but Zhao Yi shook his head. It's not that it has nowhere to go, it's guarding the entrance. Zhao Yi's face got serious. It chased Li Zong down the second it heard noise, which proves it doesn't want anyone getting deep into this base. Plus, the monsters in here are eating rotting corpses and refuse to go outside. Which means there's something out there they're terrified of. And obviously, it's not 12. If 12 wanted to wipe them out, it would have done it in a heartbeat. So, if I'm guessing right, they're afraid of the curse, the monster hidden in that thick fog. Listening to his breakdown, Yang Linlin started to get it. They were enemies with the fog outside. Zhao Yi agreed and showed her a piece of paper. The paper mentioned that the city mayor didn't want the experiments getting out, so they were looking for a way to just erase this whole place. It clicked for Yang Linlin. I get it now. That thick fog is the method they came up with. They want to use the curse to wipe out all traces of the experiments here. Seeing she understood, Zhao Yi gave a confident grin. Exactly. The monster in the fog, that's the real killer in this instance. That's the main objective we need to solve. Yang Linlin was still skeptical. Yeah, but that makes the fog even harder to deal with. Why are you smiling? Zhao Yi's grin just got wider. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. He was planning to team up with the Black Shadow. Yang Linlin was speechless. She tried to talk him out of that crazy idea. But Zhao Yi figured if they could actually talk to the thing, or maybe dig up some crucial info about the curse from it, and it might even help us knock out this side quest way faster. Yang Linlin reached out and pressed her hand against Zhao Yi's forehead, then checked her own. You aren't running a fever, so why are you talking such straight-up nonsense today? Zhao Yi was totally done with her, pushing her away and walking off. Explaining things to her was just a headache. Just keep your eyes on me and follow my lead. She still looked totally clueless, but just went along with it. A few hours later, the two of them had made their way to a different spot. Zhao Yi and Yang Linlin were now standing right in front of a massive door. Yang Linlin asked, "Hey, what exactly are we waiting for?" Zhao Yi kept it cool, waiting for the cafeteria monster to take a break. Look, even if those things were made from humans, at their core they're still just creatures. They're bound to get tired, and when they get tired, they're gonna sleep. We're gonna hit that door the second they knock out. Zhao Yi pointed toward the door behind them. Zhao Yi stared at the closed door. If his gut was right, whatever was inside had something to do with the number 12. Yang Linlin pointed at the door, but how are we even getting in? It's keypad locked. Before she could even finish her sentence, she let out a panicked scream because she saw Zhao Yi holding a severed head. He was literally swinging the thing around, shoving the face into the scanner to unlock the door. The lock let out a few beeps while it ran the ID check. Zhao Yi thought back to what he knew about the shadow. When I saw the shadow earlier, I realized one of its weaknesses was its physical host. If we're lucky, the original body is being kept inside there. Right as he finished, the system announced the scan was a success, and the door started sliding open on its own. He tossed the head aside and headed straight into the room beyond the door. They stepped inside. It was a huge space, and right in the middle, something was still powered up, glowing with this eerie green light. They squinted, their faces turning to shock. It was a containment pod. A containment experiment. There's fluid inside, and whatever's in there looks like it's still alive. It's shaped like a brain, but massive, with two huge eyes. It's got all these wires woven together, forming something that looks like a human body. Yang Linlin sees it and instinctively covers her mouth. What the hell is this thing? Zhao Yi stares at it. You could almost call this a piece of art. Hearing that, Yang Linlin gets full-blown goosebumps. He reaches out to touch the containment tank. All they kept were the essential nerves. They're using nutrient fluid to keep the cells alive, while external electronic stimuli take over for the organs. It completes the cycle. To harvest every single nerve cell like this, of all the doctors I've known, only one could pull this off. As soon as he says that, the chat starts blowing up. Is he BSing us? How could a surgery like that even be done in real life? I graduated from that academy. Let me tell you, this kind of surgery is actually possible out there. It's doable, but the academy only uses cadavers. They don't experiment on living people. Exactly. I've been a surgeon for 23 years. At this level of trauma, anesthesia wouldn't even work. The patient had to be wide awake for the whole process. That's just twisted. That's straight up illegal. God, Yang Linlin is still reeling from what she just heard. Zhao Yi, are you saying it's still alive? Zhao Yi confirms it again. The nutrient solution and the setup fees alone are insanely expensive. Why would some psycho researchers waste this much effort on someone already dead? He points to the massive machine holding the fluid, trying to help Yang Linlin understand. Yang Linlin isn't scared anymore. She stares at the tank. Still alive? What would it even feel right now? Cold? Pain? Or just pure despair? While Yang Linlin keeps staring at the creature, Zhao Yi notices a notebook on the table. He flips it open to see what's written inside. One page reads, God says focus is the essential quality to bind the spirit, kindness is the lock to seal away power, and anger and fear are the keys. He rubs his chin, guessing it's some mix of philosophy and theology. Suddenly, Yang Linlin calls him over to see something else. She points to the digital display on the tank. It reads, Subject, Chen Xiang, age 16, compatibility, 96%. High survival rate compatible with computer waves. 92%, mental cohesion, exceptional. Zhao Yi realizes who it is. Chen Xiang, the student kicked out for dating? How did she end up as a creature with complex vascular and nervous systems? Interesting. Zhao Yi rubs his chin with a cocky grin. So, Chen Xiang was used for Project 12. He feels like he's finally cracked something big. He turns around. I'm gonna check the list of test subjects. Yang Linlin is curious too, so she follows him. Zhao Yi opens the notebook again, revealing a list of participants. Zhang Yabang Xiao and Li Xie. He's shocked to see Li Xi's name on the list. Seeing that name seems to confirm all his theories. Just as I thought. He stares intently at the list in the notebook. Bang Xiao isn't actually the mayor's son, and Zhang Ya isn't some class goddess. They were all just test subjects posing as students to hunt for more lab rats. Zhao Yi closes the book, finally piecing together the tragedy of Chen Xiang. Yang Linlin's jaw drops. What? Zhao Yi can practically see Chen Xiang's whole situation now. Bang Xiao and Zhang Ya played different roles to get close to Chen Xiang. According to these notes, their goal was to break Chen Xiang's kindness and unleash the evil inside. Theoretically, the higher achieving the student, the better their focus. Someone who hesitates can't get anything done. Hearing this, Yang Linlin can't help but peek back at the containment tank while Zhao Yi keeps laying out his theory. This is the best school in the city, and the whole point was to cherry-pick students with high-level focus. Wait, so Zhang Ya and Bang Xiao aren't on the list? They were the experimenters? They probably bolted before the curse hit. A voice suddenly rings out, cutting Zhao Yi off. You ain't wrong, kid, you're spot on. A guy holding a gun steps out. It's none other than Li Xie. He gives a twisted grin. But those two idiots didn't get away. They became sacrifices. Didn't see that coming, did ya? I made it in here despite how dangerous it is. You two mutts. Game over. Yang Linlin raises her hands. Zhao Yi, just calm down. Zhao Yi just keeps giving Li Xie that cocky smile. He grabs Yang Linlin's shoulder, telling her not to move, which just makes Li Xie even angrier. Move and I'll blow your brains out, Li Xie screams. Zhao Yi taunts him, go ahead, shoot. Yang Linlin looks absolutely terrified. If you actually had any bullets, you would have shot already. I don't buy it. Li Xie loses it and pulls the trigger. Turns out, there were bullets. But the bullet misses Zhao Yi and hits Yang Linlin instead. The viewers start spamming the chat. How do you miss that badly? This is wild. Yang Linlin is fuming after getting hit. I wasn't even the one provoking you. Why'd you shoot me? Li Xie panics and apologizes. I'll aim better this time. He screams, leveling his gun at them, but his vision is going blurry. He can't focus. The creature in the tank watches the whole thing. A second shot rings out, and again it hits Yang Linlin. The chat goes crazy again. Elmo, this shooting is pathetic. Is this some kind of personal grudge? Did the gun decide it hates Linlin that much? Seeing Yang Linlin wounded, Zhao Yi rips off his monster disguise coat and tells her to take off her outer layer too. Yang Linlin covers her chest, confused about what he's doing, and the chat trolls again. Lol, they're in this situation and she's still worried about that? Zhao Yi bites off the sleeves of his shirt. He uses the fabric to bandage Yang Linlin's wound. It looks like it stings, so she's in a lot of pain. Li Xie just watches them paralyzed. As Zhao Yi bandages her, he speaks up. Alright, you set us up once, so we're gonna set you up once. Round up the debt. Looks like you owe us big time now. Li Xie eyed them with deep suspicion, but before he could even process it, Zhao Yi came back to collect. Spit it out. What can you actually do to help us? Li Xie gritted his teeth, fuming. What's this roundup crap? You owe us, but if you weren't still somewhat useful, I would have ventilated your skull already. Li Xie gulped, trying to choke back his rage. Since you've made it this far, that means you two have already figured out what's really going on here. Zhao Yi helped Yang Linlin, who was shivering from the pain, back to her feet. Li Xie brushed past them. That's right. Everything, including the curse on this school, is our doing. If you want out of this dump, you've got to find a way to break the curse. Li Xie strode over to the computer terminal, still running in the corner. Zhao Yi kept his eyes on him. What was he planning? Li Xie flashed a cocky grin. Simple. Shut down the X2 life support chamber, let the X2 mutation die off, and the basic anomalies won't be a threat anymore. The organization will swoop in quick to scrub the curse and wipe this place clean. Zhao Yi cut him off immediately. Quit lying to yourself. They aren't coming to save your ass. Li Xie refused to face reality. I was part of these experiments. I've got secret data they don't even know about. It's gold. They wouldn't just dump me. Zhao Yi didn't offer a shred of comfort. He just made it sting more. If you were actually that important to them, they would have come for you ages ago. They wouldn't have left you rotting in this hellhole just scraping by. Instead of waiting for your precious masters to save you, you're better off trusting us. At least our boat has enough room for one more. Zhao Yi played it cool, pushing and pulling, but Li Shay wasn't buying it. He snapped, "Shut your damn mouth!" He leveled his gun at Zhao Yi. "One more word out of you and I'll blow your brains out." With a gun barrel staring him right in the face, Zhao Yi stayed ice cold. Feels pretty shitty being tossed aside like trash, doesn't it? You look like a loyal dog, but look where it got you. When they needed you, they sold you a dream. But once you stopped being useful, they threw you out like garbage. Stop being a fool. If you want to keep breathing, there's only one way out. Zhao Yi just smirked, calm as ever. "We're the only ones who can help you now. If you kill me, you're just pulling the trigger on yourself." Li Shay was losing his grip, his frustration boiling over until his hands started shaking uncontrollably. He spat out, "Shut the hell up!" Watching Li Shay's hands tremble, Yang Linlin's obvious terror, and Zhao Yi's unshakable calm, the tension was palpable. The viewers in the chat were going wild. "No way, this is insane, and how did he manage to step into this trap?" Others chimed in, "Looks like this level is almost clear. They're solving all the puzzles. Dying now would be such a waste." Finally, Li Shi started to regain some composure. His tension began to ebb away. He slowly lowered his gun and sank to the floor right in front of Zhao Yi, like the reality had finally crashed down on him. He looked totally defeated, just checked out. He leaned back against the wall. Behind Zhao Yi, Yang Linlin let out a long breath, thinking she'd almost been scared to death by that lunatic. In that dim room, Li Shay pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and took a drag. His face looked absolutely hollow. He exhaled a thick cloud of smoke and muttered, "I look pretty pathetic right now, don't I?" Yang Linlin couldn't hold it back anymore. "You've done all this garbage and you still have the nerve to call yourself pathetic?" She looked him dead in the eye. "The kids you tortured for your sick experiments, the families you tore apart, do they not count as pathetic?" Li Shay took another long, slow drag before answering. "You think I wanted this? They have my daughter." As he spoke, flashes of his wife's final moments played in his head, her ragged, dying breaths, and the sound of his little girl sobbing, realizing she was about to lose her mom. Li Shi kept going. "5 years ago, cancer took my wife. Before she went, she made me promise to look after our girl." He slumped over in front of Zhao Yi and Yang Linlin, burying his face in his hands, clutching the cigarette like he wanted to crush his own skull. His whole body shook as he choked out, "I already failed my wife, and now I'm about to fail my daughter too." He broke down, tears streaming down his face. Yang Linlin suddenly remembered a scrap of a handwritten note she'd read earlier. "My dearest Lena, I heard the Babai amusement park is finished. I promised I'd take you there. Work is almost done. 2 weeks tops and I'll be home. Trust me, I'm definitely coming back this time." Yang Linlin tapped her chin deep in thought. Could it be? While Zhao Yi stayed silent and focused, Yang Linlin blurted out, "Is your wife and daughter being held hostage by the organization?" Li Xie stayed slumped over, barely whispering, "What other choice do I have?" He rested his head against the cabinet, looking completely drained. A killer is just someone who took a life, right? And those students, once they ended up here, they weren't even treated like human beings anyway. He looked up at them. "You two think we're unforgivable, but do we even get a choice in this world?" Li Xi's eyes went dead as he looked at Yang Linlin. "If you had to choose between your own family or some stranger, who's dying?" That question hit her like a truck. Yang Linlin froze, terrified, completely speechless. Deep down, she realized, if she were in Li Xi's shoes, she'd probably have to make that same hellish choice. She clenched her fists, admitting the truth to herself. Everyone is selfish when it comes to the ones they love. After a long silence in the dark room, Li Xi spoke up again. "All right, since we're talking about teaming up, you two managed to get this far, so I guess you aren't just some random losers. If you really want to help me, fine. I'll tell you how to break the curse." Zhao Yi finally spoke up. "The help you want us to save your daughter, don't you?" Li Xie looked at him, let out a dry, bitter laugh and replied, "With what little you guys have got. If you two even think about stepping into the organization's perimeter, they'll spot you in a heartbeat and take you out on the spot. Let alone trying to rescue my daughter." Li Xie shot back at Zhao Yi with a look of pure disdain. Li Xie then turned to Yang Linlin and added, "Of course, if you weren't dragging this idiot along, your own skills and gut instinct might actually keep you alive a little longer." Feeling like she was being talked down to, Yang Linlin barked back at Li Xie, calling him a total moron and saying his whole family were losers. Zhao Yi stepped closer to Li Xie and said slowly, "So what do you want us to do for you?" Zhao Yi kept his cool, looking straight at Li Xie while Linlin watched on. Li Xie used his remaining arm to push himself off the ground, standing up slowly before moving to the left. "Let me show you something." Li Xie started walking slowly ahead. Zhao Yi and Linlin followed his every move, eager to see what he was about to spill. In the dim light, Zhao Yi remained composed, his hands buried deep in his pockets, tracking Li Xie's every step. Linlin stayed timidly behind him, looking for protection. In the corner of the room, Li Xie dropped to one knee beside a cabinet and used his good arm to yank the door open. Once it was open, Li Xie leaned in, peering deep into the dark space. Inside lay a brown cloth, hiding some kind of secret. Li Xie grabbed the fabric. When he saw Zhao Yi and Linlin closing in, he whipped the cloth away, startling them both. Zhao Yi finally took his hands out of his pockets when he saw what was inside the cabinet. Hidden behind the cloth was a high-tech security device, masterfully rigged into the back of the cabinet. Li Xie pressed his thumb against the scanner to verify his print. A few seconds later, the device chirped, "Fingerprint scan successful." Zhao Yi and Lin watched as Li Xie crouched half in, half out of the cabinet, digging for something. Moments later, he pulled out a vial containing a mysterious liquid. Li Xie turned toward them, slumped against the cabinet, let out a breath, and closed his eyes. "Take it!" Zhao Yi snatched the vial quickly. Lin leaned in, her eyes wide with curiosity. Zhao Yi asked, "What is this?" Still leaning against the cabinet, breathing hard, Li Xie replied, "This belongs to a different project. It's unfinished, but don't let that fool you. It's lethal." Li Xie let out a long, ragged sigh, cracked his eyes open, and answered Zhao Yi. As Zhao Yi held the vial tight, Li Xie looked at them and revealed that the organization would never let this go. Even if this place was reduced to rubble months or years from now, they'd still send squads to tear this place apart searching for it. If this stuff falls into their hands... By this point, Li Xi's vision was blurring and sweat was pouring down his face. Zhao Yi and Yang Lin began to fade into a hazy, indistinct blur. Li Xie shook his head, trying to steady his sight, and slowly slumped down to sit across from them. He rested his head against the wall and spilled the truth. The curse was all tied to that box. Li Xie mustered his last bit of strength to lift his head, struggling to keep his eyes open. "Shut that box down, and the curse, the Thunder Origin, will be broken." Using his final bit of energy, he pointed toward an exit, telling them the box was right in the middle of the mist. Zhao Yi and Lin looked toward the exit in the direction he pointed, listening closely. "The mist won't attack things that are already dead," he warned. "If you can keep your emotions in check, you might just make it. They don't have eyes or ears." Li Xi's hand went limp. He had absolutely nothing left in the tank. Zhao Yi and Lin watched him fading fast, but they stayed locked in, soaking up every word. They use brainwaves to pick up signals and judge if a living thing is in their attack range. By now, Li Xie had collapsed completely, his exhausted, blood-soaked body drained of all life. He fought to give them the final, crucial details. "Remember this. No matter what you see in that mist, don't freak out. Don't show any fear. Once you let your emotions spike, they'll be on you like sharks smelling blood." Li Xie's voice turned deadly serious as he laid out the grim consequences. Seeing Li Xie in such a wretched state, Yang Lin urged Zhao Yi to bandage him up, but Zhao Yi just stared coldly at the man and told her not to waste the time and energy. Watching Li Xie wither away, Zhao Yi figured he'd been starving for a long time. His body was hitting its absolute breaking point. Plus, with all that running, his adrenaline had hit the system for the second time already. Yang Lin looked at Zhao Yi. He seemed detached, but his analysis was cold, hard, and spot on as he stood there with his hands back in his pockets. With blood loss this bad, unless there's a top-tier hospital nearby for an immediate transfusion, not even a legendary healer could save him now. Hearing that, Yang Lin felt a strange hollow ache in her chest. Seeing the confusion on her face, the viewers started chiming in. "Look at Lin's expression, she must be really torn up." Another comment rolled in, "Right? Li Xie isn't exactly a good guy, but his backstory makes him feel so damn real. I'm almost forgetting he's just an NPC in this dungeon." Yang Lin looked at Zhao Yi and asked sheepishly, "Do you think we can actually trust what he said?" Zhao Yi stayed silent for a second before replying, "From a psychological perspective, I'd say he's telling the truth." Zhao Yi pulled the vial Li Xie had given him from his pocket and told Lin, "But let's be real, the system isn't going to just hand us an easy way out." Trong Not pulled the vial that Li Tong gave him out of his pocket and told Lam, "But it's obvious the system ain't trying to leave us a way out, man." The vial was held up in front of Zhao Yi. Then Zhao Yi told Lin, "There might be another simpler way to break the curse. If you don't follow the path Li Xie pointed out, even if you know this method, you've only got a 1% survival rate." Hearing Zhao Yi's analysis and that measly 1% survival rate, Yang Lin felt her knees go weak, forcing her to lean against the wall for support. She glanced at him and asked, "So, we still have to find a different way to break the curse?" Zhao Yi rubbed his chin, deep in thought after hearing Lin's question. Looking at the dark path ahead, Zhao Yi figured there was no point in stressing Lin out with the nightmare scenarios awaiting them. Those hair-covered paths weren't exactly a walk in the park, but they were definitely more effective. Lin was terrified. It was just too dangerous. Even if you kept your cool in the fog the moment your emotions slipped, the demons in there would tear you apart. Zhao Yi kept his eyes fixed on the path ahead, flashing a faint smile as he replied, "It's all good. As someone who's dealt with plenty of psychiatric patients, I'm pretty damn confident in my ability to keep my cool." With that, Zhao Yi strode past Lin. "I'm heading in." After a few steps, he heard Lin calling his name, causing him to pause and look back at her. Yang Lin looked at Zhao Yi, feeling awkward and still clearly spooked, and told him, "Well, I hope everything goes smoothly for you. I'm not going in there." At this point, the viewers started chiming in. Lin the goddess is smart, for real. It was obvious to her that keeping a level head like Zhao Yi was straight up impossible. If she followed him now, she'd just be a liability and basically be walking straight into her own grave. Other comments started rolling in, suggesting that just clearing the secret mission was already a huge win. In the pitch-black darkness, the comment feed kept scrolling, but the final consensus was that now they could only watch and see what Zhao Yi would do. After circling around the secret passage for a while, Zhao Yi finally found an old elevator. He stood there, studying the filthy, grime-covered elevator door. It was clear this secret chamber was built in a hidden spot, and it ran entirely on the elevator's power. Zhao Yi stepped inside. He knew this wasn't like the straight shaft that the X2 was guarding. This one was only for authorized personnel. Since the monsters outside couldn't get in, Zhao Yi pulled out Heety's severed head to use it. He quickly shoved Heety's head in front of the scanner and thought to himself, they're not just going to sit around digging tunnels hundreds of meters long. Even though they were monsters, they had their own twisted sense of awareness. They were killers, hunters, not construction workers. After pressing the head against the scanner for a moment, the system signaled a successful identification. The viewers blew up the chat. Holy crap, it's so rotten even its own mother wouldn't recognize it, and it still scanned successfully? The inside of the elevator was covered in rust and old, dried blood that hadn't been cleaned in ages. As Zhao Yi stepped in, Heety's head suddenly vanished. Zhao Yi leaned against the wall, waiting for the elevator to descend. The old gears screeched and groaned with every movement. After a bit, the elevator came to a halt and the doors shuddered open with a piercing, mechanical shriek. Zhao Yi was caught off guard to see a monster with long white hair standing there with its back to him. This was the Crimson Female Ghost, an insanely dangerous level threat. The thing to note was that this was once a terrifying ghost that had been cruelly cursed. Fear was its favorite snack. As for its weakness, the rules stripped away its six senses, meaning it could only hunt by sensing the emotional fluctuations of living things. But against a cold fish like Zhao Yi, it would probably just treat him like a rock. Such a beautiful ghost. Really don't want to get on its bad side. When the viewers saw the ghost's arm, they started commenting, "Wait, that clothing, isn't that Li Xie's arm?" Standing behind the monster and realizing the arm belonged to Li Xie, Zhao Yi thought, saw that coming. Li Xie would rather risk the X2 than use this secret passage. There was definitely something terrifying lurking here. Zhao Yi locked his gaze onto the ghost, mentally prepping his next moves. He took a deep, steadying breath and started to approach. After a quick stretch to get his head in the game, Zhao Yi said with a totally calm and innocent expression, "Lovely autumn breeze today." The viewers outside couldn't help but lose it. Are you kidding? You're face to face with a female ghost and you're just chillin' and reciting poetry? Zhao Yi took a slow step forward. When he finally brushed against the ghost, it clearly sensed something. The viewers panicked in the chat. No way, does the boss really have the guts to touch that thing? Beads of sweat started forming on his forehead. I do not want to be a ghost knight, he thought, but I've got no choice. This woman is blocking the path. When the ghost felt something touch it, it snapped its head around to face Zhao Yi. Its face was hideous, deep, hollow eye sockets with no pupils. Its mouth was split to its ears, filled with jagged teeth, like it wanted to swallow the world whole, and its long, slimy tongue was curled all the way up to its eyes. When its true face was revealed, the chat went wild. Holy crap! That head turn almost gave me a heart attack! Zhao Yi stood right in front of that gruesome face. Despite the tension, he stayed calm, showing absolutely zero emotion. Suddenly, the ghost flicked its long tongue out and licked his face. Its drool was all over his face, making the viewers freak out. Guys, I'm literally afraid to breathe. If Zhao Yi shows even the slightest bit of fear, he's gonna get eaten alive right on the spot. In a split second, the freaky demon yanked its gross, slimy tongue right back out of Zhao Yi's face. Its eyes shrank down to tiny slits while Zhao Yi just stood there dead silent and totally unfazed. After a second, Zhao Yi reached into his pocket, pulled out a clean handkerchief, and wiped all that nasty drool the female demon left behind right off his face. Once he was all cleaned up, Zhao Yi let out a chill little smirk that totally caught the live chat off guard, sending a massive wave of comments flooding the screen. People were spamming the chat like, "Yo, what a legend! Dude's actually unbothered." Meanwhile, the female demon tried to vibe check him, but couldn't sniff out a single drop of fear or emotion from the guy. Her eyes rolled back into a dead, milky white, and she just turned away like Zhao Yi was nothing more than a random pebble on the street. Having totally cheesed his way past this trial, Zhao Yi hit her with a cool, deadpan poker face so she couldn't read his internal panic at all. Staring right down the barrel of total creepiness and high-key death threats from the freaky female demon, Zhao Yi didn't flinch for a second. His emotions didn't even dip. Right after clearing this check, he actually flashed a cocky-ass smirk. Stride right ahead, there was an iron ladder bolted straight up against the wall. Zhao Yi sauntered over, gave it a thorough once-over, and firmly planted his hands on the rungs to climb up. Not wasting any time, Zhao Yi hauled himself up that ladder in record speed to scope out what kind of nightmare level was waiting next. Right at the top of the hatch was a heavy basement door blocking the way. Zhao Yi shoved the heavy hatch wide open with his left hand and hauled himself out. The vibe out here looked straight up like a creepy pitch-black gym. There were racks of sports balls, with stray ones rolling all over the damn floor, plus rusty lockers and a random ping-pong table. Total chaos everywhere. On top of that, Zhao Yi started picking up this creepy, looping audio track echoing out of nowhere. On the 8th day of the 8th month, chop off the hair, finish chopping, and pack up mom. On the 8th day of the 8th month, chop off the hair, finish chopping, and pack up mom. On the 8th day of the 8th month, chop off the hair, finish chopping, and pack up mom. Zhao Yi scanned the whole room to track down where that cursed sound was coming from. On the 8th day, chop off the hair, finish chopping, and pack up mom. After a quick sweep of the room, Zhao Yi finally spotted the source. A messed-up doll tucked away in a dusty corner, glitching out and repeating the same creepy lines on loop. On the 8th day, chop off the hair, finish chopping, and pack up mom. Once the doll realized Zhao Yi had locked eyes on it, it switched up its dialogue to something way more unhinged. Mom sewed it into a doll. Suddenly, a pair of eyes locked onto Zhao Yi from across the room. They looked like a girl's eyes, but super freaky. Her face was leaking rivers of fresh blood, and tears of pure crimson kept pouring straight out of the corners of her eyes. Zhao Yi casually raised a hand toward a nearby locker. Right on cue, a deep crimson streak randomly smeared across the locker door, and the doll glitched back to its previous audio loop. On the 8th day of the 8th month, chop the hair, and pack up mom. Mom sewed it into a doll. On the 8th day of the 8th month, chop the hair, and pack up mom. Mom sewed it into a doll. Zhao Yi gently pushed open a side door to sneak into the room right next to the lockers. That creepy audio was getting louder and crystal clear now. On the 8th day of the 8th month, chop the hair, and pack up mom. Mom sewed it into a doll. Right in front of Zhao Yi's eyes was a little creep of a kid, maybe around 8 years old, standing dead still in the corner right next to a bin full of sports balls. She was clutching that exact same creepy doll he'd just seen. Her little lips kept stuttering out the same cursed verse on repeat. On the 8th day of the 8th month, chop the hair, and pack up mom. Mom sewed it into a doll. Seeing that messed up scene, Zhao Yi stayed totally chill, lowered his head, and gave a tiny smirk while that haunted audio kept echoing in the background. On the 8th day of the 8th month, chop the hair, and pack up mom. Mom sewed it into a doll. But Zhao Yi didn't have an ounce of fear in him. He just strolled right up to the little creep holding the doll. The live chat went completely bonkers, dropping hundreds of comments like, "Bro, what is he actually planning to do? Is he seriously about to square up and slice this creepy kid up live?" As soon as he got right up in her space, Zhao Yi slowly reached his hand out like he wanted to touch her. And then Zhao Yi did the absolute unthinkable. He gently rested his hand on top of the little kid's head, and just like that, she instantly shut up and stopped looping her creepy dialogue. Zhao Yi figured out that this demon had been chilling here for ages, just waiting for a specific trigger. Without a shred of hesitation, he squatted down eye level with the little creep and hit her with the most wholesome, gentle voice possible. "Hey little buddy, do you mind pointing me in the direction of the center of this crazy fog?" The little demon's neck cracked violently as she whipped her head around to look at Zhao Yi, making fresh blood spurt all over her collar. She stared at him dead in the eyes for a long moment without saying a word. After a second, she just raised her right hand to point straight down a path and kept her trap shut. Zhao Yi gave a soft smile and thanked her. That mind-boggling move completely fried the viewers' brains in chat, watching a guy actually step up and say thank you to a literal demon. Leaving the little demon behind, Zhao Yi walked a little further before he caught the faint sound of her whispering behind him, "How the hell do rocks even talk?" He didn't give a single crap about her riddle and just kept marching forward, leaving the little creep and all her existential dread in the dust. Zhao Yi cleared the stage like absolute boss mode, suddenly realizing that as long as your vibe stays completely locked and unbothered, these monsters won't even try to jump you, no matter how close you get. After walking a bit more, a massive set of double doors loomed right ahead. Zhao Yi didn't hesitate for a split second. He strode right up to the heavy gates and shoved them wide open with full force. And right there, everything Zhao Yi had been hunting for was finally laid out before his eyes. Inside the room, thick, choking fog was swirling everywhere, accompanied by an eerie, dead silence and walls splattered in crusty old blood. Zhao Yi couldn't believe his eyes. This place was way more hardcore and terrifying than Lizong let on. Headless ghouls and all sorts of twisted freaks were just wandering aimlessly through the mist. They were doing their own thing, totally ignoring Zhao Yi's arrival like he was invisible. After taking a deep, steady breath to center his chi, Zhao Yi planted his feet and took his very first brave steps straight into the cursed room. A whole army of ghouls was waiting for him inside. They caught his scent, realized a living human had just rolled up, and instantly snapped their twisted, glowing eyes right in his direction. Zhao Yi instantly cranked up his mental fortitude skill to max level 100+1, shut his eyes tight, and just walked straight past every single demon one by one, pushing deeper and deeper into the fog. Zhao Yi's mental stats were locked at peak performance the whole time. But the fog kept getting thicker by the second, and all these sick, whispering voices and psychological mind games from the local ghouls started creeping straight into his head. The deeper he trudged into the mist, the more savage and high-tier the monsters got. The further he pushed inside, the deadlier and more nightmare fuel these freaks became. Right as he neared the epicenter of the fog, a massive monstrosity stepped out. It looked like a giant deer with a jet-black skull. Its body was a horrifying, exposed patchwork of raw meat and jagged, jutting bones that looked straight-up apocalyptic. The second it caught wind of Zhao Yi rolling up, it locked its soulless eyes right on him. Instantly, a swarm of squirming, gross-ass maggots hatched and started wriggling all over his left thigh. That spot starts spreading everywhere, rotting away piece by piece. Blood is already leaking right out of Zhao Yi's eyes and mouth. The right side of Zhao Yi's face is slowly turning into this coarse, creepy, scaly mess. Still, Zhao Yi keeps his poker face on, totally calm as he keeps marching forward. Venturing deeper into the thick of it, he suddenly bumps into a paper doll rocking a cold-ass stare in traditional, ancient Chinese threads. The doll's face is a total blank void with zero emotion, except for these super striking, bright pink cheeks and heavily painted lips that look like straight-up fresh blood. Honestly, it's not even as terrifying as those other freaky ghosts. It just stands completely frozen, hands crossed over its belly, staring deadass right into Zhao Yi's soul. The whole face of this paper doll is slathered in this thick layer of oil paint. The second it sees Zhao Yi getting close, it exhales a puff of air right from its mouth. Boom! Ghost fire instantly erupts all over Zhao Yi's body, scorching him to the core. A massive blue flame wraps around Zhao Yi, burning so intensely that his injuries just keep getting worse and worse. Even though he's catching all kinds of hell on this road, Zhao Yi's eyes stay laser-focused and completely unbothered, showing not a single ounce of fear. The live chatters outside instantly flood the feed. Yo chat, I can't even watch this anymore. This is straight up brutal. Standing right there in the thick fog with his body completely shredded by wounds, yet from the jump, Zhao Yi's vibe hasn't even flickered. He hasn't even flinched or made a single sound of pain. Zhao Yi's absolute grit has chat going wild all over again. Sure, these wounds are going to heal once the dungeon wraps up, but living through this kind of torture is way too fucked up, right guys? If it were anyone else, they'd definitely snap. I'm seriously starting to doubt if this dude is even human. Taking that kind of pain without dropping a single peep? If that were me, I would have rage quit ages ago. Out of nowhere, the fog completely vanishes, leaving behind an empty-ass wasteland with Zhao Yi standing right in the middle. The chat keeps blowing up with fresh comments. Look, the fog's clearing out. Did he finally make it to the destination? Or maybe the boss just stopped walking altogether. Zhao Yi halts in his tracks, and right in front of him is this wildly messed up sight. The corpses of a man and a woman are all twisted up together, lying dead in a massive pool of blood. The body of a young chick in an office uniform is somehow tangled up with a dude's corpse, and the guy's face looks like he died in pure agony. Staring right down this nightmare fuel, a quick thought flashes through Zhao Yi's head. These two are probably Zhangya and Peng Yi, but hey, whoever they are, it doesn't change a damn thing. Zhao Yi crouches down, inspecting the gruesome wound on his left leg real close, where a bunch of fat maggots are wriggling around, chowing down on his flesh. His right hand reaches over and grabs a tiny pocket knife. With his other hand, Zhao Yi grips the biggest maggot of the bunch. The little bastard is latched deep onto his wound, spraying blood everywhere. He presses the blade right against the maggot's body and slices it clean off his leg. The moment it's cut, the maggot instantly balloons in size, turning a blazing crimson red. A bunch of creepy tentacles sprout all around it as it thrashes around like crazy. After flopping around for a bit, the maggot's body starts shriveling up while a tiny leaf sprouts out of it. The viewers watching the stream instantly spam the chat asking what the hell kind of plant that is. Then another viewer drops some knowledge in chat. Man, y'all clearly aren't paying attention to the stream. That's a wicked plant born straight from a wicked deity, aka a total flesh eater. That tiny leaf sprouting from the maggot's body quickly mutates into a blood-red flower branch. The whole process goes down in a flash. A moment later, those flowers slowly wither away. Zhao Yi looks back down at the wound on his left leg and gives himself a mental pep talk. Well, at least the meat on my leg stopped rotting. Zhao Yi grabs a clean strip of cloth and gently wraps up the wound so it's sealed off from the air and protected from getting infected. Zhao Yi gets back on his feet and keeps pushing forward, leaving behind the mangled corpses of Zhangya and Peng Xiao, all twisted together and dead in a puddle of blood. Just a few steps later, a golden box pops up right in front of Zhao Yi. The outside of the box is carved with some wild cryptic patterns. It just sits there in total, dead silence, giving off a seriously chilly vibe. Zhao Yi locks eyes with the box, deep in thought. After mulling it over, he makes up his mind, squats down, and reaches out to touch this mysterious box. He picks it up and pops the lid open to see what's inside. The second he cracks it open, the box drops a sound like a music track, revealing a golden mini pagoda sitting right inside. Suddenly, the space all around Zhao Yi starts spinning out of control, leaving him completely disoriented. Feeling the heavy pressure, he summons every last ounce of his willpower to keep it together. Zhao Yi quickly slams the box shut and springs right back to his feet. Out in the distance, a thick wave of fog rolls right up to Zhao Yi, but these clouds have some seriously twisted shapes and weird-ass colors. Zhao Yi freezes, planting his feet solid to get a better look. As those fog patches mash together, they start taking on a terrifying shape. A demonic face slowly forms, starting with razor-sharp teeth and echoing a savage laugh. That creepy laugh just keeps getting louder and clearer. A full-on demon face materializes right in front of him. Its eyes are blazing fire, paired with those nightmare fuel patterns on its face, driving the live chat absolutely nuts with hype. Holy shit, that's a summoned demon! It's power charging real quick, unhinging its massive jaw like it's about to swallow the whole damn world. It spits out a cloud of red smoke, instantly vacuuming every single corpse off the ground straight into its maw. Zhao Yi throws his arm up to block his face against the insane suction force. He just stands there silently watching the chaos go down, probably plotting his next move. Boom! A blinding golden treasure chest pops up right in front of him with a notification text. Congrats to player Zhao Yi for clearing the hidden side quest, lifting the curse of Stone Mountain High School. Looking like an absolute Chad, Zhao Yi casually picks up the secret drop of pre-placed Pandora's box. Right now, the whole surrounding area is completely wrecked, reduced to absolute rubble. The sky turns a terrifying blood red, looking like a total apocalyptic wasteland. The scene cuts over to an office desk with a steaming cup of coffee. Yang Dao is sitting right there with a dead serious look on his face, definitely waiting for someone to show up. Suddenly, a knock came from outside. He told the guy to come on in. It was Ba, looking like a total meathead, towering and kinda goofy. Ba walked up to the desk and asked Yang Dao what he wanted. Yang Dao didn't answer right away, just told him to take a seat first. Yang Dao said he wanted to introduce someone to him. Ba pulled up a chair, sitting down all cocky and weird, like he owned the place, asking who it was with a creepy smirk. Without missing a beat, Yang Dao said Zhao Yi. Ba looked a bit confused, then Yang Dao slid a file on Zhao Yi across the desk at him. He added one more thing, the forgotten angel. Ba's expression went cold instantly, his face dropping, and he panicked, stuttering out a question. He's back too? Yang Dao just kept pushing, asking if he knew who Zhao Yi was. Ba's face twisted in disgust, biting his lip like he was about to lose it. He started venting. Look, Guildmaster, you know my family has this condition, but I've always wanted everyone to see me as a genius. In his twisted head, Ba wanted to be some kind of legendary demon lord with a thirst for slaughter running deep in his veins. That's exactly why his old man got into the arms trade, because weapons and blood go hand in hand. His talent was unlike anything I'd ever seen, Ba said. He told stories of Kapan being in countless wars, butchering people left and right. In those wars, they killed thousands, women, kids, the elderly. It didn't matter. It was straight up inhumane, this obsession with killing just to climb the ladder, to the point where everyone just bowed down to him. Ba said even when he was a kid, he'd always obsessed over topping his old man. That was his whole life's goal. Ba's face darkened as he kept talking, until one day he met the forgotten angel. Yang Dao seemed to see it coming and cut him off with a question. So that's why his condition was cured, right? Ba didn't say a word, just hung his head and started shaking uncontrollably. He was clearly fuming, feeling like it was a total insult. He was freaking out, refusing to believe it. Killing is in our DNA. How could that even be cured? He slammed his hand on the desk, losing his cool completely. I can't accept that the man who was the king of weaponry, the hands of war, the top of the food chain, just suddenly turns into some sweet old man who spends his days fishing and playing chess. Ba kept spiraling, slamming the table again and again, letting all that bottled-up rage out. Yang Dao stayed quiet, trying to hear him out. Ba yelled, convinced of his own theory. He wasn't trying to cure him. He was trying to kill my old man. Yang Dao calmly tried to chill him out. He asked, how much do you actually know about Zhao Yi's treatment of your father? Ba tried to catch his breath, looking totally drained. He sat back and muttered that their sessions were all super top secret. Even though they hung out for a while, the actual treatment was super quick. This guy cured my father's bloodlust in like a day, or maybe even an hour. Ba was shivering, refusing to accept it. Because it was so fast, it just felt like he turned my old man into a completely different person. Yang Dao mused, have you ever actually dealt with him yourself? Ba said just once. Yang Dao kept digging. What did it feel like? A weird feeling crept into Ba's mind, something vague, but terrifying. He started shaking like a leaf, calling it pure horror. Remembering that time, Ba looked like he was haunted by it. Yang Dao didn't get it. Horror, you say? He couldn't figure out why a top-tier killer, a total psycho, would admit to being scared. Yang Dao gave a slight, curious smile. He actually scared you that much. Ba opened his mouth to speak, but was too stressed out to get the words out, just clenching his fists to hold it together. Then his mood shifted to pure hate. He glared at Yang Dao and demanded to know where Zhao Yi was. He was practically vibrating with long-standing grudges. Yang Dao acted chill, saying he's over at the guild right now, full of absolute losers. You know how it is, not many members, and the place is barely standing. Yang Dao's voice trailed off, leaving a lot unsaid and clearly plotting something. Then he just told him to go get some rest. He added that the Maling Chi wave was coming in a month and they might make some bank off it. Ba just nodded, quiet as a mouse, and left. Once he was alone, Ba swore that if he got the chance, he'd wipe away his family's shame. Elsewhere, the heavy footsteps of Zhao Yi could be heard. Zhao Yi walked up, catching Yang Linlin's attention. She turned around, beaming. You're back. I was starting to think. Before she could finish, Zhao Yi hobbled in, saying he was fine and that he'd brought back some tools to cut off his own rotting feet. Looking at the tools all over the table, Yang Linlin was in shock. You're doing this yourself? Zhao Yi looked totally unfazed as he prepped for the procedure. He put his foot on the table, ready to hack it off. Then Zhao Yi grabbed the saw and did it, clean and quick, no anesthesia. From start to finish, he performed his own amputation without even blinking. He was acting like a total beast. While Zhao Yi, a legit demon lord, was performing surgery on himself and calmly bandaging the stumps, the goddess Yang Linlin was losing her lunch. Zhao Yi just chuckled, saying he was pretty happy with how the surgery went, and now he could get ready to deal with 12. Yang Linlin was confused. Wasn't the mission over? Why risk messing with him? Zhao Yi answered her innocent question with a sarcastic tone. They set up this curse for me. It'd be rude if I didn't send a few gifts back, right? Yang Linlin seemed to get it. Zhao Yi wanted to use 12 to take down the organization behind Li Sheng. She didn't think they could win. If the enemy could pull off a curse like that, the power behind them must be terrifying. Zhao Yi agreed. Exactly. That's why I want to teach him a lesson using his own body. Yang Linlin looked nervous. She didn't quite get what he meant. Teaching what, you ask? He just flashes a goofy, innocent grin and goes, just teaching him some basic common sense. 3 days later, the main quest wraps up a whole 15 minutes early. Number 12 actually pulls up back at the lab. Yang Linlin totally freaks out the second she spots him, aiming her piece right at 12, but he just glides right past her like she's a ghost, totally unfazed. 12 keeps his mouth shut, dragging his boots step by step toward Zhao Yi, before dropping into a super respectful bow, like a loyal dog saluting its master, while Yang Linlin stands there completely losing her mind in absolute shock. Zhao Yi's face lights up with this super smug, satisfied grin watching 12 pull this off. He just stands there in silence, locking eyes with 12. What Zhao Yi taught 12 wasn't some flashy, overpowered combat move. He taught him how to smile. The dude's legit acting just like a real human now. Even though he's a clone, his emotional settings are getting fine-tuned to absolute perfection. Zhao Yi casually drops a little reminder, telling him that no matter what goes down, never forget to flash that smile, man. Mai drops a satisfied grin too, his vibe shifting bit by bit as he slowly fades into thin air. And just like that, 12 completely vanishes into the void. Right on cue, the big brass rolls up outside Sector C with a whole squad of grunts, locking the place down. He sent Alpha Team in for recon first and told his guys to radio back with sitraps from inside. A high-ranking officer steps up on a ledge to catch the intel from his subordinates. Word comes back from the initial sweep that the curse lingering over Shishan High School was actually sealed away way ahead of time. They ran the scanners and the gears showing 0 life signs inside. Hearing the sitrep, the officer casually slips off his shades and barks the order for Alpha Team to push into the lab for a full sweep, telling them to report any weird stuff immediately. Snapping to attention, Alpha Team hoists their rifles and charges inside to run through the checklist. The sky starts tripping out with some seriously weird phenomena, thick smoke choking the air and the clouds shifting into a creepy bruised red and black mess. 12's shadowy silhouette flickers into view right dead in the middle of the pitch-black sky. He flashes a twisted, creepy-ass grin, totally stoked knowing some fresh meat just showed up. Shishan High School is radiating this heavy, cursed death vibe right now. 12 is hovering straight above Alpha Team, zipping back and forth so fast they can't get a bead on him, leaving the whole squad staring at each other wide-eyed and terrified at this freaky entity. Next thing you know, blood-curdling screams echo through the halls. Nobody knows what the hell ran into them. Zhao Yi casually steps back onto the Shishan High School grounds. A system notification pops up in his face. Big congrats to player Zhao Yi for clearing the Nightmare School mystery. Zhao Yi is wearing this deep, calculating look, scratching his head. Why is the world exploration at 100%, but the story exploration is stuck at a measly 60? He's wondering if it's because he speed-ran the dungeon and cut it short. Outside, the shadows are creeping in, and a massive crowd is packed together, gossiping up a storm. Standing right next to them, Liu Ruoqing is just chilling, sipping a glass of fine red wine. She looks like she's living her absolute best life. Spotting Zhao Yi, Liu Ruoqing immediately shouts out props for clearing the dungeon. She praises his stream, saying she tuned in and he put on a clinic. Zhao Yi hits her back with some fake humble trash talk. Man, a basic-ass dungeon like that? Spees, I could do it with one hand tied behind my back. The crowd outside is still buzzing. Liu Ruoqing rolls her eyes, dropping her voice in pure annoyance. Hey punk, the local feed is acting up. Zhao Yi's curiosity gets the better of him. What's going on over there, Liu? She shrugs it off like it's nothing. NBD, just some stiff caught a one-way ticket. Totally standard stuff around here. Zhao Yi thinks to himself she's probably seen way too many bodies drop to even blink. Zhao Yi nods slightly, saying he's gonna go check out the circus, and she gives him a lazy wave to go ahead. He muscles his way right into the thick of the noisy crowd, gawking at whatever's in the middle. Zhao Yi catches snippets of people freaking out, muttering under their breath, "What the actual hell is that? That's a gruesome way to check out." His eyes zone out as he looks at the twisted, mutated corpse lying on the dirt. Its body is completely warped, and only the head, arms, and torso look remotely human. The whole frame of this dude is mangled into a corkscrew shape, all twisted up and fused into these long, disgusting lines. He runs the math in his head. You don't need a genius IQ to know this wasn't just your average kill from some spooky ghost energy. The corpse is leaking these creepy red fumes, completely covered in claw marks and caked in blood. Zhao Yi steps right up, reaches down, and hoists the body up to inspect it. Then he flips the corpse right over to get a better look under the hood. A thoroughly warped, cursed face stares right back up, sending shockwaves of pure panic through the onlookers. They start whispering in sheer disbelief. Is he still smiling? That's straight up cursed. I got goosebumps all over my arms. Zhao Yi reaches out and cops a feel of the mutant's head. There's literally 0 skull left in there. Pressing down on it, he figures the killer must have vacuumed all the bones right out through a slash in the back without leaving a single trace. Time to run a proper diagnostic. Zhao Yi deduces the killer's knife work is either masterclass surgeon level or straight up butcher status. But judging by how clean those incisions open and close, the guy's definitely a butcher. While Zhao Yi is dead focused on inspecting the corpse, the surrounding crowd is staring at him like he's an absolute psychopath. He turns around, flashes a sly look at a girl standing nearby, and drops the smooth line, "Hey miss, mind spotting me a bottle of soda?" Without even blinking, probably thinking he's some Sherlock Holmes type, she hands it right over. Zhao Yi shakes his head, saying a single soda ain't gonna cut it, and asks her to score him a hard-boiled egg too. Someone from the sidelines chimes in, "Yo, I literally just boiled a batch. Let me grab you one." The crowd starts whispering again, dying of curiosity over what the hell soda and eggs have to do with cracking a murder case. Zhao Yi pops the cap off the soda, dodging a barrage of questions about whether soda is some kind of secret detective magic juice. Then he casually starts peeling the egg. Once it's naked, Zhao Yi holds it up for inspection, while the crowd stares at him like he's lost his mind. People start snickering behind his back, elbowing each other and whispering, "Look at this clown! Take notes, kids! This is how you cosplay a detective." Zhao Yi side-eyes the egg, opens his jaws super wide, and shoves the whole thing down his throat in one go without a second thought, washing it down with long, relaxed gulps of soda. He lets out a massive, satisfied sigh of relief right after stuffing his face in front of 1,000 staring eyeballs. Seeing this, the crowd just freezes, standing there like absolute statues in dead silence. Once he's licked his chops, Zhao Yi pats his belly and drops, "Man, I ate way too many potatoes inside that dungeon. Real eggs hit different." The crowd instantly flips their shit, raining curses down on him, thinking he was actually going to solve the case, while the poor girl who handed him the soda is near tears, realizing her kindness was totally wasted. Ignoring the hate, Zhao Yi bails from the scene and heads straight for a pitch-black room. He struts inside totally unfazed, looking smooth as hell, completely hiding the fact that he just played the entire server like a fiddle. Reaching the door, he smoothly clicks the latch, rolls straight onto a plush mattress, and lets out a hyper-satisfied sigh of relief. Zhao Yi flicks his wrist to pop open the system UI and checks his stats, pulling up his player profile. His character is sitting at level 3, flexing a whole inventory of gear he managed to pillage. Staring at the screen, Zhao Yi calls out to the system, "Hey, my level went up, so how come my raw stats didn't budge an inch?" The system UI flashes bright with a full breakdown. Player levels only unlock access to different high-tier dungeons and don't automatically buff your physical strength. Power attributes include raw physical strength, regenerative healing, chi-based combat skills, and sheer speed. There are only 3 ways to level up: crushing major world missions, hitting up the shop, or snagging rare loot from dungeons. Zhao Yi finally clocked that level, and actual combat power don't really sync up the way you'd think. The system popped up domains, a special ability class designed to push a player's cap in specific areas. It listed mental and weapon domains first, then elemental ones, and finally the body enhancement domain under the basic categories. There are 8 ranks of domains in total. The advanced branches only unlock once a domain hits D rank. Zhao Yi's mind immediately latched onto the special ability domains. Intrigued, he stood up and dug through the data he'd read in earlier analysis posts about special abilities. His info screen flashed the data twice. Apparently, the firearms domain is the go-to for newbies, with the potential to evolve into a full-on mechanical GAM unit. Once again, the system pinged him with a key insight. "Your mental stats are through the roof. Want to spec into the psychic domain?" Zhao Yi mulled over what the system was feeding him. He cracked open a drink, thinking about the intel. The system claimed that once your power hits S rank, everything completely opens up. He hit the system back with a question. "You can only pick one domain?" When the system confirmed it and mentioned he'd hit a massive peak in that field, Zhao Yi was sold. He didn't sweat it and dropped his choice. He was going for the body enhancement domain. The system actually seemed stunned, asking in disbelief, "You sure about that?" It warned him that picking body enhancement would be a total waste of his potential. Zhao Yi didn't hesitate. He activated the body enhancement domain, and the system immediately confirmed it was live. The system let him know that after triggering the domain, his strength had jumped by 18 points, and now he could buff his attributes just by fighting. Zhao Yi rolled up his sleeve and saw his veins popping. He had a smug look on his face, feeling that raw power surging through him. Action-oriented, he threw a few heavy punches into the air to test his new output. Suddenly, a knock at the door made him jump, and he stopped. He went to open the door, and a guy standing outside gave him a respectful nod. The dude looked nervous, stammering, "Excuse me, are you the big boss Zhao Yi?" Zhao Yi confirmed it and told him to get inside. The guy introduced himself as Fang Bai, a level 3 rookie. Zhao Yi didn't care about the small talk and just asked why he was bugging him. Fang Bai hesitated, his eyes darting all over the place. He scratched his head looking awkward and asked if the boss could carry them through some major world missions. Fang Bai rushed to sweeten the deal. "We'll pay you, whatever's fair. Players can trade with each other, points, items, even binding promises." He was hoping Zhao Yi would take them on missions, promising to pay him in points. Zhao Yi seemed interested and asked exactly how many points. Fang Bai was a bit embarrassed but offered 1,000 points per person. Zhao Yi was surprised there were others involved. Fang Bai kept getting tenser, trying to explain in a stuttering mess. "The top dogs in our guild don't give a damn about anything, and the ones in the middle are always just looking for an exit. So the newcomers at the bottom have zero bond. Everyone just does their own thing, forming little cliques. With more people joining, the whole group is a chaotic mess with no real leader. In a lawless environment, getting backstabbed and exploited happens all the time." Fang Bai sighed. "To survive, I've had to pull together a small squad just to keep them grounded." Zhao Yi calmly threw out a question. "The guild rules say no killing each other, right?" Fang Bai answered gloomily, "That just means no public executions. If you really want to kill someone, there's a million ways to do it. And the strong don't usually kill the weak directly, but pushing them around? That's easy." Fang Bai finally slammed his hand on the table and shouted Zhao Yi's name, putting his cards on the table. "We came to find you partly to bulk up our squad, and partly because we want to crush these world missions together. The rewards are huge, and we don't want to hand them over to anyone else." Zhao Yi got where Fang Bai was coming from, but something still felt off. He pointed at the system board and asked, "There are plenty of people wanting to do missions. So how come after I cleared my dungeon, the guild's world mission is still stuck at mission guidance?" Fang Bai shook as he answered, "That's because the difficulty of the guild's guidance mission is abnormal. 6 teams have already gone out, 27 people total, and none of them made it back alive." Zhao Yi was shocked. "The guidance mission is that hard?" Fang Bai laid it all out. "We checked the forums to see other guilds' guidance missions. Most are a breeze, but they give 0 rewards. Very few have the 3 talent points like ours does. Naturally, with those massive rewards, the mission is going to be hell. Zhao Yi set his drink down and got serious. He asked one more time to be sure. The guys outside died on the guidance mission? Fang Bai nodded, not hiding a thing. He explained the win condition. You have to gather food and water. To get it, you have to hit the grocery store and the butcher shop in the train station and beat 2 games against the clown ghost and the butcher ghost. If the player wins, 2 areas unlock and the ghosts flip from neutral to guild allies, providing unlimited food and water. He paused for a second before continuing, but the guys outside lost the game. The butcher ghost turned that guy into soup, and his teammates had to carry what was left of him back. Contrary to Fang Bai's anxiety, Zhao Yi just smirked, looking intrigued. He asked, how many people in the team? When are we moving out? He answered, full of hope. My small group has 5 people. Besides you and me, there's the cute girl Diandian, though she's a bit mentally unstable. The beauty Bai Shuiji, a former underground pro, and a kind middle-aged uncle named Liu Han. We can move whenever you're ready, Zhao Yi. Hearing that, he finally gave the nod, telling Fang Bai he'd head over to check things out. The 5 of them headed up a winding mountain path in the dead of night, with Fang Bai leading the way to the entrance. You figure there are still folks trying to brave it out there. Zhao Yi doesn't say a word, just gazes off into the distance in the direction Fang Bai pointed out. The folks inside are none other than Shang Weishan and a couple of his low-life goons shaking like a leaf. Fang Bai strolls over and politely asks him how things are looking on the inside. That punk Shang Weishan, sitting there puffing on a cig, looks up the second his name gets dropped to size up the situation. Right in his line of sight are Zhao Yi, along with Diandian and Bai Shuiji flanking him on either left and right. He sneers, well, if it ain't the #1 top dog, looking to cash in on a cut too? Right on cue. One of Shang Weishan's lackeys steps up talking trash, daring to come swipe our boss's loot. You little punks got some serious balls. Zhao Yi isn't looking to throw hands, so he keeps it chill. I know the rewards are stacked, so naturally, nobody wants to give up an inch. But have you guys even thought it through? This is just a basic tutorial gig, man. There are still tons of other quests and fat payouts waiting further down the line. If everyone just gets stuck dead in their tracks here, nobody's ever getting their hands on what's past this point. As soon as Zhao Yi lays out the 2 choices, either we all get rich together or we all starve out. Those 2 clowns who were just talking smack start having second thoughts. That's when Shang Weishan finally shows his face, tossing his cig to the ground and giving Zhao Yi's squad a shot. That cigarette Shang Weishan chucked down is still burning away faintly. He walks over, stomps on it, and grinds it out. He drops a warning that a bunch of people have already kicked the bucket in there, claiming he's doing them a favor. Then Shang Weishan plays Mr. Nice Guy, saying, I can hook you up with some of the rules for the clown's little game beforehand. This game needs at least 3 people to step up and play rock, paper, scissors with him. Everyone takes turns guessing 10 times. Before they throw their hand, both sides get their arms covered up with a black cloth so nobody can see a damn thing. Whoever guesses wrong gets a finger lopped off, and you gotta win 3 out of 10 rounds to beat this game. If you can't rack up 3 wins, the clown's gonna toss you straight into that creepy convenience store behind him. No clue what kind of messed up stuff is hiding in there, but whoever goes in never walks back out. Once the previous player tanks their rock, paper, scissors match against the clown and gets unalived, the next player up takes a crack at the clown and resets the whole score back to square one. They also figured out that the clown's 3rd and 6th throws are hard-coded. The pattern goes like this. On the 3rd throw, the clown drops scissors, and on the 6th, it's paper. Hearing that, Fang Bai figures if that rule holds up, throws 9 or 10 might be rigged too. Just gotta lock down 3 wins and you're golden. At that, he starts wondering why the hell nobody's managed to clear the quest yet. That remark catches Shang Weishan a bit off guard. He knits his brows and grits his teeth, looking super pissed. Then Shang Weishan snaps back with a harsh tone. So, are you willing to risk your life trying out some rigged rock, paper, scissors just to hand the win to someone else? Fang Bai nods. If previous attempts actually gave people a glimmer of hope, folks would still be itching to try. But once that final try turns out to be a dead end, nobody's stupid enough to step up. Liu Han agrees, saying everyone's out for themselves. Why should I take a beating just so some other freeloader gets the candy? Zhao Yi calmly steps forward, figuring whining won't change a thing, so let's just go take a peek. Hearing that, Shang Weishan clears a path and invites them right on in. Zhao Yi's crew marches right in, while one of Shang Weishan's flunkies shoots them a sidelong glance as they leave. Then he questions, did you feed them bogus info, boss? I remember the clown's rigged throws weren't scissors and paper at all. Seeing his lackey acting like a total moron, Shang Weishan lays into him with a harsh scolding. Then he breaks it down. That Zhao Yi dude is the top dog on the newbie board. Didn't you catch the way Liu Roqing was staring at him like a total creep? As long as a guy like that's breathing, you really think the guild managers are ever going to promote us? The lackey stands there, blinking stupidly, finally clicking with the whole picture. He whips out a lighter, flicks it to light the boss's smoke, and sucks up. You're a genius, boss, seriously. Shang Weishan takes a deep drag and blows out a tiny smoke ring. The 2 of them just stand there smoking. Smoke billows up in clouds. The lackey thinks to himself that Shang Weishan really is a total psycho killer, pulling all kinds of shady, toxic moves. It'd be great if Zhao Yi just bites the dust. That's one less rival competing with them for loot and chicks down the road. Zhao Yi's squad pushes deep inside, surrounded by this weird, hazy glow. After walking for a bit, they finally spot a sign, and the deeper they go, the more signs pop up. Plus, there's straight up blood smeared everywhere. Bai Shuijie gets a bit jittery. Big bro Zhao, that dude's look earlier was totally sus. I bet he was lying through his teeth. But Zhao Yi just shrugs it off with zero emotion, saying he already knew. She pats her chest in relief. Well, if you called it from the start, I can chill. Feng Bai chimes in with some quick praise, as expected of the number one, seeing right through their game from the jump. He takes the lead, guiding everyone toward the convenience store up ahead, and soon all 5 of them roll up right to the front doors. A creepy clown cheerfully waves his hands, welcoming them. Welcome to the Ghost Spirit Mystery Convenience Store. What can I get for you folks, or are you here to play a little game? Zhao Yi cuts straight to the chase, asking what's the payout for playing this stupid game. The clown explains, my dear guests, if you want to play rock, paper, scissors with me and manage to beat me 3 out of 10 times, I'll hook you up with unlimited free items from this shop for life. Zhao Yi nods and fires off another question, and what if we lose? The second those words drop, the clown flashes this creepy-ass demonic grin. If you lose, you just gotta pay a tiny, tiny little price. The clown chuckles gleefully. You know a game without any stakes just ain't fun at all. Zhao Yi doesn't hesitate for a split second. We're down to play. Hearing that answer, the clown beams. Allow me to walk you through the rules then. A few minutes later, once the clown wraps up the rules briefing, Liu Han whispers under his breath, these rules are an exact match for what Shang Weishan described. Is that scumbag actually playing nice? Feng Bai isn't buying it for a second, advising everyone to keep their guards up. The clown speaks up again. Just want to drill one thing into your heads. Don't even think about breaking the rules by trying to off me or chopping off my fingers while the game's running. Right on cue, the clown points toward a door at the back, radiating some serious killing intent. That door slowly creaks open, and it looks like a million pairs of eyes are staring right out at them from the dark. While they stand there shook, the clown snaps his fingers and shuts it tight. Dianian catches the whole creepy show, but she doesn't flinch or look scared shitless at all. Instead, she just calmly looks down and pats her stuffed teddy bear. The clown keeps dropping lore. Once a player taking part in the game wins, they bag 3 talent points. Meanwhile, the rest of the crew who tagged along into the game zone without getting to play get a consolation prize of 1 talent point. Once he finished his spiel, the clown turned around and said, if you decide to form a team for this game, just head inside and take a seat at the round table. The games begin the moment you sit down. Zhao Yi didn't hesitate for a second, stepping in with total confidence. DM's face tightened as she watched him. She clearly wasn't thrilled, but a second later, she just tagged along right behind him with a grin. The other 3 were still frozen in place. Liu Han asked nervously, are we really doing this? The more he thought about it, the more he freaked out. This game is guild-sanctioned. If you die in there, you don't respawn. Fuang Bak looked absolutely terrified, cold sweat just pouring off him. He immediately started crunching the numbers. If Zhao Yi wins, we could score a stat point. Those things are insanely rare, especially this early on. Even a single point of strength gives you a boost you can literally see with your own eyes. Bak Thu Cat, standing next to him, went quiet, unable to say another word. Then she stood up and marched forward with real aggression. If a woman like me wants to make a name for herself here, I've got to play the long game. I already shelled out 1,000 points, so I'm going to lose my shirt whether I go in or not. Fuang Bak and Liu Han couldn't help but agree. She had a point. With that, he decided to just go for it. Whether I make it big or get stuck in a dead end, it's all coming down to this. The clown stood by the big table, waiting for them, a wicked grin spreading across his face. Please, guests, take a seat. The clown grabbed the TV remote and enthusiastically clicked it on to entertain them. As soon as the screen lit up, blood-curdling screams echoed through the entire room. The footage showed a guy in total agony, crawling across the floor while black smoke swirled around him, violently tearing into his body. Everyone watching was horrified, their mental stability stats plummeting. But unlike the rest of them, DM and Zhao Yi remained totally calm, their mental stats holding steady. He looked over at her, genuinely surprised. This sweet-looking kid didn't seem scared at all. The clown flashed a sinister smile. So who's going first? Zhao Yi spoke up right away. Clown, I'll play you. The clown chuckled. You're a straight shooter, aren't you? I like you. He let out a loud laugh, then signaled for the game to start. Fuang Bak jumped as his chair started slowly sliding away from the table. It wasn't just him. Everyone got moved away from the table, leaving only Zhao Yi and the clown. Suddenly, a spotlight hit Zhao Yi from the ceiling, and the clown started laying out the rules. You've got 3 minutes to put your heads together and decide what to throw. Once you've made your call, stick your hands in the black bags in front of you. He pointed to the robotic arms dangling from the ceiling. Then the machines will pull the bags at the exact same time. He narrowed his eyes and smirked. And of course, I can guarantee you there's no surveillance in those bags. I don't have the time for that kind of petty stuff. Zhao Yi listened, looking as confident as ever with a faint smile. I believe you. He then turned to Fuang Bak and asked what he should throw, leaving the kid totally floored. Seeing Fuang Bak looking like he'd misheard him, Zhao Yi chuckled. Yeah, I'm talking to you. Fuang Bak started thinking hard, asking for an outside opinion right off the bat? That didn't sound like Zhao Yi's style. Is he trying to pull something? Maybe trying to psych out whoever's on the other side? After thinking it over, he blurted out, Look, if you lose, don't come crying to me. Zhao Yi agreed, though Fuang Bak was still feeling pretty hesitant. In the end, he told him to go with scissors. Zhao Yi took the answer in stride and reached his hand into the bag on the table. He shot a quick smile at the clown. I'm ready. The clown looked caught off guard, clearly deep in thought. Then he put his own hand into the bag. The robotic arms whirred to life, and an automated voice announced, "Both sides have chosen. Let's reveal the results." The countdown ticked down, the silence in the room heavy with tension. The bags were pulled, and everyone was shocked. Zhao Yi had thrown scissors, but the clown had thrown rock. Watching from the back, the others groaned. Damn it, he really threw scissors. He's losing. The clown smirked at him. My apologies. Looks like your luck's run dry. He looked at the machine on the table and invited Zhao Yi to take his penalty. Zhao Yi stayed ice cold, signaling that he was ready. He shoved his finger into the penalty machine. Snap! It sliced down without a shred of mercy, blood spraying everywhere. Zhao Yi didn't even flinch, just sighed. Good thing I packed extra bandages before I came here. Right after that, he called out to Fuang Bak again, making the poor guy jump. He turned to him with a dead calm expression. What should I throw for the second round? Fuang Bak waved his hands, stammering. I don't know, man. You decide. Even missing a finger, Zhao Yi was completely unfazed as he grabbed the black bag again. He said calmly to his opponent, this time, I'm going rock. The clown gave him a sinister look, sizing him up. This guy, he's different from the prey we usually get. The clown rested his chin on his hand, pondering. He's making me uneasy, and I'm really getting curious. Watching that calm face, the clown's curiosity only grew. What kind of threat could he possibly pose to me? Round 2 started, and they both revealed their hands. The clown won again. Zhao Yi didn't panic. He just stuck his pinky into the cutter. Blood sprayed again. Seeing that, the 3 behind him all flinched in horror. Lu Han looked terrified, chewing on his fingernails. We're gonna keep losing like this. What do we do? Bak Thu Cat turned and snapped at him. It's only been 2 rounds. Quit the bad vibes. Unlike the rest of them, Zhao Yi just laughed and waved it off. He thought to himself, I didn't even want to win those first 2 rounds. He narrowed his eyes at his opponent. He scanned the clown from head to toe, and a system window popped up with the clown's bio. Zhao Yi smirked, a cunning light in his eyes. He started piecing his theory together about this guy. He keeps perfectly predicting what people are going to throw. It's not just blind luck, he's definitely cheating using some kind of ability. But the key to winning this isn't just exposing him, it's using that trick to back him into a corner. Fuang Bak clenched his fists in anxiety. It was the 3rd round. According to Huang Fo's son, the clown was guaranteed to throw scissors this time. But who knows if that guy's intel is even legit? Bak Thu Cat was deep in thought. If they could verify what Wang Fei's son said was true, their odds of winning would skyrocket. If he was wrong? Amidst the stifling tension, Zhao Yi just leaned back in his chair and flashed a smile. He stretched out, a smirk on his lips. When I first got here, someone told me you'd throw scissors in the 3rd round, right? The clown spoke up, explaining, normally I'm not allowed to tell you the rules of this game. The clown gave him a wicked grin and was like, I totally dig you, man, so I'll drop a little hint. Rounds 3 and 6 are locked in stone, but don't ask me what they are, because my lips are sealed. He just nodded, looking super chill as he muttered, that's more than enough. Round 3 kicked off, and both of them shoved their hands under the black cloth, gearing up for the fresh round. The 3 sitting in the back were sweating bullets, their hearts pounding out of their chests. Here it comes! It's happening! Zhao Yi's actually got a shot at beating this creepy clown. He's got to take this W. Lu Han was chewing her nails down to the quick, shaking like a leaf. With everyone freaking out, that creepy robotic arm slowly started lowering down. It snatched up Zhao Yi's black cloth and yanked it straight up. The cloth on the clown's side got pulled off too, revealing his smug-ass face flashing paper. Fang Bai and the crew stared like hawks, dying to see what Zhao Yi had thrown. As the dark screen lifted, he cocked his hand back with zero hesitation and threw scissors, flashing it right in everyone's face. Tian Tian lost her damn mind, jumping up and screaming, holy crap, big bro Zhao Yi actually clutched it. Even Fang and Bai Shuiga let out massive sighs of relief, low-key simping over how cool Zhao Yi was. The clown didn't even sweat it, casually slipping his hand back into the machine while dropping some fake-ass congratulations. He called out some guy, acting like whoever was on the outside had totally played him. Zhao Yi shot back with a cheeky grin. I'll figure out how to pay that dude back later. Feng Bai and Bai Shuiga looked at each other with deadpan expressions, thinking in unison bro really just slipped up. Big time. The clown wiped his hands, throwing major shade as he asked, you seriously think you're walking out of here alive? Zhao Yi didn't back down an inch, firing right back. What makes you so damn sure I can't? The clown chuckled, totally amused. Man, you're a wild one. Zhao Yi's eyes flashed with mischief as he rested his chin in his hand, leaning in close. Liking the stakes, huh? Let's turn the heat up and add a little extra spice to this game. Hearing that, the clown froze for a second, staring right at him before tossing a blood-soaked handkerchief straight to the floor. As soon as he heard the word bet, the clown lit up, asking eagerly, what kind of spice? Zhao Yi wore a totally unreadable smirk. Oh, you'll see in a minute. The game rolled on, and the two kept slinging rock, paper, scissors. Round 4 rolled around, and Zhao Yi took an L, but he stayed ice cold. Round 5 hit, he lost again and dropped another finger. But by round 6, the clown finally caught an L. The grind just kept going. Round 7, Zhao Yi lost. Round 8, Zhao Yi lost. His ring finger was gone, and round 9 went to the clown, too. That's when Tian Tian finally chimed in, hyped up. Round 10 was here. The clown was kicking back, tapping the table and talking trash, acting like Zhao Yi had completely botched his finger-chopping strategy. The clown broke it down, saying with a few fingers left on his hands, Zhao Yi basically had to throw scissors or rock. Hearing that, Bai Shuiga scurried over to Fang Bai, totally lost and asking what the hell that meant. Once she asked, Fang Bai broke it down. If Big Bro leaves 3 fingers on his right hand, he can still technically throw paper. He kept rambling, voice shaking with low-key panic. But right now, if he spread his fingers out wide, it was scissors, and curling them up meant rock. Zhao Yi didn't give 2 craps about what they were saying. He'd already lost the ability to throw paper anyway. Liu Han finally spoke up, looking half dead. According to the rules, if both of them throw the exact same thing 3 times in a row, the clown wins automatically. That meant if the clown just threw rock 3 times straight, Zhao Yi was totally done for. Realizing he had the bag, the clown's face lit up like a Christmas tree. Zhao Yi piped up, staring right at him. Remember what I said earlier? Wanting to spice things up, the clown immediately locked it in. He propped his chin up, wearing a straight-up villain grin. This is the final round of rock, paper, scissors. I mean, I love your vibe, man, but rules are rules. The clown dropped his terms. If Zhao Yi had a wild idea that didn't straight up break the rules and made things interesting, once the game was over, he'd let Zhao Yi pick his own execution style. Zhao Yi locked eyes with the clown and dropped 4 simple words. Let's place a bet. The clown blinked, caught off guard. What are you betting? Totally unbothered, Zhao Yi held up his last 2 remaining fingers and fired back. I'm betting I take the next round. The clown choked on his own spit, completely blanking on how to process that. Sneering, the clown said, My man Zhao Yi, I don't think you realize how screwed you are right now. With your current setup, there's 0 chance you're beating me. Zhao Yi just smirked, unfazed. This bet comes with conditions. He laid down his terms to the clown. I want you to close your eyes. A strange item glitched into existence, and he slowly laid out his demand. If I win, you owe me a massive favor, and you gotta do whatever I say within reason. The clown stared in shock at the knockoff Pandora's box right in front of him as the system flashed a quick item description. Zhao Yi's gaze turned razor sharp to let him know he wasn't playing around. And if I lose, not only is my life yours, but I'm handing this over to you. The clown went blank, staring at him. He was definitely starting to waver. Suddenly, a sly, creepy smile crept across his face. Leaning forward eagerly, the clown replied, No problem at all, my man Zhao Yi, deal. I'll take that bet. Heading into the final showdown, Zhao Yi hit him with a rule. You can only open your eyes after the black cloth lifts. Any complaints? The clown didn't hesitate a second. Piece of cake. Staring at his pathetic 3-fingered hand, he totally underestimated him. With how wrecked his hands were, even without using his psychic cheat code, it was a guaranteed W. Bai Shuiga was freaking out, asking why Big Bro was doing this. Was there literally no way out? Fang Bai didn't know either, his voice trembling as he muttered that they just had to leave it up to the universe. Right then, Zhao Yi told the clown to make the first move, shove his hand under the black cloth, and shut his eyes. The clown didn't just obey blindly, he snuck a quick peek first. He wasn't looking at anything else, just staring right at Zhao Yi's pathetic 2-fingered hand. Once he scoped it out and was satisfied, the clown finally agreed to play along. He slid his hand under the cloth while Zhao Yi watched like a hawk, everyone else holding their breath. Zhao Yi locked in with a dead serious face and shoved his own hand under the dark fabric too. Bai Shuiga and Fang Bai were a total nervous wreck behind him. Out of nowhere, a faint smirk hit Zhao Yi's lips. I'm done too, machine, lift the cloth. The robotic arms obeyed the command, slowly dragging the dark cloth up. Right on cue, the clown cracked his eyes open to check the board. But to his absolute shock, Zhao Yi's hand didn't have a single finger left on it. Everyone lost their minds, except for Tian Tian, who was cheesing hard. The clown looked like he'd seen a ghost, completely losing his grip, while Zhao Yi gave a soft chuckle and declared, My bad, looks like I won. Bai Shuiga gasped, totally mind-blown that he actually chopped off his own fingers. Fang Bai jumped in right after, since he didn't have any fingers left. Staring at Zhao Yi's hand, he finished. He automatically threw paper. The notification chime blasted through the room, meaning Zhao Yi took round 10, leaving the clown completely speechless with a face like thunder. The clown didn't drop a single word, just sat there totally spacey and blank for a long-ass minute, while a heavy dead gloom slowly swallowed up the entire room. The clown grinned, putting one hand on the paper cutter. He just went ahead and chopped off another finger without flinching. Bai Shuiga finally let out a sigh of relief and cracked a small smile. Then she jumped up shouting, We actually won! Fang Bai and Liu Han breathed a massive sigh of relief, happy they weren't going to die. Liu Han held his head, shaking uncontrollably. Thank God. The clown wiped his hand with a cloth and asked, Mr. Zhao, I've got a question. He laid out his suspicion. Since when were you playing me? Zhao Yi didn't miss a beat, since the moment I had 3 of my fingers chopped off. He explained slowly, Everyone knows rock, paper, scissors is all about luck, so there's no way there could only be one champion. At this point, Zhao Yi insisted that if he could win every time, it proved the guy was cheating. So, in the 7th and 8th rounds, you kept your hand in the shape of scissors under the fabric, and then you purposefully swapped them inside the black cloth. But you still lost, just like I predicted. Zhao Yi was dead set on it. The guy had to have some kind of clairvoyance or see-through ability. He held up his hand, missing 5 fingers. That's when I realized to win the final round, I had to set a trap. Zhao Yi summed it up. He had to neutralize the guy's see-through ability and force him into a fixed move. Hearing that, the clown clapped his hands and shouted, I get it now. He imagined the situation back then. When he cut off the 7th finger, he deliberately chose the thumb on his right hand, making everyone think that in the final round, whether he used his left or right hand, he could only throw scissors. Then the clown pointed at his own eyes and used the betting stakes to bait me into closing my eyes so I couldn't use my sight ability. You were damn sure I'd throw rock if I was going to win. He hung his head. In the end, I chopped off my own finger, turning my left hand's rock into paper. Zhao Yi winked. Bingo! The clown gave him a round of applause. He looked up impressed. Man, I'm blown away by Mr. Zhao's moves. Never had this much fun playing rock, paper, scissors before. The clown stood up. Time for me to keep my end of the bargain. He tipped his hat and announced, from now on, this grocery store is going to provide unlimited free supplies to you and your guild. The clown continued, plus when you head out, I'm hooking you up with 1,000,000 talent points as per the rules. Every individual gets 1 talent point. Fang Bai was shocked. A personal gift? That meant these 3 talent points weren't even part of the world mission. Bai Shuiga was hyped too. I hit the jackpot this time. Time to dump these points into strength to boost my physical stats and skills across the board. Meanwhile, Tian Tian happily ruffled Nini's hair, telling her, give us a smile. The clown took off his hat, showing respect, and said, as for you, Mr. Zhao Yi, I owe you a personal favor. If you ever need anything, just say the word. He bowed. Zhao Yi didn't hesitate. Actually, I do have a question. Looking upward, Zhao Yi wondered, you know what's going on at the butcher shop upstairs? The clown answered honestly, there's a maniac up there. He doesn't play by the rules like I do. His hat slowly faded away. Zhao Yi asked again, so what's his deal? The clown didn't hold back. The butcher is looking for his daughter. The system announced that Zhao Yi's team successfully unlocked a new guild location. The grocery store, within a 10-meter radius of this area in the station, was now a safe zone. Everyone was shocked, whispering, who the hell are these newbies? They're insane. How'd they even crush that Sabi clown? Wait, I think that's Zhao Yi, top of the rookie leaderboard this year. While the crowd kept buzzing about Zhao Yi, Xiang Weishan was fuming, gripping his fists tight, his head spinning with questions. Why isn't Zhao Yi dead? I gave him the wrong intel, so how'd he win? Did he figure out my plan? He called his lackeys over. Get over here! The guy asked, what's the plan, boss? He whispered, and the lackey nodded. You got it, boss. He turned to the other thugs. Hey, listen up. I've got something to say to you losers. Meanwhile, Zhao Yi's group walked out of the grocery store, looking super stoked. Tian Tian saw his hand and got all worried, seeing it was still bleeding. Standing to his left, Fang Bai was also concerned. Zhao, man, we don't need to hit the supply hub just yet. That hand wound looks serious. Bai Shuiga agreed. Whether it's from the instance or the mission, that needs to get treated. Suddenly, Zhao Yi glanced ahead, spotting something. He looked up and smiled. They're all here. Zhao Yi looked hyped. Don't head back yet. We're going to unlock that butcher shop. Zhao Yi's crew stood in front of the elevator, eyes glued to the doors, waiting for them to open. Fang Bai couldn't keep his mouth shut. Look, Zhao Ji even took down that psycho clown. I've got full faith in him. The other two didn't hesitate to agree, saying they felt the exact same way. Just as they were chatting away, the elevator opened. Zhao Yi had been waiting forever, so he didn't hesitate to hit the control panel. Just as he was about to step in, a hand shoved him back rudely. A cold, clearly provocative voice echoed. Zhao Yi, you guys already cleared the game and got the loot. Shouldn't you just step aside and let others have a turn? Before Zhao Yi could even reply, someone else spoke up, throwing the thugs off balance. Fang Bai, fueled by anger and backed by his crew, sounded fired up. You guys are too scared to go yourselves, so now you're going to stop us? The thug didn't care. He just casually ran a hand through his hair. Players die way more at the butcher shop than the clown's place. I'm just looking out for you. Hearing that shameless trash, Bai Shuiga couldn't hide her disgust and roasted him straight to his face. You think we don't know what you're up to? You're just terrified that if we clear this mission, we'll be stronger than you. Stung by the truth, the thug's eyes flashed with rage. It was obvious he was up to no good. Well, you certainly didn't disappoint. He reached into his pocket all mysteriously and pulled out a knife. The metal glinted coldly, making the air heavy. He twirled the blade around like he was the king of the world and nobody could touch him. Today you're not going anywhere. Zhao Yi didn't bother arguing with the thug. He just gave him a friendly middle finger. He flashed a smile that was 3 parts cold, 7 parts mocking. I only need 1 finger to end you right now. Being disrespected like that, the thug got so pissed his ugly face showed pure hatred. Then he realized, why the hell am I holding back, and charged forward like a wild animal, knife in hand. Watching the blade get closer, Zhao Yi stayed totally chill, not scared in the slightest. You know what? My strength is already at 21. Along with those words came a move as fast as the wind. Quick, clean, and lethal. Zhao Yi just went full beast mode. He drove his elbows straight into the thug's gut while casually dropping some trash talk. Right as the thug was doubled over screaming, Zhao Yi hit him with a 2-finger strike, leaving the guy with 0 chance to fight back. Total karma for this villain. Just escaped an elbow to the ribs only to get hit with a 2-finger poke to the nose. This thug was literally looking down on everyone a second ago, but now he's being dragged around by his nose, howling. Dian Dian was giggling like crazy watching Zhao Yi absolutely wreck him, probably thinking the guy was just too gross to touch. Zhao Yi shifted his weight, then hauled off and chucked the thug away like he was just some heavy sack of trash. The guy did a backflip through the air before slamming into the wall, hard enough to spray blood from his nose. The pain hit him so hard he lost all dignity, just shaking and whimpering. Zhao Yi glanced at the guy, then looked at his own blood-stained fingers, looking totally disgusted by the filth he'd touched. Since he couldn't stand the grime, he just wiped his hands off on the clothes of the person standing next to him. He kept rubbing and scrubbing, so focused he didn't even notice the guy whose shirt he was ruining was staring at him like he wanted to burn a hole through his skull. Fang Bai finally snapped out of it and jumped aside, looking at Zhao Yi like he'd lost his mind. "You really wiped that nasty junk on me? I've got tissues, man." Zhao Yi just gave a fake-ass smile, not even remotely embarrassed about being caught doing something so petty. "Whatever, I got it clean," he said before tuning into the chatter of the other two thugs. They were whispering, trying to figure out their next move. Bai Shuige gave them a look of pure disgust and told them to beat it, shutting down their shady little schemes before they even started. "We're all in the same guild, so even if you stop us now, you can't keep us away forever." One of them thought that sounded fair and told his buddy to back off, but the other one was too stubborn. "If we bail now, we're gonna miss out on the good loot." Seeing his partner losing his nerve, he started barking threats at Zhao Yi's group to save face. "Quit your yapping. If you don't want to die, get lost. Otherwise, we're gonna break your legs and toss you to the butcher as meat." Hearing that, Fang Bai tensed up, ready to go all in for a real fight. "That's it, I'm taking you down." Luckily, before he could go down that suicide path, Liu Han held him back. "Don't engage with them." Right at that awkward moment, Xiang Weishan strolled up with his whole crew. "What's going on here?" His face was already screaming bad news, and that smirk just made him look even creepier. Fang Bai stiffened up instantly, his brain running through 1,000 different scenarios in a split second. Every single one of them ended with them being totally screwed if Xiang Weishan teamed up with those other guys. Bai Shuige felt the same way. She knew this guy was nothing but bad news. But then something totally baffling happened. Xiang Weishan pointed at the thugs and said, "You guys didn't do this, did you?" Turns out, Xiang Weishan was actually taking Zhao Yi's side. "It was insane, nobody would believe it," he added. "You don't do it yourselves, and you won't let others do it?" The thugs didn't dare talk back. They immediately tucked their tails between their legs and started bowing and apologizing like crazy. Fang Bai was totally lost, but Bai Shuige played it cool, explaining that Xiang Weishan was actually helping them. Then Xiang Weishan did something even weirder. He walked up, acting all buddy-buddy and showing interest in Zhao Yi like they were best friends. Then, when Zhao Yi wasn't looking, he grabbed his shoulder and flashed a smile he clearly thought looked sincere. "I'll take you guys through this game. These losers won't stop you." Zhao Yi caught the vibe, but he didn't want to start beef, so he just played along. Bai Shuige finally figured it out. This was all a setup by Xiang Weishan. He had his guys stir up trouble just so he could come in and save them, and trick them into joining his team. She quietly reached out and tugged on Zhao Yi's sleeve, planning to tell him what she'd realized, but Zhao Yi didn't seem to notice her at all. He just reached out to Xiang Weishan, all friendly like, "Big brother, let's team up. We can watch each other's backs." Xiang Weishan had exactly that in mind, but he was still shocked at how easily it worked. Still, he didn't care, as long as he got what he wanted. They shook hands, basically sealing the deal on this weird partnership. As soon as they let go, Xiang Weishan was practically glowing with pride because Zhao Yi was so easy to play. Seeing it was a done deal, Bai Shuige gave up on trying to get Zhao Yi's attention and let go of his sleeve. She shot Fang Bai a look, basically saying, "I think he actually trusts this guy." They both knew exactly what the other was thinking. "We've got to keep our guard up around this shady snake." The group stood before a massive door as it slowly groaned open, revealing a nightmare on the other side. There were human body parts hanging everywhere like a meat market. Everyone was freaking out except for Zhao Yi, who looked totally chill, and Xiang Weishan, who was busy scheming. Sun Long had his back to them, swinging a massive meat cleaver, hacking away at a corpse. Zhao Yi walked right up without even blinking at the horror. He spoke up in a calm, flat voice, introducing them as players there to join the butcher's game. The butcher lifted his blood-soaked axe, which looked more like a giant hatchet, out of the mangled body and slammed it into the wooden block. The knife stuck in at a 60-degree angle. Sun Long wiped his dirty hands on his blood-stained apron before turning around. He spoke in a deep, gravelly voice. "I've got 3 games." Sun Long held up a bloody index finger. "The first is, help me with deliveries. This place has orders for a few guests. Whoever is fastest and wins gets my special, one-of-a-kind meat soup. As for the loser..." He didn't finish, just let out a raspy, creepy laugh that showed off his sharp teeth. Even though Xiang Weishan wasn't scared, he still thought it was pretty creepy. The people behind Zhao Yi started panicking. Then, the butcher held up another finger. "The second game, go into the kitchen and make a dish. If I'm satisfied, you pass. If not, I'll personally teach you how to cook." Then Sun Long raised a third finger. "The third game, head to the Valley of 100 Burials deep in the wilderness and bring me back some ingredients." Finally, he asked, "So which game do you want to play?" Zhao Yi didn't answer right away. He said, "We need a minute to discuss this." Then he turned to his crew to ask what they thought. Listening to Fun Bak's thoughts, he suggested, "How about we go for the second option? We can actually help each other out instead of trying to kill one another." Hung Vit-son wasn't having it, lacking any clear way to tell which food was the tasty one. "Look at that guy's face. You think you can actually guess what he likes?" Staring intently at the butcher, Hung Vit-son pressed his point, adding that if the butcher actually wanted them dead, the game would be impossible to win anyway. He shot back, "So, which mission do you think we should pick, huh?" The guy answered instantly, "The first mission is way simpler, obviously." Hung Vit-son flashed a selfish grin. "Delivery is all about speed. If you're too slow, that's on you." Bak Thu Kat saw right through his scheme. "No way. That only works in your favor. With your physical build and combat experience, you're definitely going to be the fastest. She agreed with the sentiment, noting that once the mission started, he could just call his lackeys to block everyone else. Hung Wei-sun played the victim. If you guys want to think I'm that evil, then fine. She snapped at him, shouting his name in anger. Finally, Baek Thu-kat turned to Zhao Yi. We trust you. You decide. Funbaek showed his support. He darted his eyes, his gaze clearly drifting toward Hung Wei-sun. Being watched like that made the guy feel guilty, and he looked away. Then, Zhao Yi's response caught Hung Wei-sun off guard. I think Hung-ka makes a lot of sense. He explained, this world is brutal. Some things you just can't avoid, so you might as well just follow destiny. The guy laughed loudly, fully supporting the idea. She was stunned and asked, are you serious? Meanwhile, he was thinking to himself, could it be that the butcher's game really doesn't have a reliable way through? Even a sharp guy like Zhao Yi is just going to leave it up to fate? Baek Thu-kat had been watching Hung Wei-sun like a hawk, and she caught him covering his mouth. Hung Wei-sun smirked darkly, thinking, everything's going exactly to plan. Perfect. After this, as soon as the butcher gave the word to start, he was going to regret it. The butcher laid out the food and grunted, the food is right here. Get moving and get back quick. I'm only counting the first person who finishes the mission. He spoke in that same low, gravelly voice. Hung Wei-sun and Lu Han were so stunned they couldn't even get a word out. Both of them immediately scrambled to work, each trying to shave off every second they could while packing the boxes. Everyone was racing to be the first one done. Meanwhile, GM stood there, calm and relaxed, watching everyone scramble around in a panic. Zhao Yi glanced at the steaming hot meal on his table. Funbaek sighed, genuinely stressed out after finishing his first package. During this short break, he scanned his surroundings. Seeing Zhao Yi just standing there doing nothing, Funbaek asked, Trio-ka, why aren't you doing anything? He realized mid-sentence that the guy only had one finger left, so he couldn't pack the boxes. Funbaek felt a bit conflicted, but after a moment of hesitation, he chose to go over and help Zhao Yi pack his boxes. Baek Thu-kat and Lu Han were still keeping an eye on the whole room, and naturally, they saw what he did. She glanced over, filled with disdain. Has this Funbaek guy still not adjusted to the rules of this place? Helping Zhao Yi right now is just hurting himself. Seeing this, Lu Han felt smug. Idiots like Funbaek were good to have around. It just meant his own chances of surviving were higher. Hung Wei-sun proudly stared at the neat box he'd painstakingly packed. The three of them took advantage of everyone else being distracted and quickly slipped away. Funbaek turned his head just in time to see them making their escape. He told him, Zhao Yi, good luck. This is all I can do for you. With that, Funbaek grabbed his own box and chased after the other three. Zhao Yi looked at the box the guy had packed for him. Man, was his packing technique really that terrible? Zhao Yi glanced over at GM, who was still just chilling in the corner. He asked, Jim, aren't you going to do the mission? She replied, nope. Jim didn't want to do the mission. Zhao Yi made a funny face to tease her. If you don't do the mission, you'll die, you know. Jim didn't believe him. You're lying. Nini said nothing will happen to me. Zhao Yi didn't catch her meaning and asked who this Nini was. Jim held up the teddy bear she had tucked in her arms to show Zhao Yi. She hugged it tight and happily introduced, Nini is the first friend I made when I got to this world. He studied the strange bear intently, silently calling up the system. The system interface popped up. Nini neutrality activated. Warning, if you attempt to harm the girl, it will go on high alert. If you leave a wound on the girl, it will become frenzied. Weakness, unknown. Zhao Yi patted Nini's head. What a cute bear. I've never seen a bear this adorable. Jim's face lit up with a happy smile. Thank you, Zhao Yi-ka. If you praise Nini like that, it's going to be shy. He found it amusing to see the girl beaming like a flower just because of a simple compliment. Then Zhao Yi stood up and slowly walked toward the counter. He flopped down into a seat, not caring about the mission at all. Zhao Yi calmly spoke up. Hey, butcher, you got any braised beef? Cut me some. The butcher didn't understand what he was getting at and looked at him, confused, but then something shifted. For some reason, the butcher suddenly got angry. He reached out a hand and grabbed the massive cleaver sitting nearby. The butcher barked, Get lost! You're not a customer of mine. Zhao Yi tilted his head, calmly crossing his arms. The clown told me you have a daughter. How long have you been looking for her? Hearing this, he was stunned. Perhaps the emotions were too much, as he couldn't even answer for a moment. The butcher's hand holding the cleaver tilted slightly, the shining blade stained with animal blood. He stood right in front of him, growling, What's that got to do with you? Zhao Yi raised a hand. I've got a deal regarding your daughter. The butcher narrowed his death-white eyes at him, looking absolutely terrifying. Zhao Yi continued, Obviously you can't leave this butcher shop for too long. A madman who doesn't like following rules, even you have rules you can't break, right? The butcher's hand trembled as he gripped the cleaver tighter. Zhao Yi flicked his wrist, and suddenly, the finger that seemed to have been missing reappeared. I can go a lot of places you can't, and I can help you find your daughter, he said seriously. For example, we might find a clue over in Huankok Town. The butcher glared. You think that means I'll let you off the hook? Zhao Yi replied coolly. Of course you will. The fact that I finished the clown's game proves my worth. He casually asked him, killing one more person or one less for a butcher like you who washes his hands in a sea of blood, does it really make a difference? Sure enough, hearing that, the butcher wasn't as decisive as he was before. He lowered his arm a bit, putting the cleaver down on the wooden cutting board. He then brushed past him and walked into the room that was always kept shut behind the meat counter. No telling what he was doing in there, but things stayed quiet for a long time. A moment later, the butcher brought out a plate of some choice-looking meat. He told the guy to track down his daughter and bring her back, and he'd get a hell of a reward. Zhao Yi sounded confident, saying that wouldn't be a problem, and the system prompt immediately popped up. Congrats on triggering a hidden world quest. Find the butcher's daughter. Reward TBD. He watched the butcher walk away. Zhao Yi was feeling pretty smug. He'd totally called it. The clown had said the butcher wasn't like him. He didn't care much for following the rules. In other words, if we just blindly followed the rules to beat the butcher's game, the guy could just decide he's in a bad mood and off us whenever he felt like it. Instead of leaving things to luck and getting caught up in some pointless game, he turned to look at Dian. He figured it was better to just make a deal with the butcher. Next step, sit tight and wait for those other suckers to come back. The little girl reached out with her dainty hands, grabbed the plate, and picked up a piece of meat. She wanted to feed Zhao Yi like she could read his mind, and she spoke up. Instead of gambling on luck and playing a game that meant nothing, he decided striking a deal with the butcher was the move. Zhao Yi was a bit surprised, but Dian just flashed him a bright smile. Big brother Zhao Yi, Nini says your hands aren't in good shape, so let me feed you. You like Nini and I like Nini too. Meanwhile, things were getting real tense over on Xiang Weishan's end. He took charge and ordered them to block the exits. A whole crowd surrounded Fang Bai, Baishuige, and Liu Han. He barked orders at his lackeys not to let any of them leave the station. The old man looked shaken and questioned Xiang Weishan, "You dared to set us up?" Xiang Weishan looked back at them. "What else? Wait for you lot to finish the mission and then just drop dead myself." Xiang Weishan glared at the three of them. "If you want to blame someone, blame Zhao Yi. The butcher mission was his call anyway." Liu Han looked ready to snap. His hands clenched so tight his veins were popping out. Baishuige quickly grabbed his arm to hold him back. She urged Liu Han to keep his cool, warning him that if he rushed in now, he'd just get his legs broken. Liu Han gritted his teeth in rage as Xiang Weishan turned around, shot a smirk at the group, and said, "I'm out. The rest is on you guys." The goons surrounded them, assuring him, "Don't worry, boss." Xiang Weishan started whistling as he walked out. His guys had the three of them boxed in. One of them, holding a baseball bat, spat, "Keep it civil, and maybe we'll make your deaths a little less painful." A few others stepped up, blades in hand. Baishuige raised her fists at the mob, fuming. "Are you guys stupid? Why are you helping Xiang Weishan? You know what kind of guy he is. Do you really not get it? If he can backstab us today, he'll do the exact same thing to you tomorrow." The goons actually paused to listen. One of them stepped forward. "Don't try to drive a wedge between us. You guys know the price for betraying the boss is worse than death." They were terrified of the punishment if they didn't follow orders. "Either way, there's no way you're walking out of here today." Hearing that, Baishuige got even more anxious. She kept looking down at her hands, sweating, her mind racing. She suddenly shouted, "Fine, I'm taking you bastards down with me." Fang Bai was caught off guard. As he watched her get ready to charge, she bolted straight at them. Fang Bai tried to stop her, but it was too late. Before he could even get a word out, she'd already lunged in and got herself cornered. They grabbed her hair and arms, completely pinning her down. One of Xiang Weishan's goons sneered, "And you thought you could just run off?" He kept a grip on her hair while waving the bat, looking completely triumphant. Baishuige gritted her teeth, tears welling up as she struggled to break free. She screamed, "Let go of me!" but her fighting back just annoyed him. He glared at her and yelled, "Still got a big mouth, huh?" Then he kicked her right in the stomach, sending her flying. Baishuige let out a sharp cry of pain, and in the process, she accidentally dropped the bag she was holding. She went skidding across the floor, reeling from the agony. The goon was fuming, teeth clenched as he pointed straight at the fallen girl. "Teach her a lesson. Beat her until she learns her place." The whole crew swarmed her, raining kicks and punches down on her. She curled up, clutching her head, screaming for help. The bag she dropped was lying on the ground, and whatever was inside had shattered, leaking a red fluid that looked just like blood. Fang Bai and Liu Han stood back, watching the crowd pile onto Baishuige. They were both terrified and absolutely livid. Fang Bai balled his fists, roaring, "That's enough! Stop it already! You're gonna kill her!" Fang Bai was shaking with rage, his eyes dark. "If you want to kill people, go do it on the battlefield." A few of the guys on the fringe turned, actually looking a bit spooked by Fang Bai's intensity. The crowd parted, leaving Baishuige huddled on the ground, still calling for help. Fang Bai rushed over to check on her. One of the thugs muttered, "Damn, these guys are trouble. Almost made us lose our cool and start a slaughter." Fang Bai bent down to help her up. "You okay? Let me help you sit over here." Baishuige was covered in bruises. "Thanks, Fang Bai." He helped her lean against the wall. Liu Han stepped in front of her. "It's over. We're all dead. Xiang Weishan was right. It's all Zhao Yi's fault." Liu Han was on edge, his face pale. "If he'd just picked number 2 or 3, we wouldn't be dying like this." Fang Bai, standing behind him, snapped, "What kind of trash are you spouting?" He looked absolutely terrifying with anger. Liu Han whipped around. "Am I wrong? If he hadn't said it was fate, would we be in this mess right now?" His eyes were bloodshot, veins popping out as he glared at Fang Bai. "If he hadn't agreed to let Xiang Weishan join our team, would we have been set up?" Fang Bai calmly retorted, "I think you've got a bad habit. Did you forget how you like to bully the weak and crawl to the strong? Xiang Weishan's the one hurting you, yet you don't even have the guts to hit him, so you blame your own teammate? Forget who got you those rewards in the last round, did you?" Fang Bai's dark gaze stayed locked on Liu Han. Stung by the truth, Liu Han stumbled back, having no comeback for that. Suddenly, Liu Han grabbed Fang Bai by the collar, too fast for him to react. They stared each other down as Liu Han hoisted him up, but Fang Bai didn't even flinch. Liu Han stared right at him, screaming in a rage. "Say that again!" His hands were shaking, but he kept his grip tight on the collar. Fang Bai started to sweat, feeling the tension. He thought, "This guy's scared out of his mind. Better not push him over the edge." Liu Han's expression softened, and he let go of the collar with a grin. "Why aren't you saying anything? Finally realize I'm right." Fang Bak looked at Liu Han, confused as hell, wondering what the hell the old man was rambling about. Liu Han summoned his weapon, looking dead serious. "That's right, I'm gonna go take out Zhao Yi." He gripped his weapon, looking so hyped he seemed like he was losing his mind from the fear of dying. "If I just ice Zhao Yi, Huang Wei-sun is definitely gonna let me bounce out of here. Yeah, that's gotta be it." Liu Han started cooking up his plan to off Zhao Yi. "I'll use the excuse of making a delivery to hit the guild HQ. No matter how cracked the butcher is, he can't touch me inside the inn." Liu Han bolted out, feeling like a genius. He was running and whispering to himself, "Yeah, that's the move." Once he got there, he screamed, "Zhao Yi, get your ass out here!" Inside, the two of them were just grabbing a bite. Zhao Yi and the others turned around to look at the door. Liu Han stormed in, radiating bloodlust, his weapon drawn and ready to drop Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi gestured to a chair with his hand, which only had 2 fingers left, and asked calmly, "Want some beef?" Liu Han pointed his weapon right at Zhao Yi's face. "I said, get out here." Zhao Yi just grinned back at him. Zhao Yi sighed at Liu Han's pathetic attempt. "Your acting is straight up trash. It's obvious what you're trying to do." Zhao Yi's face darkened, and he whispered, "I already cut a deal with the butcher. He said we can get a few people out." Liu Han was completely blindsided, standing there like a total idiot. He went from ready to kill to hype in a split second, stuttering, "Wait, for real?" Zhao Yi leaned back against the table, flexing. "Obviously. Why else would I be chilling here stuffing my face? Oh, and by the way, you came looking for me earlier. What did you actually want?" Liu Han scrambled to hide his weapon behind his back, making up some BS on the spot. Just wanted to ask you something," he lied through his teeth. "Is there any way to clear the mission this time?" Zhao Yi gave him a cold, mocking look. "Really? I thought you were here to gank me and snatch the credit from Huang Wei-sun." Liu Han got called out on his own scheme and froze up, not knowing how to answer. He flashed a fake, greasy smile. "How could you think that? You're my savior, man. How could I do something like that? I'm just hoping you can take me with you when you leave." Huang Bak finally caught up, panting, while helping Bak Thu Cat walk. Huang Bak warned, "Triu, watch out!" Liu Han started sweating bullets, terrified he was going to get exposed. Zhao Yi waved at Huang Bak and Bak Thui Cat, but his hand, with those missing fingers from the game with the clown, looked gnarly. They both stared, confused as hell, thinking a fight had already gone down. Huang Bak asked, "Wait, you guys are eating?" He waved his hand, refusing. "Glad you're good, but the meat, nah, I'll pass. I don't trust it." Bak Thui Cat was totally wiped out and didn't say a word. Then it hit Huang Bak that Zhao Yi had just offered him some meat, and he started freaking out. "Wait, you're eating that?" Huang Bak looked back at Liu Han, confused about why Zhao Yi, the girl, and the little kid were just sitting there staring at each other. He helped Bak Thu Cat into a chair, both of them dead on their feet from running. Huang Bak looked at him. "Trio, did you actually find a way to beat the butcher's game?" Zhao Yi shook his head with a smile. He hadn't figured it out yet, but he looked way too calm and relaxed. When they heard he didn't have a plan, their faces just dropped. Huang Bak looked at him, hesitant. "So we're just waiting to die?" Zhao Yi stayed chill, one hand in his pocket while he pushed the bowl of meat toward Huang Bak. "Don't sweat it. Eat something first." Looking at the bowl, Huang Bak frowned, thinking, "Guess he's given up too." Forget the chopsticks. Huang Bak grabbed a slice of beef with his hand and started stuffing his face like there was no tomorrow, not caring anymore. "Screw it. If I'm gonna die with a full stomach." Half an hour later, a loud yell from outside made everyone in the room jump. Someone outside hollered, "I won. You're all gonna die. Die, every single one of you." Bak Thui Cat finally felt a bit better and propped her chin up to look at the door. Zhao Yi just kept that confident little smirk. Huang Bak thought, "We're screwed." It was Huang Sun. He kicked the door open. Liu Han started shaking the second he saw him. Huang Sun leaned in, stalking his way inside. He was missing an arm, laughing like a maniac, drool dripping down his chin like some feral beast ready to tear Zhao Yi apart. "Top of the rookie leaderboard? My ass. You think you can fight me, Huang Wei-sun? You're dreaming." Huang Wei-sun roared. "I set up a little trap and a stupid pig like you fell right into it. Did you even use your brain for once? Trash like you thinks he's on my level?" Zhao Yi just sat there and calmly replied, "Yeah, pretty much." Fei-sun stalked toward Zhao Yi, who kept watching him, totally unfazed. Huang Fei-sun got pissed. "You're gonna die any second. Stop acting like you're so cool. Let's see how long that lasts." He slammed his hand onto the table. Huang Fei-sun grinned, feeling like the king of the world. "Butcher, I beat your game, and I'm the first courier back here." The butcher was facing away, lifting his cleaver to hack away at the meat. Huang Wei-sun barked an order, "Hey, give me my reward already." He reached his hand out, but the butcher didn't even turn around, just kept chopping away with blood spraying everywhere. He finally stopped, lifted his head. He was absolutely soaked in blood. He grabbed his meat hook. Huang Wei-sun just stood there, his face going blank, totally confused why he wasn't getting an answer. On the butcher's table, there were fingers and hands that had been hacked off. The butcher turned to face Huang Fei-sun. His mouth was full of razor-sharp teeth and he was clutching that iron hook. His lackeys outside watched, worshipping their boss. Man, he's cracked! Swang Ca's about to clear the mission. Swang Ca's getting stronger. We're gonna be set. Maybe we'll even get to score with some chicks. Zhao Yi just sat there, chilling in his chair, while the little girl played with her stuffed bear. Bok Thu Cat rubbed her forehead, thinking, that's it. It's over. We're all dead. Huang Wei's son stood face to face with the butcher, shaking a bit but still talking tough. Bring it on. Tell the whole zone. Huang Wei's son is going to be the baddest rookie there ever was. I want everyone to know that if it's something you losers can't do, I can. And that Lu Nuok's Tin girl? She's going to look at me differently after this, right? The butcher just stared at him, purple energy pulsing around his head, ready to strike. Once I drag her into bed, she's going to be begging at my feet, right? Before he could finish, blood started gushing out of his mouth. A sudden sharp pain hit him, veins popping on his face. He had no clue what the hell was happening. The butcher had impaled Huang Wei's son with the meat hook. It was so fast he couldn't even react, blood continuing to spray from his mouth. Pressing his head right up against him, the butcher's blood-red eyes widened as he let out a twisted, sadistic grin. He lifted Huang Wei's son off the ground with the hook still stuck in his body. Huang Wei's son finally grit his teeth, trying to fight the pain, his face going eerily calm. The butcher let go of the hook, leaving it lodged deep in Huang Wei's son's gut. He collapsed onto the table, blood spilling from both corners of his mouth. Why? Why the hell are you offing me? I was deadass the first one to finish the damn quest. Those 5 jackasses over there should be food for worms, not me. They're the ones who gotta bite it, not me. Glancing over at Zhao Yi, he trembles as he calls out his name. Zhao Yi just sighs with a smirk, not even bothering to look back at him. He shoots him a dirty look, totally pissed. The pain has his limbs shaking like a leaf. He's dead sure Zhao Yi pulled some shady stunt. Blood is pooling all over the table where he's slumped over. Zhao Yi side-eyes him, grabs his chopsticks, and chows down like nothing's happening, keeping a deadpan glare locked on the totally wrecked Huang Wei Shan. Fang Bai and Bai Shui Ji are losing their minds, totally spooked by the gore. Huang Wei Shan weakly throws his hand out toward them, screaming for backup. Help me out here! Dragging his broken body toward them, blood keeps gushing from his mouth and gashes. Huang Wei Shan faceplants, his vision completely fading to black. Zhao Yi stands up, stalking right toward him. He weakly reaches a hand out his way. Zhao Yi just shoves his hands in his pockets, strolls up and looks down with total disgust at what a pathetic mess Huang Wei Shan has become. His eyes are glazed over, totally running on fumes from losing way too much blood. Huang Wei Shan looks up at Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi gives him a cold, mocking grin. Regretting your life choices yet? Huang Wei Shan is trembling like crazy, barely hanging on. He desperately raises a shaking hand, gasping out, I was totally blind and didn't see the big picture. Bail me out, spare my life just this once. Zhao Yi raises his hand, which only has 2 fingers left, and flips him the absolute bird right in his face. Standing right behind him is a bloodthirsty psycho of a butcher, jerking hard on a heavy chain. Huang Wei Shan's eyes are bloodshot to hell, veins bulging like crazy. He stares wide-eyed at Zhao Yi. Fang Bai, Bai Shuiji, and Liu Han are totally frozen with pure terror at this brutal execution, nobody even daring to look. The little girl hugs her teddy bear tight and lets out a creepy giggle like she's watching a movie. Huang Wei Shan faceplants onto the floor, wheezing out his absolute last breath with a ragged rattle. The heavy-muscled butcher yanks the chain hard once more, flashing a massive toothy grin that shows off a row of razor-sharp fangs. The butcher swings his arm, hoisting Huang Wei Shan high up into the air. Fang Bai tilts his head back to look up, his injuries feeling like they're about to rip wide open as he lets out a blood-curdling scream. Huang Wei Shan is now dangling high up in the air, right next to a bunch of human limbs the butcher sliced off and hung up earlier, with his blood dripping all the way down to the floor. The crew's underlings watch their big boss get brutally iced like that, and their hair literally stands on end from pure terror. What the actual heck just went down? Didn't Huang Wei Shan totally clear the game? Why the hell is he the one kicking the bucket? Why? Liu Han covers his mouth with his hands, shaking like a wet dog. Bai Shuiji and Fang Bai are as pale as ghosts. Fang Bai's mind is racing. Even a guy who cleared the quest like Huang Wei Shan gets wasted? Who's next on the chopping block? Is it going to be Zhao Yi standing right next to him? Once the job is done, the old butcher pivots and walks away, completely dropping the terrifying death aura he had earlier. Fang Bai and Bai Shuiji watch nervously from a distance. The butcher marches off, stepping straight into another back room. Fang Bai has zero clue what kind of nightmare is about to drop next. Did you actually finish my quest? The butcher's booming voice echoes out, and a bowl of deep red liquid looking straight up like blood is handed right to Zhao Yi. He peers into the bowl with deep curiosity. Turns out, the big guy went inside just to grab Zhao Yi's loot. Here's your reward for a job well done. Zhao Yi was the one who pulled it off, no cap. Zhao Yi takes the bowl with both hands, giving the butcher a cheerful nod of thanks. The system flashes a pop-up. Handmade soup crafted by the butcher himself, a consumable item. Even though he's a brutal cutter, his cooking skills are low-key top-tier. Though for some weird reason, every dish he makes is totally baked with pure malice and bitter resentment. The item description says it throws the user's body into an absolute berserk mode for 5 minutes straight, followed by a total burnout where you lose all combat stats for 12 solid hours. Zhao Yi smiles and stashes it straight into his inventory. This piece of gear is low-key pretty cracked. Sure, the debuff is massive, but the active effect is wild, and in some sketchy clutch situations, it might just be a total lifesaver. Outside a sketchy building, sitting under a gloomy ash-gray sky surrounded by swirling red mist, the system drops a massive broadcast. Congrats to player Zhao Yi for unlocking a brand new zone in the Butcher Guild. This zone is totally neutral ground. Players can cop meat supplies here, but you won't get any safe zone protection right outside the shop. A quick heads up, seriously, do not piss off the butcher shop owner. Inside the building, a bunch of players are standing around listening to the announcement. Zhao Yi pulls 3 sweet talent points, while Feng Bai's squad gets 1 point each. The world quest gets a live update. Wipe out the remaining beef on the train. Everyone is whispering about how this rookie is low-key a menace. One guy crosses his arms, scowling as he mutters, "Total bummer, this world quest has already stamped Zhao Yi's name all over it." Right now, nobody with a higher level than him can trigger world quests on this map anymore, unless somebody manages to put him in the dirt first. The guy next to him shakes his head, advising, "Bro, your scheme is skating on thin ice." The first guy fires back, but if we don't ice him now, we'll just have to wait till he cracks open the next big map. World quests totally unlock NPC side routes, which means we finally got a shot to flip the board. Up on the balcony, a woman with her arms crossed watches the scene unfold, turning over to chat with Uncle Quan. Everyone looks completely hooked on these rewards, and a lot of them are already cooking up some seriously twisted plans in their heads. Uncle Quan stands there with his arms crossed, listening closely, before pushing his glasses up the bridge of his nose with a tight frown. Our guild has 0 strict rules banning players from slaughtering each other. Let them sort it out. She turns her gaze downward, flashing a creepy, amused smile. Guess we've got some prime entertainment to watch, huh? With that final word, Uncle Quan just stands his ground, totally deciding to let nature take its course. Meanwhile, Zhao Yi's crew is clustered tightly around a table. Zhao Yi sits back with his arms crossed, staring down the butcher, who isn't radiating that suffocating killing intent anymore. Bai Shuiji rests her hand on her forehead, totally disappointed in herself. Zhao Yi cleared this crazy quest, but as for us, Feng Bai cuts in, his face burning with awkward embarrassment. Are we just sitting ducks waiting to get iced? Zhao Yi locks eyes with the butcher. Got any news or updates regarding your missing daughter? The butcher walks over to a heavy cabinet, squats down, and pulls open the door to hunt for something. Zhao Yi watches him closely. Reaching deep inside the dark shelf, the butcher pulls out a boxy relic and drops it right on the table in front of Zhao Yi. An old-school blood-stained radio alongside a battered ID card that's torn at the edges. There's a ton of ancient history from before she was born, but honestly, my memory's totally blanked out most of it. That ID card belonged to a young student, none other than the butcher's own daughter. He's betting everything that these 2 items can help Zhao Yi track her down and bring her home. Zhao Yi opens his inventory menu, securely storing away the 2 relics handed over by the butcher. Leaning back in his chair with total confidence, he tells the butcher, "I'll sniff her out in no time flat. Besides, I'm taking these guys with me." The butcher responds with surprising generosity, "Take the whole bunch of them out of here if you want." Bai Shuiji's jaw drops a mile wide, barely believing her own ears. Stuttering in shock, she blurts out, "Wait, for real? Not only did we somehow survive this nightmare, but we actually scored 2 free talent points?" Feng Bai beams with joy. "No way, we actually get to walk out of here alive." Liu Han collapses to his knees in pure relief, burying his face in his hands, completely speechless. Zhao Yi shoots a quick sideways glance at Liu Han, sending a fresh wave of panic through the guy. He quickly tries to mask his huge grin, dropping his head fast to dodge Zhao Yi's piercing stare. Zhao Yi lets out a soft sigh of relief, dropping his gaze as well. "Thank God, we actually made it." Zhao Yi looked up at the butcher again. "Nah, I ain't trying to take all of them with me. There's some stuff I just can't do, but you can help me out with that." The butcher's brows furrowed, unsure what the guy was getting at. The other 3 heard Zhao Yi talking to the butcher. They'd seen the show before, and their faces went pale, sweat starting to bead up on their foreheads. The second talk of killing came up. The old butcher tapped back into his true self, radiating some seriously lethal vibes. The butcher gripped his blade, eyes turning bloodshot. "He ain't taking all of us, he's trying to use you to do his dirty work." Zhao Yi grinned at him. "The one I ain't taking is Liu Han." Liu Han lost his mind, grabbing his head as he started shaking. He screamed, spiraling into a total panic. "No, you got no reason to kill me!" Liu Han pointed at Feng Bek and Baek Thu Kat. "I never did nothing to you. I'm just like them." Baek Thu Kat and Feng Bek watched him lose it. Zhao Yi raised a hand, closed his eyes, and said casually, "I don't mind sharing a meal with folks, but there's 2 things I just can't stand." Zhao Yi leaned back in his chair, putting his hand out, radiating some major boss energy. His eyes turned ice cold. "Second, if you're eating off me, don't go getting ideas about eating me too. Just because I ain't got a hobby of killing don't mean I won't end you." Liu Han realized he was cooked. He stood there, frozen in despair. Zhao Yi kept his eyes closed and added, "You should have figured that out by now." Liu Han cowered, shaking as he watched the butcher walk toward him, blade in hand. He clasped his trembling hands together, looking up at the butcher to beg. "Don't, please don't." The butcher didn't say a word, just stared down at him. He raised his cleaver high, and Liu Han let out a blood-curdling scream. The sound of the strike rang out. Baek Thu Kat couldn't bring herself to look. Feng Bek curled up in terror. Meanwhile, Zhao Yi just sat there, casually enjoying his beef. Zhao Yi glanced over at Liu Han, still munching on his meat. "Try being a bit more careful in your next life," he muttered. Liu Han's head rolled over to Hung Weisen's lackeys. They were white as sheets, backing away, completely speechless. The blonde guy darted a look at Zhao Yi, his mouth twitching. He was terrified he'd be next. Zhao Yi rested his chin on his hand, wearing a dark, creepy expression as he stared them down. The whole crew bolted, screaming about ghosts as they ran. Zhao Yi just stood there watching them go. As Bai Tuikat and Feng Bak watched the lackeys scatter, Zhao Yi started walking toward the door. Suddenly he stopped and looked back. Well, you two just gonna stand there? Tutorial's over, aren't you guys heading back? Feng Bak stuttered, completely lost for words. We. Zhao Yi put a hand on Feng Bak's shoulder. The guy flinched, looking at Zhao Yi's hand with pure dread. Zhao Yi flashed a bright, friendly smile. Relax, I ain't gonna kill you. I ain't some kind of monster. Killing people is way too much work for a soft-hearted guy like me. Feng Bak was left speechless by that load of crap. Bai Tuikat and Feng Bak gave him a look. They weren't buying that soft-hearted act for a second. Soft-hearted? Bai Tuikat stared at him. If I hadn't seen you joking while you took two people out, I'd have totally fallen for that handsome, harmless act. Feng Bak let out a shaky breath, hand over his chest. Either way, I'm only alive because you gave me those 2 stat points. Thanks, man, and hey, I gotta warn you, Hung Wei-son's brother is a big deal in the guild. Taking him out is gonna bring some serious heat. They were genuinely worried for him. Zhao Yi rested his chin on his remaining fingers and chuckled. I'm not surprised. A guy like Hung Wei-son trying to muscle people around like that? No way he's doing that alone. He's definitely got some backup. So what are you gonna do? Looking at the innocent girl clutching her teddy bear, Zhao Yi couldn't help but pat her head. Don't sweat it, I'll be careful. Even with only 2 fingers left, he was typing away on his laptop like a pro. He was digging for info on Ton Ba Ba, the new goddess. It was a headache. None of this connected back to the butcher's daughter. He snapped the laptop shut. Gotta stay calm and think. Since finding the daughter was a hidden quest, there had to be a logical path. No one just dies for no reason. But if she really died in the sewers, she wouldn't have turned into a vengeful spirit just like that. Zhao Yi checked the system to see if there was any useful gear. He got a blood-stained voice recorder from the system. He hit play. It was the last conversation between the daughter and the butcher. Baba's last stop was Kokwin Town. She sounded scared, saying the place was freezing and she never wanted to go back. But the audio cut in and out. She didn't say exactly what happened. What's going on? Baba, tell Daddy. Daddy, it's cold. Can you come pick me up? The butcher agreed right away, asking where she was so he could get her. But before she could answer, the signal died. Zhao Yi started putting the pieces together. He turned off the recorder, Kokwin Town. Based on that clip, Tonba had taken a train there and the butcher hadn't been with her. So what the hell actually happened on that train? Zhao Yi pulled up a map, scanning every inch of it. Those locked zones were off limits for now, so the butcher quest would have to wait. There was a new monthly dungeon in a few days. Zhao Yi figured he'd check out the newly unlocked world quest instead. This one needed 6 players. He had to hit up an abandoned station and find a short train with 6 cars. Just a heads up. As long as your health doesn't hit 0 in these dungeons, you can respawn once you're back at the guild. But the butcher and the clown game? That was for keeps. You die there, you're dead for real, though you could try to run and bail on the mission. World quests were different. Once you're in, you either finish it or you're done for. No point stressing now, though. Wait and see. Suddenly, Zhao Yi's hand started growing back, inch by inch. He smiled at his hand, satisfied. Not bad, the new one was looking solid. Just as he was sitting on the bed, he heard a ruckus outside. He opened the door to find some randoms waiting for him. As soon as they saw him, one of them piped up. You Zhao Yi, Big Brother wants a word. Zhao Yi gave them a dark look, rubbing his chin and putting on a fake troubled act. Man, this is gonna sound petty, but the way your nose hairs are sprouting is honestly kind of an interesting look for you. Zhao Yi said it with the sweetest, most innocent smile. The guys turned pale. That was one hell of a burn. Looking like an absolute clown after that roast, the guy's face turned pitch black and he started glaring daggers. Totally shook that Zhao Yi had the absolute audacity to talk to him like that. Fu Ge was fuming, but there was no way he was going to let this disrespect slide, so he reared back and threw a punch. That punch was packed with some serious heavy heat, but his jacked arm ended up slamming right into a barrier. It was the shield wall that Zhao Yi had thrown up. Pissed out of his mind, the guy pressed his face right up against it. If you've got the balls, step outside and face me. Zhao Yi rubbed his chin, dropping a sarcastic sigh. Man, the stuff you see out here is wild. Suddenly, a totally fresh idea popped into his head. Zhao Yi instantly lit up. He pulled out a massive, heavy-ass durian. Sister Lu hooked me up with this. I've been dying to chow down on it, but I couldn't find a tool to crack it open. Since you guys look totally bored out of your minds, why don't you do me a solid and crack open this durian? The thugs standing outside were literally grinding their teeth in pure rage. Listen up, punk. You clearly don't know how screwed you are, but I guess I can be nice enough to fill you in. Zhao Yi totally flexed on a triggered Fu Ge. Nah, I'm good. Seeing how chill he was while actively trying to troll him just pushed the guy over the edge, and he went to wind up for another punch. But before he could even move, Zhao Yi beat him to the punch, pulling a fast one on him that he totally didn't see coming. That exact durian went flying straight into his face before he could even throw his second punch. He winced in pure agony, but it happened way too fast for him to dodge, so he just had to take that whole durian square to the face. Holy shit, the throw was so damn hard that the durian literally exploded on impact, splitting apart into a bunch of massive pods. They went rolling all over the dirt, while the vice boss face planted hard into the ground, completely drenched in blood. The lackeys standing around watching Fu Ge eat dirt were pinching their noses, some biting their teeth in secondhand embarrassment. While a few whispered that it looked like it hurt like hell, Zhao Yi walked over and squatted right next to the big boss to check if the dude was still breathing. Grinning from ear to ear, he went, "Damn, bro, your head is built different. Did you train in the Iron Skull technique or what?" Hearing himself get clowned on like that, the guy slowly managed to lift his face up. What a clown of a vice boss. He quickly shoved his hands against the ground and hauled himself up. Raging hard, he threw a punch and started screaming. What the actual kind of Iron Skull technique am I training? Zhao Yi stayed ice cold and didn't say a word. He casually sidestepped the punch like it was nothing. Keeping that same lazy vibe, he went ahead and revoked their room-sharing permissions. A digital net snapped shut around the vice boss, locking him down tight. He thrashed around like a pissed-off toddler, but it was totally useless. The next second, he got booted straight outside. The rest of the lackeys got swept away too, crashing hard and sprawling all over the floor. Zhao Yi casually strolled over and picked up the busted-up durian from earlier. The vice boss, who just got tossed out to the curb, was struggling to even breathe. Two of his cronies scrambled over to haul him up by his arms. Beaming with joy, Zhao Yi said, "Big thanks for helping me crack open the durian, bros." The vice boss looked like he was literally about to combust. He was so mad he wanted to shred Zhao Yi into a million pieces. He went completely feral, pointing a shaky finger right at his face. "If you've got any balls, stay holed up in there for the rest of your life." Before he could even finish his trash talk, Zhao Yi slammed the door right in his face. Standing outside, the vice boss stared holes into the closed door, his eyes bloodshot with rage. "Damn it! This total newbie, this damn rookie named Zhao Yi, how the hell does he have the nerve to disrespect me like this? Damn it, damn it. Watch this little psycho 24/7 for me. There's no way in hell he's never coming out." The lackeys immediately scrambled to obey his orders. Later that night, while Zhao Yi was out taking his usual stroll, he got ambushed and hauled straight to room 511 in the guild headquarters. Another big dog from their gang was sitting there pouring tea. This dude looked like the real head honcho. "Wei Shan played the butcher game with you, huh?" Instead of sweating it, Zhao Yi kept it cool and dropped a single-word reply. "Yup." Unlike the fuzzy-faced clown from earlier, this dude gave off a way more collected vibe. He set down the teapot and slowly threw another question at Zhao Yi. "So how'd the kid end up dead?" Zhao Yi wiped the grin off his face and kept it deadpan and real. "I iced him." The guy immediately flared up. "Why the hell'd you kill him? Damn, you out here hitting me with the why'd you kill him question. I honestly don't even know what to tell you." Zhao Yi put on a wicked mocking smirk and continued, "I guess, for the lulz?" The lackeys completely lost their minds. Is this guy an actual lunatic? Killing for loot is one thing, but killing just for fun? That's next level terrifying. This kind of psycho could be laughing and joking with you 1 second, and the next, he'd slide a knife between your ribs without leaving a trace. A total madman leader. The boss stayed ice cold. Even after hearing such a blatant flex, he just calmly picked up his teacup, blew softly across the rim, and kept his eyes locked on Zhao Yi without even blinking. "Do you even know who I am?" Zhao Yi fired right back. "Let me guess." At this point, his face slid right back into its usual nonchalant expression. "You're Wei Shan's big bro, aren't you?" "Spot on. If you've ever heard of me, you should already know what kind of outfit the Xiangwei gang runs." Zhao Yi just lazily waved a hand. Nah, honestly never heard of you, though I got a low-key doubt you're even from the same dad. If some random guy hadn't stepped into the picture, your old man definitely wouldn't have given you such an edgy, grudge-sounding name. The lackeys started sweating bullets all over again. Their gang leader's absolute biggest trigger was anyone messing with his name. At this point, Zhao Yi dying would actually be getting off easy. It looked like the guy was genuinely pushed over the edge, because the teacup in his grip literally started cracking from his inner energy. His face darkened as he shot a death glare at Zhao Yi. "You think you're a real comedian, huh?" Zhao Yi flashed a grin. "If you're just going to use a basic word like badass to describe me, you're missing the whole picture." Suddenly, the air grew heavy as lead, and none of the lackeys even dared to breathe too loud. Zhao Yi stepped right up to his chair and dropped. Talking this much is getting a bit cringe. He casually pulled up a chair and planted himself right next to him. The gang boss was losing his grip on his cool now, his face looking like absolute thunder. Making himself right at home, Zhao Yi leisurely picked up the teapot and poured himself a cup. The boss stared him down, deep in thought. Having grinded in this alternate world for years, this was the absolute first time he'd ever seen a rookie flex this hard. Suddenly, one of the lackeys whipped out a piece and aimed it straight at Zhao Yi's head. "Boss, this punk is way too cocky. Just say the word and I'll turn him into Swiss cheese right now." The others immediately chimed in to back him up. "Yeah, boss." Even though players can't actually bite the dust permanently in the guild base, they can still feel max pain. "Let's grind him down a bit." Seeing his goons acting like a pack of wild dogs, the leader looked super annoyed, but he didn't give them an answer. Zhao Yi lifted the steaming cup of tea right up to his face, let out a long sigh and muttered, "I get it, he was allowed to take a shot at me. But I wasn't allowed to drop him back, all because he's got a big bro watching his back, and I'm out here solo." Dropping another heavy sigh, he took a sip. The boss stared at him, tilting his head in pure curiosity. "Since you already figured that out, you really shouldn't have offed my little bro." Slamming his teacup hard down on the table, Zhao Yi snapped back at him. "Guess what's going through my head right now?" He let out an evil laugh. "I couldn't give two shits what's going through a psycho's head, but you're about to find out what's going through mine real soon." His eyes turned pitch black, locked dead on Zhao Yi. I was just thinking, if I magically had a shotgun in my hands right now, I could literally blow your head clean off with one single pull. Zhao Yi's response totally threw him off. The big boss froze dead in his tracks, completely mindfucked that a rookie could spit out something so unhinged. Man, you look like some pathetic stray crawling in the dirt, probably so dead that broke you couldn't even afford to buy a cheap iron piece. Before I could even spit out another word, his head straight up got blown into bloody chunks. The lit cigarette still dangling from his fingers slowly slipped to the ground. Zhao Yi flashed a wicked grin, moving so fast nobody even had time to blink. In a chill, low tone he dropped, "My bad, I actually do have a hunting shotgun." Before his crew could even process what went down, it was already over. They started whispering and buzzing like crazy. What the hell just went down? This psycho actually opened fire inside the guild HQ. Even if a player gets burnt to literal crisps, they can still respawn. Figuring that, the vice boss wasn't stressing too hard, but that wasn't even the wild part. The real kicker was that a level 3 newbie just pulled a whole-ass gun out of nowhere in a level 22 player room and blew a guy's brains out point blank. Spotting them looking like they'd seen a ghost, Zhao Yi shot them a side-eye. "The hell are you guys staring at like that?" If I just blasted him out of nowhere, you know for a fact he would dodged it. Obviously, I had to use my smooth talking and acting skills to throw you guys off, and then let him catch the vibe of tasting a bullet for me. Zhao Yi's eyes looked totally unhinged while saying this, but hey, he totally scared the living daylights out of them. Hearing him talk about it like a complete creep, the guy couldn't stop shaking, absolute psycho. Right after spitting that out, he shakily pointed his piece right at Zhao Yi. Finally, he aimed straight for his head and pulled the trigger. Zhao Yi's skull popped just like the boss's did. But low-key, he looked stoked to bite the dust. A satisfied grin was still plastered across his lips. That familiar vibe he hadn't felt in forever. Somewhere else, a massive tower was bound down by heavy chains. Inside a narrow hallway, just wide enough for one person, the surroundings glowed with a sick, creepy red light. A faceless shadow thing was tied straight to a bronze pillar. It looked kinda human, kinda like a dog, but with a tail. Nah, not just one, but a whole bunch of weird-ass shapes locked up all around. Every last one of them was screaming their heads off, flashing giant jaws packed with razor-sharp teeth looking straight up terrifying. Out of thousands of those dark ghouls, a tiny streak of ocean blue light fell straight down from above. That dark shadow slowly took shape. Boom, it's Zhao Yi, and this place was probably like hell for all the ghouls he'd taken out. They recognized him the second they laid eyes on him, but for some reason, they looked completely terrified. Oh hell no, he's back again. The monsters stared at him with their jaws hitting the floor. Looks like this spot wasn't rolling out the red carpet for Zhao Yi. He was the one who dragged them down here from those mental patients' heads in the first place. He slowly materialized, but his head had this weird, unstable shape glitching out. It gave off a weird gold glow totally different from the rest of them. To these freaks, Zhao Yi had no fixed form. He was a total unknown mystery, a cheat code that hasn't been cracked yet. And more importantly, he's the supreme overlord ruling over this uncharted frontier. Mad, jealous, brutal, bloodthirsty, stubborn. Those were the exact words the ghouls used to describe him. They couldn't wrap their heads around how he could casually call out the names of every single ghost and monster floating around here. Anywhere he walked, the most terrifying monsters in this dump would just bury their heads and play dead. A stream of golden light, like rays straight from heaven, beamed right down onto Zhao Yi's face. He happily tilted his head back to soak it all in. Resurrected already? Looks like Zhao Yi low-key enjoys dying. He snapped his eyes open, still back in that main boss's turf. But this time, looks like the boss respawned first and slapped some handcuffs on him, chaining his hands tight to a chair. To him, a chaotic little gremlin like Zhao Yi was way too much of a hazard. So he ended up keeping his distance and watching him from way across the room. What the actual hell, getting blown to pieces by a level 3 scrub right in front of all his homies. If word got out, how was he supposed to show his face around here? He gritted his teeth, locked in, and swore he was going to make this kid suffer so bad he'd be crying and begging for mercy. The big boss shoved a remote right up in Zhao Yi's face. He barked, "Hey kid, you got any clue what this is?" Instead of freaking out, the guy just flashed a bright-ass smile. Zhao Yi guessed for fun that the chair he was glued to was probably an electric chair, and whatever the guy was holding was the remote for it. Man, for normal folks, this is a next-level miserable torture session that'd probably break you, but for a guy like me, yeah, it honestly doesn't do much. The guy's eyes popped wide open, veins bulging all over his neck from pure rage. The boss was so pissed he was literally shaking, clenching his fists into tight balls and stammering out, "You!" Right after that, he slammed his thumb down on the switch and hit the button to jumpstart the electric chair. Zhao Yi got zapped on what looked like max voltage, his whole body lighting up like a Christmas tree. His hair and skin puffed up from the massive current like a cartoon character, every single strand standing straight up on end. Seconds later, Zhao Yi was literally smoking, his hair completely fried in every direction, but he just sat there chill. His crew looked green watching him get brutally tortured like that, some of them even slapping their hands over their mouths so they wouldn't scream out loud. Zhao Yi's head slumped down, his whole body scorched black like a piece of charcoal, still smoking up a storm. The vice boss cackled like a maniac, totally digging the power trip right now, thinking let's see if this punk's still gonna run his mouth after getting fried like that. But barely a few minutes later, Zhao Yi bounced right back to his original look and form. He even cheered like he won a prize. The boss looked half-crazed, finally letting off some steam as he waved the remote high in the air and smugly asked how that felt. Pretty mid. A heavy jolt packs a punch for a sec, but once you get used to it, whatever. Hearing that, the boss got so tilted he almost lunged forward to beat Zhao Yi to a pulp just to vent. With a bright grin, he kept going, honestly, it felt pretty cozy. Why don't we run it back a few more times? The boss's face completely dropped, looking like a depressed pug. He couldn't for the life of him figure out why nothing worked on this kid. The boss was so stumped he even started wondering if this dude secretly had a masochism kink. Clutching the remote tight, the boss gritted his teeth, looking like he wasn't satisfied with how weak that torture round was, but still tried to talk trash. Bet that hurt like hell, huh? Stop fronting already. If it hurts, just cry about it. By this point, the big boss had totally dropped his cool guy act, showing his true colors. Zhao Yi stayed totally unfazed, acting like nothing even happened. He hit him up, mind passing me the remote? The boss grinned cockily. What happened to all that tough talk earlier? Scared now or what? Nah, I just think this trial product isn't half bad. If you're not gonna press it, I'll do it myself. The big boss and his sidekick stood there completely brain-fried, having zero clue what he was rambling about. Zhao Yi evil smiled. Honestly, just riding the electric chair is kinda boring. You guys should spice it up with some extra tricks. He ran it down with a super hyped look like, you know what the best part of boiling a frog in warm water is? Both of them stared at him with saucer eyes, shaking their heads frantically when Zhao Yi dropped that line. Zhao Yi started playing mind games all over again, suddenly shifting his weight up just a bit, even though he hadn't even done anything yet. But these guys were actually scared stiff, face turning pale, so the boss panicked and pointed his weapon at him, yelling, "Don't move!" He was genuinely rattled at this point. Zhao Yi seemed to notice that hesitation. He lowered his voice. "Don't sweat it, I just wanted to tell you something. The best part is this story a patient told me about how to commit murder, skinning someone alive, you know? Well, I tell you this, imagine my face looking like a twisted, demonic devil. You prep a tub of mercury, carve a cross into my scalp with a knife, and then pour the mercury right over the cut. The weight of that mercury will just keep peeling the skin right off my muscle tissue. By the end, a perfectly intact suit of human skin is created." The more he talked, the more hyped Zhao Yi got. Usually at this point, I'm not even dead yet. I could probably hop right out of my own skin and do a little dance for you guys. After hearing him describe his own torture process, the other two guys looked like they'd seen a ghost. Their faces were dark as hell. The one who was sitting was stiff as a board, not moving an inch. The one standing was straight-backed and nervous, like a bride meeting her in-laws for the first time. The boss stared at him, unable to stop himself from gulping hard, his body shaking slightly. The vice leader and the other lackey looked at him, still smiling like a freaking maniac, and thought to themselves, is this guy even human? It's terrifying, straight up terrifying. The boss gritted his teeth, thinking he couldn't kill him here right in the guild hall, and he couldn't drag him out either. The only way to get payback for Huang Fei-sun was to threaten and torment him. As he thought this, he shoved his baseball bat back into his system storage. He pulled out a cigarette, stalling for time, because right now his usual torture methods weren't doing squat to this guy. The boss lit up and took a drag to calm his nerves. After everything they'd been through with this guy, he concluded that Zhao Yi wasn't just a masochist, he was a straight-up twisted freak. Just as he was thinking that, a knock at the door broke the tension. What a relief. The whole crew looked toward the entrance. Huang Boibong gave a cranky order for his lackey to open the door, and the guy obeyed instantly. Looking aggressive, the lackey opened the door and barked, "Who's there?" He wasn't in a great mood anyway, not after the psychological warfare Zhao Yi just put him through. The person outside made the lackey's blood boil the second he saw her. He roared like a bull. "A woman dressed like that, stepping onto our turf, trying to poach our man without asking? That's not how we do things, lady." When he saw the girl, for some reason, the vice leader jumped out of his skin. He stood frozen, stammering a greeting. Sister Liu." Even the boss calmed down a few notches. Why was she here? She didn't give those two the time of day, just flicked her hand toward him. "Zhao Yi, come with me." The leader and vice leader looked at Zhao Yi, feeling guilty and jumping at their own shadows. He started to shake his leg, and the iron shackle on his right ankle snapped off like it was nothing. He did the same with his left foot. Despite being made of heavy material, Zhao Yi just casually stepped out of it. He left Wang Boibong and his lackeys looking like absolute idiots. Sister Liu stood there watching him toy with those two, a satisfied smile on her face. Zhao Yi looked like he was playing with kids' toys, still sitting there and slowly unfastening his hand shackles. Watching him stand next to Sister Liu really rubbed Huang Boibong the wrong way. His face darkened with rage, and the lackey next to him got scared pale, having no clue what was going on. Suddenly, Sister Liu looked at the boss and mocked him. "Oh right, who are you? I've never seen you on the 7th floor." The vice leader panicked but couldn't shut her up in time. The lackey blurted out, "The 7th floor? That's for top-tier players only, the only ones qualified to be in our guild." The boss didn't even let him finish. The vice leader quickly smacked his head to tell him to shut it. Huang Boibong was livid but had to suck it up in front of Sister Liu. Because she was one of the top fighters in the core group, no matter what, he had to bite his tongue. "I don't care who you are, and I don't care what you do in the instances, but if you try to pull any crap here at the guild headquarters, you're gonna have a real bad time." Her tone was soft, but the threat was loud and clear. She finished by giving him a little wink. Huang Boibong held his cigarette, pretending to be cool, but he was actually sweating bullets. The lackeys bowed quickly, scrambling to see Sister Liu out. She and Zhao Yi walked out together. Huang Boibong stayed put. A moment later, he suddenly scowled and signaled with his hand. Seeing that, the vice leader immediately turned around to ask what the boss wanted. They whispered to each other. No one knew what was said, only that the vice leader claimed he'd handle it cleanly. Back to Sister Liu and Zhao Yi, they headed up to the 7th floor. Sunlight poured onto the balcony, creating a pretty scene. As soon as Sister Liu closed the door, Zhao Yi walked right over to the big table. Seeing him just grab the food, she teased, "You really don't stand on ceremony." Zhao Yi popped a piece into his mouth, chewed, and looked around. The view from the 7th floor was killer, and she sat down across from him, relaxed. Is there really anything worth looking at? Just looks like the stuff downstairs. He didn't beat around the bush, putting the chocolate wrapper on the table. Zhao Yi has always been a straight shooter. Tell me, you saved me. Want me to do something for you? Sister Liu looked at Zhao Yi. Can't I just stand up for the underdog? He gave a short, dry reply, not holding back at all. Maybe, but I don't like owing people favors. Especially not a woman with a heart as cold as yours. That's probably why everyone's so scared of you. Sister Liu found that interesting. So you want to guess why I saved you? Zhao Yi sat there thinking in silence. Unlike the other guys she'd met, he wasn't fawning over her or acting terrified. Someone like this actually piqued her interest. Zhao Yi just sat there, saying nothing, staring intently at Sister Liu, who was sitting there lounging in front of him. The mood got awkward, and Sister Liu looked away, feeling a bit flustered. To break the ice, she poured herself a glass of red wine. She slowly brought it to her nose for a sniff. You look a lot like someone I knew. Her face looked a bit sadder now. Zhao Yi ate some chocolate and teased. Must be an ex-lover, huh? Sister Liu tilted her head back and took a sip, something like that. For a second, he didn't know how to respond. If you two have unfinished business, why don't you just go find him? She stared into her wine, looking sad. He's dead. Zhao Yi asked out of curiosity, how'd he die? I killed him. He touched his chin. Why? Sister Liu retorted. You trying to profile me? Realizing he'd asked too much, Zhao Yi rubbed his nose awkwardly. My bad, occupational hazard. Sister Liu smiled faintly, then leaned back in her chair and tilted her head up. The Forgotten Angel has dealt with thousands of the most twisted, psycho patients in Feng Kingdom and completely fixed their messed up heads, turning them into totally normal folks. She throws him this heavy, melancholic look and goes, Since you're so damn good, think you can fix my messed up mind too? Zhao Yi gives her a deadpan stare, admitting straight up that her condition ain't no walk in the park. Liu keeps her expression totally chill, firing back. You haven't even asked what's wrong with me yet, big guy. Look, psychology has plenty of tricky, nightmare-level problems, but honestly, the hardest ones to treat are people like you, the ones who look totally fine on the outside. If I had to sum it up, your hyper-awareness and sanity are way harder to cure than actual madness. Looks like Zhao Yi totally called her out. Sister Liu leans forward, instantly dropping her high and mighty attitude, and asks him dead serious. Dr. Zhao, you can actually fix me, right? He trails off, deep in thought. It's gonna take some time. So yeah, he can actually cure her, and time is the one thing she's got plenty of. If you can fix me up, I'll hook you up with a mega valuable gift as your pay. Even though he can't promise a 100% success rate, he's totally stoked to deal with a hardcore patient like this. He stands up. Aight, let me cook up a plan. She responds all calm and collected. Appreciate it in advance, Doc. As for the rest, the Badao gang won't dare flex on you directly in the main world anymore, but whatever goes down in the instances, you're on your own, dude. Zhao Yi doesn't give a damn, dropping, if that's all, I'm ghosting. Sister Liu sips her drink, not even bothering to walk him out. Leaving her room, Zhao Yi strolls down the hallway solo. The corridor is dead silent, just him on his own. Out of nowhere, a little girl is posted up at the end of the hall waiting for him. Turns out it's Dianyan, which totally catches Zhao Yi off guard. She's clutching a teddy bear, her big eyes sparkling with pure joy. Big bro Zhao, so glad you're okay. Zhao Yi rushes over, looking totally worried. Dianyan, what are you doing out here? The innocent kid shoves the teddy bear right in his face. Nini said you were in deep trouble and told me to come check on you. He looks down at little Niandi, a genuinely warm smile cracking across his face. Zhao Yi casually phases his hand right through the teddy bear's head. He gently rubs Dianyan's head, dropping a soft, thanks. Dianyan beams with happiness. No worries at all. Nini was super stressed when she saw you were in danger. Oh right, it's getting late. Fang Bai cooked up some bomb food. Let's go grub in his room. Zhao Yi immediately nods. Hell yeah, let's roll. So the big guy and the little kid walk together, chatting and laughing the whole way. At the dining table, Fang Bai pops a can of soda and slides it over to Zhao Yi. Big bro Zhao, the Badao Gong didn't try anything shady with you, did they? He catches the can and gives a short, nah. Pouring himself a drink, he asks Fang Bai, you're the one who tipped off Sister Liu, right? I saw you get dragged off and I freaked out. I'm a total nobody with zero clout or skills, so my only play was hitting up the top guild bosses. On the 7th floor, it's basically just Sister Liu and one other weirdo who never opens his door. Thank God Sister Liu actually has a heart, otherwise you wouldn't have survived today. Zhao Yi casually lifts his glass and raises it toward Fang Bai. Appreciate it, man. He follows up with, any updates on the new main world mission that just dropped? Bai Shuiji chaps up and reports, 6 squads went in and all 6 got wiped. 6 people per squad, 36 total. Zhao Yi looks totally distracted, staring down at his drink and mumbling, this slaps. Fang Bai keeps going. All the dead bodies got dumped like trash near the station, looking absolute nightmare fuel. They barely even look human anymore. Like they went through absolute hell and pure terror before biting the dust. The worst part is zero intel is coming out of the instance. Nobody knows what the hell is going on in there. Zhao Yi downs the rest of his drink, slams the glass down, and asks if the two of them are heading in. Otherwise, he's riding solo. Fang Bai and Shuiji freeze up for a sec, totally clueless on how to answer. Fang Bai drops his head, keeping it real. Big bro Zhao, not gonna lie, I wish I had your balls. That's 2 talent points on the line after all. But the fatality rate for this mission is straight up terrifying. If I bite it. Before he can even finish, Bai Shuiji stutters out. Same here. He turns to look at the little kid chowing down next to him. Dian, you wanna go? The little girl keeps munching on her veggies with a happy crunch and says, let's go. Zhao Yi casually reaches out and wipes a stray piece of rice off Dian's cheek. Bai Shuiji is lost in thought, staring blankly at the kid. She bites her bullet, mentally chewing herself out. Even a little brat like Dian has the guts to go. Feeling like a total coward, Shuiji slams her rice bowl down and drops her chopsticks hard on the table. She pumps herself up, slams both hands on the table, stands right up and yells, screw it, I changed my mind, I'm rolling too. Fang Bai happily raises his cup. Since everyone's down, let's toast. Cheers to us. Everything clicks into place and they all raise their glasses for a hyped up toast. By the time they wrap up grubbing, night has fallen and the sky is bleeding this creepy, ominous blood-red shade. Over at Platform 3, Dian, Zhao Yi, and Shuiji are already posted up in front of the ticket gate. The little kid and Zhao Yi are totally unfazed, but Shuiji is low-key freaking out. Staring at the corpses rotting on the ground gives her the chills. The whole area is dead quiet, literally nobody else around except the three of them. The system announcement chimes in. Welcome to Platform 3. Boarding the grudge train requires 5 to 9 players. Form your squad. Hearing the prompt, Shuiji panics. Big bro Zhao, it needs at least 5 players for the mission. What do we do since there's only 3 of us? Zhao Yi stays ice cold. The mission entrance is in carriage 1. Let's head in and figure it out. Over on the other side, a group is causing a ruckus. Someone yells, stop running. Don't panic just because people died out there. That's 2 whole talent points. We can't just bail because we're scared shitless. While they're busy hyping each other up, they spot him walking over. The other 2 look shook. The guy leading the pack approaching them looks suspiciously like the top-ranked Zhao Yi. A rat-faced dude eagerly steps up. Yo, Zhao Yi, rolling out for the mission? Let's team up. We definitely won't drag you down. A chick standing right next to him rolls her eyes, totally disgusted. Total sellout. Zhao Yi casually struts over. We're totally down. Just want to make sure your crew is cool with it. The bald guy lights up like a Christmas tree. No objections here. 0 issues at all. Get in here. The other 2 nod along too. All 7 of them circle up, forming a complete squad, and a blinding blue flash instantly wraps around them. System alert. Welcome everyone to the World Grudge Train mission. May the odds be ever in your favor. Zhao Yi is out cold, slowly fighting to open his eyes while his forehead is dripping sweat. No clue how long he's been knocked out, but he's sitting all alone inside a train compartment. Outside, a gloomy drizzle makes the whole vibe even more depressing. Zhao Yi was still a bit out of it, so he just sat there for a sec. Once his brain finally rebooted, he darted his eyes around to scope out the scene. He was chilling in car number 6, and it was dead quiet, like creepily silent. He looked up at the sign hanging above, double-checking that he was actually in car 6. Zhao Yi stood up, totally unfazed and moving at his own chill pace. Nobody else was in sight, so it looks like they got split up. First order of business, go check his surroundings and make sure he's safe. If this instance quest is about clearing out some bad vibes and grievances, he needs to figure out what went down here. Out of nowhere, a laugh echoed right behind Zhao Yi, and whatever was making it was creeping up on him. But true to form, Zhao Yi kept his cool, scanning the rows of seats to see what was up. Whatever he found seemed to actually catch him off guard. His expression totally shifted. On one of the seats sat a bunch of colored pencils and an unzipped pencil case. Out of pure curiosity, Zhao Yi bent down and picked one up to check it out. It was a white case, but looking pretty beat up and old. The creepy laughing was getting closer, but since it didn't try to ambush him, it probably wasn't a major threat yet. He just brushed it off for now. The pencil case was made of metal, but it was all smashed up and warped. Something seriously heavy must have gone down here. But he didn't care enough to dwell on it, tossing it right back where he found it. Zhao Yi strolled forward, looking to see if there was anything else lying around. Suddenly, he stopped dead in his tracks. Right there was an old-school suitcase with a beat-up backpack just slumped next to it. Zhao Yi stared at it for a long minute out of curiosity, but after living in this messed-up world for so long, he knew better than to just touch random junk. The system popped up a warning. High-danger suitcase, you're curious, but do not open that damn thing. Zhao Yi flipped open the backpack next to it to see if there was anything decent inside. Nope, just a bunch of student textbooks, totally useless. Tossing the literature textbook aside, Zhao Yi locked his eyes right back onto the suitcase the system told him to leave alone. A voice in his head kept chanting, open it, just open it. Zhao Yi couldn't help himself. His hand automatically reached out to grab it just to scratch that itch. His face went blank like he was totally hypnotized, while that voice kept ringing in his ear. Right as his fingers brushed the zipper, half a face materialized from behind his back. She grinned, egging him on with pure excitement. Yeah, open it. His hand was already gripping the zipper before he even realized what he was doing. But then he froze. The voice panicked. Why'd you stop? Open it up! Open it! Zhao Yi let out a tiny, barely fair smirk. Turns out he was just faking being under the spell the whole time. Seeing how desperate it was for him to open the damn case, he stood straight up, turned on his heel, and walked away without looking back. Zhao Yi isn't the type to stick his nose into sketchy stuff just for kicks. A shadow materialized right behind him, shouting in pure rage, "Where the hell do you think you're going? Open it!" The little creep was basically just a brat, biting down hard on a teddy bear, totally pissed that he broke out of its mental trap. Suddenly, Zhao Yi spun back around, leaving the little ghost totally confused. It stayed put and watched his moves. Looks like he changed his mind, walking right back toward the suitcase. The thing stood by, grinning from ear to ear. He touched the case and it got even more hyped. "Hell yeah, right there, open it up!" Before it could even finish, Zhao Yi whipped out his trusty pocket knife. He flashed a wicked grin and raised the blade like he was about to slash the case open. Who knows what his game was, but it completely freaked the little ghost out. It had no clue what he was playing at. Was he seriously about to slash the suitcase? The blade plunged straight in, burying the whole knife up to the hilt. Zhao Yi yanked it out and started hacking and stabbing away like a madman at the cursed thing. Finally finished, though weirdly enough, actual blood started spewing out. His jacket got splattered with it. The system chimed in. Vengeful Ghost eliminated, soul weapon upgraded. The slumbering evil god is rebuilding but lacks juice. Upgrading gave him a stat boost of 4, though the chaotic energy of the spirit weapon is still a bit weak. Zhao Yi let out a heavy sigh, wiping sweat off his forehead, finally dead. The little ghost just stood there staring, totally blanking on what just went down. But seeing him like that, the sheer aura he was giving off made it instinctively back away. It knew this guy was way out of its league, and cold sweat was already breaking out. Talk about terrifying. Backing up in a panic, it accidentally stepped on an empty soda can, making a pretty loud clatter. The little girl jerked her head back in sheer terror. Looking behind to see what she'd just stepped on, she got even more terrified of being caught. Sweat was pouring off her like she'd just stepped out of the shower. Suddenly, Zhao Yi lifted his head, turned around, and flashed a grim, creepy grin that looked worse than any ghost. Even though she was a ghost herself, she was still just a kid. She jumped, letting out a massive scream. Zhao Yi stood up and slowly stalked toward her, face dark. She scrambled backward, shaking, and covered her face with her hands. "Don't come over here!" She was trembling, but she could sense he didn't actually mean to hurt her. The little ghost slowly lowered her hands to peek at him. Zhao Yi crouched down to get a better look, then smirked. "So, you're just a little spirit?" She started bawling. "I didn't mean to mess with you, I was forced to." Seeing how terrified she was, he stopped messing with her and reached out to pull something from his inventory. Turns out Zhao Yi had fixed up the missing eyes on her teddy bear. The kid froze in shock. Looks like he's got a soft spot for little ones. Zhao Yi smiled warmly and patted her head. "Don't be scared, I'm one of the good guys." The little ghost looked up at him, eyes still streaming with tears. "For real?" She was acting pretty spoiled, not realizing how young he actually was. That mister she called him really ticked Zhao Yi off. He grabbed her by the throat. "I'm gonna give you one chance to say that again." The poor little ghost was choking, tongue lolling out until she wheezed out, "Brother, that's more like it." He happily let her go. The poor kid clutched her throat, turned away, and coughed her lungs out. He asked her, "What exactly went down on this train?" She looked totally spooked, curling up and hugging her head. Hearing his question, the little spirit got even more frantic. I can't say." She was shivering even harder now. It watches me. If I talk, it'll definitely know." Seeing her like that, Zhao Yi went dead serious. "Who is it? The teacher on page 38 of the textbook taught us we can't just go around spilling secrets to strangers. I'm a good kid. I can't say bad things." Zhao Yi wondered what kind of teacher would teach that. He spotted the book in her backpack, reached over, and grabbed it to take a look. It was that same literature book he'd glanced at earlier, thinking it was nothing special. Running short on time, Zhao Yi decided to shove the book into his inventory. He'd check it out when he had a second. Once that was done, he stood up and packed her stuff neatly back into the backpack. The little girl watched his every move, trembling. Zhao Yi held the bag out to her. She looked confused, not getting why he was being so nice. He said gently, "Don't go throwing your stuff around, or you'll be crying again when you can't find it later." She hugged the backpack to her chest, looking like she was turning something over in her head. She watched Zhao Yi's back as he walked away, looking deep in thought, like she was trying to get something off her chest. Zhao Yi just kept strolling forward, not hesitating for a second. He reached the door in no time. Seeing he was about to head out, the little ghost's hands started shaking while she clutched the bag. She squeezed it tight, trying to pull herself together. Finally, just as Zhao Yi stepped out, she summoned every bit of her nerve and yelled, "Brother, don't go to car number 1!" Zhao Yi turned back and gave her a grin. He gave her a thumbs up. "Got it, thanks." She hugged the bear tight and reached out like she wanted to say more, but in the end, she didn't have the guts to spit it out. Tears suddenly welled up, and the train door slowly hissed shut. The little ghost couldn't hold it in anymore. The tears just started streaming down her face. She just silently watched him and sobbed. As the door clicked fully shut, nobody knew what she'd been through, and nobody knew what was making her cry like that. Zhao Yi pulled the book out of his inventory to dig into it properly. He thought back to the little ghost mentioning her teacher, so he started flipping through the pages. Sure enough, there was a section titled "What the Teacher Said," with 4 spots circled in red. The control room has the morning report and the latest map. If you want to start the train, you need diesel fuel. Stay out of the cockpit. And the last circle was the most terrifying one. It will always be watching you. Zhao Yi snapped the book shut, wondering who is it anyway. I mean, what kind of thing would scare that little spirit into sobbing like that? Since she'd warned him not to go to car number 1, Zhao Yi chose door number 5. He stood in front of the door for a second, then shoved it open and walked in. Everything inside was a total mess, and he could see a few figures gathered in the distance. It was Wang Zi and Li Yaoyao huddled next to a fire pit. Standing in front of them were 3 ghosts. They all looked up at the noise, stunned to see him. Li Yaoyao tried to act tough at his entrance, while Wang Zi went straight for the sucking up. Bro, you're here just in time. You gotta save us. The fattest ghost spoke up first. Outsiders aren't allowed to join the game unless you're ready to put your own life on the line as the bet. Zhao Yi stroked his chin, a sinister smile creeping onto his face. Put my life on the line, huh? Li Yaoyao screamed at him. What are you hesitating for? We're all in the same boat now. It's super selfish to just watch us die. Seeing how aggressive she was, Wang Zi immediately chimed in. This game won't be hard for someone like you. You'll definitely clear it. Truth be told, he was dying to know what kind of game they were playing, so he agreed. Fine, I'm in. Li Yaoyao let out a sigh of relief, while Wang Zi muttered to himself, thank God he agreed. This princess has got such a bad attitude. If she'd pissed him off, we'd be toast. He walked up to the 3 ghosts. What's the game? How do we play? The game is called Guess, Guess, Guess. You've got 10 minutes to figure out how we died, the middle ghost said, laying out the rules. You can ask us 3 questions. We won't lie, but you absolutely cannot ask about how we died. It pointed at the other 2. Once the mission is over, we're taking their arms. Then it pointed a twisted finger at Zhao Yi, telling him the price of losing. Death. Zhao Yi just stared at the ghost and kept smiling. Not only was he not scared, he looked completely relaxed. Is that all? Got it. Li Yaoyao snapped, what's with that attitude? Can you be serious for once? I don't want to lose an arm! Wang Zi chimed in with a desperate plea. Zhao Yi just laughed to himself. These 2 sure didn't know how to be polite. Besides, those 2 already used up their questions. There's only 1 left, so think carefully before you ask. He stroked his chin, thinking fast. Alright, here's my question. Zhao Yi dropped the joking act, put on a serious face, and asked, do you guys crave freedom? The 3 ghosts were confused. Why would he waste a question on something so random? Are you sick or something? Wang Zi hissed. They already wasted 2 questions, and now you're throwing away another one? How the hell is this guy still rank 1? Wang Zi muttered, feeling uneasy. If you're gonna snap at him, fine, but why drag me into it? Zhao Yi didn't even bother arguing with the 2 of them. He stared them down, his expression stone cold. Tell me, do you guys have a burning desire for freedom? The 3 ghosts just exchanged blank looks, then started giggling. This guy's gotta be straight up crazy, they thought. Doesn't he value his life? Why even ask such a dumb question? But then they all answered in unison, desire, a deep, deep desire. One of them clenched a fist that was still trembling slightly. Too bad, it hissed. There's no hope left for freedom. A smirk spread across Zhao Yi's face. All right, you've had your fun asking. The ghost sneered, its grin getting wicked. Now tell me how each of you died. Get it right, and you might just stay in one piece. Guess wrong. It left the threat hanging, clearly thinking there was no way he could figure it out. Beads of cold sweat rolled down Wang Zi's forehead as he bit his lip in terror. We're screwed, he thought. How are we supposed to guess that? Li Yaoyao screamed in panic. Don't kill me. It was them who guessed. It's got nothing to do with me. The ghost felt the same way. Its hand began to morph into a blade. Can't guess it, right? Then you're all dying together. The 3 ghosts instantly transformed their hands into razor-sharp weapons. Suddenly, a glint appeared in Zhao Yi's eyes. He pointed at the fattest ghost. When you died, the others killed you, all to feast on your flesh. He turned to the skinniest one. You died of an asthma attack. There was no medicine on the train, so you just suffocated. And the last one, he finished, pointing to the final ghost. You took your own life. You were crying in pure despair before you went through with it. The 3 ghosts stood there, stunned. They had no clue how he knew that. They stared at Zhao Yi, completely mesmerized. Finally, the one who had committed suicide spoke up. You've cleared the game. You're safe, for now. They might be ghosts, but they stuck to their code. They never broke a promise. Li Yaoyao and Wang Zi were ecstatic. We actually made it, they thought. No wonder he's rank 1. Suddenly, Zhao Yi reached out and grabbed the hand of the ghost that had committed suicide. His face darkened as he said, thanks. You and I, we've both got the same hunger for freedom, and we're both willing to risk everything for it. Those words came straight from his heart. The 3 ghosts looked at each other in shock. Since the day they died, no one had ever spoken to them like that. Looking toward the door of the 4th carriage, they realized they'd already cleared 2 sections. Suddenly, Zhao Yi leaned in toward the suicide ghost, who seemed to be the sharpest of the bunch. One more thing. I want to know what the hell happened on this train. The ghost jumped, startled by the question. All 3 stammered, clearly finding this a tough subject to bring up. The little ghost girl was even trembling to the point of tears just from the mention of it. He hesitated for a long time. By their rules, he shouldn't be saying a word, but perhaps that handshake had touched something deep within their ghostly souls. You won't find the answers you're looking for on this train, the ghost whispered. You have to go outside to find them. But, the wood-themed ghost added, the world outside is damn dangerous. You need to find the ghost candle if you want to survive out there. Zhao Yi recalled the little ghost warning him not to enter the first carriage. The ghost candle. Zhao Yi pondered to himself, it's gotta be in that first carriage. The three ghosts watched him walk away. Zhao Yi gave a smile of gratitude and prepared to step out, but a hand shot out and grabbed him. Whoa, wait up! Brother Zhao Yi, where are you heading? Zhao Yi replied coldly, to find my own freedom. Wang Zi scrambled to keep up. If you're both leaving, what about me? Wang Zi glanced at Li Yaoyao with total contempt. You're useless and you've got a damn princess complex. He sighed. Fine, you can come with us, but teaming up with someone like you is just asking for bad luck. She wasn't happy about staying behind, but when it came to leaving, she started whining at Wang Zi, asking if he wanted her to go die with them. Wang Zi hugged Zhao Yi's arm, completely speechless. I barely found a safe spot to hide. You think I'm stupid? By now, Wang Zi had completely lost his cool and started yelling right in her face. Then what do you want? We're all in the middle of a mission. You think you're just going to sit back and get a free ride? She was acting entitled, and it was getting on his nerves. Look, you guys dragged me into this, so you're responsible for getting me out. And don't act like you're doing this mission for my sake. If we don't clear it, we all die. Wang Zi was shaking with rage, pointing a finger at her. But he'd always been a mild-mannered guy, and facing off against such an aggressive woman, he didn't know how to handle it. Seeing him about to blow a fuse, Zhao Yi stayed calm. We're leaving either way. Suit yourself. He started walking forward without looking back. Wang Zi quickly followed suit. They were really leaving. They had no other choice. They couldn't just stay there alone with those three ghosts. Wait for me. Li Yaoyao shrieked in anger. As they reached the fourth carriage, they heard a melodious humming coming from the other side. Zhao Yi's group walked in, and the singing grew clearer. There were a few figures huddled at the far end. Didi was sitting there, singing, but something about her face looked a bit off. Zhao Yi approached and noticed the shadows shivering uncontrollably. The girl quickly realized someone had arrived. She turned, saw Zhao Yi, and a bright smile lit up her face. Big brother Zhao, the little kid hugged Nini tight, jumped up, and ran toward Zhao Yi, leaning her head against him. Nini said you'd come to save us, and I can't believe you really did. Zhao Yi looked at her in surprise, then gently stroked her head, praising her. Good girl, you did great. She quickly pointed to the figures huddled in the corner. Those folks over there were the guests from the last carriage. They were playing games with me earlier, really enthusiastic too, she pouted sadly. But they quit halfway through. The shadows just kept shaking, looking miserable. Didi poked her tongue out and teased them playfully, and the group screamed in pure terror. One woman with long hair couldn't hold it in anymore and literally peed her pants, trembling like a leaf. Li Yaoyao sneered. What kind of dumb luck does this brat have, running into such a bunch of spineless cowards? Zhao Yi didn't say a word, just glared at her. What? Did I say something wrong? Suddenly he looked up at something, then immediately turned his head and walked away. The other two went dead silent. A small red light flashed in Zhao Yi's eyes like a camera scanning the room. Seems like these doors won't open. The mission doesn't want us taking shortcuts. In other words, the system rules are protecting us. Zhao Yi fell into deep thought. I have to get that ghost candle before I can figure out how to get off this train. He looked at the people crying and shaking on the floor. All right, stop trembling. I'm taking Didi to the first carriage. You guys can stay here and do your own thing. All six of them, hearing he was taking the girl away, immediately knelt down, moved to tears. You're a good man. We're bowing in thanks to you. The two figures, one big and one small, quickly headed toward the door. Seeing Zhao Yi leave, Wang Zi scrambled after him, trying to suck up and get permission to tag along. Zhao Yi clearly wasn't vibing with that buck-toothed freak. Li Miao turned back, saw the group still huddled in the corner, and smirked, spitting on them. Just flat-out disrespect for those cowards. Whoops, didn't notice. Those people had been straight-up demons the whole time, and the spit landed right on their skulls. The female demon gritted her teeth in rage, whipped her head around to glare at her, and the rest of the crew followed suit with a synchronized death stare. Li Miao let out a frantic scream, tripped over her own feet, and face-planted hard. Since Wang Yu was standing right behind her, she spun around and, oops, basically buried her face straight into his backside. Miao smashed her face into Wang Yu's ass, looking pale as a ghost, struggling to pull her head away from his rear end. Zhao Yi asked, You good? Wang Yu turned beet red. I'm fine. Zhao Yi flashed a smile. All right, let's keep moving. Then Zhao Yi ran into Wenlong and Bai Shuige in the second carriage. Found Qin Shufeng in the third car. They'd all finished their demon games. With the number 1 printed on the door, all 7 of them, not one missing, headed into the first car. A bunch of weird-ass heads were sitting on a table, with candles stuck into their brains. A girl with a severed head appeared. Welcome, everyone. Reaching the G19 night train, Wenlong looked shook, his face dead pale, asking what kind of messed up game they were actually playing. She explained. There's no game in this car. You were split into 5 carriages earlier, and finishing those games unlocks some hidden clues. Now you can use those clues to dig deeper. There are 6 ghost candles here, and each one only stays lit for an hour once you pull it off the skull. During that hour, whoever holds a ghost candle won't get jumped by other demons on the train. The candlelight also pushes back the darkness outside, making those psycho demons in the shadows see you as one of their own. Of course, that doesn't mean they won't still try to wreck you. The candles flickered out. The severed head girl raised a hand. When all the ghost candles burn out, the seal on the conductor's cabin behind me will break. Wenlong asked what happens if it opens. She replied, nothing crazy really, just that the conductor and another guest who can't speak will come strolling out, that's all. Shuigi spoke up, saying the conductor and that silent guest sounded like bad news, better to keep them locked up. The girl warned, one more thing, the door to the first carriage is the only way out of the G19 train. Once you choose to open it, you can leave, but whatever is outside can get in too. All right, start grabbing your ghost candles. She scanned the candles on the table, and Bai Shuige quickly caught the red flag. Wait, there's 7 of us. Wenlong did the math. 7 people, 6 candles, and you only get protection if you hold one. He blurted out, we gotta ditch someone. Obviously, the best bet is to dump the old lady. They all side-eyed Qin Shufang. She pulled something out of her pocket and stepped back. I'm taking a candle, she hissed, and if I don't get one, I'm taking out anyone who does. Zhao Yi smiled. This old lady's cold-blooded. I like it. Then he turned to Wenlong. Yo, why you acting scared? Weren't you guys just negotiating? Wang Yu was shaking. Yeah, but she's part of the squad. How can we just leave her behind? Qin Shufang asked, so how are you going to split these candles? They were stuck. Bai Shuige asked Zhao Yi, you got any ideas? Zhao Yi cleared the air. No matter how you slice it, someone's going to be left out. But if we flip the logic, it's easy. Any way you divide them, anyone leaving the carriage to hunt for clues needs a candle. He saw his opening. I agree with my man Zhao here. People who actually contribute to the team get priority on the candles. Wenlong jumped on board with Wang Yu. Li Miao Miao sneered. Who knows if he's contributing, or just trying to grab a candle to ditch us? I think he just wants a candle for himself and is playing games to get it. She kept running her mouth, but Zhao Yi just calmly reached into his pocket. Bang, he pulled the trigger and shot her in both legs. Miao Miao's legs were covered in blood as she collapsed backward. She screamed in terror, begging for help. Wenlong was sweating buckets. Who the hell brings a shotgun, and how did a newbie get his hands on one? Zhao Yi holstered the gun. He wondered internally. That gun cost thousands of points. How'd he get that? Zhao Yi walked over to her and knelt down. Oh man, he taunted. Look at you, so clumsy. Tripped and broke your own legs. The 3 in the back stood there like statues. Zhao Yi scratched his face. Miao Miao was wailing. He's trying to kill me. Stop him. They ignored her. Wang Yu smirked. If Zhao Yi really iced Li Miao Miao, they wouldn't stop him. One less person meant the candles would go around easier. Zhao Yi held up a hand for silence, his face pure killing intent. Shut it. I'm doing surgery, not killing you. But if you keep fighting me and I slip and mess up your mouth, causing you to bleed out, don't blame me. She was shaking, begging for mercy while sobbing her lungs out. He pulled out a pair of scissors and shoved them into her mouth. Instantly, blood sprayed everywhere. His scissors were drenched, and her teeth and tongue hit the floor. Miao Miao could only scream cry. Zhao Yi cooed, there, stop crying, I'll stop the bleeding. As long as you don't talk, you won't die. Such a shame, he threatened. We had a cute girl here who accidentally broke her legs, teeth, and tongue. Don't make such rookie mistakes, guys. Wang Yu's face went white. This guy is a nightmare. Wenlong gulped, this dude is way too dangerous. Usually, people warn you before they throw hands, like pulling your pants down before you take a leak, right? But this Zhao Yi, he just sprays you without making a sound. How are you supposed to deal with that? Qin Shufang watched him, thinking the guild's intel wasn't wrong. Can't let this guy live, but the mission comes first. No need to rush. Zhao Yi reached out and grabbed a candle. All right, I'm taking one ghost candle and heading out. Zhao Yi picked it up, and Bai Shuige grabbed one and followed. I'm going with you, Zhao Yi added. The 3 of us are heading out. You guys split the rest. The severed head girl started opening the door. She pulled out the key, invited them in, and Zhao Yi walked in coolly with the other 2 ducking behind his back. She asked, Big Bro Trio, what's your take on this mission? He countered. You girls didn't find any clues on the train? Anlong wondered. What clues? Three Cat rested her chin on her hand. I just played jump rope with a bunch of little creeps. There didn't seem to be anything special. You pick up on anything yet? Anlong guessed. I got it. It seems like it's telling us to head to some control room. Zhao Yi walked up to the door that was the control room. Inside, there was a station map. In these chaotic times of ours, who knows how many years the station has been abandoned? Most of it has long since gone to rot. He turned his head. The Mac family village isn't a small place, so the station built for it isn't exactly tiny either. If our ghost lights only burn for an hour, we can't afford to waste time. We need to find the map first. Bok Three Cat questioned, but what are we supposed to do once we find the map? Anlong shared her thoughts. I think the key to clearing this mission is outside the train, so we need the map to dig up more info. Zhao Yi agreed. Exactly, the mission requirement is to resolve the lingering resentment. First, we need to figure out what that resentment on the train actually is and why it exists. Only by uncovering what happened here back in the day and understanding the conflicts can we complete this mission. I've already asked a few monsters on the train, but they're all too scared to even mention what happened back then. That proves there's some terrifying entity on the train that we can't see, constantly watching us and the monsters from every corner of the station, he explained. That's why we can't dig for intel inside the train. We have to head outside to find leads, like recordings, notes, newspapers, or even just listening to the ghosts. She nodded. I see, that makes sense. You glanced around. After observing for a bit, Anlong concluded that the station was finished and the control room must be in that direction. Zhao Yi immediately headed in the direction she pointed to check it out. Bok Thu Cat stood tucked behind the wall. The control room should be right around this corner, right? Then where the hell did this zombie come from? It scared the hell out of them, their faces turning pale as death. One of his eyes suddenly flared with light, and info about it instantly popped up. Guard Ghost, extremely dangerous, no weak points. Don't look at it when it opens its eyes. It's actually sleeping. Unless it takes a heavy hit or gets damaged, it won't be forced awake. Most ghosts around here are terrified of it. If it spots you, just run. Run as fast as you can. Zhao Yi flashed a sinister grin that left her confused. What's this guy smiling about? What's he up to now? Seeing him approach it, Long warned, "Be careful, this ghost is savage. It might attack us." Zhao Yi held the candle right up to the guard ghost's face and calmly explained, "Nah, it won't. It's out cold." "How do you know it's sleeping?" Long asked. Zhao Yi reached out, grabbed its nose hairs, and yanked them hard, making the guard ghost jerk in surprise. The two of them shrieked in terror. "Are you trying to wake it up?" Zhao Yi reassured them, "It's fine, it's not awake yet." The two of them let out a sigh of relief. Long asked, "How are you so damn fearless?" He warned them, "Don't talk nonsense. I've been a total coward since I was a kid. That's exactly why I'm so cautious." Hearing Zhao Yi say that, she almost choked. "You call yanking someone's nose hairs cautious?" Long just had to let it slide. "Forget it, at least it's not awake. I'll go open the door." She grabbed the doorknob, but no matter how hard she twisted, it wouldn't budge. Long turned her head back. "Zhao Yi, the door is." She froze at the sight before her. "What the hell are you doing?" He answered casually, "Can't you see? I'm undressing it." Long backed away slowly. She whispered, "Maybe we should bolt? This guy's playing with fire. The guard ghost is gonna wake up." Bok Thui Cat didn't seem to agree with Long's idea. Zhao Yi just got more hyped, struggling as he stripped the clothes off it. The guard ghost was now down to its underwear. She thought, even for a ghost, its sensitivity down there is still pretty high. If Zhao Yi keeps playing like this, the guard ghost is definitely gonna wake up. Thui Cat stopped him. "Bro, seriously, that's enough. Let's quit the stripping. We've got actual work to do." Zhao Yi finally listened, and she let out a sigh of relief. Long wondered, "Big bro, we just needed the key. Why'd you have to strip the guy down to his underwear?" He pulled a key out of the pile of the guard ghost's clothes. Zhao Yi handed the clothes to her, leaving Long totally bewildered. It reeks like this. Why don't you wear it?" he explained. "I'm too skinny, it won't look right. Your build is close to the guard ghost's. Wear its clothes, soak up its scent, and we're golden." Zhao Yi reached over for its baton and grabbed the guard ghost's hand. Zhao Yi handed it to her. "Here, take this baton and smack anyone you see." System notice received the item, Stinky Demon Baton. It's just a regular baton, but this guard ghost always loved using it to poke other ghosts in the ass. Whenever it saw the grimace on their faces, it felt super satisfied, like it was compensating for its own shortcoming down there. Effect: hitting someone in the ass deals 500% extra damage. A direct hit to the daisy is a guaranteed 10x critical strike. Warning: this is a serious warning for players with unusual mental states. Please do not try to put something this nasty in your inventory and bring it out of the dungeon. Long looked pale as a sheet and pinched her nose. A weapon that looked so badass, yet in reality was just an ass-poking stick. He stood before the door. "All right, let's move. We're running out of time." Bok Thui Cat pinched her nose. "Stay the hell away from me." Zhao Yi shoved the key into the door and turned it. He pushed the door open, and all three of them stepped inside. A dark, terrifying atmosphere instantly smothered the place. They could only rely on the flickering red candle. Not far away, a mob of ghosts was aimlessly drifting around. The stench of rotting corpses hit them hard. Bok Thui Cat and Long exchanged worried looks. With this many ghosts around, the best move was definitely to run. Zhao Yi, on the other hand, was dead calm. He gave a sly, confident smirk. Then he suddenly threw a total temper tantrum, pointing at the crowd of ghosts and screaming at them to take their pants off. "Bend over and face the wall so the boss can inspect you." His teammates were left in pure, confused shock. Zhao Yi's voice echoed through the room, quickly grabbing the ghost's attention. They swarmed in aggressively. Long turned pale, trembling as she shrieked, thinking he'd lost his mind to talk to them like that. But against all odds, the mob actually gathered into a straight line, one by one, and turned to face the wall. And before they even had time to process it, a row of tight, naked, mooning butts appeared. The whole horde of demons and ghosts actually listened to Zhao Yi. Bare asses were hanging out everywhere, with pants dropped all the way to their knees. It was honestly such a pathetic, cringy sight to see them blushing like that. Wenlang just stood there with his jaw on the floor, totally zoning out. Zhao Yi shot him a cocky smirk and told him to hurry up and smack those ghosts already. He made sure to remind him to lay it on thick and keep it steady. Don't you dare let them know what's really going on. He had no choice but to grab the baton, though his eyes were still screaming pure confusion about this whole messed up situation. Wenlang was breaking out in a cold sweat. He turned back to Zhao Yi one more time, not even sure if he heard him right. Did he seriously have to be the one to spank a ghost? Zhao Yi squinted, looking all slick. Instead of answering, he just threw it back at his big, beefy teammate. "What, you deaf or just ignoring me?" Wenlang gulped hard. Fine, whatever. If he had to hit them, he'd hit them. He swung the baton way over his head, staring down that first tight butt cheek with a complicated look on his face. Whack! Wenlang gritted his teeth and slammed the metal bar onto the ghost's ass with everything he had. The ghost couldn't even help himself, letting out a nasty, twisted groan of pleasure. All the other monsters turned their heads to watch the one taking the heat. Once they saw the poor guy shivering and gasping for air, they actually started grinning like idiots, looking genuinely stoked for their turn. Seeing how these brain-dead creeps were acting, Wenlang's lip twitched as he cursed under his breath. Like, how the hell is this supposed to be fun? He forced them to look down so they couldn't watch anymore. Things got a little chaotic, but it was still under control. Looks like it was all good. Zhao Yi took the chance to check the computer for more leads. Shuijie volunteered to tag along. A few minutes later, they were in the computer room. It was dead silent and empty, but the gear was still running. Zhao Yi set the half-melted ghost candle on the desk. He picked a computer, sat down, and started typing away like crazy. He found a blueprint of the station layout almost immediately. JJ leaned in, frowning as she watched. The station map had all the measurements and room specs, but then they spotted something weird. She got right up against the screen, wondering why the map was just an overhead view. Where were the side view elevations? Aren't blueprints supposed to have those? Zhao Yi tried to look them up, but the data just wasn't there. She muttered, totally annoyed. Is this architect, actually insane? Leaving a million height markers on the floor plan but not drawing a single front elevation, he paused, deep in thought. These numbers definitely had to mean something. He needed to memorize them. Then a light bulb went off. Wait, why was the underground storage room the only place on the map without any data? Zhao Yi realized something was off and said in a cool voice, something's wrong here. Bai Shuiji tilted her head, all curious, what's wrong? He pointed at the map and explained, this station only has a storage room in the basement B1 level. Everywhere else, there's no basement at all. It's super sketchy that they built a storage room specifically in basement B1. This is totally unnecessary. Zhao Yi told her to go grab all the related reports, every single one of them. JJ nodded and took off running, leaving him alone to think. Could this be what that ghost meant? Zhao Yi's eyes went sharp. If that was the case, he finally understood the real danger of this game. A few minutes later, Shuijie came back with a huge stack of newspapers, some old and some new. She said they were collected from all the offices. He took them, feeling pretty satisfied. Now it was time to bail. Back in the other room, Wen Lang just finished whacking the last ghost. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and let out a sigh of relief, looking way more chill than when he started. Looks like he got a kick out of getting even. Those ghosts bullied him every day, so he definitely didn't hold back. Suddenly, Zhao Yi came back and signaled for the big guy to get out of there. Wen Lang asked if they found a lead, but Zhao Yi didn't say a word, just ordered all three of them to move to a new spot. Once they were settled in a new location, Wen Lang raised his hand like an eager student in class, asking why they were sitting in a circle around a ghost candle in the middle of a women's restroom, of all places. Wasn't that a bit weird? Zhao Yi gave him a mysterious look and whispered that it was a great question and that he should never ask it again. That answer left both the big guy and AG totally speechless. Not wanting to waste any more time on stupid questions, he held out his hand and pulled a secret spell book out of thin air. He flipped through the pages, which were packed with top-secret info nobody else was supposed to know. When he reached the right page, he explained that he'd had a hell of a time snagging this info from the number 6 carriage. The page was covered in strange random scribbles, stuff like the train needs gas to start, do not enter the control room, and other spooky, cryptic warnings. Wen Lang scratched his head after reading it, totally lost. Wait, isn't our goal to clear the resentment on the train? Why does it mention starting the train? Bai Shuijie chimed in. Could this just be a trick by the system to distract us? Zhao Yi shut that down immediately, handing them another newspaper clipping. It was news about the horrible accident from back in the day. A black storm had suddenly swept through Mo Village. The very next day after the storm, monsters started popping up everywhere in the village. They were bloodthirsty, twisted, and always cloaked in black fog. Nobody could explain where they came from. They stayed in the shadows, but they couldn't leave that one area. Anyone dragged into that black fog would get turned into one of those creepy monsters just like them. When people heard the news, riots broke out. Luckily, the station had 3 trains, which held most of the people who didn't have cars to escape Mo Village to get to Gushuan Town. The morning papers and digital news rallied the villagers, and they all crammed into the station, desperate to catch that last train to get out of that nightmare. Wen Lang finally pieced it all together, and his eyes widened. If you put it all together, there were 3 trains total, but there's only one left here. That means the other 2 trains safely made it to Gushuan Town. And this last one was the cursed train that hit a snag. Seeing that Wen Lang finally got it, Zhao Yi nodded. He suspected that snag was the source of their resentment, so the 3 of them had to figure out exactly what went wrong. The big guy nodded, admitting that made sense. He went back to brooding and calculating. The recorder on the cart showed Uncle Tun was also on that train to Kokhian Town. Could it be this very train? Suddenly a sound echoed through the silence. The 3 of them exchanged glances. It sounded like something heavy and wet being dragged, scraping right across the floor. The noise got louder and louder. Whatever it was heading straight for Anat's crew. The reeking stench of a corpse and an ominous aura quickly flooded into the women's restroom. Bok Thu Cat grabbed her ghost candle, clutching it to her chest as she warily stared at the door. Someone coming? The door creaked open and in walked a janitor ghost who looked unexpectedly gentle, though one of her eyeballs was dangling right out of its socket. Turns out that sound was just her mop. She quickly clocked the guy wearing the security captain's uniform. She wasn't just gentle, she was a total coward. Thinking he was the real security guard, she panicked and bolted out the door, dropping her gear in the process. Anat caught on fast. He shouted at her to stop, making her jump out of her skin. He puffed out his chest, acting tough, and warned her that the big-nosed guy standing next to him was the new security captain. He threatened that if she tried to run, the captain would use his baton to knock the living daylights out of her. The old lady froze, slowly turning around with a pathetic look, begging them not to hit her. On Lang took the cue and flared his nostrils like a water buffalo, putting on a serious face as he ordered the janitor to get over here and sit down. She didn't dare talk back, scrambling over to sit down, ready to listen to their orders. Anat instantly switched to a friendly vibe, patting him on the shoulder to reassure her, telling her not to be so tense. The new captain just wanted to ask a few questions. He didn't forget to add a stern warning that she better tell the truth, making the poor old lady tremble in fear. He slowly asked what exactly went down on this train when it first started. Hearing that, she clutched her head, shaking with terror, and stammered that she didn't know a thing. Seeing that, On Lang tapped his baton against his hand as a threat and barked, "You're asking to get the stuffing beaten out of you. Start talking!" But the old lady was stubborn, still clutching her head and refusing to crack, screaming that even if they killed her, she couldn't speak. The three of them just stood there, completely speechless. Anat narrowed his eyes. His hunch was right. Even here it was watching them every second. He switched tactics and asked where the fuel storage was. The janitor finally calmed down a bit at that question. She explained there was a fuel station at the depot just a bit far away, but for some reason it was torn down during renovations. She timidly added that there were still a few barrels of fuel in the basement storage room, but the guy running it had a nasty temper. If they wanted to get fuel from him, it'd be a real nightmare. Anat waved his hand, signaling she could leave. She didn't need to be told twice. She scrambled away at full speed without a single backward glance. Three Cat and Big Nose weren't even done processing what happened and were confused why he let her go so easily. She still had more value. Anat calmly picked up his ghost candle and stood up, saying it wasn't necessary anymore. The main quest line was already clear. On Lang and Cat looked at each other, totally clueless. They both grabbed their own candles and stood up, turning to the captain to ask what the hell the main quest actually was. All three headed toward the basement. Anat led the way, explaining that the resentment on the train came from the passengers who died there, and their job was to get out of this place. So to resolve their grudges, they had to start the train. Starting the train required at least three things. First, the conductor had to control the engine from the cabin. Second, they had to get the fuel from the basement. He stopped there. On Lang, feeling impatient, pressed him, "And what's the third?" Anat kept walking, but said he couldn't say more. The Big Nose shut his mouth instantly. Cat nervously looked around. Was there really some ghost watching them? Anat smirked, confirming it. The good news was that it wasn't fully awake yet. Then, with the most casual attitude ever, he added that once it woke up, they were all dead. Absorbed in the conversation, they reached the basement. Cat said, "Hey, the janitor said the guy in charge of the storage room has a rotten temper. Should we really be heading there?" Anat reassured her that it was actually the opposite. He explained that if they knew who was watching them, they'd realize that basement storage was actually the safest spot. They were getting more confused by the second. Why? Suddenly, the ceiling above let out a chaotic, terrifying roar, making the whole group freeze in their tracks. Anat quickly did some mental math and concluded time's up. He turned around and, without any warning, told On Lang to hide in the train car as fast as he could. The guy was dumbfounded. Was he the only one who needed to hide? He didn't answer but pulled a long weapon out of thin air. It was a high-end shotgun. He shoved it into Lang's hands and finally smirked, confirming the security ghost was awake. He shamelessly blamed the guy, saying he'd stripped the ghost, stole his baton, and even plucked his nose hair, so there was no way he'd let him off the hook. Right now, only the rules could save On Lang, so he had to scramble back to the station, get the candle, strip off those clothes, and give everything back. The big-nosed guy was so freaked out he could barely stammer a word, but he tried to cling to some logic, arguing that it was a gnat who did all that. A gnat just ignored him, shoved the gun into his hands, and cut him off, saying there was no time and he had to borrow this weapon for now. He also warned him that no matter what, he had to keep a bit of the ghost candle, save as much as he could, and for the love of God, don't let them run out. Lang's face went white as a sheet, his lips trembling as if to say more, but the monster's roar echoed again, so intense it felt like it would shatter the walls and end their bickering for good. The ghost was standing there, completely buck-naked, wearing nothing but a tiny pair of briefs to cover the essentials, roaring in fury at anyone who dared cross his path. Seeing his teammates still hesitant, Zhao Yi, the leader, quickly shoved his shoulder to snap him out of it. "The security ghost is already in the main hall. You want to live? Then do exactly what I say." Wulong had no choice. Sobbing and snot-nosed, he grabbed the two weapons and bolted, running for his life. He didn't forget to curse that bastard turtle for setting him up. He swore that once he died, he'd haunt the guy's grave and devour all his offerings. Baishuigo looked at his retreating back, worried, and whispered, "Is he going to die?" But the leader just chuckled, half joking. "Technically, no. The security ghost is powerful, but it's sluggish as hell." He reminded her they needed to hustle. The ghost candle only had an hour of burn time left. Everything had to be done within this hour. Once the train starts rolling, they wouldn't get another chance to check for leaks. Zhao Yi and Baishuiga delved deeper into the dark, eerie warehouse. Thud, thud, only their heavy footsteps echoed in the deathly silence, and a killing aura hung thick in the air. Suddenly, something underfoot caught her eye. Why was the floor so damn slimy? It stuck to her soles, totally gross. She looked up and realized the leader had pulled ahead, so she scrambled to catch up. In no time, they stood before the massive warehouse door. She eyed the towering door, hesitant, then gave it a gentle push. Through the gap, she could only make out a few spare parts. The place was a mess of junk, so Baishuige let out a sigh of relief. Looks like it was empty. But before she could even breathe, half of a grayish-green face appeared right in the gap. Pitch-black eyes with glowing red pupils glared at these uninvited guests with pure malice, making her scream in terror. Panicked, Shuigi pointed wildly, shouting about a ghost, and stumbled backward. Luckily, Zhao Yi was right behind her to catch her, his arm bracing her shoulders, making her blush furiously. He, however, couldn't care less. He stared straight at the ghost and calmly reassured her, "Don't sweat it. It'd be weirder if there weren't a ghost in here." He let her go, walked up to the slightly ajar door, and politely knocked a few times to check in with the owner. Turns out the place was locked shut with heavy-duty iron chains that no normal person could break. The ghost inside seemed agitated, roaring to scare them off, clearly not welcoming them or their masters. Zhao Yi just kept his cool, a faint smile on his face. He had his ways. He tucked the ghost candle away. It vanished into thin air and dropped his guard, showing his true self. He told the ghost to take a good look. "We aren't that guy's slaves. We're outsiders." The ghost inside squinted, skeptical. "You're really outsiders?" Zhao Yi smirked triumphantly. His guess was spot on. The warehouse ghost was neutral. He confirmed what he'd said earlier and explained that the ghost aura from before was just the candle, purely for self-defense. The ghost's expression hardened as he thought for a few seconds. A moment later, the door creaked open a bit wider. Convinced, the ghost let them in to talk. Baishuige held the candle as they stepped inside, Zhao Yi right beside her. Suddenly, she glanced back and saw a shadow. Her face went pale. That shadow still had chains wrapped around its legs. It was the warehouse ghost. He put a cigarette to his lips, lit it, and eyed the two of them. "You two aren't the first to come knocking." "Too bad," Zhao Yi looked him in the eye. "Trust me, we're gonna be the last." The ghost scoffed, unimpressed. "You here for the loot? Help yourselves." He pointed at the oil drums at his feet. Baishuige couldn't believe it. It was this easy? Zhao Yi kept his gaze fixed on him, a smile spreading on his face. "We aren't just looking for loot, we need your help." The ghost looked confused. "Why the hell would I help you?" "Don't you want to get out of this place?" Zhao Yi asked. The ghost retorted that nobody ever leaves this place. Though it usually played dumb, it still kept its guard up. Zhao Yi held up the ghost candle. As long as it wasn't burned out, there was a chance. The ghost took a long drag of his cigarette, speechless. Baishuige stood on the sidelines, totally lost. "What are you guys talking about, and who is it?" Both Zhao Yi and the ghost snapped back in unison. "Grown-ups are talking. Kids, stay out of it." The ghost exhaled a cloud of smoke. "I know this thing is powerful, but you don't have enough candles for everyone, do you?" Zhao Yi admitted he was right. "One of my teammates went back earlier, and I've been watching him. He seems reliable enough that he'll probably listen to me and save some candles." The ghost shook his head. "Not enough time. This train is ancient and slow as molasses. It takes forever to pull out of the station. Once it starts, your candles will burn out way too fast. They won't last." Zhao Yi set the candle on the table. He told the ghost, "That's exactly why I came to you. You can help us buy some time." The ghost just stared, thinking Zhao Yi was joking. He shook his head again. "If I had the power to deal with that thing, why would I be stuck rotting in this corner? I'm just curious, how the hell do you even know it exists?" The old ghost was still baffled by what Zhao Yi knew. "In this station, you can't even say its name, can you?" Zhao Yi grabbed a chair. "I found an electronic map in the control room." He sat down to chat with the ghost. Even though it was a top-down view, it was marked with elevation data for all the internal equipment. Using that, I reconstructed the layout in my head, and when the full image appeared, I was stunned. Someone actually built this station in the shape of a demon's head. As he spoke, the entire structure of the station formed in Zhao Yi's mind. Zhao Yi crossed his arms and laid out his theory, adding what the other ghosts had said. "It's monitoring the whole station. That's why I started to get suspicious. The so-called it was actually the station itself. The whole place was literally built like a skull." Plus, Zhao Yi had discovered that this underground warehouse was incredibly strange. Beside him, the ghost and Baishuige listened intently. Zhao Yi recalled the map. This wasn't just the only place without marked data. It looked like a tumor on that demon head, which made absolutely no sense. "It's that overbearing." Zhao Yi gestured, showing the ghost and Baishuige exactly how massive and oppressive this demon station really was. "It's absolutely impossible to catch a break if we don't take over this storage room. The only reason that guy Zhao Yi is tapping his fingers on the table is because he hasn't claimed this place yet. So, if I'm guessing right, the reason you couldn't fully recover in the past was because you were being suppressed by him." The storage room ghost didn't look too happy, but he stayed quiet and kept listening to Zhao Yi. "But when the station was repaired back in July, the link between you two got severed, which let it break free from your control and wake up." The storage room ghost was stunned that Zhao Yi nailed every single detail. Baishuige, standing right there, finally had a light bulb moment too. "So that thing is basically the station itself. No wonder the ground I stepped on earlier felt like I was walking on raw meat." She couldn't shake that creepy skin-crawling feeling from earlier, and as if she just realized something else, she spoke up. "Wait, the ground feeling like flesh and blood back there. Does that mean the station ghost is already recovering?" Asking that made her face go pale, and she started breaking into a cold sweat. The storage room ghost, still holding his cigarette with smoke curling up, said, "You two aren't wrong. Even though its power can't force its way into this room, I can't leave this station either. Aside from this underground storage room, every single corner of this place is being watched by it." As he finished speaking, his cigarette burnt down to the filter. He looked helplessly at Zhao Yi, who was still sitting there, and told him that as soon as you get near the exit, it's going to wake up. Zhao Yi seemed to get where he was coming from and said, I've got a way. I've got the ghost candle in my hand. My ghost candle and Bai Shui Ge's candle have the same burn time. I'll leave my candle with you so you can keep track of the time. Once the candle burns down, get out of this storage room, go wreck the station's main control room, and take out its eyes too. Basically, just do whatever you can to grab its attention. Zhao Yi didn't want to go head-to-head with the station ghost. He just needed the storage ghost to keep it busy so they could make a run for it. As soon as the station was about to fully recover, he was to jump on the train and escape with them. As long as they made it out of the station's range, they'd be free from its control. He gave the storage room ghost a reassuring pat on the shoulder. The storage room ghost realized this was a solid plan worth trying. He took the ghost candle, but he was still worried. The guardian ghost is a massive pain. It's the station's best henchman. If it really goes all out, it could pin me down for a long time. Hearing that, Zhao Yi rubbed his nose, looking a bit cocky. He told the ghost, don't sweat it, it's not even here. The storage ghost was stunned to hear that. Zhao Yi's expression turned a bit awkward. He remembered the storage ghost was still chasing Wenlong. Poor Wenlong was panicking, having no clue why it wouldn't stop stalking him. I already gave your clothes and that club back. Why are you still chasing me? Zhao Yi calmed him down again. Bottom line, it's not here. You can rest easy. Hearing the news seemed to give the storage ghost a second wind. He agreed to Zhao Yi's plan and hauled a canister of diesel off the floor. He set the diesel aside and walked over to a chair. Fine, I'll tell you everything I know. The storage ghost let out a heavy sigh and sat down. Back when everything started at Mo Village, everyone in the village just went totally insane and rushed into the station. Images of people stampeding into the station flashed through his mind. They all knew that once the train left, it wasn't coming back, so it wasn't just the monsters slaughtering the villagers. The villagers were also turning on each other. Turns out this station had been a death trap for so many people fleeing from the monsters. They were killing each other just to fight for a spot on the train. They were packed onto the carriages like sardines. But the train wouldn't budge. The people were getting fed up with the conductor. This was the very last train left. The monsters had already started chasing them from the village to the station. Conductor, hurry up and start the train. Yeah, why the hell aren't you moving? The conductor turned around and looked at the crowd scrambling on the train. I'm not starting this train until my mother gets on. The crowd, terrified of dying, went into a frenzy. You're going to let the whole village die just for your mom? We don't want to die. Start the train now. But no matter what they shouted, the conductor stayed silent. One guy from the crowd pulled out a knife and stepped forward. He cursed. Let me go, make him start this thing. He held the blade to the conductor's throat and threatened, start the train or I'll kill you. But the conductor didn't flinch. Kill me, and you'll never get out of here. Until my mom gets here, there is no way I'm starting this train. The guy was furious but didn't know what to do, so he just left a final threat. Suddenly, a scream erupted from the crowd. Monsters! A massive, pitch-black monster appeared at the door, scaring the hell out of everyone. But they knew they had to fight it if they wanted to survive, so they all teamed up. They managed to push the monster off the train carriage together. In the distance, an old woman was slowly walking over, her legs trembling. The crowd noticed her shuffling toward them. The guy who had held the knife to the conductor's throat sighed in relief. The old hag is finally here. When the conductor heard his mother had arrived, he turned and smiled. Seeing her move so slowly, the guy urged her to hurry up and ran out to help her. Maybe he was just too pushy, which made it hard for her to keep up. She muttered, "Easy there, kid, slow down." Suddenly, a black shadow lashed out and grabbed the guy's leg, giving him a huge fright. Out of reflex, he swore, "Get off me!" The conductor saw his mom was about to reach the train and went to the door to greet her. But as soon as he got there, he saw that same guy who had threatened him earlier shove his mom toward the monster. The monster didn't care who was who. Seeing the old woman fly right at it, it swallowed her whole in a flash. The conductor cried out for his mother in agony, but it was way too late. After hearing the story, Zhao Yi's face remained stone cold. So his mother turned into a ghost? The storage room ghost nodded. Yeah, but she's not like the regular ghosts you see. He lit another cigarette and added, people killed by it turn into something else. They don't just lose all their memories and consciousness. They fall into a state where they only know how to slaughter. Zhao Yi stood up. Where is it now? The storage room ghost kept puffing on his cigarette. I know what you're thinking. The conductor's mom is his obsession. You want to find her to break the conductor's obsession, right? But right now, she's just a mindless, killing machine. Besides, there are tons of vicious ghosts in the South Waiting Hall. If you go there without a ghost candle, you're just walking into your own grave. The storage ghost tried to warn Zhao Yi about the danger, but he just gave a light smile. With a friendly look, Zhao Yi said he had a way to handle it. Zhao Yi pushed 2 barrels of oil, and Bai Shui Ge followed him with the candle. He held out his hand, asking for a ghost candle. Bai Shui Ge shielded the candle and handed it over, then asked, what about me? Zhao Yi kept pushing the barrels as he looked at her. There's still the scent of the storage ghost on this train. His power is even stronger than the guardian ghosts. The ghosts on the train won't mess with you. Once you pour the diesel on the train and use this cart to block the door, the train should be safe for the time being. We can just put those devil candles back where they belong and keep one for Zhao Yi to use as a timer. No need to waste them. Bai Shui was still sweating it though. You ain't gonna pull a fast one on me, are you? Zhao Yi just shrugged. Fine, then I'll just drive the damn cart back myself. She headed toward the South Lounge to hunt down the conductor's mother, who had morphed into some kind of homicidal monster. Hearing that, Bai Shuiji's jaw hit the floor. She shoved the candles into his hands. You go. You're the big hero with the guts. I'm just a fragile girl. I can't handle this dangerous crap. She quickly wheeled the 2 oil barrels away. Zhao Yi turned toward the south. After a few steps, he glanced down at his feet. Every step felt sticky, and the ground was getting gunkier by the second. The station was about to wake up. He had to keep moving. When he stepped into the South Lounge, the place was crawling with monsters. They were everywhere. He turned and saw one of them doing something weird. Turns out it had just slit the throat of its own kind. A severed head went flying through the air, and Zhao Yi ducked just in time. Suddenly, he spotted something in the corner, a monster with a bunch of gnarly heads. It was massive, and it was literally snacking on its own kin. That monster was the conductor's mother. Another one of its heads was squawking, "My turn, it's my turn." But the hairy head that was currently eating just snapped, "Back off, I ain't done yet." While they were bickering, Zhao Yi dropped to one knee to get a better look. He summoned his weapon and waited for the perfect moment. Seeing his shot, he grinned. Zhao Yi flicked his surgical knife, launching it straight at the hairy head. With one clean slash, the head was severed from the body. The wound started bubbling with flesh that twisted into a flower shape. Since they shared the same body, the other heads felt it too. They let out a chorus of agonizing wails. So much pain. Zhao Yi just watched, looking bored, and tossed out a sarcastic, "My bad." The monster was furious and lunged at him, ready to tear him apart. Zhao Yi turned to leave, grabbing the severed head on his way out. "I ain't got time to play with you losers, later." Seeing Zhao Yi blow him off made the monster even more pissed. It charged after him, dead set on killing him. One of its heads lunged out roaring, but it only managed to snag a few strands of his hair. Zhao Yi was annoyed that he'd lost some hair. He clamped the devil candle in his mouth and rubbed his head. Suddenly, he spotted a red-horned monster ahead and vaulted right over it, baiting the pursuing monster into biting the red-horned one instead. It chomped down right on the red-horned monster's rear, sending it into a fit of rage and embarrassment. The red-horned monster couldn't take it anymore and started brawling with the big one. They went at each other's throats. The big monster wanted to off Zhao Yi, but the window of opportunity was gone. Zhao Yi felt a rush of relief. He'd finally shaken his tail. He bolted out of the lounge. Looking at the candle in his hand, Zhao Yi saw it was almost burnt out. He looked down and realized the ground was getting super slimy again. Zhao Yi grabbed the head and started booking it. He could feel the station coming to life. White skeletons were emerging from inside the walls. He sprinted toward the stairs. He had to make it back to the train, fast. As he headed down, the station guardian was rushing up. It was panicking, heading toward the control room. Who the hell was crazy enough to attack the control room? The master is starting to get pissed. I gotta fix this mess. Zhao Yi and the guardian brushed past each other in opposite directions. The guardian paused, realizing something, and spun around. What the hell just ran past? It only caught a glimpse of Zhao Yi's back. Zhao Yi shot at a glare that made the thing back off in terror. That guy was bad news. Zhao Yi ran back to the train, noticing the path getting slimier by the step. The station demon was clearly trying to slow him down. Bai Shuig saw him from a distance, looking anxious. She screamed at him, "Zhao Yi, there's no time left. Move it!" Zhao Yi took aim at the train door, got a running start, and leaped inside, still clutching the conductor's mother's head. Bai Shuigi slammed the door shut the second he was in. He checked the candle table. There were only 3 left. Not bad, better than I thought. Wenlong saw Zhao Yi and his rage spiked. "You son of a, you're finally back. I was just about to." But then he stopped cold, spotting the severed head dangling in Zhao Yi's hand. Wenlong suddenly turned submissive and sweet, acting like he was just looking for him to say thanks. Zhao Yi was confused as hell. He asked the others if anything weird had gone down on the train while he was gone. Everyone said the station ghosts had been chill, no real hostility, and nothing scary had approached from outside. The candles were doing their job. Zhao Yi thought that was good news. He summoned his weapon and shouted at everyone, "Grab whatever weapons you've got, we're going to work." Wenlong reached out and grabbed Zhao Yi's arm. "Wait, didn't that clue say we can't go into the control room right now?" Zhao Yi already had his hand on the doorknob. He was clearly just messing with Wenlong. "What's that? I can't hear you." Wenlong was speechless and let go. Zhao Yi pushed the control room door open. The atmosphere inside was suffocating. 2 heads peered out from the shadows as Zhao Yi walked in, cool as a cucumber. The others watching from outside were stunned. 2 monsters were locked in a death grip, tearing each other apart in a bloody, horrifying mess. Everyone panicked, rushing toward the candle table, desperate to grab them. But before anyone could touch them, one of them got their hand hacked off. Blood sprayed everywhere. He went pale, still in shock, before collapsing on the floor, howling, "My hand!" Zhao Yi held up his surgical knife like a threat. "Nobody touches the candles on the table. Try it and see what happens." Tan Shufang just furrowed her brow, silent. Suddenly, she whipped out a gun and aimed it right at Zhao Yi. "Hand over the candles or I'll blow your head off." She clearly wasn't afraid of him, still keeping the gun leveled at his face. It was a standoff, Zhao Yi against the old lady, with Bai Shuige and Wenlong watching from the sidelines. The 4 candles were still flickering on the table. Bai Shuige narrowed her eyes at Tan Shufang. She gritted her teeth, clearly having made up her mind. She decided to go for it. "Sorry, Grandma." Tan Shufang was caught off guard, but before she could react, a fist smashed into her face. She spit out a mouthful of blood. Bai Shugi was quick, pinning her arm and slamming her face first into the ground. Realizing she'd been taken down, the old lady started screaming. She thrashed around, but there wasn't a damn thing she could do. Her eyes were bloodshot with rage, but all she got back from Bai Shuige was a flat-out apology. She decided to put her faith in Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi thanked her for the trust. Wenlong piped up from behind. Zhao Yi cut the talk. The ghosts from the control room are coming out. Two ghosts stepped out, all hugged up. One of them barked, "Who let you mofos open the control room door?" Zhao Yi held up the train conductor's ghost mom's head. He pointed the head at them as a threat, making the thing sweat bullets. "Start the train. I'm only going to say this once." The conductor saw the head and started shouting. Zhao Yi stood there, still holding the ghost head in front of the conductor, letting him know his mom was already under its influence. If he wanted to turn her back to normal, the only way was to get out of this place. "It's about to wake up. If you don't want to watch your mom die all over again, start the train now." Zhao Yi's face was dead serious. The conductor ghost finally got the picture. He agreed instantly. The conductor roared, "I'm getting my mom out of here. Start the train and let's bounce." The conductor turned back to the control room to fire it up, but things weren't going his way. The guy glued to his side kept blocking him. It was the same piece of trash who'd ruined the conductor's mom back in the day, turning her into a ghost. He kept throwing hands, refusing to let the conductor start the train. He was dead set on clinging to the doorframe, fueled by pure spite. "Want to leave? Back in the day I told you to go, but your punk ass wouldn't listen. You wanted everyone on this train to die with that old fossil." His words had the conductor shaking like a leaf. That wicked ghost decided to go full scorched earth. "Nobody was leaving this place alive today. I'm taking all of you to hell with me." He wouldn't let a single soul walk out of this station since he died right there himself. Seeing the bastard was ready to drag everyone down with him, Zhao Yi told Wenlong to open fire. Wenlong summoned his gun, the Annihilator, and took aim. A gunshot rang out, tearing straight toward the ghost threatening them. Wenlong blew his head clean off, and the guy only had time to let out one scream. With his ghost head gone, Wenlong gave Zhao Yi a thumbs up. Zhao Yi sensed something off and whipped his head around, his expression grim. The ghost he'd just shot was still standing. He was seething. "You dare hit me?" Zhao Yi sized him up and realized he transformed because he was pissed off. "I'm gonna kill all of you. You're all gonna die." The ghost had turned into a berserk ghost, extremely dangerous. Weaknesses unknown, skills Ghost Claw and Soul-Stealing Gaze. Note, he'll gut you as easily as killing a stray dog in the street. Looking at the system alert, everyone felt the cold grip of danger. Zhao Yi told Wenlong to hold him back. "Use whatever gear you've got, this is our only shot." Suddenly, Zhao Yi felt an attack coming. He dodged just in time, losing only a few strands of hair. The berserk ghost wasn't phased. Since he couldn't land a hit on Zhao Yi, he started eyeing everyone else. He glared at Zhao Yi, who just gave a cool, calm smile. The berserk ghost went absolutely nuclear, black energy leaking from his body. It looked sick as hell. Bai Shuige was sweating bullets behind them. "Those claws are lethal. One scratch and you're either dead or crippled." Wenlong kept pulling the trigger. "I'm taking you down." Bullets peppered the berserk ghost, but he just smirked like it was nothing. Wenlong panicked. The shotgun wasn't doing jack. The berserk ghost turned his focus toward Wenlong and Bai Shuige. Bai Shuige froze in terror as the thing stared her down. The berserk ghost went for Wenlong, swinging his claws at the guy. Wenlong got his arm slashed off and screamed in agony. The berserk ghost raised his claws to strike again. This time Wenlong was straight up terrified. He was begging for help in a total panic. Zhao Yi saw his opening while the ghost was distracted by Wenlong and leaped in, swinging his scalpel at the berserk ghost. Whether Zhao Yi meant to or not, the blade found its way right into the berserk ghost's ass. The thing howled in pain but couldn't do a damn thing about it. The ghost was blindsided by the hit. He wanted to know what the hell that was. His body was throbbing and he couldn't stop screaming. Something started growing out of his butt. The berserk ghost cursed. "That piece of crap!" The thing growing out from his rear looked like a tail, forced to suppress his power surge. He glared back at Zhao Yi with pure hatred. "You damn reptile!" the berserk ghost spat. He charged at Zhao Yi, who was just chilling and laughing. "I'm gonna kill you!" Zhao Yi watched the ghost in silence and summoned the T-22 item. Zhao Yi grabbed the syringe-style T-22 and jammed it into his own neck. A notification popped up. "You have used the consumable item T-22. Description: a project created by a shadowy organization. They took huge risks and paid a heavy price, but they only ever got it to work halfway. Effect: manifest your dark personality. Note, you might think you know yourself, but do you know how terrifying your true self really is?" Wenlong and the berserk ghost both stared at Zhao Yi. They both seemed to sense the danger radiating from whatever Zhao Yi had just pumped into his veins. Zhao Yi dropped the empty syringe and looked at the berserk ghost. "You're done for." The empty needle rolled across the floor. He threatened, "I'm gonna turn into a monster, so twist it, I'll strip your skin, grind your bones, and drink your marrow." The berserk ghost stared, stunned. The air grew heavy and everyone's eyes were locked on the ghost and Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi flashed a confident grin, while the berserk ghost stayed in a defensive stance. Then Zhao Yi realized the drug wasn't doing a damn thing. The berserk ghost was still watching him, looking totally confused. Zhao Yi cleared his throat, feeling a bit awkward. He rubbed his chin. Honestly, I'm not that impressed with this T-22 experimental junk. I'll make sure to file a complaint with their R&D team later." The berserk ghost was getting even more pissed off. "If you ain't got nothing, why you acting so tough, you clown?" He lunged to kill Zhao Yi. But before his claws could touch him, a cute little ghost kid jumped out of nowhere, hugging his arm tight, refusing to let him hit her big brother. The berserk ghost was furious at the interference. He ripped both of the little girl's arms off, making her wail in pain. Then he tossed her aside like trash. The little girl coughed up blood. The berserk ghost sneered at her. "You little bitch, you're just as useless as your old man, and you've got the nerve to help an outsider against me? I'm eating you first." He marched toward the little girl slumped in the corner. Suddenly, 3 ghosts appeared out of nowhere to block him. He threatened, "You lot want to stage a coup too?" One of the 3 stood his ground, shouting back, "Nobody's stopping us from being free." They all wanted the train to move, so they stood their ground against the cruel, selfish, berserk ghost. The ghost scoffed, "You really think you can stop me?" Wenlong saw the situation and knew it was looking grim. They couldn't win this fight, so he had to step in. He summoned his gear, whipped out a binding talisman, lunged forward, and slapped that sucker right onto the boss ghost's back. The thing let out a nasty screech. The second that talisman hit, the ghost froze dead in its tracks, stiff as a board. Zhao Yi saw his shot and yelled to the others, "Now's our chance. Get to the back of the train. I'll handle this mess here." Everyone looked at him, eyes full of worry. Bai Shuige decided to trust him. She told Wenlong, "Trust Zhao Yi." She hauled Wenlong along, followed by the little girl and her ninny doll. The 3 ghosts also carried the little girl ghost behind them. Only Wangzi, Qinshu Fang, and Liao Yao were left in the carriage. The binding talisman was already wearing off. The boss ghost spun around, snarling, "Nobody's here to save you now, punk. You ready to meet your maker?" Zhao Yi just walked up, looked the ghost dead in the eye, and asked, "Are you?" While the ghost was distracted, he threw open the carriage door, and a familiar shadow stepped in, the warehouse ghost. Zhao Yi glared at the boss ghost. "So are you ready to die?" The boss ghost was totally blindsided and started freaking out as the warehouse ghost gave a creepy, wicked grin, popping open the chest cavity to start sucking the boss ghost inside. The boss ghost tried to bolt, but it was too late. It could feel its body being dragged in, screaming in agony, "My body! Damn it, I can't do anything!" Zhao Yi asked for the ghost's head. The warehouse ghost looked confused, like, "Why the hell would you want its head?" Zhao Yi cracked a joke. This left the warehouse ghost looking totally confused, like a giant question mark. Zhao Yi stopped messing around and explained, "I'm just pulling your leg, man. I just wanted to take that thing out myself." The warehouse ghost slowly absorbed the overlord ghost, leaving behind nothing but its head. Looked pretty pathetic, honestly. Zhao Yi sat down next to it, the dark energy still radiating off him. He slammed his scalpel right into its head. A system notification popped up. Overlord ghost successfully terminated. Soul weapon stats boosted. Evil god mimic reconstruction at 0.05%. Soul weapon energy insufficient. Reconstruction failed. Try harder next time. During this cycle, host has gained power 8. The glutton has evolved into the predator. The predator means any target damaged by your soul weapon will develop a predator wound. The predator will constantly drain the target's life force to heal your wounds until the parasite is purged or the target dies. Predator intensity scales with host Zhao Yi's power and rank. Clutching the scalpel in his hand, the predator will keep draining the target's life force to patch him up. Not bad at all. Just gotta land a hit, and I'm basically getting constant heals. Zhao Yi was hyped about this upgrade. He turned to the guy standing there. "Conductor, get this train moving now." The ghost conductor agreed in a heartbeat. Zhao Yi flashed him a smile, but it didn't last long before his expression shifted. Standing on the carriage, he stared back at the station. A massive pulsating glob of red sludge was surrounding the whole train. Zhao Yi plunged his scalpel into the sludge. It reacted instantly to his attack, but it didn't take long for it to start breaking apart. All of it surged toward the carriage where Zhao Yi stood. He sucked it all into his body and sighed. "Man, absorbing life force feels good." Bai Shuige and Wenlong, who had lost an arm, headed toward Zhao Yi. She looked at him, beaming. "The train's moving, right? Does that mean we're in the clear?" Zhao Yi shut that idea down quick. "Nope, the station is fully awake now." A chilling atmosphere engulfed the train. It was hauling ass, but the station was wide awake with waves of blood-red tide rolling in. Beneath the waves, countless human bones were clawing their way up. The station demon had awakened, its deep, eerie blue eyes locked onto the train. The train sped toward the light, surrounded by nothing but an endless sea of red. The station demon glared at the train, trying to slip away. Outside, other ghouls were on the hunt, but the train was almost at the light. The pack behind them kept closing in. Suddenly, a hand erupted from below. The station demon's massive arm shot up right by the tail of the train. Huge, razor-sharp claws, it slammed its arm down, pinning the train to the tracks, locking it in place. The rear carriages started swaying and smashing into each other. Inside, the candles lighting the carriage flickered as the impact sent Bai Shui and Wenlong stumbling. She was helping Wenlong walk. Zhao Yi stood across from the warehouse ghost, watching the chaos unfold. He stepped out to get a better look, and the warehouse ghost followed, staring out too. Nobody knew what he was planning. He yanked the carriage door open, the warehouse ghost trailing right behind him. Zhao Yi's face hardened as he screamed out to the ghouls in the rear cars. "Get your asses to building 1." Hearing Zhao Yi's command, the demons hauled tail toward the first building. The monsters, though, were tripping out, just hovering there, eyeing each other, trying to wrap their heads around it. One of them hit up the others. Should we really trust a human? The rest were still sketch, unsure if they should roll with him or not. After dropping the word, Zhao Yi slammed the door shut. "All right, let's go." Zhao Yi shot a look at the warehouse demon and barked an order to chop off the train cars in the back. Hearing Zhao Yi's command, the warehouse demon pried the door open, crouched down, slammed both hands into the floor, and put his back into it. The car detached just in time before the shockwave could slam into Zhao Yi's section. The car Zhao Yi was standing in had completely separated from the rest. The rear cars got hit by the shockwave and were tossed around like toys. Inside those cars, the violent shaking had the demons losing their minds. A torrent of blood-red water flooded in from outside. They didn't even have time to react before the water was up to their necks, swallowing them whole. The other train cars were wrecked, and only the one Zhao Yi was in managed to make a clean getaway. The train tore through the station, gunning it toward the light. Once he was done, Zhao Yi slammed the door shut. Wenlong looked over at him, flashing a grin, eyes full of respect. He thought to himself, damn, Zhao Yi is ice cold. We just barely dodged another bullet. The train was hauling ass to get the hell out of there, but suddenly there was a massive tremor behind them. The demon had caught up to their car. Its giant arm burst up from below, ready to snatch the train. The conductor's face went pale, casting a frantic look behind him. This is bad. We need at least another minute to get out of the station. Gotta buy some more time. Zhao Yi turned to Wenlong and Bai Shuiji, who were looking stressed out. He told the two of them to grab the demon candle and keep it held tight. They both shouted, "Got it!" Wenlong and Bai Shuiji stood there, gripping the candle, nerves fried. Bai Shuiji was shaking, pressing up close to Wenlong. The warehouse demon's massive arm came crashing down from above, ready to snatch the train right up. Everything around them was stained deep blood red. Bai Shuiji and Wenlong didn't dare open their eyes. The two of them stood there, stiff with terror, waiting for the end. Suddenly, the ghost candle in their hands flared up with intense flames. The fire shifted to a deep dark red. Bai Shuiga, terrified, grabbed Wenlong's arm tightly. Wenlong was also spooked and backed off a bit. It looked like the station master's ghost arm was about to snatch Zhao Yi's train. It was closing in from behind, but the train kept barreling forward. An explosion went off, blasting golden light everywhere, with shockwaves carrying tons of human bones underneath. Wenlong was so scared he squeezed his eyes shut. Bai Shuiga peeked with one eye to see what was going down. Both of them were gritting their teeth. Bai Shuiga's eyes went wide with shock, her mouth dropping open as she looked down at her hands. She looked up at Zhao Yi, feeling a bit less panicked now, and asked him, "This time the ghost candle is burning way too fast. What do we do next?" The candle was still blazing wildly. Zhao Yi's face darkened as he turned to where everyone else was standing. He said, "Listen up, everyone. Our fates are tied together now." Bai Shuiga, Wenlong, and the ghosts looked at him, confused. Zhao Yi said to them, "Dead serious. If you want to survive, if you want your freedom, you gotta do exactly what I say from here on out." Zhao Yi turned to the depot ghost and barked out an order. The depot ghost and the train conductor huddled up, pouring everything they had into the train's power system to make sure they cleared out of there as fast as possible. He looked over at the ghost crew and commanded, "You guys stay in the carriage and block the other ghosts from chasing us down." The three ghosts and the little ghost stared intensely at Zhao Yi. "You don't need to wreck them. Just hit them at the right moment and shove them off the carriage. That's all." They gave a slight nod in agreement. He shot a glance toward the Wang Zi group, which made them jump. Zhao Yi said to them, cold as ice, "Also, aside from this little girl, I intentionally kept the three of you, Wang Zi, Qin Shufang, and Li Yaoyao, so that when the time comes, you guys can be tossed out as bait, right?" He closed his eyes and chuckled nonchalantly. Wang Zi fell backward, eyes bulging. Qin Shufang's jaw dropped, and she stuttered, "Don't, please." Li Yaoyao sat there, sobbing miserably. Wang Zi was shaking like a leaf, staring at Zhao Yi. "I didn't do anything to you. Why do you want to hurt me?" Zhao Yi sat down right in front of him. "This is a chance for you to toughen up. How could I be hurting you?" Zhao Yi looked down at Wang Zi. "Look, I'm a good guy. Don't go wasting this opportunity I'm giving you." Wang Zi stuttered, unable to even speak properly when he saw the dark look on Zhao Yi's face. Zhao Yi stood up, looked at the ghosts, and gestured toward the Wang Zi group. He ordered the ghosts to come and tie them up. Three ghosts stood right in front of Wang Zi. He looked at Zhao Yi, panicked, stammering, "No, Zhao Yi, you devil." The train tore ahead at full speed, filled with Wang Zi's frantic screaming at Zhao Yi. "You're a demon!" A skeleton flew high up, right in front of the train. It let out a violent green aura and roared, "Don't even think about leaving." The train blasted right past it. Looking at the train escaping, it shrieked, making blood curdle. An invisible force suddenly hit the train, slowing it down. It kept losing speed, looking like it was about to come to a full stop. Zhao Yi urgently turned to the depot ghost, yelling at him to move fast. The depot ghost quickly used his hands to rip open his own seal, and a red mist poured out from inside his body. The red mist billowed out, wrapping around the train like a protective barrier. The train started picking up speed again. It was moving even faster than before. The guardian ghost suddenly popped up, fists raised, letting out a terrifying howl. The guardian ghost leaped over another ghost's shoulder like a game of leapfrog, sending the other one stumbling. He landed on the outside of the carriage. Wenlong was still holding the ghost candle. Seeing the guardian ghost, he was both shocked and terrified. Wenlong turned pale and screamed, "Damn it, why won't this guy just die? Someone push him off." The two ghosts behind him quickly lunged out. The guardian ghost stood up, growling like a beast, making the two ghosts stop and get cautious. He slowly raised his head, eyes looking dark, then suddenly looked up at Wenlong and the three ghosts on the carriage with teary, pitiful eyes. He pleaded, "Big brothers, hey, big brothers, don't start a fight. I'm here to help you guys. Take me with you." The three ghosts were confused. They didn't think the guardian ghost would pull such a goofy move. The ghosts outside were trying to climb onto the carriage, but the guardian ghost kicked them down without mercy. "Get lost! Get out of here!" The three ghosts in the carriage didn't need to lift a finger. They just watched. They cheered to each other. "Turns out he really is joining us." The guardian ghost clasped his hands together to show his sincerity, and after being invited in, he stepped inside. "Make room for him to help us fight off the monsters." The three ghosts stepped aside to let the guardian ghost in. Zhao Yi inside turned his head to look at the guardian ghost who had just stepped in. With the guardian ghost joining, dealing with these monsters was way easier. But since the guardian ghost betrayed the others, the station master ghost probably wasn't going to let it slide. Having the guardian ghost help made defending against the monsters easier, but it also really ticked off the station master ghost, making things way more dangerous. The station master ghost grew massive, blasting waves of green and black aura toward the train. Its skull head had furious eyes as it screamed, "You traitorous scum!" The tracks ahead were destroyed by the station master ghost, with rocks and dirt flying everywhere. There was no way the train could escape if the track was gone. The tracks underneath shook, and the train had to brake immediately to keep from crashing. The conductor ghost pulled the emergency brake, the sound screeching through the air. He looked ahead. The tracks had been blown up and were floating high right in front of him. The glass shattered from the flying debris of the explosion. The conductor ghost panicked, hands still on the controls. "We're gonna crash! What do I do?" Zhao Yi stood behind him, calm as could be, and gave the order. "Just run straight through it. Use all the power you've got and ram through." The conductor ghost glanced back at him, confused and worried. Zhao Yi said, "That's the only way to trigger the ghost candle's protection mechanism." The depot ghost was looking back, terrified too. Trusting Zhao Yi, the conductor ghost shoved the throttle all the way, deciding to put all his faith in him and go full speed. A massive explosion went off, and the remaining tracks were completely shredded, flying everywhere. The train wasn't on the tracks anymore. It was flying through the air, wrapped in the golden light emitted by the protector ghost candle. Wenlong and Bai Shuige were shaken, barely able to stand, but they still protected the candle, gripping it tight in their hands. The train surged up from the ground, flew over the destroyed tracks, and shot off like a rocket, leaving a trail of golden sparks. Beside them, the giant skull of the station master ghost watched them go. The train flew further and further away, escaping the station master ghost. It stood there, watching them, screaming in rage. "No! System notification. Congratulations on completing the Grand World Mission, the Grudge Train. You may leave this world mission at will. Rewards will be issued later." Zhao Yi sat down next to the Wang Zi group and gave a friendly smile. "I'm letting you guys go now. Are you going to come back for revenge?" All three of them were still shook. Liu Diao's eyes were darting all over the place, shaking her head like crazy, sobbing as she begged, "Stay back!" Veng Tu side-eyed Zhao Yi, sweating bullets as he stammered, "There's no way, right?" Meanwhile, Tun Tufeng kept her head down, too scared to even look at him. Zhao Yi decided to let them slide, cutting their ropes and just saying, "Cool." The three of them booked it out of there immediately. The system hit them with a notification that the players were bailing from this world. Zhao Yi stood there, watching all three of them vanish one by one. Suddenly, Tun Tufeng ripped a handgun from behind her back, aimed it right at Zhao Yi, and let off 3 shots before he even knew what hit him. He didn't even have time to react, and she was just screaming, teeth gritted in pure rage, "Die, you piece of trash!" The 3 bullets zipped straight for Zhao Yi, but he just stood there, staring them down, flashing a cocky grin like he didn't have a worry in the world. Just as the bullets were about to pierce his skin, a hand shot out and swiped them away like it was nothing. The warehouse ghost had stepped in to block the shots for him. Zhao Yi stood behind the ghost, looking smug. Huinhuin came sprinting over to Tun Tufeng, her hand already fully grown back. She pointed a finger right in the old hag's face. "You nasty old lady, trying to sneak attack my big brother, huh?" Huinhuin opened her jaw wide, ready to tear into Tun Tufeng, her razor-sharp teeth and a mouth bigger than her entire head, leaving Tun Tufeng totally panicked. Huinhuin's neck stretched out like a snake as she lunged to chomp down on Tun Tufeng's head. Right at that exact second, the old woman bailed out of the world. The system chimed in. Player Tun Tufeng has exited this world. Huinhuin was left standing there confused when the old hag just poofed into thin air. Zhao Yi crouched down to check the ground and picked up a bullet to get a better look. It was obvious someone had put her up to this, but he still didn't have a clue who. Huinhuin turned back to him, looking concerned. "Big brother, you okay?" Zhao Yi looked up at her with a soft smile. "Yeah, I'm good. Thanks for the heads up earlier." He stood up, knowing it was time for him to roll out too. Hearing that he was leaving, Huinhuin's face fell, and she just stared at him, not knowing what to say. Zhao Yi ruffled her hair to comfort her. Clinging to her teddy bear, Huinhuin looked up and asked, "Are you going to come visit me?" Zhao Yi replied, "You bet, I'm heading to Mysterious Valley Town after all." Hearing that, Huinhuin lit up with a huge smile, holding out her hand to him. "Pinky promise then." Zhao Yi hooked his pinky around hers. They both said in unison, "Pinky promise, 100 years, no takebacks." Onlong walked up with his gun in hand. "Zhao Yi, your gun." He turned to look at Onlong, who was busy thanking him for saving his neck. Onlong handed the gun over with both hands. "Catch you later, Zhao Yi. I'm done with main quests after this. Man, this stuff is just too brutal for a regular person." Onlong started fading away as he spoke. The system announced that player Onlong had left the world. Zhao Yi looked at the gun in his hand, lost in thought. Bike 3 Cot shouted. See you on the outside, Zhao Yi. Both he and Jim waved goodbye. The system dinged again as they logged out. Jim waved her teddy bear at him. Bye-bye, big brother. Zhao Yi tucked the gun back into his inventory. The warehouse ghost stood behind him wearing a small smile. Zhao Yi turned to him. I told you, I'm the last one leaving this station. The ghost was clearly grateful that Zhao Yi had cut him and everyone else loose. He held up a hand. Thanks for giving us our freedom back. If you run into trouble in Mysterious Valley Town, just come to our spot, we've got your back. Zhao Yi put a hand on Huinhuin's shoulder and told the ghost, take care of Huinhuin for me, yeah? She's still just a kid, and I'm worried leaving her here all alone. Huinhuin looked up at him, her eyes all teary as the ghost promised, don't sweat it. The system announced that player Zhao Yi was leaving the world. The train sat still, the white smoke clearing out, and the place didn't feel so creepy anymore. A sense of peace finally washed over the place. Outside, the system broadcasted a message. Congrats to players Zhao Yi, On Long, Bak Tui Kat, Diem Li Dio Dio, Vung Tu, and Tun Tu Fung for clearing the grudge inside the train. Every player bagged 2 talent points, and the new map, Mysterious Valley Town, was officially unlocked. There'd be a ton of side quests to grind for points now. Everyone was glued to the announcement. The favorability level of the special spirits on the train toward Zhao Yi had skyrocketed to respect. From here on out, player Zhao Yi could count on their help and services in Mysterious Valley Town. Favorability with these spirits had different levels. Blood feud, deep hate, dislike, indifferent like, respect, fear, adoration, and loyalty being the top tier. A guy standing nearby with his arms crossed looked on with pure jealousy. Damn it, what kind of monster is this Zhao Yi guy? How does he clear every single mission? Others were straight up fanboying. Top 1 for a reason, man. A girl sighed. Too bad he's gonna vanish from the newcomer leaderboard soon. Once he hits level 5 next month, he's not a newbie anymore. Everyone started buzzing. One guy threw out a theory. The spirit demon wave is coming next month. I bet he's gonna go there. At the mention of the spirit demon, the girl from before covered her mouth in genuine fear. Word is, besides the terrifying monsters, there's all sorts of horrific legends, curses, and even some players who've completely lost it and just go around slaughtering each other. Another guy jumped in. Yeah, the human demon loves going on rampages and killing his own teammates in dungeons. Last wave, he made a fortune just by wiping out his own squad. Back at his place, Tun Tu Fung, who just logged out, stood there looking all nervous and shaken. A guy walked up to her and she looked up. He was leaning on a cane, looking dead tired. He called out to her, come with me. Liet Cha wanted to see her. She followed him without saying a word. The guy brought her to Liet Cha, who was sitting in a chair, puffing on a cigarette with smoke filling the room. Tun Tu Fung pulled the handgun from inside her coat, looking hollowed out, too scared to make eye contact as she gently placed it on the table with both hands. Your gun, sir. He just scowled, taking a massive drag of his cigarette before blowing out a ring of smoke, looking absolutely fed up. Dun Liet rested his elbows on his knees, staring Tun Tu Fung down, demanding to know why Zhao Yi wasn't dead. Tun Tu Fung didn't even know how to answer, gulping down hard. 3 huge goons stood behind her like a wall, while she had to face Don Liet's interrogation. She stammered. That kid, he's just too hard to deal with. Don Liet lost it, slamming his hand down on the table. He roared right in her face. You hit the guy with a shot. Wasn't that supposed to be the end of it? I mean, she was an old hag about to kick the bucket. Who would have guessed she had a heater on her? Tun Tu Fung just kept her head down, taking the heat without a word of pushback. She stuttered. There was this spirit thing. It blocked the bullets for him. She remembered the warehouse ghost swatting those bullets away like they were nothing. Don Liet had no idea what kind of spirit she was talking about, just looking confused and pissed off. The underlings nearby kept eyeing her, wondering what could possibly be so terrifying about what happened inside the quest world. Don Liet grunted, then leaned back in his chair with his legs crossed. After speaking, Tun Tu Fung kept her head bowed, staring at the ground. Don Liet crushed his cigarette butt. He was fuming, knowing full well that Zhao Yi was a tough nut to crack. Don Liet told Tun Tu Fung, go get your gun back. There's a spirit summoning event coming up mid-next month. With an asshole like Zhao Yi's personality, there's no way he's sitting this one out. The underlings frowned, looking confused after hearing what Don Liet said. Don Liet stared at Tun Tu Fung. Kill him, and all our previous promises still stand. Realizing she'd dodged a bullet and was being handed a fresh shot, Tun Tu Fung replied, understood. Zhao Yi had just returned after wrapping up the mission, walking back with a spring in his step. He'd nailed this one, and even managed to pick up some extra allies for the next round. Sister Liu was standing behind him, watching Zhao Yi return. She propped her chin on her hand, leaned against the doorframe, and gave him a seductive look. Make sure you come back again next time, okay? Zhao Yi turned back, feeling awkward and letting out a few nervous coughs. He thought to himself, if I say that out loud, people who know will realize I'm just here for the medical treatment, but people who don't might think I'm here for an exorcism again. While heading down the stairs, Zhao Yi flipped through his notebook, looking for info, his eyes glued to the pages. He found the intel the patient, Liu Nuok Tin, was stable, but her Red Devil persona was uncontrollable. It stated that when triggered by intense external stimulation, the Red Devil persona dormant within her would awaken, capable of mass slaughter. The book included illustrations of a red-haired female demon with sharp claws, along with detailed descriptions. It consumed various fermented wines mixed with raw greens. If there were no raw greens, the Red Devil would refuse to eat, fall into a frenzy, and go on a killing spree. Once it had eaten its fill of delicacies, the Red Devil persona would be satisfied and drift back into a deep sleep until the next trigger. Note: the Red Devil is an atomic hybrid. The spiritual crops it's built upon originated from the young black goat of the Western world. It fuses seaweed from the wicked sea with the creature's own foul, viscous saliva, often planting seeds with extremely high spiritual concentration in its victims. Even though the young black goat doesn't have much affection for the Red Devil it accidentally created, according to human records, it's arguably the most perfect creature it has ever made. The end of the page details a temporary chemotherapy treatment, though the specific ingredients are still unknown. Waiting to confirm the next step, Zhao Yi flipped the page to keep digging. The next page held info on a patient named DM. She had a dissociation disorder. The little girl always thought she had a friend named Nini. Visually, she was always seen clutching a tattered rag doll. But in reality, this bear didn't exist. Only patients with similar conditions could see it directly. In the child's toy persona, DM was spinning around while holding a plush bear, Nini, that was as big as she was. When her dissociated personality sensed danger, it would force a genetic unlock to immediately neutralize the threat. If the dissociative state lasted too long, it would lead to a total genetic collapse, resulting in death or the manifestation of a helpless vegetative state. Note: the subject's dissociated personality is extremely severe, seemingly having brushed up against some indescribable entities in the darkness, which proves DM's condition is critical. At the bottom of the page, the temporary treatment plan read: no therapy needed, just observe and monitor for quality food sources. After reading, Zhao Yi shoved his hands in his pockets, stashing the patient handbook into his inventory. He picked up the pace, headed to his lounge, and opened the door to step inside. Zhao Yi quickly sat down and pulled up his attribute panel after finishing the quest. The system showed: Level 3, Experience 25 out of 100. It listed the items he'd scavenged from previous missions. Health, 20 out of 20, Strength 35, Spirit 101. Luck, 0. His list of nicknames included Ghost Nightmare, Expected Menace, the Rule Breaker, and the Preachy Smartass. Points, 12,000. Every rating he'd received was above S tier, along with his weapon, a surgical scalpel. Zhao Yi scanned his stats. With 3 S-tier ratings or higher under his belt, he figured he could probably open the high-end shop now. He opened the premium shop and countless high-level items flashed before his eyes. As he scrolled, a strange book caught his attention. He wondered, huh? What's this? It was an excerpt from the Analects priced at 5,000 points. In a certain Eastern world during the Warring States period, there was a sage named Kong. He prioritized humanity and ruled by virtue. He stood 2.2 meters tall, could tear down a city wall with his bare hands, had 3,000 disciples, and traveled to persuade the monarchs of the 7 kingdoms, successfully convincing all 7 to promote his philosophy. The Analects were the rules Kongzi set for the people of that time. Collecting the full set could create an ultimate artifact. The system chimed in: Zhao Yi, your level of purity is still way too low. After checking out the details on Kongzi's Analects technique manual, Zhao Yi didn't hesitate to hit buy. The system added the item to his inventory. You have purchased the Analects manual. Zhao Yi rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. A single torn page cost 5,000 points. He really needed to figure out how to grind more points. Zhao Yi decided to open the world map to scout. He was looking at the map of Kohian Town, which was surrounded by bags and rivers, trying to figure out what the new world quest was. This way, he could earn points and find clues about Ton Bak Bak at the same time. The system displayed the mission details for the Grand World. Mission: job hunting. Recommended level: 5 to 10. Number of participants: optional. Rewards depend on the job location. You've repaired the train at the abandoned station and successfully driven it to Kohian Town. But as you venture deeper into Kohian Town, you discover that it is teeming with danger and demons running wild. To survive, you must try to blend in with these demons. After being introduced by a few kind-hearted spirits, you realize that you need a steady job in Kohian Town to keep on living. Zhao Yi stared at the info panel, feeling deflated. Alright, level's too low. He waved it off for now. The notification faded away. If I get the chance, I'll ask the warehouse ghost to help me look into the business with Ton Bak Bak. Just like that, the days rolled by peacefully. Zhao Yi enjoyed his quiet life, playing cards with Bak Thai Cat, Fuang Bak, and DM during his downtime. Then at the start of the month, he found himself standing in his room. He was connecting to some game instance. The system announced: connection successful to the instance, Wilderness Hunt. As he transferred into the Wilderness Hunt mission, he saw a man jumping up to wave hello in the middle of a dense forest surrounded by high mountains. The system explained the mission briefing. The goal for all participants was to survive for 15 days in the Duaco mountain range. Main mission reward: 150 experience points. Submission reward: a destiny chest, difficulty level Purgatory. So here's the lowdown on the mission. You've been invited to join a show hosted by 2 wilderness pros, Bei and Yi, to survive together for 15 days. Heads up, this instance seals your inventory so you can't touch any of your gear. Plus, your stats get slashed by half until the whole thing wraps up. They're dumped in a range shrouded in black clouds. Zhao Yi gets teleported in, flat out on the dirt. While he's still knocked out, he hears voices nearby. Same rules as always, 1 leader for every 4 people. The chatter wakes Zhao Yi up. It sounds like they're bickering. Look, Bei, I'm the one running this show and I'm the one who scouted the sponsors. You really think it's fair to demand a 50-50 split? That's pretty low, man. Zhao Yi is curious, wondering what the hell they're arguing about. Zhao Yi turns toward the noise. The other guy fires back, fair? You call that fair? If it wasn't for me pulling strings to get them here, you think you could drag 8 people to the Duba Mountains for this shoot just on your own merit? Zhao Yi looks over and sees 2 dudes sitting by a fire having a go at each other. One's wearing a backpack and full gear, while the other is just rocking some shorts. They're so caught up in their beef they don't even notice Zhao Yi is wide awake. The guy in shorts snaps, damn it, fine. He points at Bei, you're in charge of weather recon. He's caved, but he's clearly still salty about it. If this show hits a snag because of you, I'm not letting you off the hook. Zhao Yi just keeps observing them, staying low. Bei gets up and walks off. He stares at his back, sitting by the fire. That's when he finally notices Zhao Yi is up. He flashes a bright grin at him. Yi asks, you finally awake, kid? The system flashes info on Yi neutral. Weakness? None. Former special forces went OWL, then started doing these survival shows. Because he's a beast at starving, the fans dubbed him the Funger class. Zhao Yi just scratches his head, staring at Yi. Are we really in the Duba Mountains now? Yi stands up, throwing his arms wide like he's hugging the whole mountain range, looking as comfy as he would in his own living room. Yep, look around, man. Isn't this view insane? Zhao Yi looks up at him, still rubbing his head, feeling totally lost. I've wandered everywhere to survive, and every time I come back here, I just can't help but think this place is the GOAT. Zhao Yi sighs, exhausted. Here he goes again with the non-stop talk. Yi is about to keep rambling, but Zhao Yi cuts him off with a hand gesture, leaving Yi hanging. Zhao Yi gets the jump on him before he can start up again. What'd Bi go do? Yi points behind him. Oh, he went over there to grab the cameras. He crosses his arms, closing his eyes, and starts explaining to Zhao Yi. Sometimes the live stream gear and the network cut out because of the weather. So we usually use recording gear to capture the guests showing off their grit against nature. Yi beams, clapping a hand on Zhao Yi's shoulder. You should rest up for a bit, wait for Bei to get back and the rest of the guests to wake up. Then we'll kick off the shoot. Zhao Yi just keeps it short. Whatever. Half an hour drifts by, with Zhao Yi leaning against a rock to catch his breath. Bei finally rolls back in, hauling a massive backpack toward Zhao Yi. The thing is taller than his head, but he's wearing it like it's nothing. Doesn't look even a little tired. Bei flashes Zhao Yi a friendly smile and gives him a wave. Zhao Yi rests his chin on his hand, keeping his eyes glued to Bei, analyzing him. Bei's pace climbing that mountain was way faster than a normal guy's. Zhao Yi smirks, feeling a little intrigued. Looks like this wilderness gig might actually be fun. Zhao Yi is standing by the fire, hands in his pockets, watching Bei. Yi's watching him too. He holds his hands over the fire to warm up. Zhao Yi glances over at Yi. Same thing with him. The grass is frozen. Gotta be below 0, but the guy's only wearing shorts. No clue how, but their physiques must be off the charts. Next to Yi, 2 more people are just waking up, holding their heads and struggling to sit up while the room spins. One's Ji Teng, top 8 on the rookie board, and the other is Ding Feilong, top 14. Clearly, these guys are heavy hitters. This instance is stacked with elites. No wonder it's ranked purgatory difficulty. A few more start waking up and the chat goes wild. I'm a noob. Someone tell me what purgatory difficulty means? Any big shots here explain this to me? Someone replies, instance difficulty goes, common, nightmare, hell, purgatory, desperate, and unsolvable. 2 more wake up, a girl and a big guy. Everyone looks like hell, totally drained. The whole group gathers around the fire, just staring at each other. The chat is hyped now. Everyone's up, show's about to start, right? One excited viewer posts, can't wait to see what kind of crazy moves Big Shot Zhao Yi pulls this time. Yi waves Bei over. Bei drops his pack and starts digging through it. He hands a camera to Yi. It's a compact one, perfect for trekking. He tosses a battery to Yi. Bei says, here's your camera battery, only got one though. Yi is confused. Why am I missing a battery? What happens when it dies? Bei looks at him, clearly annoyed. Budget's tight, plus you've never even used a full battery before, have you? Yi shoots him a dirty look but keeps his mouth shut. He throws his bag over his shoulder. It's half the size of Bei's, way lighter and more compact. Fine. A little penny pinching shouldn't be a huge deal. Shaking it off, Yi yells out to the group, all right everyone, welcome to the Wilderness Life or Death show. He holds the camera up to film everything. He breaks it down for them. Next 15 days, you're splitting into 2 teams of 4. Follow me or Bei to tackle challenges in different zones and find your way back to civilization. The whole group just stares at Yi while he talks. Before that, you've got 10 minutes to hash it out and pick who you want to run with. If one side gets too crowded, the extras are getting shuffled to the other group at random. Hearing that, everyone starts checking each other out, sizing the competition up. After the announcement, Yi slowly backs away. All right, start talking it out. Yi gives them 10 minutes. Bei just stands there, waiting. Yi stays focused, filming the whole process while everyone tries to get acquainted. Bei chimes in, make it quick, it's getting dark. These mountains aren't just full of wild beasts, they've got nasty venomous bugs too. After a few minutes of talk, they've got their teams set. B's squad has Nianhanbin, Changyang, Quanren, Ningwen Xiao, and Jiteng. Their edge, B's got top-tier gear in that military-grade kit. Yi's team has the rest, Zhao Yi, Wei Yun, Ding Feilong, and Ying Xiangying. Things aren't exactly looking great for YD's squad. The other 2 are giving him some serious side-eye, totally not buying his act. They wanted to pick a different spot, but got stuck in this group by pure chance. Feilong is just rubbing his temples, totally over it. Since the sun's dipping low, they split up to scout a place to crash for the night. If they don't find shelter fast, they're going to get lost or end up as dinner for some nasty predators. As YD is filming, a massive spider drops down from the trees right onto Tuang's shoulder. Tuang catches a glimpse of this huge dark brown creepy crawly and loses his mind. He's white as a sheet, screaming his head off about the spider. Suddenly a hand reaches over and snatches the spider right off his shoulder. It was Weedy. He just grabs the thing and pops it into his mouth like it's a snack. Zhao Yi watches, impressed. Guess the guy's not just cold-blooded, he's literally immune to poison. The other three look like they've seen a ghost, staring at YD with pure horror. They're stuttering. Can't believe he actually ate it. Weedy just wipes his mouth, the spider already down the hatch. He turns to the group and tells them to keep their guard up. No medical supplies, no food, no water in this hellhole. One wrong bite from a toxic bug and you're toast. Zhao Yi is busy sizing him up while Nui Van's eyes are wide, listening to the explanation. Listen up, YD says. It's getting dark. We need to find a cave and get a fire going, or the night is going to be a nightmare. Stick close to me. Fai Long points at some high trees with vines. Hey YD, how about we just clear out the toxic critters and sleep up in the trees? YD keeps walking. Look, Din, that work on a normal day, but not today. He points up at the sky where the clouds are looking heavy and black. See that? Based on the air pressure and humidity, it's going to pour tonight. We're talking heavy rain for days. If we don't find a cave, we'll be soaked to the bone and die of hypothermia. Nui Van starts shaking. So what about food and water? Weedy just laughs. Don't sweat it. Once we've got a roof over our heads, we'll find protein and water easy enough. Nui Van is still trembling. Zhao Yi walks along, checking the terrain, while YD stays in the lead, still obsessively filming everything. Zhao Yi spots some fresh bear droppings nearby. He figures if YD is such a wild survival pro, he's got to have seen it too. But YD just keeps walking, not even looking at it. Zhao Yi realizes that YD ignoring fresh bear scat means one thing: the guy doesn't see a grown bear as any kind of threat. Zhao Yi smiles. Having a beast like this around might keep them safe, but this level is rated purgatory for a reason. Is this guy even on their side? Zhao Yi stares at him, thinking it's definitely not going to be that simple. The group finds a cave, pitch black inside. Weedy's still holding his camera, points back out. It hasn't started raining yet, so go grab some firewood and get a fire going. If we get a fire, we sleep good tonight and eat something cooked tomorrow. They all just stare at him, while Tuang looks confused as hell. Zhao Yi volunteers to handle the wood, saying he'll do it solo. Nui Van and Phi Long just nod along. Zhao Yi circles around and picks up some branches. It's getting dark. He hits a patch of forest where the trees are snapped like toothpicks. Definitely a big beast doing. There's a path cleared through the broken trees. Zhao Yi looks around and spots more fresh bear scat. It was definitely a bear. Zhao Yi smirks. Now that he's got the trail, tracking the bear won't be an issue. He's got all the info he needs. He heads back to the cave. Inside, it's dark until the sound of a flint striker lights up the place. Weedy got the fire roaring. Fears sit around the flames, soaking up the heat. Outside, the rain starts to pour. Nui Van looks out, relieved. It's getting colder out there, thank God for the fire. Then Zhao Yi notices something. YD is clutching his stomach, looking pale, breathing hard. When Zhao Yi asks what's up, YD brushes it off. It's nothing. Must be that spider, just a little poison. I'll be fine after some sleep. He forces a grin, sweat pouring down his face. We'll deal with food and water tomorrow. Rainwater has weird impurities, not corrosive, but don't drink it. With that, YD rolls over, facing the cave wall, using his backpack as a pillow. Get some rest for tomorrow. Weedy is out like a light to recover his energy. Zhao Yi watches him, thinking that spider and snake venom only hit hard if it hits the bloodstream, so swallowing it shouldn't be a deal breaker. Looking out into the dark, Zhao Yi thinks to himself, looks like even a tough guy like YD can't handle that venom. If it really goes south, he's gonna be a goner. Tuang tells Phi Long, well, YD said sleeps, so let's get to it. Food in the morning. Phi Long agrees, dusting off the ground to make a spot. The whole group turns in early. 2 hours later, Zhao Yi wakes up. He sits up and glances outside. The rain stopped and the moonlight is lighting up everything. He grabs a burning branch from the fire to use as a torch and sneaks out, but Nui Van spots him. No idea when she woke up, but she sits up and watches him leave. Zhao Yi is acting super suspicious. Curious, Nui Van follows him out, but the rain starts up again. She's freezing already. She wraps her arms around herself, shivering. She sees Zhao Yi head this way, then suddenly he just vanishes. Out of nowhere, Zhao Yi appears behind her, holding a scalpel right against her throat. She freezes, terrified. He glares at her, his voice cold. Were you stalking me? Nui Van is sweating buckets, eyeing him from the corner of her eye. They can't use items from their inventory in this map, but soul weapons are still fair game. She stares at that blade digging into her skin. She's heard Zhao Yi is ruthless. One wrong word and she's done. She's scrambling to come up with a safe answer. Pale as a sheet, she stammers, I wasn't stalking you. I just had to go to the bathroom. The live chat is blowing up. People are losing their minds laughing. What the hell is this? You gotta go to the bathroom? Zhao Yi frowned at Wei Yun, his eyes screaming that he didn't buy a word of it. He let go of her. Oh, you actually gotta go? She let out a huge sigh of relief. But before she could even celebrate, Zhao Yi told her to just go right there. Wei Yun's eyes went wide and she immediately started unbuttoning her pants. If you can't go, I'll help you out. Zhao Yi pointed to a nearby bush. Wei Yun looked at him, completely mortified. The chat was losing their minds laughing at his antics. I mean, who even says stuff that messed up? Wei Yun, blushing like crazy and avoiding eye contact, clutched her dress tight. Look, big bro Zhao, I admit I followed you out here, but I didn't have any bad intentions. I'm just freezing. I just wanted to borrow some of your gear, she yelled, shivering as the rain started pouring down harder. He chuckled, putting his weapon away to make her feel a little safer. Want to borrow my gear? Why didn't you just say so? Seriously. Wei Yun beamed. This top-ranked newbie might have a scary reputation, but he's actually pretty chill. Zhao Yi held up 3 fingers. Wei Yun felt like something was off. Why was he holding up 3 fingers? What was that about? He answered calm and collected. 3,000 points. Wei Yun's jaw hit the floor. Is he kidding me? Selling a piece of rag for 3,000 points. Wei Yun was shaking, partly from the cold, partly from fear of this guy. 3,000 for a piece of trash? Why doesn't he just rob me at gunpoint? Zhao Yi didn't even blink. Isn't that exactly what I'm doing? Wei Yun just froze, completely stunned. The coldest thing out here isn't the rain in the woods, it's Zhao Yi's heart. She was so pissed off, the fear was totally gone. She gritted her teeth. Listen here, Zhao Yi. I, Wei Yun, would rather freeze to death or jump off a cliff than pay 3,000 points for your garbage clothes. As soon as she said that, a gust of wind hit her, making her shiver and her nose run. Zhao Yi just stood there. You crying, freezing, fine, 3,000 it is. She sent over the points and hit confirm. The transaction successful ping rang out. Zhao Yi's total jumped to 6,000 points. He was pumped. He just dropped 5,000 on a skill and now he'd made 3,000 back. 60% profit? That's a steal. Wei Yun asked if she could have the gear now, since she was freezing. Zhao Yi started taking off his coat, but he just hung it on a branch instead of handing it to her. She was confused. Then he started taking off the shirt underneath too. Wei Yun looked at him, totally flustered, shivering violently. He tossed her the shirt, but she looked ticked off. She pointed at the coat on the branch. Wasn't that the one? She thought 3,000 points would at least get her the coat. Zhao Yi looked back. Oh, she meant the coat? He held up one finger, 10,000. The price made Wei Yun spit blood and fall over backward. Yo, she screamed, echoing through the forest. The birds went crazy and flew off. Zhao Yi, you are straight up evil. Zhao Yi put his coat back on and went back to scouting with his torch. Good riddance to that loud girl, he thought. Now back to tracking that bear. He kept moving, scanning the area. The idea of finding food tomorrow was just plain unreliable. He stepped over puddles from the rain. If it kept raining like this, it'd be impossible to get the temperature up by morning. For the next 2 weeks, all the firewood would be soaked and useless. Zhao Yi pushed deeper into the woods. He imagined the whole group in the cave, losing their fire, just waiting for the end. Forget finding food. They wouldn't even be able to leave the cave without freezing. Zhao Yi smiled. He saw the problem. Tonight was the key. Surviving the next 2 weeks all came down to what happened tonight. The moon lit up the forest. Zhao Yi found the bear in no time. To keep his gear clean, he stripped down and fought it naked. The black bear was twice his size. Zhao Yi easily vaulted over its head. He darted behind it before it could even turn, grabbed its head and held his surgical blade to its throat. One clean cut and blood sprayed everywhere. After a life-or-death struggle, Zhao Yi was covered in wounds, but he'd finally taken the beast down. It collapsed. Zhao Yi walked up to the carcass and drove his blade into it. He sliced open its belly, blood pouring out. Then the blade's plunder ability kicked in and an orange-red glow flowed out. The bear's life force started surging into him. He stood there with his arms out, soaking it all in. He looked up at the moon, feeling the rush. Man, that is some sweet power. He put his clothes back on as the system pinged. Survival battle complete. Body strengthening skill activated. Stats increased. Strength +1. Current rank F. Strength value 18. Zhao Yi zipped up his jacket and headed back to the cave. He looked up, the moonlight hitting his face. He tied a rope to the bear and started dragging it. All right, time to find a cave and stack up some wood. Half an hour later in a cave, Zhao Yi was piling up wood and dragging the bear carcass inside. Someone in the chat was curious, why go to all this trouble? With a survival expert like him, he's never going to be short on food, right? With the wood stacked, Zhao Yi let out a sigh of relief, feeling pretty good. This should be enough wood. He stood up and brushed off his hands, admiring his work. Someone else commented, man, Zhao Yi is being way too cautious this time. Zhao Yi grilled some bear meat over the fire. That looks delicious. Is he on vacation or something? He enjoyed his meal, getting his dinner situation sorted out perfectly. What's next? It was still raining outside. Zhao Yi sat by the fire, thinking he still needed to figure out the water situation. He sat there chewing while the system warned, rainwater is toxic, do not drink. Note, if you use a container to boil it and filter it through charcoal, you can drink a little. Do not exceed 1 liter within 24 hours, or metal contaminants will accumulate and cause kidney failure. While eating, Zhao Yi looked around and spotted a large rock. He picked it up. It was bigger than his hand and held up his surgical knife. Zhao Yi shot everyone a sly grin while eyeing the rock in his hands, then dropped a quick message into the system chat. Yo, any guesses what I'm up to? He didn't wait for an answer. He turned his back to them, hacking away at that rock with surgical precision. Boom, 2 bowls, ready to roll. He'd carved them out using his scalpel. The chat went wild. Wait, for real? That's his soul weapon for ya. Someone even chimed in, yo, can you level that thing up? I'll take 100. Zhao Yi grabbed a bowl and headed to the cave entrance. It was pouring buckets outside, but he didn't care. He stood there until the bowl was brimmed, then walked back inside, holding that precious water like it was gold. He set the bowl down by the fire and started peeling off his socks. The chat blew up again. Hold up, why is he ditching his socks? Trying to dry them? He's been by the fire for hours, they'd be dry by now. Zhao Yi just chuckled, stretching out the fabric. He poured the boiled water through the sock, using it like a filter, and caught the clean stuff in the other bowl. Then he downed it. Honestly, a bit nasty to watch. One guy in the chat typed, "Bro, you serious? I feel like I can taste that from here." Another added, "That's savage. Hey, if it doesn't kill ya, it's just filtered water, right?" Zhao Yi looked down at his jacket pocket and started tearing the lining. He ripped a piece of fabric off, grabbed his weapon, and headed back into the dark depths of the cave. With his scalpel, he made short work of 3 nasty critters, a centipede, a scorpion, and a spider. He stuffed the bugs into the pocket fabric, let out a breath, and muttered, "That'll do. Time to head back." When he got back, everyone was dead to the world, except for Nui Van. He laid down to grab some shut-eye, and she immediately drifted closer. Zhao Yi was lying on his side, facing the cave wall. Nui Van snuggled up right behind him, her chest brushed against his back. She put a hand on his shoulder and whispered, "Where'd you go?" He didn't even turn around. "Took a dump," he grunted. She wasn't buying it. "You spent 6 hours pooping?" 5 hours, 7 minutes, and 6 seconds, to be exact. His deadpan delivery left Nui Van speechless. She gave his shoulder a little shake. She pressed him. "You know something, don't you?" She knew he was hunting for points, so she tried to sweet-talk him. "I'll buy your intel. How many points?" He just held up a hand. 500 per tip. Her jaw practically hit the floor. Zhao Yi turned around, waiting to see if she was down for that. She forced a smile. "Can we do it a bit cheaper?" She tried a different approach, resting her hand on her chest. Zhao Yi didn't say a word, just stared at her hand. Then he just turned away. "Forget it, I'm sleeping." Nui Van sat bolt upright, fuming. "Seriously? I'm hot as hell and he doesn't even care?" Someone else stirred and let out a little grunt, making Nui Van panic and drop back down to play dead. Zhao Yi stayed still, ignoring her completely. She crept closer, whispering, "Fine, 1,500 it is. Give me 3 tips. They better be legit. Don't think about scamming my points." Ding! The system cheered. Zhao Yi just pocketed 1,500 points, bringing his total to 7,500. He couldn't help but smirk. Both of them sat up, scanning the dark to make sure no one was awake. Zhao Yi covered his mouth to whisper, "First off, all the edible game on this mountain is clearing out tonight. Second, this rain isn't letting up until the challenge ends. It's going to get freezing, and the wood outside is already soaked. It won't burn. And the big one, number 3, the scariest threat here might be sitting right next to us." He glanced at the other survivors. Nui Van hung on every word, her face pale with tension. Once he finished, Zhao Yi rolled over and went right back to sleep. Nui Van looked nervously at the others, her mind racing. "The biggest danger is right next to us?" She scanned their sleeping faces, but none of them looked suspicious. Besides her and Zhao Yi, there were only 3 others. Which one of them was the real threat? Night crept in and Nui Van drifted off, her head spinning with dark thoughts. She was beat. The next day, it started drizzling all over again. Fai Long and Tuangung just stared at the sky, feeling totally hopeless. They stood by the cave entrance, arms crossed, shivering. Fai Long was pissed. The rain was worse than yesterday, and he was kicking himself for not grabbing enough firewood. Tuangung stood there too, agreeing that hunting for wood now would just get them sick. And with no meds, sickness meant a death sentence. Just as everyone was spiraling over the rain, a voice boomed from behind them. He was there in front of the camera, looking jacked, narrating the story like a pro. He was talking about day 2 on Mount Rubako, rubbing his head, looking genuinely worried about the weather. He was still ranting about that useless deadweight teammate. Zhao Yi watched him quietly. After one night of rest, he seems to have bounced back pretty well. Zhao Yi's eyes were sharp as a tack. He was checking out those hairy legs of his. His leg muscles are still twitching, Zhao Yi thought. That means the spider venom isn't fully out of his system yet. The guy's resistance is trash. Zhao Yi pulled out a stone bowl, leaving Fai Long and Tuangung completely baffled. Fai Long's mouth was wide open. He had no clue where he'd even found it. When the guy saw Zhao Yi collecting rainwater, he rushed over, grabbed his arm, and shouted that it was toxic. He tried to stop him from drinking it. Zhao Yi looked him dead in the eye, totally unbothered. "Don't sweat it," he replied. "I already tested it last night." He carried the bowl over to the roaring fire. The guy still didn't look convinced that the water was safe. Zhao Yi just chilled by the flames, boiling the water to let the charcoal ash filter out the grime. It was good enough to drink. Zhao Yi stood up, looking unfazed. "Even though I felt a bit rough after drinking it last night, I'm back in action today." The guy just stared at him, totally stunned. It was true. Zhao Yi looked like he hadn't missed a beat. Filong pumped his fists in support. Either way, having something to drink was a win. The guy finally gave in. Everyone gathered around, eyes glued to Zhao Yi. He announced loud and clear, "Once it boils, we can toss in some herbs. It'll be good for the body and help neutralize the toxins in the water." He held up a plant, saying he remembered it from back when he was studying medicine. "The teacher already gave us the lowdown on how this stuff works." Whispers started spreading through the crowd. Isn't Zhao Yi supposed to be a psychologist? People were whispering that he's just scamming everyone. If it's actually some kind of medicinal herb, why didn't he boil it in water yesterday? Zhao Yi placed the herb on a rock, and it seems the upstairs folks were right about that. Zhao Yi sat by the rock, his hands relentlessly crushing the herb. Deep down, he knew for a fact that these plants weren't poisonous. Zhao Yi kept mashing the leaves until a black liquid started oozing out onto the stone. Though these plants clearly weren't any kind of medicine. He picked up the rock, still coated in the residue of the herb. The only reason he crushed them and soaked them in water was to mask the specific scent of something else. He carefully filtered the green-colored herbal concoction, then marched it out with a look of pure satisfaction. The first one to take a sip was Wei Yun. She grabbed the bowl and downed it without a second thought. She was the first brave soul to taste it, showing her absolute ride-or-die trust in Zhao Yi. But the bitter, nasty taste made her choke a bit. Next up was Faith Long. He took the bowl and drank it under Wei Yun's restless, worried gaze. Xiang Ying was the next in line, his face twisted, clearly hating the taste, and finally Zhao Yi took the bowl and finished it off like it was nothing. But that look in his eyes told everyone else that the drink wasn't exactly a walk in the park. Zhao Yi stood there drinking, but he kept it mysterious, keeping one hand in his pocket like he was fishing for something. Turns out he had a small cloth bag stashed away. He hurriedly pulled out a tiny green leaf and slipped it into Yi's bowl. The guy didn't hesitate for a second, he just guzzled it down. Zhao Yi stared him down. A massive guy sitting on a rock, rambling on about some old Eastern proverb. The sky has unpredictable winds and rain, and people have fortune and disaster in the morning and evening, basically meaning life hits you when you least expect it, like right now. The moment he took a sip, the guy started acting like he was burning up from the inside, spinning out of control until, clack, the bowl went flying from his hands. Everyone watching panicked and started yelling, "What's wrong with him?" Fei Long stared intently, thinking the guy had been poisoned, but Zhao Yi was the only one keeping his cool. With a subtle signal from Zhao Yi, the guy slumped over, mouth hanging open. Zhao Yi had spotted a weakness. The guy had low poison resistance. He was poisoned, sure, but not deep enough to be out for good. Even if his consciousness was fading, that feral instinct inside him wasn't sleeping yet. If anyone tried to pull a move and kill him now, they'd pay a brutal price, and the guy was still feeling a bit hungry. Fei Long and Xiang Ying walked over and gently shook him to wake him up. Everyone hovered around, totally worked up except for Zhao Yi, who remained calm as ever. Fei Long and Xiang Ying dragged him closer to the roaring fire. The guy was such a massive unit that Xiang Ying was breaking a sweat just moving him. Zhao Yi rubbed his chin, looking pretty pleased with himself. The system gave the guy those feral instincts just to make sure that if he got poisoned and passed out, players couldn't just gank him and cheese the dungeon difficulty. Zhao Yi felt like a genius, sneaky, smart, and way too clever to do something as amateur as just killing him off right there. As the guy lay there dead to the world, Zhao Yi felt smug. Keeping him alive was definitely the right play. Fei Long and Xiang Ying were lost in thought, wondering how he even got poisoned since they'd been together the whole time and hadn't seen him eat anything alone. Fei Long stared daggers at Zhao Yi, suspicious that he was the one who poisoned the guy. Zhao Yi looked slightly flustered, waving his hands and insisting it wasn't him. Fei Long side-eyed him, thinking, if looks could kill, he'd have "I'm the culprit" written all over his face, but decided it was better not to start a fight with him. Time skipped ahead to the next evening. Everyone was huddled around the fire, and the guy was still out cold. Suddenly, the guy started muttering, "Water, water," which totally freaked Fei Long out. He jumped up to reach him, but Zhao Yi was faster, already there with the bowl, lifting the guy's head to get some water in him. He told the guy to take it slow, promising they'd look after him until he was back on his feet. Fei Long had no clue what was going on. After drinking, the guy's eyes cracked open, exhausted, and he mumbled a thank you to Zhao Yi before passing back out. Zhao Yi laid him down near a red backpack. He went over to the bag, pulled out a camera, and started tinkering with the old beat-up device. Zhao Yi started playing the footage. It started with a voice saying, "I'm coming to get you," which immediately drew the other three over to see what the deal was. The video showed the guy chasing after a girl with short hair, looking absolutely terrifying, like he was about to pounce on her, letting out a twisted, "Heh heh, gotcha!" Zhao Yi watched with intense focus. Xiang Ying couldn't help but complain while watching, how the hell are they lucky enough to have time for games when? He didn't even get to finish his sentence. Xiang Ying's expression went blank, his brow furrowing as if he were watching a nightmare. "Oh God, he's got her by the head!" The guy's face was pure savagery, twisted into a wicked grin. His hand clamped around her skull. He yanked it backward, blood splattered everywhere. Her eyes rolled back, full of agony and desperation. The group watching the footage screamed in pure terror. "What the hell is this?" The whole place erupted into chaos. Their jaws dropped, frozen in shock and disgust. Zhao Yi stayed calm. On screen, the guy looked like a demon, and he was holding a piece of the poor girl's flesh in his hand. His mouth was still dripping with blood. It was nightmare fuel. Whispers broke out. "Is this guy a cannibal? Thank God he's unconscious, or we'd all be toast." Xiang Ying swallowed hard, trembling like a leaf, sweat pouring down his face. Thank God he got poisoned," he stammered. Suddenly, the guy on the ground twitched, his hand clawing at his chest. The guy started waking up. Xiang Ying turned, saw him moving, and bolted, letting out a blood-curdling scream. "Help! Someone save me!" Wei Yun watched in a panic. The guy started getting up to go after Xiang Ying. Zhao Yi barked, "Stay put," with a deadly serious tone. Fei Long grabbed Wei Yun's arm, keeping her from running. She was spiraling. Fei Long told her not to go out there, or she'd be a dead woman walking. The guy was still lying there, unconscious. Wei Yun was terrified, the anxiety eating her alive. But what if he wakes up while we're stuck here? Fei Long stayed surprisingly calm. He reassured her, telling her Zhao Yi was the one who poisoned him. Zhao Yi was sharp. He definitely would have calculated everything to make sure the guy wouldn't be waking up anytime soon. Gui Wen still couldn't wrap her head around the fact that Zhao Yi had poisoned him. Fei Long eyed the guy lying unconscious by the fire, his mind racing with questions. He figured the water was the only thing they both touched. The dude must have spiked it after he was done drinking. Zhao Yi's face went ghost white at the thought. Fei Long was just glad he wasn't as twisted as those guys, otherwise, they might swap bottles and been goners. Guivan realized if that had happened, they'd all be dead right now. Guivan and Filong just stared at each other, totally clueless as to why Zhao Yi didn't just end them. Was the guy actually soft-hearted? Filong rubbed his hair, feeling like a complete clown. He'd come here thinking he was some top 14 rookie, basically on the same level as Zhao Yi, but man, was he wrong. Guivan shot him a look, realizing this guy finally caught on to what was really going on. She snatched up a rock, gripping it tight in her palm. She swung her arm ready to finish the guy off, her teeth gritted in pure rage. Filong panicked, barely processing what was happening, and lunged to hold her back. Filong told her to chill out. If it were that easy to kill him, Zhao Yi would have done it ages ago. She seemed to get the message, glaring at the immobile dude, but she couldn't do a damn thing. The two of them stood there in silence, staring at the guy. She finally lowered her hand, agreeing with Filong that they should just wait for Zhao Yi to get back and figure things out. 6 hours crawled by and the night was calm and quiet. Zhao Yi's clothes were soaked and there was a puddle forming under him. Anyone looking would have sworn he'd pissed himself. But Zhao Yi just sat there, cool as a cucumber, roasting a skewer over the fire while Filong and Guivan drifted off to sleep. The smell of barbecue must drag them back to reality because they both jolted awake. Guivan was still half dreaming, groggily asking if Zhao Yi was finally back. They both looked at him, confused as hell, wondering where Tung-ung was. Didn't he chase after him last night? Zhao Yi just sat there, calm as ever, holding his skewer. Filong and Guivan freaked out, faces pale, terrified that he'd actually iced Tung-ung and was now grilling him up. The guy really knew how to keep his cool in any situation. He kept roasting away, explaining that he'd chased Tung-ung down, and it didn't take long for the guy to run out of steam. Zhao Yi let out a dry, mocking laugh, saying he just hung out and chatted until the guy froze to death. Hearing that, Guivan felt her blood run cold. She was sweating bullets, trembling as she asked, "You didn't actually eat him, did you?" Before she could finish, Zhao Yi shut that down. He wouldn't touch human flesh. Said it was basically the same thing as eating crap. Those two were stunned silent by such a wild answer, but they couldn't exactly argue with his logic. Still, Guivan couldn't help but wonder where the meat came from. Zhao Yi satisfied her curiosity. It was just some beef from Tung-ung supply. He looked over at the guy, held the skewer up, and yelled, "This isn't for me, it's for him to chow down on." Guivan lost it. She screamed at him, calling him a total psycho for not taking the chance to kill the man-eating demon while he was down. Zhao Yi was still in the mood for games, acting like the guy was too cute to kill. Filong and Guivan just stared at him like he was insane. "This is a man-eating monster. What is cute about that?" Filong asked, sounding pretty heated. How a guy with his observational skills couldn't tell how strong those two dark horse monsters, Y and Bia might, actually were. He was terrified that if they didn't kill him while he was sick, they'd be the ones getting wiped out later. Zhao Yi kept roasting the meat, coolly saying the guy wouldn't kill him. Just the rest of them. The two of them felt a cold shiver run down their spines. Zhao Yi went on, "If you guys want to kill him, be my guest." He held the skewer straight out at them, looking cocky as hell. That made Filong and Guivan back off. Filong looked at her thinking, damn it, that smile meant if they tried anything, all hell would break loose. She agreed. Zhao Yi shoved his hand in his pocket, digging for something. He pulled out a small blue pouch, grabbed the hot skewer, and squeezed a drop of something onto the meat. He walked over to the guy and waved it under his nose. Even unconscious, the guy had a nose like a bloodhound. Once a man-eater, always a man-eater. He smelled that meat and his eyes snapped wide open. He jolted awake without a second thought, acting like he'd been brought back from the dead, his mouth wide open for the meat. Zhao Yi looked pleased. Everything was going exactly to plan. The guy tore into the skewer like he was starving. Then his eyes narrowed with suspicion. Holding the skewer, he calmly asked Zhao Yi where he'd gotten it. Guivan whispered to Filong, looking nervous. Think he figured out Zhao Yi poisoned him. Filong was sweating it, but tried to stay calm. If he'd figured it out, he would taken Zhao Yi out already. He probably just realized it was people meat. Filong was worried about how Zhao Yi would explain it. Zhao Yi scrambled over to the guy, acting all pathetic and dramatic, his eyes glistening like a total innocent, spinning a whole new story. He said last night, some guy in field gear with a sharp knife had jumped Tung-ung while he was taking a leak. He curled up, hugging his shoulders, claiming he'd followed the screams and only found half of Tung-ung left. Damn, the guy should have been a psychologist. The two behind them whispered, his acting is insane. He heard everything and flared up, his face twisted in rage, voice raspy. You mean Bia, don't you? White clenched his fist, furious. That lowlife took advantage of me being sick. I need to find that guy right now. Zhao Yi set the trap, telling him to stay calm. He was still poisoned and weak. He wouldn't stand a chance against Bia. He leaned in close and handed him the skewer. He told him he needed to eat to keep his strength up. If he didn't, he wouldn't have the energy to fight when Bia showed up. Zhao Yi was sharp, pushing exactly the right buttons. The guy went for it, tearing into the meat, swearing he wouldn't let him get away with it. Zhao Yi watched from afar, feeling pretty smug. He was taking care of the guy so easily. The other two realized it. He was keeping the guy around just to use him against Bia. What a snake. The place was quiet, just the four of them preparing for a clash with Bia. Zhao Yi's manipulation was clever, but Bia had more tricks up his sleeve. There was definitely something bigger going on here. Bia and Y were going to tear each other apart. This was the Wilderness Death Match, a twisted hunting game cooked up by the rich. So the folks dragged into this hellhole are either homeless or sex workers whose memories got wiped clean. On one side, you've got Beer, this dude with a nasty, jagged mop of hair, and on the other, Yi, this guy sporting a bushy, full beard. This whole twisted show forces them to survive brutal weather while dodging those two creeps, who are absolute pros at scouting and hunting people down. The players on Beer's side eventually caught on, so they teamed up to take out the guys on Yi's side, just to stay alive a bit longer. Night's falling, it's drizzling outside, and everyone's inside buzzing about the rules. They're losing their minds trying to figure out why Yi, a total man-eater, would get attacked by his own crew. The chatter is endless, just 1,000 questions about the players. Yi, after scarfing down some meat, is out cold on the ground, foaming at the mouth. Zhao Yi keeps his eyes glued to him, staying sharp. Zhao Yi slides over, gets right in Yi's face to grill him. Someone in the back is whispering, "What is he doing?" Yi's passed out, what answer is he gonna get? Zhao Yi waits a solid half hour, and when the guy doesn't twitch, he stands up and exhales. Finally, he's out. He flashes a smug grin and turns to the other two. "I want to talk business with you guys." Zhao Yi makes it sound heavy, like their lives literally depend on it. Fei Long and Wei Yun are jittery, having no clue what kind of business he's talking about. He just calmly tends to the campfire and tells them 5,000 points each as an entry fee. He's offering to lead them through the game. Wei Yun snaps, slamming her hand down, shouting right in his face, 5,000 points? You're addicted to ripping people off. You're insane." She's right, for anyone under level 15, 5,000 points is no joke. But Fei Long, he's the opposite. He's actually down for Zhao Yi's deal. She still can't wrap her head around why Fei Long agreed so easily. Honestly though, they don't have many other options. Wei Yun caves and follows Fei Long's lead. Honestly, she's kinda cute. Gullible, sure, but she's got that thick, fair-skinned look. Zhao Yi pockets their 1,000 points. Zhao Yi stands square in front of them, looking all official, announcing they're all in the same boat now. But he says, with a dead serious look, the real danger isn't Yi or Beer. It's those 4 players from the Beer camp. He points up, and Wei Yun is still lost. Why those 4? She thinks, wait, if Yi is poisoned and not attacking, shouldn't Beer leave us alone too? Zhao Yi breaks it down for her. If Beer were dumb enough to backstab them, this level wouldn't be purgatory difficulty, it'd be impossible. Fei Long gets it. He looks at Wei Yun, eyes full of worry, explaining that nobody survives this environment for 10 days straight while being hunted by a man-eater. Wei Yun is still struggling to get why the other players would go for a backstab. Zhao Yi tucks his hands in his pockets, cool as a cucumber, explaining that the game gave them a subtle suggestion right from the start. Beer and Yi might be geared up, but the people following them, they've got nothing. Yet, look at those thugs. Their followers have food, water, and actual weapons. Zhao Yi spells it out. What those guys really want isn't the guests. It's to watch them tear each other apart, turning their hope into total despair. Fei Long and Wei Yun go pale. Wei Yun, always full of questions, asks Zhao Yi why he chose Yi's camp in the first place. He gives her a cocky shrug. Can't help it, I'm just too kind-hearted to hurt anyone, right? That line hits them like a bucket of ice water. They're thinking, yeah, right, only a fool would buy that. Zhao Yi just goes back to poking the fire. Wei Yun stares at the dying embers, freaking out about the lack of food and the fire going out. She's scared they won't last. Zhao Yi calms her down. I've got food, not enough to get full, but enough to hold out for 15 days. He keeps feeding the fire, already plotting to raid the Beer camp for supplies. Calmly, he reassures them, don't sweat it. He explains that for the first 12 days, those 2 demons were just record keepers. They weren't supposed to mess with the program's guests. Wei Yun shoots him a confused look. Why is he telling her all this? Zhao Yi laces his fingers with a smug look because I hypnotized him. Wei Yun's eyes go wide. She doesn't buy that hypnosis is actually real, let alone that powerful. Zhao Yi keeps tinkering with the fire, explaining that cheap psychological tricks don't work on people with strong minds. But he says, looking relaxed as he squats by the fire, that ID dark guy has been poisoned for 2 days straight. His mental defenses are shot. He grins, bragging that the food he gave him was just a way to drop his guard so the hypnosis would actually stick. Suddenly he stands up, saying he'll go grab more food and firewood tomorrow morning. Then he'll teach them how to rig up some actually useful traps. Zhao Yi flashes them a goofy, cheeky grin. Gotta get back to work after a good meal. Outside, it's still raining. Under the trees, 4 shadows creep along like bandits, wearing rain gear and clutching weapons. A whisper makes them stop, their faces looking real shady. In the distance, a dark shape hides behind a rock. It's Beer. He's got grease paint on his face to stay hidden, peeking around the rock, holding a camera. He's got this wicked, twisted smile. He's thinking, kill, kill. He loves watching the food slaughter each other. The more brutal, the better. The guy's a total nutcase. The guy in the brown jacket checks a scout monitor, his eyes locked on the screen, while the guy in black watches the area. Brown jacket signals that Zhao Yi is all alone. Zhao Yi is standing solo at the mouth of the cave in the dead of night. The thugs don't get why he'd leave the cave. The time is now, the guy in black orders, telling them to kill Zhao Yi and hide the body. He figures that if the food supply on Beer's side is low, as long as Zhao Yi and Yi don't have any meat to eat, they'll starve in 10 days and be easy pickings. He says this with a sick laugh, holding a knife to his mouth, looking absolutely sinister. He sees his opening and tells Wen Xiao to go chop off Zhao Yi's head. Wen Xiao doesn't hesitate for a second, totally obedient, while Brown Jacket's face looks flat-out demonic. He's convinced that today's the day they kill Zhao Yi and use the top-ranked player as a sacrifice to the heavens. Wen Xiao bolts like a bullet. Is this guy a ninja or what? Talk about top-tier tracking skills. Looks like Zhao Yi's about to get ambushed. Man, that guy's a slippery snake, just as crooked as the rest of those thugs. He felt a draft, knew someone was creeping up on him, and just whipped around shouting, "Who's there?" This Van Hue cat was rocking a deep blue invisibility cloak. The thing hides you for a solid minute, blocking out all sound and scent, but here's the kicker. You can't move an inch while you're wearing it. Start moving and your cover is blown. He was standing right in front of Zhao Yi, all smug under that cloak, thinking, this dude Zhao Yi is still on high alert? Too bad he's dealing with a pro like me. He really didn't know who he was messing with. Total arrogance. He still thought Zhao Yi was some weakling, but then Zhao Yi started closing the distance, and suddenly, he started shaking. Zhao Yi pulled out a shiv. He'd already sniffed out the trap. He lunged forward, closing the gap in a heartbeat, straight for the idiot who thought he was so clever. The guy was frozen stiff, terrified that if he moved, his cloak would glitch out. Zhao Yi buried that blade right into his chest. Van Hue was hurt and fuming. How the hell did he see him? Zhao Yi was a freak of nature, though truth be told, you couldn't see the guy's body at all. But with the drizzle coming down, those raindrops hitting the cloak gave him away, outlining his stupid silhouette for everyone to see. As soon as he asked, the guy just flopped over, done for. The cocky look on his face was gone, replaced by pure pain and regret. He was frowning. Can't believe he died in such a pathetic way. What a dumbass. In that pouring rain, Zhao Yi, a level 3 player, took down level 7 Van Hue and triggered the first quest. Take out the enemy players at any cost. Quest number 2, kill off ID and Bia. By day 4, Zhao Yi was back, keeping his word. He brought back firewood and bear meat. Nui Van and Filong were stuffing their faces, and Yi had finally come to. Zhao Yi tossed him some eagle meat, coddling him like he was a pet dog. As soon as Yi smelled the meat, he was up. Zhao Yi kept chatting him up while he ate. But Yi just listened, staring blankly, couldn't say a word back. Once he was done, he just passed out again. A lone skewer hit the dirt. This time Zhao Yi didn't poison him. Yi was out cold. Zhao Yi stood over him, reaching into his pocket to pull out the radio Van Hue had been carrying. He grabbed the old, beat-up black radio and took a deep breath. Then, he just started cracking up, feeling like he'd won the lottery. Since they lost a guy last night, they'd be too scared to make a move. You guys can just sit back and watch the show, he muttered to himself, acting out both parts of the conversation. Yeah, exactly, you're spot on, man. Filong and Nui Van were chewing on bare legs, looking at him like he'd lost his marbles. She whispered to Filong to look at this guy. What was he doing? He looked like a straight-up schizo. Filong whispered back that he was probably just putting on a show for the guys watching. Keep your voice down, he said. She nodded, catching on. Zhao Yi stood up and straight-up tossed the radio into the fire. The other two just stared, confused. The heat fried it, and the screen flashed the number 19. He looked over at them. Let's get to work. Those two are getting taken out tonight. I've already prepped the secret weapons the other side brought for you. Filong's eyes lit up. No way, finally some gear, let's see it. Zhao Yi held out his fist. Each of them got something. Got a pimple popper, and the other got a pair of nail clippers. They were floored. Filong kept it real. Zhao Yi, tell me you're kidding. This ain't a weapon. It's gotta be for Yi, right? Zhao Yi calmly snatched the clippers from Thu Van's hand. She was stunned. What? Not sharp enough for you? He started clipping his own nails. Look at how sharp and deadly this is. The two of them were speechless, watching him play act this nonsense. Thu Van snapped, cursing. Are you trying to get us killed? This is supposed to kill people? It's not even as good as my painted fingernail. Seeing them get tense, Zhao Yi dropped the act. Relax, you guys have zero sense of humor. Fine, I admit we're short on gear. Just grab a rock off the ground or something. Thu Van pointed at the sword. Can't we use that blade? You've already got a soul weapon anyway. Let us have the blade, it'll make the job easier. But he shut that down fast. No way, that blade was for Yi. The guy didn't have any gear like Bia did, so he needed a proper weapon. Without it, he'd be sitting duck against Bia. Filong had to agree. True, Yi was the only one who could go toe-to-toe with Bia. If he had the blade, they stood a better chance. Fine, have it your way. We already dropped 5,000 points. There's no turning back now. Thu Van and Ling Fong both ended up holding rocks in their hands. Let's go. Might be easier to take him out in the dark. With them gone, Zhao Yi turned to Yi. Wake up, just you and me now. Shows how good a shrink he is. The second he said that, Yi's eyes snapped open. Zhao Yi was busy grilling the last slab of meat over the fire. Yi shot up as soon as he smelled the meat. He stared at that sizzling, steaming slab on the fire, practically drooling. Zhao Yi shoved the food in his face, whispering into his ear like he was hypnotizing him. Eat it all, then go kill Bia, then off yourself. The system started scanning Yi while he went ham, tearing into that meat with bloodshot eyes. Back at Bia's camp, the three goons were huddled around their own fire. The fattest one, chowing down on a chicken leg, laughed. Can you believe that idiot Van Hue was carrying a radio? Another one was already plotting. Tonight, while they're sleeping, we'll raid their camp and take them all out at once. But the leader was being more cautious. He was suspicious. Was it really going to be that easy? Van Hue had an invisibility cloak and still got smoked. You mean to tell me Zhao Yi didn't find the radio? The other two tried to calm him down. Don't overthink it. This is a golden opportunity. We'd be fools to miss it. Yeah, even if they know, so what? We've got way more gear. They don't stand a chance. We're killing them tonight. They all got up and headed out. Hidden in the shadows, Bia was recording the whole thing. Go ahead, kill each other. I'll film the whole damn thing for you. He was getting pumped about his footage when he heard a noise behind him. He spun around, on edge. He was there. No one knew how long he'd been lurking. He leveled his blade at the cameraman, tilting his head with a twisted grin. Bia scrambled to pull his knife, diving for cover. Move it. If you aren't gonna film, why the hell are you still standing there? Yi sneered. I said this was a four-man group. What makes you think you can just snatch my people behind my back? Without another word, Yi lunged forward, blade in hand. Bia, drop dead! Inside the cave, the two began hacking away at each other while the rain kept pouring outside. 10 minutes later, Tuivun and Filong reached the cave where Bia's crew had been hiding. Where are they? How is it empty? Tuivun muttered, bewildered. Seriously, their cave is suspiciously huge. You'd think they were on some luxury retreat. Filong started poking around to see if there was any decent loot. He spotted a long sword in the corner, tossed his scrap metal weapon aside, and grabbed it. Damn it, this system is trash. How are we all playing the same instance? But the treatment is so damn different. The system immediately flashed a warning. Player Jinglong Fi, if you keep bad-mouthing the system, you will be muted. Meanwhile, at the camp, Yi, also known as Zhao Yi, was already sitting by the cave entrance, waiting for the others to show up. He pulled his cloak tight and shifted into stealth mode. Shortly after, the three from Bia's group arrived, scanning the place with their flashlights, eyes wide and cautious. Seeing the cave empty, they got frustrated. The hell? Where'd they all go? Must be hiding somewhere nearby. They started rifling through Yi's gear, checking if he'd managed to record anything. The fat guy, standing just a few feet away, suddenly froze, feeling a chill crawl down his spine, like someone was breathing right behind him. The guy's flashlight clattered to the floor, the sound making the other two look up from their looting. Zhao Yi had a blade pressed against his throat, holding him dead still. System notification. Player Zhao Yi has exited stealth mode. The others defensively demanded, just you? Where the hell is your partner? Zhao Yi dragged the fat guy toward the exit, making up an excuse to get them to back off. Suddenly, his expression shifted. He whispered like a demon from hell, I'm having my last meal solo. With a swift motion, he hauled the guy out into the dark. The guy was too terrified to even twitch, making it easy for Zhao Yi to drag him away. Qi Dang and Han Bin gritted their teeth in rage and gave chase, though they were too slow. Still, they weren't about to let him get away alive. By the time they reached the thick bushes, the trail went cold. Careful, don't get ambushed. Standing in the rain, Kai Dang suddenly felt something weird under his boot and looked down. Because the rain had made everything a slip and slide, he crashed to the ground right on top of what he'd stepped on. Hearing the thud, the others turned around. It was a nasty fall. He squeezed his eyes shut in pain, and Han Bin, worried about his buddy, ran over to help him up. You good? What did you trip over? When they both looked down, they froze in horror. It was a sheet of human skin, stained with blood and slashed open at the midsection. It looked absolutely gruesome. Having never seen anything that twisted in their lives, they started screaming. Before they could even get their heads straight, the system dinged. Player Kangan Kwangnan has died. Killer. Zhao Yi. We've only been here a minute. How did Zhao Yi skin him already? Is it even humanly possible to skin someone that fast? They finally realized Zhao Yi was a genuine threat. Get back to the cave. It's too dark out here. We're sitting ducks for an ambush. The display of brutality had clearly rattled them. They were way more jumpy than before. Footprints were appearing all over the ground near Niem Han Bin, but he seemed totally oblivious. As they stood guard outside the cave, a dark shadow appeared behind them. It was Zhao Yi, tracking their every move. He let out a sinister chuckle and raised his blade. The system quickly announced, players Niem Han Bin and Qi Dong have been killed by Zhao Yi. Players Zhao Yi, Thuivun, and Jinglong Fi have completed the mission. After the main quest ends, side quests will be rewarded based on contribution. In the chat logs, everyone was buzzing. Wait, didn't the guy get skinned? Why is his corpse lying on the ground perfectly intact? I bet that skin belonged to Nin Von Hio, and Zhao Yi just used it to mess with their heads. After lighting a fire, he turned to look at the three corpses he'd lined up neatly on the ground. Zhao Yi strolled over and sat down next to them. Their faces were deathly pale, blood still foaming from their mouths. It was a nightmare to look at. Then he just lay down right next to Han Bing's still bleeding body. Zhao Yi seemed to be soaking up the vibe. Sleeping like this feels safe. The viewers couldn't believe how twisted he was. People quickly started switching their feeds to watch Yi and Bia squaring off. The rain hadn't let up. Yi had backed Bia right up to the edge of a cliff, screaming as he swung his blade, Bia, die! Just die! Bia was already heavily wounded, and he tried to reason with him. Yi, snap out of it. Don't let them play you like a fool. Yi was crying tears of blood, his voice cracking. I know, Bia, but I really don't want to keep living like this. Let's just end it. We've done way too much messed up stuff. Death is the only way out for us. Bia fell silent, lost in thought. They stared at each other for a long moment before Bia finally slumped down. You're right, we've done too many wrongs. He closed his eyes. Do it, Yi. Let's end it together. Under the downpour, Yi let out a roar and drove his blade into Bia. The aftermath was clear. By the 12th day, the rain stopped. As Zhao Yi was about to leave the instance, he used Yi's camera to record one final video. Nobody knew what was in that footage. After the players left the instance, the forest went dead silent, as if nothing had ever happened. A few days later, a helicopter descended on the mountain. The crew were dressed like special ops, fully armed. One of them made a call. Sir, we've reached the Rubako range, but those two psychos, Bia and Yi, have vanished. It wasn't clear what the voice on the other end said, but the soldier looked panicked. Yes, sir, understood. He started rummaging through the gear until he found Yi's camera. Zhao Yi had left it there on purpose. The soldier turned it on. It was a video of Zhao Yi. He was whispering something into the camera, but the audio was muffled and indistinct. What the hell? the soldier muttered, leaning in to press his ear against the speaker. You couldn't make out the words, but the look in his eyes was bizarre. He had this twisted, sinister grin on his face. Suddenly, the soldier opened fire on the only guy in a suit in the group. No one knew what Zhao Yi had said in that video. System notification. Player Zhao Yi has completed all main and side quests ahead of schedule. Just as the system started to scold him, the entire data stream was wiped clean. The system got deleted for being too mouthy. Zhao Yi was pretty happy about that. But the system had mentioned that after he'd taught the level 12 boss a few tricks, it had been purged. Turns out the instance they'd just been through wasn't just a regular one. Once these NPCs were used, they'd be dumped into other instances to serve their purposes. In other words, the players were bumping into NPC game FUBANT characters who might just show up again in a different mission. Just as he was mulling that over, Sister Lu pinged him. Brother, get to my room. Just hearing her voice, Zhao Yi knew she was having another episode. Send me a photo, he said, and Sister Lu immediately agreed. She quickly sent over a sexy selfie. Zhao Yi sighed, totally helpless, and told her to send a shot of where she was actually having the flare-up. Who asked you to send me a selfie? Sister Lu muttered a quick my bad and sent the photo.